area from the sea up until 300 meters of altitude in the American tour. We decided to have an edge. We were reproached for this. People asked us why we didn't stay in the urbanized area where most of the population is present and where most of the activities take place. But today, who would question this? The mountains allow us to have the entire cycle of water. We ensure that we have access to drinking water, even in times of drought. We drill for water. We create cycles with water tables in order to heat or cool our buildings. And with the sea, we can welcome the decarbonized ships of the future. So I'm not in favor of degrowth, as you will have understood by now. I believe in research. I believe in investment and progress. It is necessary to develop new decarbonized industrial processes that will create millions of new qualified jobs. But how can we accelerate so long as Europe will only invest 20 billion euros a year in research and innovation when the US are investing 200 billion. I also believe that we should not only talk about energy, about being low carbon and using little energy. We need to consume better, but we need to guarantee that we have access to energy. France had chosen the right path long ago. How did we manage to lose this edge that we had so quickly? We need to diversify solutions. We need to add them up. And naturally, we need to remember that we were pioneers with the General de Gaulle and President Pompidou and Giscard d'Estaing as well. They were visionary, and they ensured that we had energy, that sovereignty, thanks to our civil nuclear program. They ensured that we mastered the cost of energy and never shared the vision of the Germans, who gave in to the pressure of green lobbies and who imposed a tariff based on the price of Russian gas. And here we are today. We pay the price for these decisions. I think that in this field, just like in other strategic areas, we need to ensure that we are autonomous and sovereign. We need to make sure that we are not hostage of other countries, and we need to do this all the while being exemplary in terms of environment. Hydroelectric energy, which is the first source, the most significant source of environmental energy in France that can be stored, unlike solar or wind energy. But we stopped investing in it because we didn't know what the decades to come would hold for us. But we will have debates over the coming 2 days in order to figure out which path to choose. I consider that no energy is the single solution. So I think that we need to diversify, to add up solutions in order to offer the best guarantee, all the while ensuring that we have European building standards so that this virtuous solution will allow us to reduce our consumption. All of this investment, of course, comes at a cost. We need to think of new ways of funding it. The French have been saving more money in the past 3 years, and their savings have reached a very high level. And for over 10 years now, I've been saying the same thing. During the great industrial crisis, I was Minister for the Industry. And I was already saying at the time that I truly believe that there should be a new offer for savings that would fund innovation with a higher return rate than other savings plans that are not advantageous for our economy. Because right now, these savings are only funding American pension funds. So together, we need to give our citizens the means to act rather than imposing new taxes and standards. We need to increase our capability of overcoming these historical challenges. I think that it is vain or even dangerous to think that radicalism is going to allow us to obtain the most support. In the few hours to come, today and tomorrow, there will be debates, and you're going to take part in them so that we can shape a desirable future through innovation and creativity.
Bonjour à toutes et bonjour à tous. Je suis ravi d'introduire par ce débat d'ouverture nos deux journées formidables du Transition Forum. Je m'appelle Philippe Mabi, je dirige la rédaction de la Tribune.
My name is Philippe Mabi. I'm editor-in-chief in La Tribune, and I'm honored to see the evolutions that we're witnessing. Christian Estrosi just set the frame for those debates last week in the US. I participated in a conference called the Climate Week in New York, and their motto was, get it done, very American, very pragmatic. We need to gear up and do things. We've called this roundtable Time to Accelerate. Translating it in French, Time to Accelerate. And I think that the years that we've been through demonstrate this. I called this year the Comet Year. You might remember this movie, a comet that comes to us and we don't want to see it. It's called Don't Look Up. We didn't want to see the risk of a pandemic in 2020. We saw how vulnerable the world can be. Everyone went through the same situation, and this year is the year of a double comet. The climate, with extreme phenomena. It's not the end of the year of the planet, but it's nearing. And the second comet is the war, the shock and the economical and social consequences of such volatility in energy prices and questions around the availability of resources. And this volatility can change our society even faster. This is why we wanted to discuss this during this roundtable with experts. We're lucky enough to have Dr. Nathalie Ilmy, who worked on the IPCC's report, but also company representatives with Olivier Vignol on my right. He's a general director of ICAD. We talked about real estate, housing, and on his left, we have her left, we have the director of Veolia France and Déchets Spéciaux Europe, Jean-François Nogrette. We'll talk about water and recycling. Finally, he's en route. He's slightly late. His flight is slightly late. Frédéric Martin, general director of GRDF. Starting at 10, we will have the investment general director, Secretary Bruno Bonnel. Start with the roundtable. I talked about two comets. Nathalie Ilmy. You might wonder if this year, 2022, is the year where we become aware and beyond vulnerabilities that we realize we need to accelerate in our solutions. Yes. The IPCC has been trying to explain for years that climate change is here. We are trying to spread the message, and over the summer we've had this huge heat wave in France, so we saw the consequences. And as Mr. Estrosi said, the frequency and the intensity of those disasters will accelerate over time. And the Paris Agreement stated that we should remain under 2 Celsius degrees increase, if possible 1.5 maximum. However, the IPCC report shows that we are already reaching 1.1 Celsius degrees, so we are on the wrong track. If we continue like this, we are heading towards a 2.9 to 3.2 Celsius degree scenarios with huge consequences. Could you help us understand what's the difference? Because sometimes, as you said, fires, droughts, with floodings, storms, what is the difference between plus 1.1, 1.2, 3.2, etc.? The results are very visible on nature. The impact of climate change is already impacting human health, the planet's health, and therefore our well-being. And the more we wait, the more the temperature will increase and the more impacted we will be. For example, the nature will be destroyed due to climate change. However, nature is one of the solutions too. Should this nature disappear, we will have less options. For example, let's look at the mangroves. Mangroves help capture CO2 in the atmosphere and to sequestrate it in sediments for thousands of years. And carbon sequestrated in the ocean stays there much longer. So the ocean is one of the solutions and will be impacted by climate change. You're one of the ocean specialists. I didn't mention it. But yes, indeed. Acidification of oceans is also an issue. We talk about forests, but isn't this one of the main threats? When the ice melts, we're hearing that a continent is leaving the poles. Christian Estrosi said it, many cities are port cities. They are at the heart of this issue, and with this acidification, there might be a full change of the climate. We're talking about sea currents. Publication was released recently saying that if sea currents change, not necessarily for Northern Europe, it won't be heating up, but rather cooling down the weather. Just to give you a quick explanation on sea rise phenomenon. First, glaciers melting, the poles, North Pole, South Pole melting as well. So these are huge amounts of water that will come into the sea, and due to climate change, oceans have warmed up, which dilates the mass of oceans, which helps sea levels rise. In the Mediterranean, we are already at 4 millimeters per year, and we could reach 80 centimeters by the end of the century. It's also in the IPCC report. 50% of the global population lives by the coast, and by the end of the year, we will be the century will be 75%. So we can see the amount of people that could be impacted by this phenomenon. You talked about acidification of the oceans. One of the main consequences that we study in Monaco is actually the issues that this will lead to on corals, which might end up disappearing if we don't act. And those corals are very useful to humanity. For fishing, for example, we know that certain populations get their proteins from the corals. It's very important when it comes to food safety, but it's also about tourism. There are small islands such as the Maldives, Palau, in the Caribbean as well, that live on tourism, that come to see the corals, so that's much less income for them should they disappear. And it's also a coast protection. It helps protect the coasts against erosions, waves, or sea level rise. Jean-François Nogrette, we talked about getting it done. Companies have not been waiting to try and change things, but often people have complained about them buffering. Those changes are difficult. There are also accusations of greenwashing coming from civil society. As we accelerate at Veolia, you are at the heart of this environmental transition. We talk about planification. What does that mean for a company to plan over time? Haven't you anticipated this in your areas of expertise? Yes, we talk about environmental transformation, to talk about deep transformation of our daily habits, be it production or consumption. And we must adapt to climate change, adapt to those tensions on resources, contamination, and quality of life. These are the 4 topics that this transformation targets. With regards to 2022, we are already witnessing this tension on resources. We're seeing the ppm 410 in the atmosphere, CO2, and all territories are starting to realize that this was true and wondering what to do. People turn to us, and we must also project ourselves in the future, because else tension accumulates and anxiety starts to emerge. So planning is a commitment. It's also a way to show the way. We've been planning for quite some time at Veolia, but very specifically, we are a local stakeholder in Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. We have 5,000 employees in the region, so we work with local representatives, the regions. And just to give you 2 examples, here in the Nice metropole, there is a perspective, there's a vision. It's a region that shows the way. And just to give you 2 examples, last year, we inaugurated a sanitation station. We must clean the water, and we use the contamination to transform it into energy. So we extract biomethane that goes back to GRDF. This is the first sanitation station that is positive in energy. It was built here in this region, following the ambition. So let's talk about specific solutions. Often these are local, but we must replicate these. How can we plan this in the long run when, of course, this requires funding, it requires money? We know that the environmental transition will be expensive, and we're not sure yet who will pay the bill. So we have a strong will at Veolia. We have a resources plan based on energy savings and local production. And according to this plan, we are committing to producing the energy required by Veolia services in France. Within 5 years, we will be energy self-sufficient with locally produced energy, 80% based on circular economy and 20% with solar energy. So we're using old landfills, I'm talking about solar panels. We're launching biogas projects to produce biomethane or electricity. We produce about a third of our diesel based on used cooking oil, and we're reaching 1/3 of our production today. Please have a seat next to Olivier.
Et donc, en gros, on va devenir autonome en énergie.
We will become energy self-sufficient. So this is a 5-year plan, which of course includes a pillar on sobriety.
Un autre exemple,
Another example,
sur les matériaux, sur les tensions.
With regard to shortages, several years ago we decided to work on strategic metals, and thanks to a lot of innovation and pilot projects, we are opening the largest electrical battery recycling plant. We're working with local engineers, local patents, and in 2023 this will account for 25% recycling capacity in Europe. We will reproduce the cobalt, the nickel that we cannot find in Europe, and the lithium that is missing. Already emerging and that are become mature today. Yes. And just to give you another example in the region, in the Nice metropole, the city has decided to master its energy renovation plan. We are partners in this project, which is to multiply electricity production by 3, making sure that households use recycled energy, and this local energy can be used by the households by dividing by 2 the level of water used to produce it. These are long trajectories, but we are on that path. Some very pragmatic and local solutions which require to work with the local population. Yes. When it comes to water shortages, it must be a local vision, and the president said it himself. Here we have tensions on resources. The water comes from the mountains. The metropole relies a lot on its water supplies. For climate or energy in your industry, real estate, construction, which account for a bit less than a third of CO2 emissions, is very impacted. How do you plan for the future at ICAD in order to face those different impacts? Of course, there is sobriety. We talk about this a lot, but there's also autonomization. Hello, everyone. If there's one positive aspect to this crisis, trying to be optimistic, it's the fact that people are becoming aware by force. People know it. They will be impacted from a financial perspective. I'm not sure this is a good sign, but I think people will be more and more concerned by those issues because, yes, they're forced to. When it comes to housing, individuals might be protected. There are some government limitations, but when it comes to companies, offices mainly, the energy prices will be multiplied by 6 next year. We are still waiting for the latest measures, etc. But in average, that will be the case. So that applies to our consumption. We have 2 million square meters, some very prestigious tenants like my neighbor in front of me, and we will have to pay that bill that will be multiplied by 6. So we need to find ways to be more sober. When it comes to housing, people will be responsible or not. We build houses, but we don't live in them. When it comes to sobriety, we partner with our tenants, and I think that we see that people are being more aware. So how to reach those 10% reduction objectives set by the government? We've been asked this in July. In August, people are gone, so it needs to be done by end of September. And do you do it? We try to. Technically, we're not sure we can. We know how to do it. The main measure when it comes to offices is very simple, which is to reduce the temperature. Bruno Le Maire calls it the sweater policy. But the problem is that in offices, employees complain. When it's at 19 degrees, staff representatives complain that they cannot work properly. Same for the summer. If you put the aircon at 25 or 26, people complain as well. So the issue is not really technological. It's about how employees adhere to those changes. Yes, but the temperature remains the same. Insulation, of course, you can insulate, you can use LED light bulbs, but the change really is behavioral. The main topic is the temperature, of course, and there are symbolical measures, turning off screens, turning lights off, only have elevators going up. This is very easy. Technically, this helps us reach the 10% objective if companies and employees support us. We see this with our tenants, with our employees. Because energy sobriety and consumption reduction, we've seen it in CO2 emissions life cycle analysis, this accounts to 20% of CO2 emissions. Construction accounts for 80%. So we'll all work on sobriety, but reducing CO2 emissions in construction is, of course, a design issue. When it comes to sobriety, we have constant dialogue with our tenants. A measure will create a lot of debate in companies. Whether remote working helps reach those objectives. There's a debate. Some might say if you work at home, you have to pay for the heating. If you work in the office, the company does. So it's a debate whether it's cheaper when people work in the office or at home. But when it comes to purchasing power, if people go to the office and turn the heating off at home, from a purchasing power perspective, which is a huge concern, it's probably beneficial. And we can see that with ICAD we have 2 million square meters, and there's this option of closing the office 1 day per week. The state is a huge tenant of ours, and I think the state will probably choose this option, closing the building, probably on Monday or Friday. The employees will probably be very happy with that. Of course, mechanically this reduces consumption, but we're not sure that the overall balance will be that beneficial. Yeah, and it goes further than this. The Green Party says that we should move to a 4 days working week. Is that one of the solutions when it comes to sobriety? Closing the office once a week is at least a in-person 4 days working week. So, of course, there's not only sobriety, but it's a debate. We will try and take some measures at ICAD, do some tests with our employees to see if we think it's a good idea to close the offices 1 day per week or not. It's not that easy. And when it comes to purchasing power, it's of course best to let our employees not heat their house every day. Let's move on to the next speaker. And let's talk about sobriety, production, and energy diversification. Frédéric Martin, you are the General Director of GRDF. Let's talk about gas and decarbonation of gas. You are a great energy specialist, and you know a lot about the history of energy. Where do we stand today? Are we lagging? And since it's time to accelerate, what can we do to catch up? We will have the minister tonight. We'll talk about this with her. The government is exploring options to relaunch green gas, etc. There are many energy specialists, each with their area of expertise. I'll give you my personal opinion. I'll talk about France and more generally about Europe, because the situation is very tense at the moment. After the COVID crisis, we discovered 2 events this year. First, energy, just like muscle, is necessary to any activity, and looking at the UK or Germany, in France at the moment there are some limitations, but in other countries these are huge increases, up to 80% increase. In France we use a lot of energy. Our nuclear base is struggling. Usually we use 40% energy and 60% from fossil fuels. We know that we will have to decarbonize for the climate, of course, and we need to go in that direction. However, the resources that we want to use for those solutions are scarce. Coal, fuel, and natural gas account for 60% of energy base in the world. All we have left is the wind, the sun, and biomass, and materials to transform this society. We talked about cobalt, nickel. I was reading the Nexans or Eramet boss's interview saying that these will be multiplied by 20 and by 40 for some. Same for copper. Yes.
On voit bien que ce qui s'impose à nous, avec une cadence de temps très prégnante,
at which we're going
la sobriété, c'est pas
forces us to understand that sobriety is not a way to handle the crisis today. We will have no choice. Scarcity will push the prices to increase, which will lead to positive events. We must be optimistic, especially when it comes to innovation. And in France, we are lucky enough, and I work with the regions, this is very important. The solutions are in the regions. We have the capacities to replace the important gas to make it become French. So your project is to move to 20% for green gas and 100% by 2050. That's how you accelerate? What are the conditions for such a project to succeed? A full decarbonization within 30 years. This is not our project, it's the project of all regions. GRDF uses the network that belongs to the local governments, and for 40 years we've been using a network that imported gas and delivered it to the network in France. Be it for sanitation systems, UVE, energy valorization sites, or farming waste. The French government has voted a 10% objective for green gas by 2030. The industry is in advance. For once, we should appreciate that, and we can be satisfied with the 2 decrees from last week. But our will is to get those 20% of green gas very soon, which will come back to the French economy. That's good, because we will spend the winter with LNG. And gas from the US. Not only, it also comes from Norway. You saw that there was an incident in the North Sea, and hopefully that does not happen with the Norwegian pipes. So overall, it's mainly from Norway, from Qatar. There's also LNG coming from the US or Nigeria. But at least in France, we have some very diverse infrastructures when it comes to suppliers, infrastructure. We can get gas through pipes or ships, which was not the case in Germany, which explains the huge price differences between the two countries. And of course, our objective by 2050 is to fully get rid of gas. And France has made a strong choice compared to the US. Hydric fracking, shale gas, was an option for a while, but apparently it's off the table in France. So there is no fully ecological solution or that has no negative impact. Green gas means that you should have a methanizer near your house, which is just like wind turbines. Not everybody wants them near their house. And when I look at the bill, they talk about acceptance of projects. So what are your expectations? What are you waiting for to replicate those mini plans in small regions?
I think that green gas has 2 strong advantages. There are many inputs, so waste, urban waste. This means that there's a wide diversity, so it means that we are less vulnerable to the problems that we might have on one or the other. And we don't have any vulnerability when it comes to raw material. And for the spreading throughout the territory, we have very different things. So the acceptability also changes with the size of projects. We have rather small projects. Today we add 3 methanizers a week. Sometimes they're stuck, but out of 150, 135 are running at the moment. So here again, let's be optimistic. Let's highlight the 135 that are running and not the few for which we have issues. But this is more about sharing value among territories. Last week, just to be very clear here, the idea is to make sure that regions benefit from the savings of energy, and so sharing of values means that in Maine-et-Loire and in other departments, I took a cab, and this taxi cab driver told me, you you could turn off the lights of the Eiffel Tower, because this would allow me not to have wind turbines in my fields. And when I explained that if we have methanizers and wind turbines allowed to reduce the CO2 emissions of local
Ces amis ne pourront plus. Donc, c'est ça cette importance. Il faut qu'il y ait
This is why it's important. We need to have benefits locally from it. We were talking about this in the draft law. We will talk about this with our minister tonight. This is part of the plan. We will see how this is actually applied. So Bruno Bonnel is with us remotely. Can you hear us, Bruno Bonnel? Yes, I can hear you. Fine, thank you. We can hear you as well. Wonderful. Thank you for once again having accepted to take part in our debates.
Vous avez vu il y a pas longtemps à Bercy.
We saw you recently in Bercy.
Nous parlons plus spécifiquement de la transition écologique. Donc vous êtes
We were talking specifically about the environmental transition. So you're an elected official and you're also the Secretary Investment. You're in charge of implementing the 2030 French plan that our president has called for, and I think that it is worth 54 billion euros in investment, which is going to be
l'homme d'entreprise que vous êtes, l'effet de levier avec le secteur privé.
A lever for the private sector.
Dans la transition écologique,
in the environmental transition sector, I think about 50% of this money is going to be dedicated to the decarbonization of the French economy. How are you going to ensure that we can accelerate this at a time when we can see that not only do we have no choice, but it would be good for things to happen more quickly? We're not only talking about the energy production, we also need in all of the industries, in all the economy, we need concrete solutions in light of an unprecedented economic shock. So not only is it an economic shock, it's also a societal shock. It's a transition. It's a metamorphosis of our society. And I think that this is the message that we need to convey. We need to go from a fossil caterpillar to a renewable butterfly. We need to change behaviors. This is also to do with our we have funds that are in 50% for the environmental fund, but also for all of these means and this metamorphosis to take place. This way we will have energies that will be more virtuous for our environment, so that we will have different behaviors, different uses. I insist on this because this needs to snowball. The radical change in our society needs to snowball. There are many psychological levers as well, and not only economical ones. When we say that we're in the midst of a crisis, we are in a chrysalitis, because it's a biological phenomenon which is very interesting. There are many, many different cells that are imaginative cells, that's how biologists call it, that allow this caterpillar to change, to morph into a butterfly. And there are many stumbling blocks in this change, and it's the same for our transition. There are psychological and societal stumbling blocks in our metamorphosis. Of course, we need to support innovation, but we have 3 billion euros to train people to future jobs that include all of these topics. The skills of the future are around renewable energies, the transformation of farming, new social links to anchor these changes in behavior. So we need to train men and women. It's not only about means. 2030, the state will invest these 54 billion euros But contrary to what is usually said, there is no timing defined. We're going to invest this money depending on the projects that are presented to us. So we've already invested about 10 billion. So 2 billion for hydrogen. It's massive in one go. So this means that out of these 54 billion, you have about 200 billion, which are that are invested by the private sector. So this is considerable, and it's not going to be sufficient if we do not add the men and women who are going to really be at the heart of this transformation. We need between 100 and 150,000 people in 2030. We need to train them, to hire them. Some will take part in the innovations, in the innovative new jobs that will exist, or in transforming the current jobs. So we need to really bear in mind the idea that human resources and funds to the service of technologies and transformation will be our driving force in this change. And there's a lot of pomp around this, but we need to try to actually roll them out, these changes. We don't have enough trainings, we don't have enough initiatives, be it CFAs, be it universities launched by companies, be it doubling or multiplying fourfold the number of students in some courses, and we have the means to accelerate this training. You know, we often talk of Norway as a virtuous country. I was with my counterpart from Norway. They have 1.6% of unemployment. They have 20 billion of surplus because they have gas, they have rare earths, they have wind turbines, and they have a lot of electricity. But their problem is that they no longer have the people to allow this growth to continue. And they want to go further in European collaborations in order to attract more talents to their country. We're lucky in France to have a country where we know how to train people. So let's accelerate this change for Europe through the means that we have available. What I'm trying to do, I want my door to be open to all the initiatives and innovation that are answers to the needs of our society. I think that they are too cumbersome and many stakeholders are dithering. But yes, that's a question I had. Among those stumbling blocks, there are psychological ones, like Guy said. There are projects that are difficult to implement locally. There's a problem of acceptance. But the main stumbling block might be the one in our mind. It's to dare to offer projects and to be entrepreneurs. There are many small businesses that have very innovative projects, but they don't get in touch with you because it's very complex, and some people say it is complex in order to deter people from obtaining this money. Can you reassure us and tell us that these 54 billion are going to be readily available and be spent at the risk of projects not working out, rather than having files that are going to never make their way to you? By law, 50% of this budget is going to be allocated to small businesses, new companies, small and medium enterprises, small research labs. And the second thing is, I have proof of what I'm saying. We've helped 1,400 companies ever since I've been in this position. And it's not only great big businesses, but the thing is, we're seeking excellence. And indeed, there are some projects that we do not accept. Some people don't understand, but there are international juries. There's a selection because we are seeking excellence. So we cannot say that we're going to accept everyone. We are rigorous, but it's true. There's a part of the administrative aspect that we have reduced it because we want people not just censor themselves, but the people who will be accepted by our jury will be supported. But unfortunately, there are people who are going to have to try again. I'll get back to you in a few minutes for the conclusion. I just wanted to continue this roundtable with Jean-François Legrette, and all three of you. You represent this company. You said so. Solutions are local for Veolia, for GRDF, and certainly for DECA. We need to reuse our waste and the local resources of a territory, water, energy, waste. How can we create links between these solutions in order to create an ecosystem within our region? I think that there are several conditions for this. One of them is the measure. We control well what we measure well. We're all very good at managing and controlling money, but for CO2, there's room for improvement locally. As for diversity, we don't talk about this much, but the eco-services are very significant in our local ecosystem. And in this stepping up, biodiversity is key, because this is where we're going to say, don't carry out this project here because they are frogs, they are snails, but our collective representation is a bit different. You want to use places that are not valorized today, so parking lots, highways. We often hear of not in my backyard, but there are many places where we could develop such projects, and I think this is why we need to think about this locally, because I'm a neighbor, I'm a citizen. If everything is done for the city, and I live in a rural area, if everything is for the coast and I'm in the mountain, it's about democracy as well. And this is key. And we need local policies and we need local visions. We need to make sure that everyone is on board, and we need to have technical solutions, local resources, be it for waste. Today, we sort our waste in France, but still we export a lot of our waste. Not everything, but a lot of our waste in France. So we're still not fully aware of these local challenges. There are regulation challenges as well. For water, the French regulation is extremely cautious for all things linked to health. For used water, you expect changes, in particular for farming and for the industry. There's going to be a competition on wastewater that we've never seen. In Spain, they recycle 15% of their water. In France, it's only 1%, because we're not used to this. But the Spanish climate is going to be ours in a few years. If we end up with the same climate as that in southern Spain or in Morocco, we will have to do something about recycling this water. I don't know, this is not my field of expertise, but this is something that we need to plan for. Of course, we need to think about it, we need to fund it, but it's there, and we have the resources. Olivier, regarding this, the interest of populations, these different solutions adding up on housing, on production, on making buildings, energy, be positive. So innovation comes from people who have already been trained. I think that the true challenge, the difficulty, is to train people with a challenge of labeling these trainings to make sure that they're of quality, making sure that we have people on board with us, and we need to ensure that they understand. I'm going to tell you about my industry, low carbon building. It's something that specialists do. We fight against this because they have a vocab that is not understandable by the layman, and if we continue like this, people are going to give up on the sharing of value. We have no farmers in Maine-et-Loire with us, but we're asking them to use less energy to reduce carbon, etc. But if we do not share our successes, we're going to lose them as well. We have an initiative which is part of our interest
non négligeable de l'intéressement qui est lié thématique à la réduction des émissions carbone de
the plan of the company for profit sharing, and this is for carbon, and this is also a source of motivation. People understand very quickly when we make it part of our profit sharing plan. So this is about giving people purchasing power based on their energy consumption. We were not aware of this problem until this recent crisis. Big businesses were very careful to their carbon emissions, to the building that they were buying. But up until a few weeks ago, in the housing sector, few people were careful to this, apart from those who were really fully convinced, the people who wanted houses made of wood, etc. But most people were not very interested in these labels. People didn't really know what was behind this. I'm talking for the greater public. So one of the few positive points and silver linings of this crisis is people are now wondering, what is my energy bill going to look like? They're not asking me what carbon emissions were made in the building of their housing, but I think that the housing sector is changing. We've had the Grenelle plan for housing, because we're the second sector in terms of carbon emissions. We have regulations, and we've waited for them for a long time. This Grenelle took place in 2018, and it took 2 years to have new regulations. So we acted before these new regulations were entered into force. This economic model is not sufficient. And housing people are now careful, but they're not willing to pay a house which is already too expensive to start with for energy performance. They just want to make sure that
it's
difficult to know what is linked to inflation or what is linked to the improvement in environmental standards. We have the 2020 regulation. It used to be RT, so this was only about energy consumption, and now it's everything that is the energy balance, the whole cycle. But now it's between 15% and 20%. So there's inflation, of course. And there's the increase in standards as well. So how are we going to reduce this? How do we manage this higher price? And our clients, business or individuals, see their purchasing power decrease. The only adjustment variable is the price of land rights. And here we must admit that smaller cities, like Nice, for instance, regions accept to set prices so that we can develop real estate operations that take into account this higher cost linked to environmental performance. It's the case in Nice and elsewhere as well. So the most virtuous operations, environmentally speaking, either in Nice on the South Station or in Paris or Bordeaux or Toulouse, we've been able to do so because the region sold us something that took into account this economic reality. In the building sector, we have between 30 and 40% of material that is imported. The law entered into force in 2020, so unfortunately a few days later, the world was busy with another crisis. So this law on renewable energy really has an impact on our sector. We import 30 or 40% of our materials, so we want to try to recycle, to reuse use to ensure that the circular economy of the building sector is actually takes place and to reduce our CO2 emissions. Frederick Martin, you were also expecting the state to make things easier. What would you like to ask our minister? She will be here tonight. To free up energy in our regions, because we're talking about resilience, we're talking about energy independence, we're talking about material and recycling. But let's have a look at what has already happened. So everywhere in regions and departments in metropolitan areas such as Nice's, we have regional schemes, so we have the data, we have the stats, so each sector knows what they have available in terms of resources. But everyone was working in silos up until now. And the crisis at hand is a game changer because of the psychological shock that you were talking about. The need to be more flexible. And in the meantime, the need to sum up. And it's not the same in Nice as in Brest. We don't have the same climate, not the same resources. So this territorial reality is done on territories. And what we've noticed is that all of the economic and public stakeholders, so industrials, people in the building sector, we are sharing all of these elements because solutions that were really good in one segment are now requesting us to be more, to have even higher performance by pooling all of our resources. We're in France, we have a lot of training, we have people who have great ideas. Since 1973, we've known that we can do a lot of things. We can recycle plastic 20 times, no need to import it. Bio-waste in urban areas can be used for biomethane. We can use wood. There are many initiatives. And there's going to be higher and more demand for energy. And all of this energy that we're going to need requires fast change, which is going to offer technological responses. And if we want to act fast, we're going to have to make sure that solutions are simplified. And this is why we have draft laws that are being studied in Parliament at the moment. Let me give you two simple examples. We allow farmers to take 1 more year to implement a methanizer because of COVID. It was very simple, but it took us a year to do that. We understood that it took a long time for parts to arrive because of the crisis. And then the prices that were set in November 2020 were not indexed to inflation. I will repeat this, what was said already, but we need to ensure that today when we pay a bill and when it's expensive, we need to make sure that part of this bill goes to innovation and research in France, because this means that we won't have to go and seek it in the international market. Green Gas France, then. I'm trying to sum up in a journalistic manner. We have 2 minutes. 54 billion, is this enough? Or do we need twice this figure to make it a success? So France 2030 was defined slightly before we had this shock. Economists say we need 100 billion a year for this environmental transition by 2030. So now, do we need to double this figure to accelerate?
On vous entend pas, pardon.
We cannot hear you.
Est-ce qu'on peut remettre le son, monsieur? Allez-y.
Oh, I had muted myself, sorry. I was saying, according to economists, we need to double it. They're probably right. I think we underestimate it, but 54 billion is enough to make people excited about this and to give momentum to this change. There are so many initiatives at once that if we are on all fronts at once, hydrogen, green gas, wind turbines, and so on, and this is just for the energy. On top of training, I think there are so many projects on the way that it looks like a huge mountain. And in order to reach the top of the mountain, each step matters. And we are being very efficient. In a very short amount of time, we're going to spend as much money as the amount that's been invested in the decades prior to this. So denying climate change
énergétique, c'est une réalité aujourd'hui.
It no longer happens. It's a reality today. The need for this energy transition is now fully accepted. We've accelerated this societal acceptance. So now, imagination, creativity, men and women capable of bringing solutions to the table are what we need. And this is what France 2030 is about. We encourage this. I think there's no single great planner, and our Prime Minister is in charge of this, that is not a part of this change. Thank you very much, Bruno Monel. You are very important to this. Nathalie Imni, do you think that this debate is reassuring? It's different compared to what we hear usually, because we've heard people from the field, because we often criticize debates because they do not take into account people from businesses, and we like businesses here at La Tribune, and compared to the IPCC vision, does this give you the excitement that Bruno Le Maire was talking about? Today's speeches were positive, but the IPCC reports are not only scaremongering, they also provide solutions. It's not only about being afraid, it's about overcoming this fear. And these examples are fully a part of this, and I cannot wait to hear the rest of the debates. We need a paradigm shift, and this new paradigm will be social, environmental, and economic, and of course with sustainable development in mind. Thank you very much for taking part in this debate. I wish you a beautiful day.
Bonjour à tous. Eh bien,
Hello everyone.
Cette page
I'm very happy to open
des
this segment on decarbonation of transportation and mobility. This will take about an hour and a half. Let's start with an introduction with Karima Deli. Hello. You are an EMP from Europe Écologie Les Verts and also chair of the Transportation Committee at the European Parliament. First question. Europe has taken a spectacular decision, which is to prohibit thermal engines by 2045. This is a very different context now, increase of prices in gas and electricity. Hasn't the context changed, and isn't this European initiative somehow disconnected with the reality? Hello everyone, thank you for this invitation. Thank you to La Tribune for organizing this type of event about our will to accelerate ecological transition. But our roundtable is called How to Decarbonize Transportation. Why? Because transportation is the first industry when it comes to CO2 emissions, the only industry that has not reduced its emissions since the 90s. I've been listening to the previous roundtable, and I heard a few things. I heard people talking about becoming aware, waking up, changing our behavior. So let's take a little test together this morning. In order to decarbonize transportation, who took a flight to come here? I'm not judging, let's be honest.
D'accord.
Okay.
Il n'y a pas beaucoup de mains levées, Karima.
Not so many hands raised, Karima. Not so many people raised their hand.
Mais il y a plein de gens qui n'osent pas. Mais il faut pas
Many people don't dare to raise their hand, but don't be scared. Who came through a cruising ship?
Un jet privé.
J'ai pas dit un jet privé.
Private
si
jet?
Vous savez que les jets privés, c'est 5 à 14 fois plus d'émissions.
I did not say private jet, although it's 5 to 14 times more emissions. Who who came by train.
Parce que le train, c'est 40 fois moins
Because
de
trains
d'émissions de gaz à effet de
emit
serre que
40
l'avion.
times
Pourquoi je vous
less
dis ça?
CO2
Je
than
vous dis ça parce
planes.
que
Why am I
malheureusement,
saying
nous sommes
this?
à un moment
Because
où
unfortunately,
l'accélération
we
va se
are
faire.
at a time where
La dame tout à l'heure
acceleration
du
will happen.
du GIEC qui
The
était
woman
là et
from
qui donne
IPCC earlier, who
feuille
was
de route
there
du
and
GIEC,
telling us about
nous le
the
dit.
IPCC roadmap, told us
Nous sommes dans une pente où
we
soit on prend le
are
virage,
on
va
a
être très mal.
road
Parce que
where
ça va de
either we will
l'irréversibilité.
take the right path
Je ne vous
or
fais pas
it will
peur,
be
ne partez
terrible.
pas tout de suite.
This will be
Il y a
irreversible.
des solutions.
I'm not here to scare you because we have solutions, but we are at a time, and you kind of alluded to this in your question, we won't be all impacted the same way. The poorest will be impacted twice more than this famous 1% of global population. When we look at the social reality of global warming, what does it say? 1% of the global population is responsible for 16%, but at the same time, 50% of emissions, even those that are due to our lifestyle. And this is why your question is very important, because how will we proceed?
La fracture sociale du réchauffement climatique, il y a ceux
The
qui auront les
global
moyens de
warming
le faire
social fracture
et ceux qui vont
exists.
véritablement
Some will be able to
peiner, même
afford
financièrement,
to
à la
overcome it,
Et
to
donc, la
initiate
mobilité,
it, and
lorsqu'on
others
parle
will
de
pay a
votre question
lot
sur l'Europe,
financially. So when you ask about Europe, about purchasing power, about the market of energy, and we'll talk about this, dear journalist Nabil Bourassi, we'll talk about this. The point is really to show how much mobility has changed. It has become one of the main precariousness accelerator and one of the most emitting industry. And we've seen that through a movement called the Yellow Vest, les Gilets jaunes. But that's nothing compared to what we will call and already call in Europe, and in France we don't talk about this enough, the mobility precarious.
Il y en aura beaucoup plus demain si
There
tout
will
augmente.
be many
On voit bien
more
que même
in
le
the
prix des
future
voitures
if all
électriques
prices
explose.
increase. We're seeing
C'est quoi les
a huge
solutions?
increase in the prices of electric cars. So what are the solutions?
On est dans un moment où
You're
les
right.
prix de l'énergie
We are at a time of
Explose, ça veut
huge
dire quoi? Ça veut dire
increase
qu'on a eu des records
in
pendant
energy
l'été.
prices. What does that
On
mean?
a,
That there has been
1000 euros.
records over the
C'est
summer.
pas fini, mais on
It's
a
not over.
Pour l'instant, on a des chiffres. 1000
But
euros
we already have
le
some
kilowattheure
figures.
contre
1,000 euros
l'an
per
dernier.
kilowatt,
C'est énorme.
100 last year. That's huge.
On aime bien comparer avec l'Allemagne.
And we like to compare ourselves with Germany in Europe, but Germany for now is still significantly cheaper than France. I won't. We might have this debate later, but the issue is our energy mix. Some tell us that nuclear is cheaper, but at the moment it's more expensive. Earlier, the MP from the government said, yes, absolutely, we must invest in renewable energy, but France is the last country to respect and hit its targets when it comes to renewable energy. People talk about nuclear. We will have to exit nuclear, but we cannot do that as long as we have not invested enough in renewables, and we're far from there. I need to tell you something else.
L'Europe a compris le choc.
To me, Europe has understood the shock. Last week, the chair of the European Commission gave a roadmap. What does it say? Europe says we are going to invest to absorb the shock of price increases. First, we will deregulate electricity from the price of gas and electricity. We will reduce our share of dependency to the Russian market. And we already see that we moved from 40% Russian gas to 7%. And the European Commission is already talking about taxing. They don't call it super profits, but they do present a figure, 140 billion euros, and those mechanisms will be used to invest in the price cap. And what I'm saying today is that this price cap must already be implemented for the poorest segments of the population. And what I mean by that is a segment of population that is increasing. We have 10 million people living under the poverty line. Second thing, and unfortunately I couldn't hear Mr. Estrosi's speech, but I think we need to act on the price cap for the regions, and especially for the municipalities. I see my friend Louis Nègre who is over here. And why am I saying this? Because every day I hear mayors saying, I used to pay, let's say, 20% of my budget for electricity, and now it's skyrocketing. And that's where the mayors and the region's representative will have to make choices. Cutting budget for the school canteens because of the increase of electricity prices, cutting culture budgets, closing museums 2 days a week. And this is what's terrible, because these are the life choices of what we call local governments, where people live and where they will have to make life choices that are terrible for people. Final thing I want to tell you, the cheapest energy is the one that we don't use. We agree on that. But what can we do to become more sober? And that's where it's really getting important, because we're incredibly late. This is why, and we mentioned it earlier, but I think we didn't highlight this enough. Thermal renovation, which is a lever that is good for climate, good for jobs, and we're not there yet. We have construction workers, materials, we have the will, we have it all. So what are we waiting for? I think we cannot afford to wait anymore. And when it comes to energy, let me tell you, we must get ready and tell the truth. I'm seeing company leaders, but I think that politics must be able to tell the truth about price increase and explain how public budgets will support the populations and the regions. We're talking about huge amounts. First, the gas discount is very expensive. The RATP will have to pay the increase of electricity prices, and the subway works on electricity. So there is a budget limit, especially with this interest rate increase. I do hear this question, where to get the money? But this is not a new debate. You know, at European level, when I was still in school, we already talked about financial transaction taxes. So it's been a while already. So another tax. There are many tools that we're not implementing, and I'm looking at Mr. Dugart. I'm shocked that we are one of the last countries without a heavy-duty tax. I'm not trying to blame road transportation companies. All European countries have one. We're losing 1 billion euros that should support the small road transportation companies so that they can replace their fleet, but in order to get to sustainable mobility, and we don't have one. Another aspect, we had the yellow vest. There was an increase in fuels, but how come we can tax cars but not planes? There is no kerosene tax. What are we waiting for? This is a huge fight. We've studied it. Many European countries are ready to do it. So what are we waiting for? These are billions of euros that could be used for mobility. And when I hear what we should do, and you alluded to that earlier, I think that a tax on super profits is a lever to act.
Certes, contribuer,
Companies
mais doivent
must
comprendre une
contribute,
chose.
of course, but
La
they must
compétitivité
understand
de l'industrie
something.
de demain ne se fera plus
Competitiveness
possible.
of industry in the future
marche
won't
plus.
rely
On va
on
devoir
fossil
sortir
fuels anymore.
des énergies
It
fossiles.
won't work
Et c'est
anymore.
là
We
où
will
ça
have to
devient
get
très, très
out of
intéressant
fossil
en
fuels.
termes
And that's where it
notamment,
gets very
de nouvelles-
interesting,
de
especially
nouvelles,
when it
de
comes
nouvelles
to
perspectives,
new
notamment dans les investissements. C'est la raison pour laquelle
possibilities, especially when it comes to investment. This is why European is negotiating a stability pact, covenant or pact,
tous les pays qui dit en gros
an agreement between all countries saying that in order to have stable economical governance, we cannot go beyond 3% of the debt. Remember that? Well, I think that every green, social justice environment should not be covered by this rule, because this is what helps companies accelerate the transition and leave no one behind, especially the poorest.
Les
You talked
entreprises
about
européennes sont soumises à un
competitiveness.
certain nombre de
European companies
contraintes réglementaires pour
have
l'environnement, mais
many
aussi
regulatory
des taxes,
constraints
si j'entends votre discours. Comment
around the
est-ce que vous
environment, but
protégez
also
les
taxes.
entreprises européennes
How
face
can you
à des
protect
entreprises
European
étrangères qui ne
companies
sont pas soumises à toutes
against
ces
foreign
contraintes?
companies that
Parce
do
que ça,
not
c'est, là,
have
on
to
est
follow
en
all
de
those
compétitivité.
constraints? Because
Mais là,
this is a
vous posez
competitiveness
une
issue.
question sans le nommer.
Well, you're
C'est ce que
asking
vient
a
de faire
question
Joe
without
Biden
really
aux États-Unis.
saying it. This
Vous
is
avez
what
vu
Joe
ce qu'il a
Biden just did in the US. Did
Non,
you
mais
see
vous
what
avez
he
vu?
did? Have
Il a
you
dit
seen
quoi,
it?
Joe Biden?
What did Joe
Notamment
Biden
sur
say?
notre industrie,
Especially
c'est la
about
première industrie,
our
on va en parler
industry,
tout à
the
l'heure,
first
c'est l'industrie
industry,
automobile. Il a dit une chose
automobile
incroyable, Joe Biden. Il a dit, moi, je vais
industry.
faire
Joe
un
Biden
effort.
said something
Je vais donner
incredible.
un
He
crédit
said,
d'impôt de
I'm going to make an
7 500
effort.
$, ce qui est
I'm going to
énorme,
give a
jusqu'à,
$7,000 billion
notamment,
tax
1 200 $, ça
credit,
dépend les modèles, hors SUV,
depending on the models, for cars
sur le sol
manufactured
américain.
on the American territory.
Voitures électriques.
Electric cars.
Donc
Yes.
ça veut dire quoi?
What does that mean?
Le retour du
So
protectionnisme.
it's the return of protectionism,
Et donc la contrepartie,
the end of
il
free
dit,
trade.
acheter
Yes,
aux États-Unis,
and the
c'est accélérer
counterpart,
la relocalisation
he
des
says it,
entreprises
when you buy it
américaines,
in the
etc.
US,
Et
you're
nous, l'Europe,
helping
qu'est-ce qu'on attend?
the
Moi, je vous dis,
American
c'est moi
economy.
qui
So
sur la
what are
place
we
publique
waiting
la
for in
question du
Europe?
Dieselgate.
I
Pas pour faire
talked
plaisir.
about the Dieselgate,
Je l'ai
not
dit
just
aux
for fun.
constructeurs automobiles.
I told
C'était une question
this
de
to
santé
the
publique, une
automotive
question aussi
manufacturer.
de compétitivité.
This
Alors moi, je le
is
dis
a
de
health
manière,
issue and a
assez
competitiveness
simple.
issue.
On a
So I'm saying it
pas
quite
des gentils
simply.
devant nous.
We're
Joe
not
Biden,
talking
comme
to
les
nice
industries,
guys.
notamment
Joe
automobiles
Biden
asiatiques,
and the
ne nous
Asian
attendent pas.
automotive
Ils ne nous
manufacturers
attendent pas.
are not
Donc,
waiting
sur
on
ce
us.
volet-là,
So,
moi, je crois qu'il faut
about
arrêter la
this,
question du
I
libre-échange
think we should
sans
stop
contrepartie.
free
On peut pas
trade
faire de
without
libre-échange
any counterpart.
avec
We
des
cannot
pays
free
qui nous font
trade
la
with
guerre de manière
countries
directe.
who
Première
are
chose,
at
il faut
war
mettre des contreparties.
against us. We
Deuxième
need to
chose qui
set
me paraît
up
assez
counterparts.
simple, nous devons mettre une feuille
Something
de
very
route
simple. We must
industrielle
have an
made in
industrial
Europe. C'est la raison pour laquelle
roadmap
j'invite la Tribune
made
à
in
travailler
Europe.
sur ce qu'on va
And this
lancer,
is
les
why
assises de la
I'm
transformation
asking
de
the help of
l'industrie automobile,
La
pour dire,
Tribune,
nous
the
sommes
automotive
capables d'avoir une
industry
industrie de demain. On a, alors monsieur, tout à l'heure,
seminar.
monsieur Veolia disait, mais on
Mr.
a
Veolia
les
earlier said
les gigafactories.
we have
Et on est prêt à
huge
faire la
factories,
deuxième vie de
and
la
we
politique
are
industrielle
ready
d'économie
for
circulaire. Allons-y.
the circular economy
L'économie circulaire de demain.
industrial.
Ouvrons la politique du
2.0.
rétrofit. Tout ça, c'est
Let's
gagnant.
open
Et
the
ensuite,
retrofit
il va falloir se
policy.
poser des vraies
This
questions,
is all
les entreprises.
beneficial.
Et je vous regarde
And
tous
then
là, ce matin.
companies will have to ask themselves a few questions.
Il
And I'm
faut
looking
une
at
taxe
you
carbone
this
frontière
morning.
qui soit digne.
We
On l'a
need
votée au
a
niveau
border
européen. Maintenant, il faut l'appliquer. Première
carbon
chose.
tax. We
Parce
voted it
que
at
nos
European
frontières, c'est véritablement
level. We
le fait
need to
qu'on
implement
invite
it.
aussi des entreprises
We
à véritablement dire bah non,
ask
c'est loin, il
companies
faut
to
taxer.
say
Et ça veut
when
dire qu'on
it's
est
too
en train de
far,
booster
we
nos
should
entreprises
tax
pour
it.
transformer
So
leur modèle de
we,
fabrication,
this
de
way, can
production,
push companies to change their
d'approvisionnement plutôt que de
production,
taxer
supply
des produits qui sont
models,
fabriqués
rather than
avec du terre.
taxing
Et
products
c'est
that
là
are
où ça va devenir
manufactured
intéressant
on
pour
the
les
other end
entreprises,
of the
parce que moi,
globe.
je pense que l'Europe
And
est en
this
train
is where it gets
d'accompagner les
interesting
entreprises
for
qui sont en train
companies.
de se
Europe
verdir. Et
are
ensuite,
supporting
il faut
companies that are
arrêter
getting
aussi
greener,
le poison
and we should
de la question
also
européenne,
put
c'est
a
le dumping
halt
social.
of
Tout le monde me parle de
the
l'industrie
poison in Europe that is
automobile.
social
L'industrie
dumping.
automobile, elle n'est pas.
People
elle est
talk
pas
about the
rentable, elle a pas
automotive
permis des
industry.
emplois parce que la
This
transition écologique
industry is
arrivée.
not
Non,
losing jobs because of the environmental transition. We lost 100,000 jobs due to social dumping. So we need to call things as they are. We cannot just patch up. It does not work. This time is over. What I'm saying is that we should gather everyone around the table, regional governments, unions, train them, NGOs, but also politics, and let's finally have a nice European industrial roadmap. Thank you, Karima. Let's invite several speakers so that they can take part in the debate and maybe respond to what you said now.
Benoît Tinetti.
So we have Benoît Tinetti,
CMA-CGM, bonjour.
CSR Deputy Manager at CMA
président du GART et maire de Cagnes-sur-Mer. Bonjour monsieur.
The mayor of Cagnes-sur-Mer and the chair of the GART, Louis Nègre, Mr. Hippolito.
Monsieur Hippolito, bonjour. Vous êtes PDG de Azure Truck et président de UP06.
Azure Trucks and chair of UP06.
Vous êtes fondateur de TK Blue Agency et de Global Climate Initiative.
Founder and CEO of TK Blue Agency and the Global Climate Initiative. Let's start with you.
Vous avez suivi quand même l'évolution de cette histoire récente de la réglementation.
Been following the changes of environmental regulations. You talked about the Grenelle 20 years ago. We are in a completely different dimension now, right?
Merci d'abord de m'avoir invité.
Thank you for your invitation. I'm happy to be part of such a beautiful panel.
J'ai créé ça dans ma tête il y a 20 ans et opérationnellement
Take Up Agency is something I created 12 years ago. Louis knows me very well. I bothered all the MPs and senators about this. On this topic, which is today's topic, decarbonizing transportation, I started the industrial phase in 1999.
Qui ont été rapidement enterrés et ressuscités il y a 2 ans.
The project was reinitiated 2 years ago by the Prime Minister, and we're seeing now that the industry can decarbonize transportation. When you take a heavy duty in Perpignan and take it to Luxembourg, that's a million tons CO2. We know how to decarbonize transportation, but let's not lose our objective. When we co-drafted with more than 100 people the Grenelle Law number 1 and number 2, let's focus on the number 2. It said it all. But maybe it's a miracle, maybe the lobbies, maybe it was too complex, but we forgot what matters the most. We forgot in the regulations to reduce CO2 emissions, the Scope 3. That's what we forgot. Let me remind you, Scope 1 and Scope 2 is very easy. These are direct and indirect energy emissions. Electricity, gas, oil, etc. Scope 3 is everything else. Trips, waste, transportation, product sold, product bought, etc. These were put aside, and we had to wait until July the 1st, 2022, 10 years after this law was passed in 2012, for Scope 3 to be finally taken into account. Now we can decarbonize, but let's be very clear.
De parler de taxes. Il vaudrait mieux parler d'éco-contribution.
This EMP talks about taxes, but we should talk about contribution. People would understand this. In transportation, we understand this. We want the loaders to finance decarbonization. And if we talk about contribution to reducing, that wouldn't be $1 billion, but $4 billion a year. And with this, we can carry out the transition through one of the essential aspects of emissions, which is heavy duty. And let's remember that for CO2 emissions, in transportation, the main part is individual cars. And we know how to do this for cars. We can't do it for heavy duty yet.
Vous étiez au Grenelle 2, je crois.
Mr. Nègre, you were in the Grenelle number 2, where you took part in the bill, correct?
On n'allait pas assez vite et aujourd'hui on va trop vite.
Wasn't it fast enough before and is it too fast now?
Non, hier on n'avait pas du tout conscience.
In the past we were not aware of this huge increase in energy prices. We were not aware of the situation of the nuclear industry. The carbon footprint in 2012, honestly, we didn't mention that. And now we have to face all this, and we realized that we're late. Mrs. EMP said it. Philippe Mangeard is joining us. I'm sure he agrees. I'm almost saying that we should imagine we're at war. When you're at war, look at what happened during World War II. Engineers, study offices, they used to work, let's say, normally and innovate every 10 years. At war, you innovate every 18 months. Why? Because the society as a whole is focused on a huge effort, which is to win the war, which leads to a comprehensive movement of the society, the entire society. So we're not going fast enough, if I understand you. Not fast enough at all. I gathered the GART board, all elected representatives focusing on transportation, and I invited Jean Josel a few days back. He told us, listen, we were at 1.5 or 2, but now we're heading towards 3. And with what happened in Cannes, 20 deaths. With Alex, almost 20 deaths as well, in a region that is very developed. That will happen again. So our house is on fire. Chirac said it. Our house is on fire, and that's not new. And we really need to become aware that this is a situation where... And Al Gore might be right about this. The pressure on us through prices, huge increase in energy prices makes or impacts the entire society. So we cannot continue to spend money and make checks. We need to change our behavior. We need to change our culture. And investment must be made, but in a different manner. We talked about many transportation modes. Can we talk about maritime transportation? Mr. Tinetti, is it possible to decarbonize maritime shipping? It will be difficult. We're on it. We didn't wait until 2022 for this. Just to give you some figures, merchandise shipping is about 10% of CO2 emissions at global level. Maritime transport for merchandise is 3%. It's not nothing. We have a responsibility as a company, but we also have the capacity to transform our value chain.
Il y a différents leviers qu'on active au sein de notre
industrie. We have different levers
in the
CMA-CGM group to decarbonize maritime transport. There's 3 levels. The ships, energy efficiency and hydrodynamics, changing the blades, the engine. So we're working with manufacturers, of course. So we can work on this. We can optimize our operations. We can optimize the routes, the speed, saving fuel. We talk about sobriety. So this is fuel savings, which saves on CO2 emissions too. But the main lever is around fuels, alternative fuels. We are strongly accelerating on this. Our chair, Rodolphe Saadé, talked about creating an energy fund for 1.5 billion euros over 5 years to accelerate on this energy transition, which is crucial. We're talking about transport, but maritime transport as well. We'll have less levers. We won't be able to go from Rotterdam to Singapore with a 400 meters long electric ship. That won't be possible. So we have more constraints when it comes to fuels, and we know we'll be in competition in our industry and with other industries that are trying to decarbonize too. So we're investing, we're innovating, we're collaborating. We must be open to other stakeholders, with energy experts, ENGIE, GRT Gas, who work with us. We have projects with them, because this is in the long term, industrializing, being able to fuel. So we need to scale up at industrial level, do it in the regions, not just in France. So we need partnerships, we need innovation. I think later on we'll hear startup pitching. And this 1.5 billion energy fund will aim at accelerating the scale up and the industrialization of alternative fuels, but also other types of contamination, sulfur, NOx, SOx, or fine particles that are also a major public health issue. So we need to innovate, we need to invest. I could give you a few numbers too. We have some numbers or figures that were released. The cost of global decarbonation is more than 1,000 billion euros by 2050. What period? By 2050 to reach the carbon net zero objective for our group by 2050. So the path also matters, not just the destination.
Le zéro carbone dans le maritime.
Zero carbon in maritime transport is possible. It will be complicated. We assess different energies, different possibilities with energy experts. We assess different solutions because we don't know what resources will be available in 10 years in terms of maturity. We don't know what will be available, so we need to look at all the solutions possible.
Un autre émetteur de CO2, c'est le transport routier.
There's another CO2 emitter which is significant. It's road transport, and there are levers to decarbonize this means of transportation as well. Good morning, everyone. So trucks, we see them on a daily basis, unlike ships. We see the Seine, we see our rivers, and we emit pollution. So we've already been working with the European standards, Euro 3, Euro 4, Euro 5, that have drastically decreased the CO2 emissions, and now we're entering a new approach based on renewable energies. There are several things that already exist today and that are commercialized. So gas and biogas vehicles, that has been a little bit more difficult because of the price of gas recently. So orders have stopped overnight. Because clients were asking them to turn to combustion engines. So that's been difficult. So we are invoicing energy. We look at the bills for gas or diesel, and when there's an increase, well, this means that there's a higher bill for our clients. That's the first point. The second energy are biofuels. We rarely talk about them because it's a transition solution. It's not an ideal solution because it still emits a lot of gas, including CO2. But they reduce CO2 emissions by 60%. They allow us to have lighter infrastructure to implement, and it's a solution that is easy for companies to implement, and it's very efficient and pragmatical. But it is mediatically, in terms of media, it's difficult to explain it because we don't go all out. Then there's electricity, because electric mobility is also something that becomes common in transport sector. We have new vehicles, so there's all the rationale to change. We have 200, 250, 350 kilometers of autonomy for vehicles, so this is about 40% of the market. French market is 60% of trucks that you see on the highway, and 40% of distribution, BTP, waste collection, or where electric vehicles have the autonomy that matches the needs. So now we need to industrialize and find volume to find the right aids so that there's a lower impact on users. I would like to get back to what our Member of Parliament here said. When we have higher taxes or higher costs for the companies, there are two options. So either reducing their margins when they can, which reduces the value in the medium or long term, which means that they will hire less, or they can increase their prices, which has an impact on consumers. You need to see this clearly. When you tax a company, you tax the client, the user. So we need to have a cap on energy for town councils so that they don't have to choose between energy, culture, schools, or hospitals. It's the same for us. We're part of society. We are a living area. So we need to understand that the increase of energy cost or the energy transition cost will have a direct impact on users if we don't have support from public officials. As a member of the European Parliament, do you hear this? You say, we're decarbonizing, we're willing to put in the effort necessary, but taxes, it's not our thing. I think that we have a problem with the word tax, or eco-contribution, as some call it.
Redevance, vous voyez. Le problème de fond, c'est qu'on a les outils.
Problem is that we have the tools, whether we call them tax contribution, the polluter should be paying. Everyone agrees on this. A company, a citizen, everyone agrees on this principle. That said, everyone tries to be in the best position and not pay by using the right word.
J'ai tout noté. Tout d'abord,
I've written everything. So, sir.
Moi aussi. J'ai été dans le Grenelle de l'environnement.
I also took part in the environment Grenelle. Unbelievable. And as an environmentalist, I say so. Incredible, the method, the measures. Concrete example, relaunching railway freight. You can look at the document. This is in 2007. And now it's 2022. And it's written, relaunching railway freight should reach by 2014, I think it was 14%. In 2022, and we're at 9%. And this is where there's a problem. And I think that politicians are responsible, because it's easy to say that it's because of companies. And I can say so, because here we have a collective, which is entitled the Mobility Collective, and I had a colloquium with them last week.
Hippolypo,
which is Hippolypo. You were there.
Vous avez des solutions. Donc moi, je veux bien vous faire un bouclier, vous aider.
There are solutions. I can set a cap. But I will help those who do well and who are exemplary. Why would I help those who
je préfère aider ceux qui traînent par le haut. Donc je vous aide, pas de problème. Deuxième chose.
Not allowing us to reach our goals.
Mais il y a un problème de fond.
Second thing, on the environment, Grenelle. Many companies were super motivated by it. I had never seen such a level of enthusiasm. And then they were disappointed because, first of all, this law was watered down in the Assembly, let's be honest. And then when it comes to implementing it, no one is motivated anymore. Then you're talking about eco-contribution. I don't know how you calculated 4 billion. I was having a look, because I know all of the systems to measure this. We were not supposed to call it eco-tax, but then they called it eco-tax. It was 1.5, so 4 billion. I don't know how you reached this figure. We can check together. Okay, great. Because it's 1.5 billion in all my files. But we agree on the method. What are we waiting for to implement it? And this is where I'm really angry, because we have all the tools at our disposal. And as Louis was saying, we wait another 20 years. So now, let's talk about maritime. You see how I am kind and everything, but I'm actually quite blunt. No, I know this because I am rapporteur for I'm spokesperson for maritime transport at Parliament. So here it's 90% of our goods arrive via maritime transport. It's huge. And France has the best, the coast. We never talk about this. No one talks about seamen, when these are extraordinary activities for the industry of the future. And where we have a problem is that we've tried to give you support, but we sent you to the wrong path. Now we're talking about heavy fuels. So we invented LNG. So be it LNG or heavy fuel, it's still fossil energies. So I say this in a very kind and dynamic way to the maritime sector. Do not make this mistake. LNG, this was a mistake. I will support you on several things. And that's the roadmap of my report that was validated by the European Parliament and European institutions. First thing, we need to support you in terms of infrastructure. We have an infrastructure problem, be it for electric vehicles, ports, or for electric trucks. You cannot invent the state's contribution. I don't know Mr. Castex, but he can knock on the door of my office, because right now, you know what we're doing at European level? We are drawing the widest infrastructure network for the future that will be on hydrogen, on electric energy, and on other renewable energies. This is very important, because maritime transport is the future. There's a roadmap. All ports will be zero emission in the future. So we need to ensure that these ports are on the grid. And I don't hear the government telling me there's something to do here, when this should be a priority. And second thing, and I'm saying this a bit bluntly, I'm saying this to La Tribune because I'm nice. We have the low emission zones, and ships cannot enter these zones if they're not low emission. The Mediterranean is going to be a part of the zone. So your ships, let me tell you this right now, you need to change your ships, and we need to support you, because otherwise I don't know how you're going to do it. So I'm not here to tell you you're the bad guys, you use heavy fuel, etc. That's not what it's about. It's about telling you the maritime sector, do not fall in the same mistake as others. Do not fall into the mistake of first investing in LNG and then in electric. Let's go straight to renewable energies rather than investing twice.
Mais il est d'accord avec moi.
Would you have something to say to Mr. Zanetti? But he agrees with me. She's right. We need infrastructure. We need in ports and terminals, both in France and at European level, or even at world level. Our MP here is right. We need to avoid having engines on when ships are at port. We need, if you want biofuels, we need ammonia, maybe potentially, if we manage to solve the technical problems with this source. But do you have support for this? Because it's what our MP is telling us here. Do you have support from public authorities on this? In some ports, yes, but it's also about local willpower. It's also about local policies. In California, for instance, let me give you an example. It is mandatory to be plugged to the platform. So it means that government have had the will to do that, and we're willing to support this. Let me finish here, Mr. Nabil Bouassi, our journalist. This is very important what he's saying here. We need to have a strategy for mobility and transport policies, because if we let cities do what they want, well, they're going to be in competition. We're going to have 2 tiers in cities and in regions. The state needs to have a strategy. Sorry to cut you off, but we're running out of time. So having a state strategy is the second Grenelle, as you mentioned, that did not reach its goals in terms of railway transport, as you said as well. This is indeed a bit worrying. Everyone agrees around this table to say that we need investment, because we can all give speeches and make empty promises. But following the Grenelle 1, Grenelle 3, we became aware in France of several things. That crisis was
C'est la guerre en même temps.
Pardon?
not anticipated. No one had anticipated the war, the crisis. No, yes. This is not anticipated, but how do we react?
C'était 2014, hein. Il n'y avait pas de guerre là.
But the last one took place in 2014. There was no war at the time. Now we have Ukraine. We have the price of energy that is skyrocketing. I think this is also a war act. What did we do in 1914, in 1939? Well, we reacted. Everyone agrees to say that if we want an environmental transition, we're going to need to invest and not only make promises. So you said that, sir, and Madam Member of Parliament reasserted it as well. When we look at a system which is virtuous, such as the railway sector, it is no coincidence that I mentioned this. Look at what we do to make it positive and continue to make it a virtuous cycle. And if I go and see the Swiss, there are only 9 million of them. They can make the greatest network in Europe in a matter of a few years. But we cannot do Lyon-Torino in years. We cannot create a railway that connects 2 of the founding countries of Europe. Now let's have a look at what the Germans do. Last week I was at Innotrans and I was discussing with the German Minister for Transport who loves France and speaks French. They're going to invest more than 90 billion. For real. Then I have a look at what the Italians do. There was the Italian ambassador there as well, and she was telling me, oh, Germany, it's great, but we understand. So we're going to invest more than 120 billion on railways alone. So I turn to my government and I say, so how much?
Monsieur Farandou demande 100 milliards, je crois. Le PDG de la SNCF.
I think that the head of the SNCF, the French railway company, wants 100 billion. I think we need 10 billion a year for 10 years if we want to be if we want to be at the right level. Because right now we are in decline. If we pay the price, if we don't want to have to pay the price later, we need to invest. Everything that Louis Nègre is saying is true, but there are measures that are stronger and stronger at European level. We see that the Germans now have climate fines so that people change their behavior, their climate tickets, rather, so that people can take the train. In Luxembourg, everything is free. Well, they have more money than we do, but the last thing I want to say, and this is where I want to sound a cautionary alarm, if we don't take care of railways, it's going to be a catastrophe, both for the climate and for jobs. Because in the railway sector, just like in other sectors, we have an age pyramid. We see that today we don't have bus drivers for school buses. It's crazy. And we don't say so about a railway sector, but we need train drivers. We need people for freight transport. We're lucky in France we have the European Agency of Railways, and yet we don't have any schools to train to the jobs of the future. On digital, I've been also conveying this idea for many years. In 2 to 3 years, many people are going to retire. What are we going to do? I wanted to give the floor to Mr. Marjan. For the state's action, do you agree on this diagnosis? There's a lot of good intentions, but not much action.
Mon ami Hippolito dit on ne peut pas taxer, on ne peut pas le transport. C'est pas vrai.
We don't want to, they say that we don't want to tax transport, but our people to the left, in light of the planet issues, they've increased their prices 100%. That hasn't changed the problems, the environmental problems, and that's made them richer, is what has happened. Today, they have 140 billion euros of profits, which is exceptional. So the transport sector needs to contribute. I think that it's great that it's more expensive to use international transport because it can decrease this unbridled globalization. But you want to tax the people who create added value in Europe rather than the people who import. I think that this is a mistake. So price, we can all pay the price. The problems in the transport sector for the past 25 years is that it's not expensive enough. Why isn't it expensive? Why is it too expensive? Because roads are very competitive. Because we've done social dumping. We have horrible working conditions now. So we need to pay the price, and we will have less goods to transport, and it will be more local. I'm a bit shocked when I hear that we have terrible working conditions. We've improved the working conditions of truck drivers. The social pact took place 4 years ago, and it took prices down. I think it's not very ethical to say that, but I'm not going to enter this debate. I agree that road transport is far too competitive for one single reason, which is that the price is 1,000% lower than it should be. That's the reality, because when you look at the operational results of companies, they're either in the red or they're at 0.5% above zero. So if we revalued it, we would have an increase by 30 to 40% of prices by road transport. Users and clients would be able to see that, and then companies would be able to improve the conditions of their workers. But the reality is that we have millions of buyers, so it's more difficult to act on prices. And there's European competition because we don't have the same social regulations in Europe. Either there are many foreign trucks that use our infrastructure and our roads without creating value. And I think they're the ones who are destroying values rather than French companies with their working conditions. So that was just to react on this point. There's a topic on urban logistics. Households no longer have cars, but people get their goods delivered. So in Paris, we see that people don't have cars, and yet goods transport has boomed by a third in a year. So COVID has accelerated this as well. It's a change in structure. We can say that it's not environmentally friendly to buy online, but people tend to do it more and more. Rather than fighting against these behaviors because it's not our role as a company, we say, well, we have more to deliver, let's do it with decarbonized transport. So now the last mile is being decarbonized completely. So these are not mature uses and mature markets, but we have utility vehicles that are more and more electric. We have also different decarbonized transport systems in cities. I used to be a dealer for trucks, and now I am a cargo bike dealer. And what matters here is both mobility and infrastructure. If you don't have a logistical hub which is well located, which has the right infrastructure to receive all of the parcels, there will be no profitable business for anyone. So it's about developing tools and solutions, and it's about having the infrastructure at the heart of cities that is adapted to the mobility of the future. That's a question for elected officials, these hubs.
Je rejoins totalement cette analyse-là.
I entirely agree with this analysis. We're talking about the last mile.
Qui pose problème à tout le monde.
And this is a problem for everyone. Because we're all fighting to be in charge of this last mile, and we're at the beginning of this transformation at the heart of our cities. So if we produce this can be problematic because it's just anything goes, it's not structured. So the state decided to get a hold of this, and they created a workshop which is with Anne-Marie Idrac and the GATT. She's a specialist in this field. So with all researchers and all of the stakeholders of road transport, we're going to make sure that we can bring some control to this field. We need to encourage people to use decarbonized transport systems rather than having this
aller vers un mot de conclusion.
complete mess that we have today. Karima, you have 30 seconds to conclude. This is booming. And at one point, the last mile, well, the competition is going to be fierce. We need to admit it. And we need to ensure that it's not anything goes, as you say. This is why there are digital platforms that are making this competition fierce. And some people do not respect social conditions, which is why we need European regulations, and that's underway. Earlier, you were talking about the carbon tax. I like to answer when people attack me. It's smart, but it's also polite. So regarding the tax at the borders, we know that we are faced with global competition. The carbon tax at our borders is the first step to say to Asian people to send a strong message. But it's not going to be sufficient, which is why we need to say that we need to work on e-commerce, because everyone is starting to order online with their smartphones, etc. Yes, but we're killing our cities. They're going to die because of e-commerce and digital sales. So we need to make sure that we protect these stores. Cargo bikes are going to be a major aspect of the solution. For the first time, we are drawing the industrial strategy for bikes. In 5 years, no single bike in Europe will be made or assembled on the other side of the earth. Everything will be done in Europe. And you see, when Europe is doing great things, we need to praise them. A few words to conclude. I also wanted to remind
humaine dans tout ça et du collaborateur. Nous, on est un groupe de 150 collaborateurs globalement dans le monde.
Humans and collaborators in this. This is a business project. When we decided that decarbonization was our chief priority in our strategy, and it's the case for us, and in other companies, this is about transforming our company. It's a collective project. As employers, we need to inform them and support them. We're talking about lifelong training. We're launching a program on climate to know the challenges, knowing the impact, so that everyone can have them in mind, whether they're HR, whether they're in finance. And we want to remain optimistic, and this is why we want to pool all the energy of collaborators behind this project.
Rapidement.
Mr. Mangeard, briefly.
Sur lequel on rebondit par le blabla. Moi, j'ai une seule chose à faire.
Just to exit these debates, we need to ensure that citizens and companies have the way to measure their CO2 emissions. Because we keep having theories on this, but on the 1st of July 2022, a law was passed, and it requires each and everyone to identify, measure, and reduce their CO2 emissions. And once we've done this, we can do what our MP here was saying: polluter will pay, and not transporter. It's not for transporter to pay. It's depending on the measures and on the CO2 emissions that they will have emitted. There will be taxed. And they will thus naturally choose transporters that are environmentally friendly. I half agree with this, which is progress. Citizens need to understand that when they buy something, it's been transported. And today, we don't value this, we don't take this into account. When we buy pasta, when we buy something online, the price of transport is secondary. And we don't see the value, the environmental aspect of this. So whether you're delivered by an entrepreneur, which is on the black market, or if it's by a cargo bike, the price of transport is the same today, and it's not normal. I think it would be interesting to identify this for consumers, to identify the price of transport for consumers, and it should be more expensive if it's polluting. And this would be a virtuous cycle where those who play ball and who try to be environmentally friendly are supported. Yeah, 20 seconds. We've talked about Europe, the planet. I'm the delegate president with Christian Estrosi at the metropolitan area. If we want decarbonization to become widespread, to become business as usual, we need to do the same as the metropolitan area. We're changing all of our fleet of buses, which we now have tramways, we now have railways. We inaugurated in Cannes a multimodal hub for Nice, Côte d'Azur. We are in touch with the airport where they are really deploying efforts and multiplying efforts. We are decarbonizing. We're going all out, and we really hope that we will win this war.
Ça commence comme ça, par des gens qui veulent changer les choses. Une maman qui choisit d'acheter des produits locaux directement aux producteurs. Une famille qui éco-rénove sa maison. Des gens qui créent des lieux pour faire vivre leur région et relier les générations. Des jeunes qui passent à l'électrique. Et une banque qui leur en donne les moyens. Ça commence comme ça, et ça s'emballe. Ça ira loin. Individuellement, ça ne semble pas grand-chose. Mais ensemble, c'est quelque chose de grand. Au Crédit Agricole, on sait que seul, on ne peut pas changer les choses. Mais si on soutient un par un chacun de nos 25 millions de clients, ensemble, on y arrivera.
On poursuit ces tables rondes autour de la décarbonation.
Let's continue our roundtable on decarbonizing transportation. Let's talk about modernity and transformation. With me, I have Edouard Hinault, General Director for Transdev, Marlène Dolvec, General Director for SNCF Gare et Connexion.
Vincent Lemaire, vous êtes président de Safra, un fabricant de bus à hydrogène. On peut...
CEO of Safra, Hydrogen Bus
Stéphane Priani, bonjour, vous êtes directeur général de Crédit Agricole Consumer Finance.
General Director for
et
Crédit Agricole,
fondateur
Finance,
et président de Hype,
and the director
la compagnie
and founder of Hype, a taxi company that works on hydrogen.
Je voulais commencer peut-être avec vous, Monsieur Hinault, sur.
I wanted to start with you, Mr. Hinault.
C'est vrai que quand on pense au à
when we think about decarbonizing mobility, we immediately think about public transportation. But even in that area, there are possibilities to decarbonize bus fleets, for example?
Alors, vous avez raison. Alors, une petite précision, on avait...
You're right. Just a clarification. Earlier we had Mr. Negre.
Juste rappeler quelque chose d'assez simple.
Just a simple reminder. 83% of kilometers driven from home to work are done in car. And only 11% of commuting kilometers are driven through public transportation. So there is already a significant maneuver margin. And also when it comes to technological innovation. What I thought was really interesting in this roundtable is that we are demonstrating that we need a large range of stakeholders through technology for Safran, us with Marlène and Mr. De Hype for service innovation, and also fundings, a need for fundings to carry out the transition. So this is an ecosystem which is necessary to innovate in mobility and transportation. The only missing person is Louis Negre, because in public transportation we need the governments who organize mobility, who give a roadmap for public policy in that area. We won't innovate without each other, and we need to co-construct.
Le deuxième message, c'est qu'effectivement, transformer la flotte dans le transport public.
Transforming the fleet in public transportation is crucial.
Si on prend le marché français,
if you look at the French market, most vehicles are diesel vehicles, so we need to transform those vehicles into other energy-based vehicles. We have Safra here. Historically, we have developed partnerships with Safra to have hydrogen buses in the transportation network. In Lens, for example, with 6 of them. In Auxerre, with 5 of them. In the Toulouse airport, we have 4 hydrogen buses. And we see that we're being more than proactive these days. We have a project for 14 hydrogen vehicles in Rouen, 18 in Le Havre, to create regular lines. And does it work well in Lens? Well, we are on a learning curve for innovation. We need to design, understand the ecosystem, the automation, how to manage that. We might not be as lucky as Toyota, but ultimately we see that we are becoming mature and that we are able to have regular lines working on hydrogen. Then we need the supply, we need the hydrogen to be green. So there are many criteria to succeed, but if we don't take the first steps, then we won't get there. Another aspect is electromobility. We have gone much further, that's hydrogen, but also battery. And when it comes to batteries, let's take the example of the Nice Metropole. We have electrical cars outside of the airport. We're working with the Nice airport to have electrical vehicles on the tarmac. But today, there are networks with several hundreds of vehicles in Transdev. There's 2,000 electric vehicles driving every day, transporting 11 million passengers, mainly on electric. Let's take another example, Bogota. It's very impressive. We just rolled out 400 electric vehicles around the Transmilenio, which is a road subway system in Bogota. All of them are electric. We know how to make it work. Here, for the Aix, Toulon, and Avignon bus lines, they're fully electric, more than 100,000 kilometers. These are regular lines. People are happy with comfortable coaches, which can be a complementary solution to railroads. Mr. Mayor, we talked about hydrogen buses. recently, the government made announcements on developing hydrogen and publicly supporting hydrogen. So far, we felt like the authorities were unsure about hydrogen. Are you happy with the announcement from the Prime Minister? It's true. France is being particularly proactive on hydrogen. 9 billion euros investments are planned for this technology because it makes sense in those times where we need to fight global warming, but also from a financial perspective. We have know-how in France with major energy stakeholders, transportation companies, SMEs that innovate, and I'm one of them, Safran. We've been working for 10 years on designing hydrogen buses. We are rolling out now and accelerating. We have a coming new wave of investment, a significant one. So, of course, public support is important, and it adds up to private investment. It also follows rules. We have European rules. We have the region, the municipality, and have obligations to buy zero-emission vehicles through battery, hydrogen. They probably complement each other depending on the use. Hydrogen being quite easy to use and good autonomy. So it's an interesting vehicle for urban driving, but also extra-urban. We're talking about hydrogen urban. Mathieu Gardis, with HYPE, you were innovators when you launched this taxi company that only uses hydrogen. Have we reached a level where we consider hydrogen as a viable and sustainable technology? Yes, we started quite early during COP21 in 2015, 7 years ago, by creating this first only hydrogen taxi fleet. We wanted to have zero emissions solutions, and we thought that hydrogen was one of the solutions that could be adapted to certain uses of taxi. In 2015, we started, but nobody really cared. Hydrogen was not very in trend. We had 5 vehicles, which was the largest fleet in Europe. Now this amounts to billions of euros in France, Europe, and the world. And this makes us realize that energy transition won't happen without hydrogen. And there are major industrial opportunities that we should seize at European or French level. So we are indeed becoming aware of the benefits of the hydrogen solution, which has changed a lot. However, nothing is done. We still need to write this narrative and support investment plans. You introduced us as a taxi company. That's how people know us. That's the tip of the iceberg. But our project is larger than this. We really want to have a platform of zero-emission solution, but an integrated platform. So that's for use, taxi, but also infrastructure, distribution, and sometimes production. And we need to be very pragmatic and determine how to accelerate. And we thought that taxis were a good market to get started and to level up in order to create a distribution network so that other mobilities can benefit from it. And we saw it during the previous roundtable. These industries might not have the same opportunities as taxis. We have a platform in the Île-de-France region. We aim at having 26 distribution stations by 2024, and we're already working on other mobilities, such as the final kilometer logistics. We bought a company called Last Mile, which focuses on the last mile use. French manufacturers are launching new systems that are hybrid with hydrogen and rechargeable batteries, and we think this is the right platform. We talked about triporters. Hydrogen can be a solution. There's a regional SME called Pragma that manufactures hydrogen bikes. In Issy-les-Moulineaux, we are going to open our first Hype station, and they are working on this type of three-wheeled covered bicycles, which we need along with buses, taxis, bikes, etc.
Votre réponse, c'est pas seulement le taxi, c'est
the solution is not just taxis, but an ecosystem of solutions through infrastructures. Talking about infrastructures, there's also railroads. Does the SNCF has a role in decarbonizing mobility? Well, first of all, I'm happy that this forum is called Accelerating. Last year we were talking about cooperation, but acceleration is really a demonstration that there is a general consensus, momentum, and we should highlight this. Yes, SNCF Gare et Connexion has a role. We manage the infrastructure of the 3,000 train stations in France, and when I hear people talking about hubs and infrastructures, we certainly are part of the solution. What are train stations? We have 3,000 train stations throughout France, relating people, creating a connection between people, which is the backbone. That's what the minister said. She said the railroads were the backbone of mobility, and I'm fully convinced of this, because when one goes to a train station, it's to catch a train, and trains are the most decarbonized transportation solution. And actually we're seeing that train bookings were huge over the summer, so we're seeing this movement. And if we really want to accelerate, then we must also be able to adapt infrastructure. So my job is to adapt infrastructures, therefore our 3,000 train stations. And Louis Nègre said it earlier, we need to work on intermodality, making sure that the value chain from start to finish is easy, and that the last mobility mile is accessible through trains, trams, light trains, light shuttles, taxis, bikes.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait donc dans cette infrastructure? Alors oui, on
So what to do with the infrastructure?
We
set up electric charging stations for cars, hydrogen stations, but couldn't train stations become a hub, a environmental station, service station? Earlier, we said that hydrogen was developing, that we're not sure yet how to set it up. So I'm very interested in the innovations you're talking about. I love the idea of hydrogen taxis, but how can we integrate this at the heart of our stations? Biofuels. Earlier, there was a bit of criticism around biofuels, but why not? And electric cars, charging stations. What's best than having the possibility to write charging station or station in your GPS to charge your car? Because it's quite easy to find. So we really need to work on infrastructures that can become a hub, some sort of service station, but also favoring intermodalities around train stations through the possibility to park your bike in a secured manner. Thanks to the LOM law, the announcement from the government, we'll have 90,000 secured parking stations for bicycles by 2025, 25-26. So, compared to where we were 4 years ago, I must say that this is phenomenal acceleration. We're very happy, and I'll stop on this.
Il y a un autre acteur très important.
Another
des nouveaux usages,
important stakeholders when it comes to innovations are the banks.
Votre rôle
Mr. Priami,
cette transformation
how does your role participate in this change of uses and mobility?
Pour vous expliquer
Hello.
ce que je fais, vous connaissez tous le Crédit Agricole dans son aspect.
You all know the Crédit Agricole at local level, banking agencies, etc. I represent a company that works on consumption credit in 18 countries, and that amounts to 100 billion euros given or lended to customers to buy objects, fridge, kitchen, windows, and cars, of course. So, of course, we're at the forefront to participate in the environmental transition through different aspects, be in funding energy transition for companies, but also agriculture, which we haven't mentioned much. This is an industry that is also decarbonizing a lot, and we need to work on individuals. First, housing. If it's not well insulated, you need to improve insulation, which needs to be funded.
Aller avec tous les budgets, y compris ceux des plus modestes.
And that must adapt to people's budgets. Then there's everything around general consumption. I talked about fridges, TVs. It's quite basic, but we need to understand what it will look like, how long they will last, can they be repaired. So we need, of course, to favor funding of what is cheap, sustainable, repairable, and part of circular economy. We need to do this as much as possible, or else we are not serving our citizens and our clients. Finally, there's one last aspect, which is mobility. 5 years ago, if you bought a car, you got a credit, sold it in second hand, and bought a new one. This is over. We have a revolution in behaviors. People don't want to own, and they want to use. Buying makes less sense. The green revolution, hybrid or green cars. People don't know what it will be worth in 5 years. How much is a car worth when it has 500 kilometers autonomy, when in 5 years it will be much more? So the question is whether people need to own the car or just have it during the weekend or the holiday. So we need to be able to do short-term rental, but if you want to do this in August, everybody wants one. So we need to have leasing systems, having charging stations, etc. And what the Crédit Agricole wants to do is be a leader in Europe, creating a continuum. In the future, people will want to be able to use a vehicle, and it's up to us to try and find the right solutions for this. Final thing, at Crédit Agricole, we have 150,000 employees. If we want people to talk about this in the field, to be proactive and talk about this to customers, we must help them. In the Nice Crédit Agricole, all employees will be supported in buying electric cars, which is very important because
vous êtes en train de devenir un opérateur de mobilité.
You're becoming a mobility operator. You're no longer a bank. Is that what you're saying?
À partir du début de l'année prochaine.
Yes. Starting next year, we will have Drivalia agencies which will rent cars for a short term, 1 day, 1 week, a month. They will sell subscriptions to get a pre-booked car once a month, or you can rent an electric vehicle, and 1 month or 3 weeks per year you can rent a heavier vehicle, maybe a fossil fuel one, to go on holiday. Because people's lives are changing.
Nouveaux usages, il y a une expérience assez intéressante qu'on appelle le MaaS, Mobility as a Service.
This new concept, which is MaaS, Mobility as a Service.
Faire de l'intermodalité. Et vous, chez Transdev, vous avez
that is intermodality. And at Transdev, you were the first in implementing this a year ago in Saint-Étienne.
Alors ça marche très bien à Helsinki, qui a été la première ville au monde.
It worked really well in Helsinki, the first city to implement this system. With just one app, you can go everywhere by scooter, subway, tram, with one same app.
Jamais aller sur 4 ou 5 applications, c'est une nouvelle expérience.
That's a new experience. How does it work in France?
Alors c'est très pratique. D'abord, à Saint-Étienne, vous l'avez dit, dans la métropole, c'est que c'est
So as you said it,
et donc aujourd'hui, il y a
in Saint-Étienne, we have 400,000 inhabitants, and that's one solution for all mobility options, be it carpooling, parking,
partage aussi de véhicules,
car sharing,
les vélos à assistance électrique,
electric
les vélos en libre service,
bicycles,
évidemment le tramway,
tram, of course,
de l'agglomération.
and the buses.
Rassemblés sur une application.
All of this is in one single app on your phone. It's quite basic.
Le challenge, c'est à la fois d'offrir une solution.
But the challenge here is to provide a pleasant experience that can help you predict your itinerary, get all the options, and pay per use. So that also includes payment.
On fait un peu le bilan en quelques chiffres.
And just to give you some figures, more than 260,000 people downloaded the app. That's almost half of the local population. More than 26,000 daily users, 2.3 million trips were processed through this app.
Et c'est un usage qui a triplé par rapport à la
and it's being used 3 times more than it was first released. So this is a Transdev innovation.
Qui s'appelle Cityway.
With Cityway, we wanted
sur la logique de masse et en tant qu'opérateur avoir ce regard
scale up
qui est très pratique en fait
and have a very pragmatic
de simplifier son voyage parce
that can help simplify trips. Because that's what we're looking for. And this is a local solution, not a national solution, because you need to include the whole local ecosystem. Earlier we talked about hype. I remember when you launched the project, and back then it gave us many ideas. Getting the buses depot closer to the landfill and the waste treatment plant. And this way we will be able to produce electricity through an electrolyzer to supply energy to hubs at Transdev, for yourself or for Île-de-France Mobility. So we see that there is current stimulation and that it's at local level that we can succeed. What we want is people to get more transportation options. And let me add something. We need to do this at metropole level, but beyond too. Because if we want to have a positive impact on decarbonization mobility, we must be able not only to reach city centers, because they already have public transportation solutions. It's a little easier. But we need to reach people who drive 40 kilometers per day when they commute from home to work. And we should reach also what we call the periphery, which has 2 benefits. We will create transportation networks. We see that the use of cars is not decreasing despite high energy prices. This might also indirectly relate to the COVID crisis. So we need to bring those solutions to the extra-urban areas in order to provide an alternative to using cars for those who own 1 or 2 cars to just use one. To gain time, let me give you an example. We have 2 lines, one between Créon and Bordeaux, one between Massy and Christouforge, and those who use public transportation, 2 stairs buses with a 5 minutes frequency.
Aller chercher les solutions ferroviaires structurantes, eh bien, ces gens-là, ils économisent 11 heures par mois.
These people save 11 hours commute time per month, and they also save up to 300 euros per month. So there's an impact on purchasing power, and we need to make sure that it's easy to use, which goes through integrating them in an app. Mr. Mayor, you said it when we prepared the roundtable. You said that public transportation was crucial for this change. Yes, we've said it. We mainly all use an individual car, often alone in our car, and that's bad. We know we need to change that. So, yes, public transportation will be the solution in the future. Soon we won't be able to enter the cities with a car. So we will move to public transportation. We will need the material, we'll need it to be attractive, because a car is very comfortable, so we'll need it to be comfortable, a place where you can work. So we need to develop this, and we need clean, zero-emission vehicles, which is our offer. So far, we worked a lot on urban vehicles, but now we are also working on innovation for interurban vehicles. So that's a different type of vehicles. We're working on a project with retrofit, which is to transform a diesel vehicle into a zero-emission vehicle. We're working on a big order. The Occitanie region has placed a large order for this project, which is a virtuous cycle, transforming a vehicle, making it last longer, rather than putting one to the trash and building a new one. So we're working on this project while also working on a new interurban vehicle that aims at responding to those challenges when it comes to urban mobility. So we're talking about apps, new behaviors, carpooling, etc. But if there's no infrastructure to welcome those new uses, it can happen. If you don't have the infrastructure to charge your car, to pick up people, to carpool, etc., it won't work. You're at the heart of this transformation at SNCF, correct? Yes, indeed. We all agree. Railroads are the backbone of this new mobility, I repeat. And in this improvement of mobility, because I'm really in favor of increasing mobility, without carbon, of course. Yes, indeed, we are at the heart of the system with our 3,000 stations, but in the future we could have 6,000, 9,000. If we work. When we talked about this earlier, it's easier in large metropoles. We talked about the Nice airport with a multimodal network, with the airport, with the city of Nice, but there's also the countryside, the rural areas, which have some issues when it comes to access to transportation, and rail transporters are working on autonomous shuttles,
jusqu'à chez vous, voire proche de chez vous. Et on est en train de conceptualiser avec notre filiale d'architecture.
And we are working with our architecture team on those new stations that could be augmented bus stations that can reach that final mile in mobility.
I entirely agree. We need to have apps that allow to find users.
On voit quand même que sur ces sujets-là, autant sur dans certains domaines, on a tous les mêmes applications.
We all have the same apps.
On les a tous
We've all
utilisées.
tried them at
On voit bien
least.
que sur ce
But we see
domaine-là,
that for this
il y a une application
field,
de la SNCF qui
there's an SNCF app.
de plus en plus
They've tried to improve it as much as possible. They've tried to provide an itinerary door to door.
Mais on sent bien encore que cet usage n'est pas totalement pris.
This is not something that is fully taken into account, and what we also need to bear in mind, I know that some people are working on this as well, it's that we need to have a decarbonized itinerary from point A to point B on an app. And stations also have their own apps
de trouver les points d'intermodalité
that allow to find intermodality hubs. So stations, of course, are at the heart of this system. I am convinced of this, and I hope that I've convinced you as well.
Mathieu?
Are you convinced, Mathieu? I'm convinced by stations and by trains. As for hydrogen, I think that trains also need to go to use hydrogen. It's a decision that is complicated to take and that is taking time to be made. But if some regions decided to invest in hydrogen trains, this would have a massive impact directly on the whole on the whole sector, and we would provide our capacities where trains would have to load up. But I think that the app is important as well. I think we don't need, we shouldn't think of it as a silver bullet. Technological innovation is also how can we ensure that things accelerate and take place. We need to understand how clients work. What are the levers that will convince them to accelerate their decarbonization or not. I'm delighted to hear what Transdev just told us. Just having a few cars with a funny color in Paris, this has raised awareness among people. We need to do things, and this is what is going to allow for a shift. So let's lead by example. Let's take risks. And this will trigger an acceleration. Let's always have our client in mind. Who's our client? What do they want? We're taxi drivers. If they want a Tesla, let's give them a Tesla. If they want a Zoe, let's give them a Zoe. But in 98% of cases, they will use it, but they don't want to rent a car for their holidays for now. They need to have a car which is as functional as their diesel today, and they're not going to want to bother to see where they're going to charge it. So we consider that our clients don't want to buy their hydrogen car if they're taxi drivers. They don't want to think of where they're going to charge it, and they're going to pay a rent, a monthly rent, which is about the same as what they're paying today. And for clients using taxis, we also think that they have a part to play. They need to shake things up. It's society that uses mobility services or logistical services to obtain their goods. So we have a possibility to make things change. And we were saying with our road transporters that it's not for them to pay the price, it's the final client, it's the end consumer who needs to shoulder responsibilities and to choose solutions that are better. It's not our case at Hype. We need to ensure that some clients allowed to lose a bit of margin on the logistical aspect so that we can be fully decarbonized. And there are clients who are willing to do that right away. We are building true solutions so that final clients can say, I make this choice because it's easy, you've prepared it for me, and we can step things up. It's interesting you're asking about the economic model behind new uses. Stéphane Triami, that's your job, to strike the right balance between the business model of new users. Is there one, first of all, and will it be valid tomorrow as well in light of the context, the increase in interest rates, the increase in the price of cars. There's an economic model, of course, otherwise we wouldn't do that, and it wouldn't work. It's a rather traditional economic model. There's a long-term allowance for individuals. It's been around for 30 years for big fleets, so it's not something, it's not a major risk that we're taking. Regarding the access to things, you're right. It needs to be accessible to taxi drivers and others. We need to talk about low-emission areas. It's something that's going to happen. We have no choice. And it's going to take place between 2023 and 2025, and it will finish in 2030. So any French person will have to have a vehicle which abides by low-emission standards. So between 8 and 10 million vehicles will need to be changed in the 3 to 5 years to come. This is massive. Of course, even among the poorest, they will have to do that. I understand things because it's in my sector, but I think that the layman still doesn't understand, doesn't know who will have to change their cars, at which point, etc. So we now have an app where people, if they enter their working place, their house, the place where their parents live, etc., they will know when they will have to change their car, if they will have to go through a low-emission area. Second level of accessibility, you need to be able to offer vehicles that are affordable and that can enter these zones, these low-emission areas. Otherwise, there will be major social problems. So we tried the social leasing, so electric cars being leased for less than 100 euros a month. It's extremely complicated, but it's possible. There were debates this week on the part played by the state, etc. There are people who suggested 3 to 4 vehicles, including 3 electric cars. There will be electric cars in social leasing? Yes. And lastly, third level of accessibility is territories. What can a driver do when they're 30 kilometers away from the big city where they work? They're going to have to continue to have a vehicle so long as it's still allowed, a diesel one or decarbonized. So what do they do if they need to go downtown for medical appointment, to take their kids there? So there should be a system for rural areas to see how we can have electric cars. So making this universal and accessible to everyone is a key problem. Otherwise, we're going to have second category citizens, those who are lucky to have access to cities and those who not only don't have access, but it's going to be costly for them. And so this is key. Accessibility is a key topic, and I don't know if we can only count on the state. We also need to shoulder responsibilities and find solutions. This is a question I wanted to ask you at Transdev. You work with local areas. Does this business model also depend on subsidies from the state or locally? To develop innovation, of course, we depend on it. To decarbonize vehicles for public transport as well. Let me give you an example, which is more European. At Göteborg in Sweden, we're very proud because we now have the first green funding available for the transition from conventional buses to electric buses, so 300 of them. And with the BUI, we have a green funding to the tune of 117 million euros. This was an investment because in Sweden it's more the operator that invests rather than local authorities. So we have means to support this, and the profile of companies also need to change so that we can have access to this green funding. So this is a rather virtuous system as well. On all things linked to innovation, of course, we have sources of funding, we have call for projects, we have call for candidacies. We told Clément Beaune, our minister, to have a call for projects on express buses, coaches, so that they can enter cities, because if there are only electric vehicles, of course, there are going to be traffic jams. There are always traffic jams, but we need to find solutions to solve these traffic jams at the entrance of big cities. So these are coaches that are express. They have their own lanes, and we can bring a lot of people at the heart of cities thanks to this. A major example in Europe is that of Madrid, where they have buses coming from 60 kilometers away with a central lane in the morning, and then they take the same lane in the evening, and they have 400,000 people coming to the center of Paris every day. You have a single escalator, and you can take the metro right there where the bus drops you in Madrid. So everything is well organized. And I think that this is what we need to aim for. We were talking about hydrogen buses earlier. The hydrogen plan took place in Normandy. We've built the retrofit of a diesel car. We've done this very quickly in 6 to 7 months. So here again, competition is a boost because it allows us to go further, to be stronger, and to have more competitive solutions at the end of the day. And now we have the last compliance certification, which is underway, and we will have Vernon-Rouen, Évreux-Rouen rather, because there's an ecosystem of hydrogen stations in that area locally. We are going to monitor this system. It's first globally to have a regular line to retrofit diesel and make them hydrogen. It's a first globally, and we want to make sure that passengers have access to it. We have less than a minute. Can you conclude, maybe, Mrs. Dolbeck? Yes, I think that
je sens là qu'on fait tous qu'on a une grande volonté de faire preuve
we're all willing to be exemplary collectively on the matter of mobility.
C'est absolument fondamental dans un pays comme la France.
In a country like France, it is absolutely crucial, and we all need mobility for our day.
Dans les grandes métropoles, partout sur le territoire, pour trouver du travail.
Everywhere on the territory, we need mobility to find work, to study. And I think that more than ever, things are stepping up, and we need innovation. And innovation is not so obvious at the time because it's very fast, happening very fast. New concepts are evolving very quickly. Every time we meet a new speaker, like here today, when we listen to one another, we have new information, and this is both extremely complex and extremely stimulating. But what I will take home from this is that in France, collectively on mobility, we are willing to get there, to reach our goals. Thank you very much. This is the end of our roundtable. Thank you all.
Bonjour, je suis ravie de vous retrouver pour cette
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to join you for this fifth iteration of the Transition Forum. I'm delighted to be with you, and I see the evolution of this forum year on year and the innovations that are presented here and that are incredible, and you will see this right away because I have 4 startups around me that are changing our mobility on a daily basis. And I have a little surprise for you, because with BPI, which is now shedding light on startups, we decided to hand out trophies. So one of you will have this beautiful trophy, which is right next to us, and which was designed by Richard Galinsky.
Vous voyez, c'est pas mal.
So you see, it's not bad.
Reconnaissance et de notre admiration.
Aside from all of our admiration and recognition. So one of you will go home with this beautiful trophy. So here we have Adrien Aumont. Good morning. I met him right at the beginning as he was still a baby when he co-founded Kiss Kiss Bank Bank. And today you're back on the forefront with a mobility solution which is very nice and which is going to make us want to take the train. You will have 2 minutes to convince us, each of you. Caroline Barbie, thank you, a woman. There are more and more women entrepreneurs, so please give her a round of applause. I'm happy to see women in startups. So you are the head of Padam, which is a non-demand transport system. You'll tell us more about this in a few minutes. Bruno Linsolis, good morning. You offer an environmentally friendly alternative to urban transport. It's beautiful. I've seen the design. I don't know how you call it. Can we say it's a truck? Or yes, it's a truck for urban transport. And Amaury Kornilov, good morning. Thank you for being here. And you are the head of Z-Way, which is a company of electric scooters. So you can park without having to take a ticket, because now in Paris it's 35 euros a day to park if you are not electric. So, Adrien, can you tell us about our company? You don't have to stand up, because I'm told that if we go at the center of the circle, we fall, and I don't know where you end up. So maybe it's teleportation. I'll be on the other side of Europe. Well, that's anyway what we're offering with Midnight Train, because our ambition is to launch, again, night transport, making it the most sustainable and nicer and greener transport system. Great airline companies tell us that they'll be decarbonized by 2050, but many scientists and researchers tell us it's not possible, so we'll have to be more patient. So today, if you want to travel on distance of 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers, it's almost impossible. You can only go to Brussels, Amsterdam from Paris. If you want to go to Milan, Barcelona, Nice potentially, but we need to travel far. And Night Train is the solution for this. And there's a wonderful imaginary landscape around this. But since the Orient Express at the end of the 19th century and 20th century, it's a product that has been degraded over time to end up being a disgusting product. Nobody wants to take a night train these days. So whereas we consider that night trains can be the product of the future again, and we need to make it enchanting again. So we have good insulation, we have good mattresses, a beautiful bar, and it's a digital experience to make it seamless, your travel and life on board, to make it competitive compared to the price of a plane ticket, which is very low even if it's going up in the months to come, but maybe they will have to continue to go up. And there's also a hidden cost in plane tickets, because you also have to pay for your metro tickets all the way to the airport, etc. And we want to make it connected, because we'll start with a Paris-Venice in 2024, but then we want to be everywhere in Europe, and we will have it for Nice in 2025. Thank you, Adrien. Caroline, can you tell us about Padam? Yes, give her a round of applause. And please connect to their website to have a look at what it looks like.
sa première grosse levée de fonds. Donc,
and Adrian did not finish its great first crowdfunding, so feel free to go and meet him also at the end of this roundtable. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to talk about mobility, of course. There's one topic today which is problematic both for regions, towns, transporters, and those who want sustainable transport. It's empty buses that run around town all day. So we created an on-demand digital system for transport. So we want to ensure that suburban areas are connected to communities. So what is on-demand transport? It's a dynamic public transport system. We used to have buses that had to follow an itinerary and precise timing. Now with on-demand transport, it's over. Vehicles will only
Donc en fait, tout l'intérêt pour
go on the road if passengers ask for it. So there's a booking system ahead of the travel. This will allow our system to optimize itineraries and routes depending on the demands. And the goal here is to reduce the number of kilometers to the minimum and to avoid empty buses. There are two key figures I would like to tell you about. First of all, on-demand transport is 3 times cheaper than a set bus line. And in a peri-urban area, we've noticed that this on-demand transport has allowed 10% of the population to get rid of their cars, individual cars. So since 2014, we deployed on about 100 towns in France and abroad. And we've grown significantly for the past year and a half, ever since we became a part of the Siemens Group. To conclude very briefly, the goal of PADM is to optimize mobility offers for towns, regions, transporters, and private companies, and mostly depending on the needs of end clients who are passengers. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Donc Bruno Incentis,
Bruno, can you tell us about Incentis in a few minutes? We're a team of engineers. And in light of the traffic and the urban deliveries, we took on the challenge to redesign what an urban delivery truck looks like, so heavy delivery. So today, when we have a look at vehicles throughout the world, when it's more than 1 ton of payload, you have a plateau, and we have a vehicle that can be opened on all sides. It can be unloaded in a matter of minutes. So there are huge advantages to this. We protected our invention because we have 5 patents, 1 in our own name and 4 with the group. So this quick unload allows us to have 10 vehicles. 2 vehicles can replace 10 conventional vehicles because we can unload so quickly. It's a lot of savings for transporters, and we're also electric. It's for cities as well. It's a great advantage because it's 30% less of vehicles on the roads. It's less time blocking roads while unloading. It's either full battery vehicle or battery plus a hydrogen to increase autonomy. And for users, it's a huge gain because not having a forklift is very convenient. I have a quick video of a few seconds, but please have a look at our website, incentis.com, and you will have a look at our vehicle. We're doing our last crowdfunding, and I think it will be ready in a year to a year and a half. Can we already pre-order it? Yes, of course. We have about 10 transporters we're already ordering. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Et Amaury, on se déplace.
Amaury, we're now going to talk about bikes, electric bikes with you. So we are solving the problem of charging. We wanted
c'est le swap. Alors, je sais pas si
cyclists to be able to very quickly charge their bikes. It's very easy. It's in less than 50 seconds because you can change your battery, your empty battery, and obtain a loaded one in this type of machines. We've already rolled it out in Paris in 40 different stations, in BNP Paribas stations, and Monoprix stations. So our clients with an app, wherever they are in Paris,
dès qu'ils ont besoin de faire un plein,
we're in the suburbs, they can go to these stations and they have 40 to 60 kilometers of autonomy in a matter of seconds. So what do our clients tell us? They told us, it's great, but batteries are heavy, it's 4 hours to charge it. Where can I find a plug in a city like Paris or Nice? I wanted to have it nearby. So we give this instant solution to our clients, and we allow them to have access to these scooters with this as many swaps as they want. So they pay a monthly subscription. They can swap as many times as they want. They have the scooter and maintenance as well. So we've gained 20% of market shares in Paris for electric scooters, and now we're doing this swap for other types of vehicles. We're working with micro car builders, with cargo bikes, so that we can offer this technology so that these people no longer have charging issues and autonomy issues. How many vehicles? We already have 700 clients. As you were saying, we have obtained many contracts because parking is now is no longer free in Paris. So these are individual vehicles. It's not free floating. We only share the battery. And we expect in Nice, if all goes well, thanks to our crowdfunding, we will roll this out in Nice next year. Thank you very much.
So
I will now give the floor to Ingrid for the roundtable on sustainable tourism, and I'll be on the Valletta beach with you for the news at 1. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue dans cette dernière table ronde de la
Hello everyone and welcome to the last roundtable this morning about sustainable tourism. The tourism industry has been under pressure over the past few years. Did this stop or accelerate the transformation of the industry? What are the levers to make this industry more virtuous, more sustainable? To answer this question, I'm happy to welcome Émilie Ries. You're the CSR Director for Pierre et Vacances Center Parks. Next to you, we have Billy Thalheimer, you co-founder and CEO of Regent. an American startup that wants to revolutionize coastal transportation from land to sea, thanks to devices that are a mix of plane and hydro sliders. Billy speaks English. There are interpretation headsets if you want. Lionel Servan, hello Lionel, you are our neighbor, you're director of the Negresco Hotel. Hello. Franck Golnadel, you're the chair of the direction of the Côte d'Azur Airport. We mentioned you several times, delighted to have you. We're neighbors as well. Indeed. To start our debate on tourism, let's talk about tourism. Many people say that tourists have changed in their behavior and their criteria. What has changed for you? Emily, you're rolling out a CSR strategy. At Negresco, you're one of the first palaces going sustainable with an eco label. Are these criteria important to your customers? Yes, I'll start and I'll let you take over. First of all, we talk about sustainable tourism, but this is the path that tourism must take. Some might think that sustainable tourism is one of the branches of tourism and that the rest is left to business as usual. But there's a real will to transition. And our customers are holiday makers, they're citizens. This summer, we carried out a study with the CSA on 1,000 people. We surveyed 1,000 people and asked them if they felt their holiday contributed to a sustainable tourism. That it was not worded this way, but that can have a lesser environmental impact. 80% of them said yes, and most said more than the previous year. These are just statements, of course, but we really feel like even before the COVID crisis, there was more interest for wilder mountain destinations. That's part of customers' taste. And unfortunately, with the current situation, with the IPCC report on biodiversity, this was between 2019 and 2022, we are seeing citizens becoming increasingly aware. They don't know everything. Over the summer, we saw that the forest is suffering. This is very visible. Fires, floodings, 35% increased mortality in forests in 10 years. And the citizens really witnessed those heat waves during their holiday. So they are becoming more aware, which is good, although it relates to disasters, unfortunately. But our customers, or we, decide to partner with our customers. We do everything we can to work on carbon footprints. We have strong ambitions around carbon, reduce our emissions by 50% in our sites and facilities in the coming 10 years. In line with the Paris Agreement, we're working on promoting mobility. We mentioned it a lot this morning. Alternatives to cars, for example. However, it's a path that we must take together. It's a journey, it's not an easy one, but we cannot do it without them. So when French people decide what their holidays would look like, do they use sustainable criteria or do they mainly choose a destination or a location? We are lucky enough to have a proximity offer. We can't say that they choose us for such and such reason. There's no study that shows that. However, our position, and that's where we strongly transition, is that our brand offer must include that concept of responsibility. We could summarize that by saying we're cautious to our footprint and we're contributing to something positive. Thinking about the Pierre et Vacances brand, we want to offer low carbon local holidays, and that's the value. It's part of the proposal also of the brand. We're not just trying to do things as best as possible. And in the future, hopefully, with the maeva.com platform, we already have a criteria that helps customers choose their apartment, their villa, their camping, based on which have an eco label.
La démarche de transformation du tourisme vers plus
this approach to transform tourism should not be summarized just to a label, but it's already positive. You have this label. The Negresco customers, what criteria do they use? Are they sensible to this? Well, first of all, I'd like to compliment what Émilie just said. Yes, I think that our guests choose a destination first, and then, once they've made that choice, they will select the hotel based on which complies with their own commitment. At Negresco, we've made a strong choice in 2014. This will be our 10th year in eco-responsible commitment. Eco-label is the only European certification that is recognized in all European countries. There is an action plan every year to improve this commitment based on 45 criteria for this certification. We have made commitments in investments, hydrators, and when it comes to trends, we have a good example. In 2018, we decided, in order to limit plastic consumption, to set up soap, shower gel, and shampoo dispensers in our bathrooms. Let me tell you, in 2018, we had about 20 to 25 changes per day where we would replace the little shower gels. So people asked for them. Yes. And they even thought it was a scandal that a palace such as ours would provide that type of service. That was 2018. Now, in 2022, we get praised for this. And this year, in 2022, we changed them about 10 times a year. So perception really has shifted, and our guests' expectations are completely different. I think that COVID did contribute significantly to this change in mentalities. And now with energy sobriety, it's understood now. And this is a strong signal. I can tell you, even in 2018, I had doubts myself, thinking maybe that was a bit too strong. But I think zero plastic ambition is a commitment that we have had for many years. This year, for example, we are using Tetra Pak. So we've replaced the bottles that we leave on the nightstand for our guests. That's about 100,000 plastic bottles that we got rid of for a year. These are strong choices that we made quite early, and it contributed to this decision to differentiate ourselves. Because we're the only palace in Nice, and our competitors in Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, Monaco. Well, we'll talk about the financial aspect actually slightly later in the debate. This is important, of course. Tourism is a crucial industry, especially for France. Final point. It depends on the destination and the market. The Scandinavian market is very sensitive to this. The Latin markets, less. They're only getting started. So I think, once again, it depends on the education of your target markets. So when you go on a holiday, that's where you stay. But there's also a question about how to get there. We talk about transportation earlier, but it's very intertwined with tourism. One of the ways to go on holidays by plane, one of the highest emissions of CO2, how to decarbonize. And as an airport, can you reduce your carbon footprint? How can you get there, and what levers do you identify? Yes, the difference between the two previous speakers and me is that nobody goes to an airport to stay there. We're just an entry or exit point. I will correct you. Air traffic is not one of the highest contributors to emissions. There are others. And as individuals with our own car, we are the highest contributors to CO2 emissions. And air traffic already took positions on this. Maybe they were not strong enough.
Ça nous a tous rattrapés. Mais en tout cas, je veux simplement dire que cette démarche, c'est une démarche.
What I would like to tell you is that this is an individual approach that is at the heart of a collective approach. And the Côte d'Azur, its political representatives have already put the Côte d'Azur region as part of this touristic development approach, but with that sustainable aspect, with that objective to reduce emissions. We've made commitments 15 years ago already to reduce our emissions, with a commitment from the Nice airport for carbon neutrality for its own emissions, so the emissions of the airport. So we expect to be neutral without compensation by 2030. But of course, people use the plane, we need to go further, and air companies are doing a lot. Let me give you a few examples. For those who live near the airport, 10 to 15 years ago, you would hear the engines, especially for business aviation, throughout the day. This is no longer the case. Now, those engines are only started when they leave. And on the ground, we do everything to power them with electricity. The electricity for the airport and for the planes on ground, and actually the mayor of Nice made that commitment. This has been going on for planes for many years with green energy, but we need to go further. We need to continue, and the whole chain must accelerate to reduce its emissions, because, as it was said earlier, ultimately the customer decides. They decide to come to the Côte d'Azur because they want to be in a region where there is commitment for sustainable tourism. And I'm lucky enough to participate every year, and I'm happy to see new customers that have so many mobility options, either by tram, bike, or other decarbonized alternatives, which is not the case for many airports or cities.
Billy, I'm turning to you right now. In France, we had quite a controversy surrounding private jets this summer. You've been... Je sais que c'est la traduction qui je crois que c'est simultané.
We have simultaneous interpretation.
I'm addressing to you right now. So you've been innovating in the field of green aviation, and you've creating a new means of transportation. The name is the Sea Glider. How does it work, and how are you trying to respond to those kind of issues that we've just talked about?
Yeah, thanks so much. So at Region, we are building Sea Gliders, and I think it's great to follow Frank because he talks about going further. He talks about taking the next step. And so when you think about sort of how do you move regionally today, you can take an airplane, but if we're talking about routes, say, across the Mediterranean within the country, you don't need an engineering degree to know that if you go up and climb and then you descend immediately, that is a waste of fuel. You know, we're spending a lot of fuel to put this thing up in the air and get it back down immediately. We're paying more for fuel, we're emitting more for fuel. And oh, by the way, we're waiting in that airport. We're not staying in the airport, but sometimes there's long lines and security at that airport. On the other hand, you can take cars and trains, but those represent very long trips. And cars certainly today are emitting lots of greenhouse gases. And so what Regent is building in the Sea Glider is a new means of regional mobility, a means of completely sustainable maritime mobility. So what is a Sea Glider? A Sea Glider is an all-electric flying boat. It operates in 3 modes. So you board it like a ferry at the dock. As we go through the harbor, we actually rise up on hydrofoils. So if you're familiar with the America's Cup racing yachts or those e-foil surfboards, we basically rise out of the water on stilts. It gives us very high wave tolerance and maneuverability in the harbor. Then once we leave the harbor, we take off onto our wing. We fly just over the surface of the water like a bird at sea or a pelican. We fly at 300 kilometers an hour onto our destination, land, and then go into harbor again. So we float, foil, and fly in an all-electric system, which means completely sustainable, 0 emissions. We combine aircraft speed with the convenience of a boat at a cost point that everyone can afford.
Merci beaucoup, c'est très intéressant. Je vous encourage d'ailleurs à aller voir sur le site internet de Regent parce que
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I invite you to check their website. There's a demo and you'll understand what it looks like. Franck Golnadel, could we see Sea Gliders relating the Nice airport to other destinations? Which opens the debate that you mentioned earlier, the value chain and decarbonizing the whole value chain. What is your vision on this?
Effectivement, on a déjà discuté
we've already
de ce nouvel
talked about this new equipment. We are a coastal airport, everybody knows it. So this type of new equipment is interesting. We need to see how to integrate it in the operations of an airport, but beyond the product itself, which is very interesting, it's all these final or last mile mobilities that are changing very fast. There's everything around flying boats above the sea, but in the future, electrical passenger transportation drones, which are also a solution. I think there's no unique solution. It will be a combination of solutions that will help us decarbonize transportation, especially the last mile transportation. An airport is a way to exit or enter a territory, not just a city. And in Nice, we have some specificities. We have the first helicopter line for commercial transportation between Nice and Monaco. And in the future, we can imagine that part of those customers may use a flying boat or an electric drone, which will make no emission, will be noise-free, and can relate points from a few kilometers. And in the previous roundtable, we talked about it. It's a new way of having sustainable tourism in the future. We have part of our region that is in heights, and it's not always easy to relate those regions together. We can imagine this electric transportation to help network those territories in a more easily manner than by road, which is the only option for now. So we really believe in this interurban mobility, which will be new and easier for passengers, customers, whether they're tourists or locals.
Opening up new territories, that's an interesting point. Do you think the Sea Glider could help you open new destinations as well? And even before that, where and when are we going to be able to get in one?
Sure, let's start there. So we're testing prototypes of our vehicle already, showing that this technology is possible. Our first Sea Gliders will hit market by 2025, and we have customers waiting around the world. We've been working with the city of Nice as well on what Sea Glider operations look like here, so it's coming very soon. When you talk about what markets can this open up, we actually start on what markets exist today. You look at the 2 million passengers by air that leave from Nice airport, either through helicopter going to Monaco, through aircraft going to Corsica and Rome and Barcelona. All of these 2 million passengers could eventually take sea gliders. You talk about the 40 million passengers a year that are taking buses and trains to Marseille, commuting. We could service those 40 million rather than the 3-hour trip on a train. We could do it in under 1 hour with 0 emissions on a sea glider. So we start with what exists today, and then we think about, okay, now we have this new mode of transportation with 0 emissions, with half the cost of an aircraft, with 10 times the speed of a boat. What can we do with that? So of course we'd expect to increase mobility, increase transportation options, and it doesn't stop at just tourism and commercial travel and commuting. We're looking even beyond those. So for example, we've been working with Total on what the logistics to offshore wind platforms and other platforms look like, which today is very unsafe, and all of the vessels and helicopters are emitting greenhouse gases. What do those sort of missions look like on a sea glider as well? So we absolutely expect to see a proliferation of sustainable maritime mobility once sea gliders enter the equation.
Thank you very much, Billy. I know that you have to leave right now, so thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you. Je voudrais qu'on revienne sur ces questions vraiment de durabilité. Vous avez parlé de
sustainability.
De neutralité carbone sans
you mentioned carbon neutrality without compensation. There are many ways to get to sustainability. You also work on many options with the Pierre et Vacances and Center Parcs group. We often talk about impact when we talk about sustainability. Is it possible for the tourism industry to have a positive impact?
C'est surtout ce qu'on doit chercher à faire.
That's what we should try and do. That should be the future. At the start of this debate, we said it. The entire tourism industry must transform.
Aujourd'hui, on peut dire que
Today, we could say that there is a very positive impact of tourism, and we know it here in Bacca. You are a great example of this. It creates jobs. It creates economical activity, it showcases friends.
Pour autant, c'est vrai que nous, dans la dynamique qu'on peut se donner chez Pierre et Vacances Center Parcs,
at Pierre et Vacances Center Parcs, we have this vision. At first, we talked about sustainable development, we tried to have the best behavior, but now we're really transforming.
Pour embarquer tout le monde,
and in order to embark everybody, we know that we must make this sobriety desirable
dans nos modes de vie, mais aussi dans nos vacances.
In our lifestyles and holidays. So acting for a positive impact in tourism is a need, and it shows that to transform, we need to limit our environmental impact, that is waste from tourism, hotels, etc., energy consumption, water consumption, of course, but beyond this, in the future, we must be able to be a regenerating tourism, to find solutions for the issues that the regions face. And on some of our projects, we do this. For example, in the Lot-et-Garonne Center Parcs, we have a truly local partnership so that restaurants can be supplied at local level. We have some very clear objectives. We could do it in the Lot-et-Garonne because the industry was there, but the fact that we ask for this creates a dynamic. In the Village Nature Paris, which we opened with Disney in 2015, we do deep geothermy, which is part of the transition. We supply 30% in heat to Disney. These are examples, and what we want now is to make sure that tourism can help transform mobility, transform lifestyles, and you talked about the dehydrator in Negresco, which could inspire other hotel owners and guests. Of course, those projects come at a cost. Can all tourism operators afford this transition? And what is your reflection in the group? What is your reflection around return on investments? And will this change all business models or create a risk for certain operators? That's a good question. First of all, with regards to vision and the need for investment.
Je reprends les critères des hôtels 5 étoiles et palaces.
Let's look at 5-star hotels criteria. At the moment, the industry imposes criteria and eco-sustainable commitment in
comparativement si on prend
a very criteria-based way.
Le précédent cahier des charges datait de
the previous list of criteria dated back from the differentiation between hotel and palace, which dates back to 10 years ago.
En tant qu'entrepreneur,
so yes, now as an entrepreneur, I have a very pragmatic vision of this topic.
Je vais prioriser certains investissements.
Give priority to certain investments based on eco-responsibility, on return on investment, and then I make decisions and set up a timeline. This year, for example, we have invested in renovating the facade and replacing light bulbs with LED light bulbs. The return on investment will take place in 13 years. However, this contributes to the embellishment of our hotel. So there must be a smart relationship between eco-responsibility, attractiveness on the market, which makes it a priority for me. Final point, when I started in the accommodation business, we used to renovate a room, and 20 years later you would go back in the room and wonder what to change there, and wondering if the bathroom was not outdated. Now we're working on much shorter cycles, like 5 or 7 years, and I think those cycles will continue to get shorter because guest expectations always evolve. So this will, of course, contribute to the change and the commitment to this transition. So, of course, we do include sustainability criteria along with eco-responsibility. At the Negresco, for example, we're building a spa with an indoor pool. And let me tell you that the criteria are very clear and very precise for the construction company. We have 1 minute left. Franck Golnadel, I'm curious. I'd like to know how we can reach carbon neutrality without compensation as an airport. I will answer a question that you haven't asked, which is the same as the one you asked my neighbor. I think the world has changed. 10, 15 years ago, a CEO could assess profitability only from financial figures. This is no longer the case. The COVID crisis cut our revenue, and we continue to invest because we have responsibilities. And when we decide to fully change the aircon or heating system in the Terminal 1 of the airport by using fatal energy from water waste of the metropole, it's a win-win. It's part of the policy of the metropole, and it's beneficial to the airport. So that's important about profitability. How to reach carbon neutrality without compensation in an airport? When it comes to our scope, that's through the actions that I mentioned. Just imagine that a year ago, Terminal 1 was heated by gas turbines, and that in the future this will be supplied thanks to geothermy. This is a way to avoid CO2 emissions. When 100% of the electricity is green, that's how you can reduce your impact. When you change the vehicles from thermal to either hybrid or fully electric, that's possible. And of course, part of your emissions won't go down to zero, so you need to find an agreement with your neighbors, with the Carros municipality, who faced strong fires a few years ago, and you commit to replant the forest, and the airport will fund and maintain this forest for 30 years, which is, once again, a win-win. That's for our own emissions. And we've committed in that direction. When it comes to aviation, more generally, there's a commitment by 2050. And as an airport, as an infrastructure, we have our role to play, to fuel the planes, to change the material in the ground, and everything innovating, which we mentioned, which will help aviation use a new energy in the coming years. We are already getting electric planes. Hydrogen will also be a solution. And just think that the planes that we have in the airport from Nice to Corsica, then you see that we are testing hydrogen planes now. And you can see that human innovation can serve our commitments in order to reduce our emissions as much as possible.
Merci à tous. Merci beaucoup. Et les débats
Thank you so much. We will reconvene at 2:15 after lunch break. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, nous sommes en direct de la plage Bayeta à Nice. Le cadre est plutôt agréable, il faut l'avouer, même si le temps est assez venteux. Vous pouvez apercevoir la mer derrière nous. Quel plus beau plateau télé peut-on rêver. Franchement, on est bien. Et on est aujourd'hui, je suis très très bien entourée. On va parler de la sobriété, mais j'ai envie de la sobriété positive, parce qu'on est là voilà, pour vous donner que des solutions. On va parler évidemment de proximité également. Et avec moi, Émilie Reiss, bonjour, directrice RSE du groupe Pierre et Vacances, où ça bouge énormément. C'est plus du tout l'image qu'on avait du groupe qui s'est modernisé et aujourd'hui qui mise sur ses vacances de proximité. À côté, José Santucci, bonjour. Bonjour. Directeur général du Crédit Agricole Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. Et juste à mes côtés, Marlène Dolvec, directrice générale de SNCF Gare et Connexion. Et là aussi, la gare n'est plus uniquement un lieu où on va prendre le train, mais c'est devenu un véritable lieu de vie. Et on va commencer peut-être avec vous, parce que c'est vrai qu'avant, bon, on allait prendre son train, c'était l'objectif. À la limite, on prenait un petit café avant. Et maintenant, vous avez mis en place, et depuis plusieurs années, hein, c'est pas tout récent, mais plein de nouveaux services, y compris dans la mobilité. Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dépeindre un peu ce qu'est une gare aujourd'hui, une gare de 2022 ?
Alors une gare de 2022 ou peut-être la vision aussi de la gare de demain, c'est un lieu hospitalier où on se sent bien, où on a envie de passer un moment. C'est un lieu de confiance où on se sent en sécurité. Et puis je crois que, au regard de ce pourquoi on est là au Transition Forum, c'est un lieu pour prendre le train. Et le train, c'est le moyen de transport le plus décarboné. Donc, les gares, on a un enjeu et un rôle majeur à donner envie, pour donner envie de prendre le train. Et donner envie de gare, ça passe aussi par le fait de faire que nos gares soient vertes. Et le fait que nos gares soient vertes, c'est à la fois les éco-concevoir, réduire les consommations d'énergie, installer des panneaux photovoltaïques sur nos gares, être dans un vrai mix énergétique pour répondre aux enjeux de sobriété d'aujourd'hui et on en reparlera certainement à la crise énergétique que nous vivons en cette rentrée si particulière.
Et vous mettez également en place des mobilités douces, c'est-à-dire que quand on arrive dans une gare, là où on pouvait être un peu perdu avant ou prendre tout de suite un transport en commun classique, on va pouvoir prendre d'autres modes de transport et ça, vous les mettez vous en place en tant que gare SNCF.
Exactement. SNCF Gare et Connexion, c'est l'activateur de la mobilité responsable et on a une vraie mission sur l'intermodalité autour des gares. L'intermodalité, c'est j'arrive en vélo, je peux déposer mon vélo sur une place de parking sécurisée. On va avoir à horizon 2025 90 000 places de vélos sécurisées installées dans nos gares. Alors la loi LOM nous a aidés et le gouvernement l'a remis dans les objectifs le 20 septembre. On doit pouvoir trouver son taxi au bon endroit. On parlait tout à l'heure de certaines gares parisiennes. On doit pouvoir repartir soit en métro, soit en tramway. Mais demain, c'est peut-être aussi des hubs, des stations de service pour que le futur métro, le futur bus hydrogène ou au biocarburant puisse se recharger dans la gare, que le taxi qui circule avec une voiture électrique puisse se recharger dans la gare sur une borne de recharge de voitures électriques. Et c'est vraiment toute cette réflexion avec cette infrastructure cœur que sont les 3000 gares françaises qui sont quelque part l'intégrateur de la mobilité, du mieux de mobilité demain avec le train en figure de proue parce qu'on sait tous aujourd'hui, les jeunes nous le disent, et d'ailleurs certains prennent aujourd'hui quasiment plus que le train, il y a un vrai report modal de la voiture vers le train.
Et on l'a vu d'ailleurs ce matin avec la jeune start-up Midnight Train qui veut réinventer les trains de nuit, donc où vraiment le train va être au cœur de tous nos déplacements. Est-ce que aujourd'hui vous travaillez en amont avec les collectivités pour développer toute cette intermodalité dont vous parliez?
On était ce matin avec le maire de Nice, une réunion incroyablement intéressante où on réfléchissait avec lui comment faire que la gare de Nice Saint-Augustin, qui est juste à côté côté de l'aéroport soit la plus adaptée à ce que la ville recherche en matière de services de proximité. Quels sont les commerces ou quels sont les services qu'on pourra mettre à l'intérieur de cette gare? Comment partira-t-on de cette gare? Et on a d'ailleurs pensé à ce que cette gare soit aussi la plus écolo possible, hein, avec nos filiales d'architecture et toutes les équipes qui étaient incroyablement motivées pour conceptualiser cette gare bas carbone, hein, qui pourrait être un exemple ici à Nice.
Est-ce que ça veut dire que demain, la gare pourra être un lieu où on ne prend pas forcément le train?
Eh bien, la gare, évidemment, ça doit être un lieu où on ne prend pas forcément le train. Les gares sont dans les villes et puis on encourage avec les territoires le fait de redonner de la vie à nos gares. Eh bien, on a des commerces de circuits courts, des marchés devant nos gares, des solexeries, on a installé des guinguettes. Et là, finalement, c'est redonner de la vie à la gare, remettre la gare dans une certaine centralité. Finalement, la gare dans la place du village, hein, la gare centrale, comme dans beaucoup de capitales du monde, on parle de la gare centrale et finalement il y a donc un certain sens de la centralité de la gare.
Émilie, est-ce qu'on vient dans vos établissements en train? Et justement, est-ce qu'il y a des synergies que vous créez avec la SNCF pour avoir ce tourisme plus vert et en tout cas plus de proximité?
On est en train de travailler en partenariat avec la SNCF justement là-dessus. Nous, on est en effet on est des destinations qui sont proches donc de proximité. Hein. En général, les clients qui viennent chez Pierre et Vacances font en moyenne 500 km. Ils sont beaucoup plus proches. Cette moyenne, elle est peut-être altérée par des personnes qui viennent de très loin, comme les Anglais qui peuvent venir sur nos destinations alpines. Mais chez Center Parcs, on est à 250 km. Donc on est vraiment, on n'est pas le leader de tourisme de proximité pour rien. On est vraiment sur les territoires. Et pour vous répondre à votre question, c'est un de nos grands challenges de faire préférer une alternative à la voiture à nos clients. Et on est déjà bien placé, notamment sur la montagne. On a eu 30% de nos clients qui sont venus l'hiver dernier en train. Il y a quand même, ça c'est déjà une bonne chose, mais il y a de grosses marges de progrès. Notamment, il faut vraiment restituer le client, vous en parliez beaucoup, au centre de son parcours. C'est comment est-ce que je fais avec des enfants, quand je pars une semaine en vacances, avec des bagages, pour aller vraiment de chez moi jusqu'à cette logistique qu'on dit souvent du dernier kilomètre. Et c'est pas les mêmes opérateurs en général sur tout le long du trajet. Donc il y a des gros efforts qui ont été faits, notamment vous en parliez tout à l'heure sur les applis qui disent que je peux avoir avec la SNCF vraiment un parcours de bout à bout. Ça c'est vraiment une première chose qui marche très bien. Et on travaille aussi nous avec des startups qui sont très innovantes, qui vont aussi mutualiser l'ensemble des offres de mobilité comme Tic Tac Trip. Et en fait, nous, c'est la vocation qu'on veut se donner aussi. Nous ne sommes entre guillemets qu'hébergeurs, mais en fin de compte, dans cette grande transition vers des modes de vie plus sobres, mais une sobriété désirable, hein, une sobriété heureuse.
C'est ce que j'ai une sobriété positive.
Voilà. Eh bien, on a notre rôle à jouer en dehors même, au-delà même de notre rôle d'hébergeur, pour faire préférer une alternative moins carnée, moins carbonée, par exemple en termes de restauration. Donc ça, on y travaille avec nos partenaires restauration, travailler sur les filières courtes. On a vraiment réussi à faire un pas en avant sur le Center Parcs de Lot-et-Garonne, qui est quand même un lieu, le maraîchage français, et on offre vraiment une grande partie des légumes et des fruits qui sont locaux. Et ça, nos clients aiment. Donc, toute cette démarche vers la sobriété, elle ira en partenariat, en coopération avec eux, et sans parler on ne peut pas parler de sobriété sans parler de sobriété énergétique, où on se doit, nous, de travailler sur la rénovation, mais aussi les 19 degrés qui vont être pratiqués dans nos appartements. Il faut que les clients soient eux-mêmes disciplinés et volontaires sur ce sujet-là, parce qu'on sait à quel point parfois en tant que citoyen on a de grandes velléités, mais quand on arrive sur son lieu de vacances on va descendre à la réception pour demander un peu plus de chaleur dans son hébergement.
José, vous êtes sans doute au milieu de ces deux grands acteurs. Vous aussi, le Crédit Agricole, c'est connu d'ailleurs quand on demande ce qui caractérise le Crédit Agricole, c'est la banque de proximité. Ça, vous l'êtes depuis toujours. Donc, comment vous vous adaptez justement à cette sobriété, à ces nouveaux usages de mobilité ? Parce que vous êtes déjà la banque de proximité. Comment vous pouvez accompagner ces transformations?
Effectivement, on est déjà la banque de proximité, ce qui est un atout pour les clients, puisqu'on est en circuit court et on parlait tout à l'heure de la gare centrale des villes. Nous, on est centraux dans les villes et dans les villages, avec une présence très dense, effectivement. Et je crois qu'on vous parliez d'histoire, on a eu un slogan qui était le bon sens près de chez vous. Qui est certainement encore plus d'actualité aujourd'hui parce que cette notion de sobriété, je vais même plus loin, je pense qu'on a devant nous un défi qui est de réinventer l'économie, de réinventer la société. Et ça, il faut qu'on le fasse avec une pression parce que il faut le faire vite, mais il va falloir le faire avec beaucoup de bon sens et de pragmatisme.
Et vous échangez entre vous, là, vous êtes quand même 3 gros acteurs, voilà, qui ont un vrai impact dans la vie des Français. Est-ce que vous échangez avec la SNCF? Est-ce que vous échangez avec les gros acteurs du tourisme comme Pierre et Vacances?
Nous, par exemple, quand on parle de la proximité de nos agences, dans l'entreprise, quand j'ai fait mon bilan carbone, le sujet, c'est surtout le déplacement des collaborateurs de leur domicile au lieu de travail. Donc on réfléchit pratiquement comment on va faire. On a une superbe start-up au village à Sofia qui a développé un programme au moins pour analyser quels étaient les déplacements domicile-travail des salariés d'une manière générale et que bien sûr on a appliqué pour notre entreprise. Et on s'aperçoit que là, en termes de bon sens et de proximité, il faut qu'on trouve des solutions qui soient adaptées. Le train en est une, parce qu'on a la chance d'avoir une desserte sur nos 3 départements. Après, il faut trouver des solutions qui peuvent être des solutions intermédiaires, parce que le dernier kilomètre ou les derniers sujets en est un. Et puis pour d'autres, on aura d'autres solutions. On est en train de réfléchir à une solution de subvention interne pour permettre aux collaborateurs d'acquérir des moyens de déplacement zéro carbone, assez classiquement de la trottinette au vélo, mais également au véhicule. On parlait tout à l'heure de ça. Et en matière de tourisme, on réfléchit à dire comment on peut utiliser aussi notre densité pour dire les relais, notamment en borne électrique, qui est un sujet aujourd'hui pour le développement du véhicule électrique. Et quand on a analysé un peu le sujet, on s'est rendu compte que la plupart des recharges se feront maintenant à domicile. C'est là aussi où il faut qu'on change un peu notre modèle, parce qu'on dit on va remplacer les stations essence par des stations électriques. La réalité, c'est pas celle-là. Sauf qu'il y a des usages, le tourisme en est un, où on ne sera pas chez soi pour recharger sa voiture. Donc comment, dans une région touristique comme la nôtre, on imagine d'avoir des solutions qui permettent de faire face à ces besoins et de permettre là aussi à une activité touristique qui est quand même très importante pour nos territoires, d'être demain une activité qui rentre dans cette vision-là.
Parce que le Crédit Agricole, vous le disiez, c'est évidemment penser à la mobilité de ses salariés, mais c'est aussi investir dans les solutions innovantes qui vont permettre d'avoir une meilleure proximité, une meilleure mobilité aussi. D'ailleurs, vous allez lancer un concours prochainement aussi sur cette thématique.
Effectivement, je pense que notre bilan carbone, il est assez léger. C'est normal vu notre activité. Mais nous, on a pris l'enjeu, en termes de responsabilité sociétale, d'être responsable des émissions carbone des clients qu'on finance. Donc ça veut dire qu'il faut qu'on s'y intéresse. On a un objectif qui est l'objectif net zéro, mais en intégrant les émissions des clients que l'on finance. Donc on veut se servir à la fois des exemples que l'on a pour nous, pour les diffuser pour tous nos clients, mais on veut aussi stimuler l'imagination parce que les solutions, elles ne sont pas toutes en place. Il va falloir qu'on les invente. On a une richesse extraordinaire. Moi, je crois beaucoup au génie de l'homme. C'est le génie de l'homme qui nous a amenés dans cette situation. Je pense que c'est le génie qui nous en sortira. Et on a dans nos territoires des initiatives qu'on veut valoriser. Mais déjà, à travers notre village, moi, j'ai 2 exemples. On a un exemple
qui est un incubateur voilà.
Un incubateur, oui, pour.
Et donc il y en a partout en France, hein, et il y en a un très très gros à Sofia.
Il y en a un important à Sofia où on a 2 exemples qui sont superbes sur la transition. Le premier, qui est une entreprise qui commence à être bien connue, qui est Mycophyto, qui permet de trouver des solutions de développement de l'agriculture bas carbone avec des solutions scientifiques avancées. Et c'est des solutions de transition, c'est pas des solutions de décroissance, parce qu'il va bien falloir nourrir la planète avec des nouvelles solutions. Et je vous parlais là de déplacement et de tourisme. On vient d'accueillir une superbe start-up qui est sur les bornes électriques mobiles, qui peut répondre tout à fait au sujet qu'on évoquait, notamment sur l'accompagnement du tourisme et de trouver des solutions qui complètent la panoplie et qui nous fassent avancer tous plus vite vers cette société bas carbone avec une transition qui soit gérée mais volontaire, parce que c'est vrai que le temps nous est compté.
Merci infiniment, merci à tous les 3. Ce journal prend déjà fin. On aurait pu discuter encore de longs moments tellement c'est passionnant et, comme vous le disiez, positif. Et je pense que c'est important de dire que la sobriété peut être positive. C'est un des messages qu'on veut faire passer ici au Transition Forum. Merci à tous les 3 et à très bientôt. Et bon retour en train.
Merci.
Bonjour à tous, on continue ces JT de l'innovation, de la transformation, de la transition, et on va parler de la nature qui est un laboratoire de décarbonation. Et j'ai un magnifique plateau, je suis avec Jacques Rougerie. Bonjour, vous êtes architecte océanographe et président de la Fondation Jacques Rougerie. Merci d'être avec nous.
Merci à vous surtout.
Nous sommes avec Carlos Moreno, qu'on ne présente plus, qui est un habitué du Transition Forum, qui est l'homme de la ville du quart d'heure, mais qui est là aussi comme professeur associé et directeur scientifique de la chaire ETI-UEA Paris-Sorbonne. Merci à tous les deux d'être là. En guise d'introduction, je vais profiter dès le début et continuer de vous présenter le reste de la table ronde, puisqu'ils ont un train dans 6 minutes. Donc on est obligé d'être vraiment très timé. Et Greg Lecoeur est également avec nous. Merci Greg d'être avec nous. Photographe, élu meilleur photographe nature par le National Geographic. C'est un honneur de vous avoir avec nous aujourd'hui. Et également Vincent Doumézel qui va nous éclairer justement pour nous dire comment la mer peut être un véritable réservoir de solutions. Merci d'être avec nous aujourd'hui. Donc on va commencer tout de suite avec vous, Jacques, pour pouvoir vous libérer. Donc est-ce que vous qui avez cette expérience, qui êtes cet observateur aguerri, comment la nature peut être justement finalement nous apporter les véritables solutions?
Depuis 3 milliards 800 millions d'années, la nature n'a fait que se peaufiner à travers les écosystèmes. Et il y avait un homme extraordinaire, un génie qui était Léonard de Vinci. Il y a 500 ans, il avait déjà compris ce que vous êtes en train de dire. Il disait à ses étudiants, allez prendre vos leçons dans la nature, c'est là qu'est le futur. Et on est en plein dedans, dans la transversalité des disciplines, dans le savoir. La nature peut justement nous accompagner dans les grands sujets que nous traitons depuis ce matin, la transition écologique.
Et est-ce que vous avez des exemples concrets ? Des exemples, on se dit, ah, tout ça, on peut en tirer profit de la nature.
Déjà, Léonard de Vinci avait pensé l'hélicoptère, mais la technologie à l'époque, il y a 500 ans, ne permettait pas de faire l'hélicoptère. Donc il a observé tout simplement la libellule et comment elle se positionne en géostationnaire. Et regarder un hélicoptère se positionne en géostationnaire. Et puis après Icare, on a rêvé de voler, on a observé les oiseaux et on voit les ailes à l'heure actuelle des différents avions qui, en bout d'aile, on crée des formes justement parce qu'on observe comment les oiseaux, les aigles et tout se déplacent dans les masses d'air. Et puis il y a des milliers d'exemples de plus en plus dans différentes disciplines, que ce soit la médecine, que ce soit l'architecture qui m'intéresse évidemment, le design, tout ce qui est lié à la robotique, on le voit à l'heure actuelle, surtout que vous avez en plus l'informatique, les modeleurs. Donc là aussi, donc le génie humain accompagne ce génie de la nature. Moi, je crois beaucoup au futur, grâce justement à la nature, à cette transformation que nous sommes en train de vivre dans les différentes disciplines.
Et une dernière question, comment votre...
Pour les jeunes, c'est fabuleux. Hein. Pour les start-up, d'ailleurs, il y a plein de start-up. Alors,
les start-up aujourd'hui sont très engagés.
Il parle de la mer, mais c'est de l'océan que naîtra le destin des civilisations à venir. C'est pas lui que je peux dire ça.
Et comment votre fondation agit? Est-ce qu'elle accompagne les grands groupes? Est-ce qu'elle va justement les aider à trouver les solutions adaptées?
Tout à fait. Alors, c'est transmettre aux jeunes cette passion qu'on a de la mer, de cette biodiversité, justement de la bionique, de la bio-inspiration, du génie de la nature. Et cette fondation que j'ai eu la chance de créer il y a 10 ans à l'Institut de France, on récompense au niveau international des jeunes qui se mettent en transversalité de discipline. Et on a des projets absolument extraordinaires qui donnent confiance sur le futur.
Carlos Moreno, quel est votre regard, vous qui êtes quand même un urbaniste, hein, est-ce que vous êtes plus habitué des villes? Comment on arrive à tirer de la nature les véritables solutions pour nos villes aussi?
Tout à fait, Laura, et bonjour et merci. Très rapidement, parce qu'effectivement le temps nous est compté, je suis un passionné d'un Allemand, mais qui était un citoyen du monde, qui s'appelait Alexander von Humboldt, qui a été explorateur, botaniste, qui a créé la première collection à travers le monde de feuilles, de fruits, et qui a eu toujours une pensée systémique en disant l'homme et la nature sont connectés. Je discute beaucoup, j'étais avant-hier à un grand congrès mondial sur la question de la nature en ville. Et mon point de vue est un peu différent de beaucoup de mes collègues qui veulent amener la nature dans la ville. Moi, je leur dis, il faut s'inspirer, il faut être Humboldtien dans cette idée systémique. Je dis, il faut que la ville soit au naturel. Plutôt qu'avoir de la nature en ville, il faut avoir la ville au naturel.
Mais les deux ne sont pas incompatibles.
Ils ne sont pas incompatibles, mais la démarche n'est pas la même. Dans un sens, on va vouloir implanter un certain nombre d'entités qu'on va ramener pour construire donc, un meilleur parcours de vie. Dans l'autre sens, quand on dit la vie au naturel, on va chercher ce qu'on appelle, nous, dans l'urbanisme, les ressources cachées de la ville. Donc on est à côté de l'eau, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire avec de l'eau? On a de l'air, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire avec de l'air qui passe par là? On a une rivière enfouie, pourquoi elle est enfouie? Il y a certains types de fleurs qui sont là. Donc on cherche à plutôt retrouver les ressources locales et à les optimiser. Et ça vient se rejoindre avec ce concept ville des quarts d'heure, territoire à demi-heure, parce qu'on va donner dès l'avant à la proximité, et la proximité biologique est une proximité parmi d'autres.
Et est-ce que vous avez un exemple concret avant de vous libérer à nous donner justement de ressources que vous avez retrouvées au cœur de la ville et que vous avez réussi à exploiter?
Rien que des eaux enfouies. Donc rien que le fait d'avoir une rivière souterraine qu'on va ouvrir soit sur son lit, soit on va l'utiliser. J'ai plein de cas où on fait des tirages pour avoir des fontaines avec de l'eau potable, parce que l'eau, quand elle se trouve à profondeur, c'est de l'eau souvent potable. À Paris, on a, par exemple, rue Bobillot, place de la Contrescarpe, les gens, ils se ruent là-dedans, juste pour remplir les bidons d'eau, le gourde, même des bidons, parce que c'est un des lots les plus purs de tout Paris. Et la piscine de la butte aux Cailles, elle est chauffée à partir de la Vièvre qu'on va chercher à 150 mètres de profondeur et ça fait le chauffage de la piscine, qui à son tour, avec la vapeur d'eau, va venir chauffer les cuisines de l'école qui est à côté. Vous voyez, donc là, on a une ressource locale qu'on va aller chercher.
Merci beaucoup, je vous libère. J'avais promis de vous libérer dans les temps. Merci de votre présence.
Merci,
et ne ratez
Laura.
pas votre
Merci
train.
à vous. Toujours une bonne continuation pour ces beaux moments.
Merci. Et je vais demander à Greg Lecoeur peut-être de se rapprocher ou à Vincent de vous décaler pour qu'on puisse continuer cette belle discussion. Alors de la piscine de la butte aux Cailles, on va quand même aller dans la Méditerranée. Vincent Doumézel, j'ai pas dit votre titre, vous êtes conseiller pour les océans au Pacte mondial des Nations Unies et surtout vous êtes l'auteur d'un livre qui s'appelle La révolution des algues. Donc les algues, on les voit de plus en plus. Hein. Moi qui observe beaucoup les jeunes start-up, de plus en plus on met l'algue en avant. Mais est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire comment elle peut tout révolutionner ou presque?
L'algue est sans doute l'organisme le plus abondant et le plus inexploré au monde en fait. Déjà parler d'algues c'est très vaste parce que ça regroupe 12 000 types d'algues différents qui sont très différents. Il faut savoir qu'il y a un demi-milliard d'années les algues vertes ont migré sur Terre, hein, les premiers organismes, tout vient des algues, tout est né dans les algues. Ces algues vertes, donc il y a un demi-milliard d'années, elles migrent sur Terre et elles donnent naissance à toute la végétation que vous voyez autour de vous. Donc tout ce que vous voyez là finalement c'est des cousins d'algues vertes et une algue verte elle est beaucoup plus proche d'un fraisier ou d'un baobab qu'elle ne l'est d'une algue rouge. Donc cette diversité de génétique, elle va donner lieu à une diversité de solutions qui va être immense. Donc les algues, elles vont notamment nourrir les hommes, évidemment. On a 1 milliard de personnes qui meurent de faim. On a la chance de pouvoir l'oublier parfois ici, mais 1 milliard de personnes qui meurent de faim et 300 000 personnes tous les jours à nourrir en plus sur Terre. Les algues sont des bombes nutritionnelles.
Et d'ailleurs, on voit, Vincent, pardon de vous couper, qu'il y a de plus en plus de startups qui s'intéressent à l'algue comme aliment et qui développent des algues à déguster ou à mettre dans ses repas, dans ses plats, pour avoir justement cet apport nutritionnel très riche. Alors qu'avant, quand on disait on va manger des algues, bon, à la limite dans des restaurants asiatiques, mais ça s'arrêtait là. Et aujourd'hui, on voit vraiment qu'il y a un boom de ces startups sur l'algue comme aliment. Mais il y a plein d'autres choses, parce que l'algue soigne également.
Alors oui, voilà, il y a un boom en effet. L'algue, elle va soigner, ça va être un médicament, comme le doit être l'alimentation générale. Elle va pouvoir alimenter les animaux en évitant la déforestation de l'Amazonie, en évitant l'utilisation d'antibiotiques notamment, voire en réduisant les émissions de méthane des bovins de manière absolument significative. Elle va remplacer les fertilisants. Elle va protéger les plantes de façon naturelle et biologique, ce qui va devenir un thème extrêmement important dans les mois, années à venir, de remplacer les fertilisants. Elle va aussi remplacer le plastique, par exemple, de façon comestible. On voit des packaging qu'on peut manger maintenant, qui sont en algues, donc biodégradables, compostables, mais aussi comestibles. Elles vont remplacer d'autres ressources peu naturelles et elles vont surtout restaurer la biodiversité des océans. Donc elles fournissent des écosystèmes, des services écosystémiques incroyables à l'océan. Donc elles vont vraiment réparer la biodiversité, fournir des habitats naturels aux poissons pour se reproduire. Et elles vont accessoirement, c'est pas accessoire du tout, absorber beaucoup de carbone. Certaines algues poussent de 40 cm par jour, elles peuvent atteindre 60 mètres de haut. Donc c'est vraiment des forêts. D'ailleurs les algues sauvages aujourd'hui absorbent autant de carbone que la forêt amazonienne tout entière. Et elles disparaissent encore plus vite malheureusement du fait des impacts anthropiques. Et il va falloir apprendre à les protéger. Et le dernier point des algues, c'est qu'elles vont apporter un revenu aux populations côtières, notamment dans les pays émergents, et d'ailleurs le plus souvent aux femmes, qui va contrebalancer la perte attendue des revenus liés à la pêche dans les populations côtières.
Et Greg Lecoeur, quel regard vous portez, vous qui êtes un observateur des océans, vous qui les photographiez? Je sais que vous connaissez le travail de Vincent. Est-ce que dans ces cas-là, vous pouvez travailler en synergie? Est-ce que votre travail va aider à développer ces solutions en tant qu'observateur?
Alors oui, tout à fait. Donc je vais reprendre l'exemple des Alpes et notamment le phytoplancton. Hein. Donc ce sont ces algues qui vivent en pleine mer, qui sont totalement microscopiques, mais qui absorbent la moitié du CO2 sur la planète et qui aussi est une source nourricière pour le zooplancton, hein, donc toute la partie animale, qui est la première source, le premier maillon de la chaîne alimentaire. Donc ces algues, elles ont un rôle fondamental et moi avec mon regard artistique, là je reviens d'ailleurs d'une expédition en Méditerranée où on a été au large, on s'est laissé dériver dans le courant de nuit pour justement documenter ce zooplancton qui la journée vit dans les fosses abyssales et la nuit vient se nourrir de ces algues en surface. Et on y trouve toutes les espèces, tout un bestiaire animal, des larves de poissons, des crustacés, des céphalopodes. Voilà, toutes des espèces qui ont ce besoin d'algues justement pour vivre.
Je pense qu'on comprend bien le potentiel qu'ont les algues, mais comment justement on transforme l'essai pour que l'algue prenne toute son ampleur et qu'on puisse la cultiver dans le bon sens. La cultiver, elle se cultive toute seule, mais la protéger, en tout cas l'exploiter, surtout dans les pays émergents, parce que ici c'est un peu différent, mais pour qu'elle devienne une véritable source de solutions.
Alors il y a plusieurs étapes. Hein. Il va falloir la cultiver même ici. Hein. Il faut apprendre à la cultiver. C'est bien
ça se cultive aujourd'hui ou c'est naturel?
Non. Alors ça se cultive très largement. Il faut savoir qu'en Asie, les algues, c'est une production cultivée de 36 millions de tonnes, de 15 milliards d'euros de chiffre d'affaires et qui représente 8 millions d'emplois, qui croît à 10%. Donc c'est déjà une solution qui est là. C'est pas quelque chose de conceptuel comme d'autres. C'est vraiment quelque chose qui existe déjà. Il va falloir apprendre à le cultiver en France et en Europe et aux États-Unis parce qu'on ne sait pas le faire pour l'instant. On ne sait cultiver que les algues.
Aujourd'hui, on cultive pas d'algues.
Si, un tout petit peu, ça commence en Bretagne. Un tout petit peu, c'est très compliqué et on a une mauvaise maîtrise de la culture des algues endémiques à la France. En fait, on sait cultiver les algues asiatiques. Ça fait 60 ans que les Asiatiques ont commencé cette révolution, puisque je parle de révolution parce que finalement, il y a 12 000 ans, on est passé de l'homme préhistorique à l'homme civilisé quand on a arrêté d'être des chasseurs-cueilleurs pour devenir des cultivateurs, des agriculteurs, et on est encore des hommes préhistoriques dans l'océan. Donc il va falloir apprendre à cultiver les océans, apprendre à domestiquer ces algues, et il faut surtout aussi que chacun d'entre nous participe et contribue à cette révolution, et c'est pour ça que le travail de mon compagnon ici est très important. C'est qu'il faut que tout le monde soit sensibilisé au rôle des algues, soit conscient, et que tous les jours on est des acteurs du changement, on est des activistes environnementaux. À chaque fois qu'on mange, on peut décider de dessiner l'avenir, de choisir une ressource qui est bonne pour notre santé et pour la planète. Et moi je crois que ce combat il a rien de personnel. Moi je suis un père de 3 enfants, j'ai envie de les nourrir avec autre chose que des drames et des peurs comme on le fait aujourd'hui, et de leur fournir des solutions et des espoirs. Je pense que les algues en sont une formidable source d'espoir. On a bien besoin de bonnes nouvelles aujourd'hui et il faut passer le message, il faut apprendre à les cuisiner, il faut apprendre à les apprécier et apprendre à les cultiver surtout. Et on pourrait se souvenir de nous peut-être comme la première génération sur Terre à avoir nourri l'ensemble de la population mondiale tout en réparant le climat et en réparant la biodiversité.
Alors comment vous agissez? Est-ce qu'il faut convaincre le grand public de changer son comportement? Est-ce qu'il faut convaincre les acteurs de l'agroalimentaire? Les deux? Et comment
tout à la fois, il va falloir convaincre les scientifiques, développer des vocations pour la biologie marine. On manque cruellement de scientifiques. Aujourd'hui, on a 70 chercheurs, on a 550 chercheurs à l'INRA qui travaillent sur 2 types de blé très similaires, 550. On a 70 chercheurs en France qui travaillent sur 12 000 types d'algues très différents. Donc il y a un déficit scientifique. Il faut favoriser les vocations pour la biologie marine, c'est un premier point. Expliquer combien c'est beau ce qui se passe dans l'océan en effet et combien c'est important pour la planète. Il va falloir éduquer le marché aussi, apprendre à consommer plus d'algues ou de produits à base d'algues. Et il va falloir aussi apprendre à l'ensemble de l'industrie à investir, aux investisseurs, à favoriser le changement, à favoriser l'investissement dans ce nouveau secteur qui est porteur de tellement d'espoir.
Greg, est-ce que finalement l'art de la photographie, puisque c'est votre cœur de métier, peut permettre à cette sensibilisation? Parce qu'en fait, en regardant vos photos, forcément, vous alertez. C'est aussi une manière d'alerter différente, mais qui est assez, en tout cas assez forte. Est-ce qu'il y a un rôle à jouer même dans les écoles et d'éduquer au plus jeune âge à cette vision différente et en particulier aux algues?
Alors tout à fait, déjà la photographie c'est c'est un moyen d'expression qui est universel. Ça veut dire que tout le monde comprend une photo, on n'a pas besoin de parler un langage spécial. C'est vraiment universel, tout le monde le comprend. Et au-delà de ça, on va transmettre des émotions, on va aller chercher vraiment la sensibilité de chacun. Et au travers de ces images, on va pouvoir améliorer les connaissances auprès du grand public, leur montrer le beau, leur faire découvrir que voilà, les océans, il y a une énorme biodiversité. Et à partir de là, on peut raconter vraiment le cycle du vivant, on peut raconter voilà, comment ils fonctionnent, les différents habitats, et on va amener des petits messages de sensibilisation. Alors, je pense personnellement qu'il y a, aujourd'hui, si on veut améliorer les choses, on parle de ressources dans les océans. Déjà, je pense qu'il faudrait préserver ces ressources, et il y a de nombreux exemples aujourd'hui qu'on a mis en place dans le passé qui ont permis, par exemple, je vais prendre, en ce moment, on parle du thon rouge. Le thon rouge, il y a eu un moratoire sur le thon rouge. Aujourd'hui, le thon rouge est en train de revenir en Méditerranée. J'étais pendant l'expédition au large, on a vu beaucoup de thon rouge. Donc c'est des exemples qui montrent que
ça donne de l'espoir aussi.
Ça donne de l'espoir, et ça montre le fait que quand on agit, quand on met en place des actions, des réglementations, eh bien, on peut préserver la biodiversité. Et comme ça, il y a de nombreux exemples. On peut prendre l'exemple aussi des aires marines protégées, par exemple, qui sont vraiment, pour moi, le plus bel outil pour protéger la biodiversité. Et la biodiversité, aujourd'hui, il faut la mettre vraiment au cœur de notre vie. Parce qu'on n'imagine pas toute la force qu'a la biodiversité. Ça va stocker le carbone, ça va diminuer les virus, ça va être un vivier pour se nourrir. Enfin voilà, il va y avoir vraiment un rôle. On oublie qu'on est dans un écosystème et qu'on fait partie de cet écosystème. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est important qu'on retrouve notre place dans cet écosystème. Et pour ça, comme vous l'avez dit, ça passe vraiment par le travail de tout le monde. Monsieur tout le monde qui va dans son quotidien repenser son mode de consommation, les politiques qui vont mettre en place des orientations pour que les industriels puissent innover, produire de manière un peu plus durable ou responsable ou raisonnée.
Et faire changer les choses, c'est aussi interpeller le grand public. Et vous avez un projet d'exposition pour ça. Là, on en a parlé. L'idée, c'est d'une exposition itinérante par rapport à la Méditerranée.
Alors, oui, je travaille sur un projet qui s'appelle We Are Méditerranée. L'essence du projet, en fait, c'est de montrer le beau, parce qu'il y avait un grand monsieur à l'époque qui disait « on protège ce qu'on aime ». Donc l'idée, là, c'est de faire découvrir au plus grand nombre cette beauté du monde du vivant et de la Méditerranée. Donc le projet s'appelle We Are Méditerranée, et donc on va aller revisiter la Méditerranée, la redocumenter pour pouvoir mettre en place des expositions itinérantes et aller faire des rencontres, notamment auprès des scolaires, pour justement leur montrer ce beau et leur expliquer qu'en Méditerranée, il y a aussi de la pollution, il y a aussi, enfin voilà, on est 500 millions à vivre autour de la Méditerranée, il y a de nombreuses pressions, et aujourd'hui, il est important que chacun agisse en faveur de l'environnement.
Et Vincent, pour conclure, le prochain challenge que vous voulez relever?
Alors il y a beaucoup de challenges, encore une fois, et je pense juste pour affirmer aussi que c'est vraiment important de changer l'image des algues, et Greg le fait très bien. Si vous demandez aux gens comment sont ce qu'ils pensent des algues, ils vont vous dire malodorantes, gluantes, visqueuses, inutiles, alors qu'elles sont tout l'inverse. Elles ont vraiment dessiné l'histoire de la vie sur Terre, et nous sommes tous des descendants d'algues, finalement, tels que nous sommes. Et donc le prochain challenge, ça va sans doute être de faire changer cet état d'esprit aux gens. Donc une des premières actions, c'est peut-être de renommer les algues, parce que ça veut pas dire grand-chose, algues. Appelons-les légumes de la mer pour qu'on comprenne combien ils sont délicieux. Appelons-les forêts maritimes pour qu'on comprenne à quel point il faut les protéger, à quel point c'est un réservoir de biodiversité absolument essentiel. 80% de la biodiversité dans le monde, c'est dans l'océan. Donc il faut changer cette vision des algues et apprendre à les aimer. On me dit souvent aussi, oui mais les algues c'est pas bon. Oui mais si vous mangez une pomme de terre crue, c'est pas bon non plus. Si vous apprenez à la cuisiner, que vous en faites des frites, ça devient délicieux. Donc c'est la même chose. Il y a vraiment, et c'est un changement de mentalité à opérer à ce niveau-là. C'est ça qui va être le grand challenge, parce qu'une fois que ça sera fait, tout va suivre.
Ça commence quand même progressivement.
On y travaille.
Et bravo. Merci à tous les deux d'avoir été là. C'était un bonheur de vous écouter, et à très très vite. Et on a hâte de voir cette exposition naître. Et donc si jamais vous voulez être mécène, on peut encore être mécène de l'exposition, Greg.
Oui, le projet est à son début. Donc en fait, on a plusieurs expéditions en mer, et donc il va nous permettre de documenter le vivant, et ensuite il y aura des expositions itinérantes avec toute une scénographie, qui vont expliquer le rôle écosystémique de chaque habitat, le rôle de chaque espèce en Méditerranée.
Merci beaucoup et à très bientôt. Merci. Et on se retrouve dans un instant pour le prochain JT. On parlait de la nature comme source de solution. Maintenant, on va parler du financement. Parce que pour faire tous ces changements, il faut forcément un peu d'argent. Bonjour à tous, on se retrouve pour ce 3e JT du Transition Forum et je suis ravie d'avoir à mes côtés 3 intervenants de choc, dont Lionel Lemot, bonjour, qui est le fondateur de ce Transition Forum qui fête ses 5 ans aujourd'hui. Bonjour Lionel.
Tout à fait. Bonjour
Laura.
Et
qui est aussi le président d'Aquasset Management, puisqu'on va parler de financement. C'était important que vous soyez avec nous aujourd'hui sur cette table ronde et ce JT spécifiquement dédié au financement et comment on accompagne finalement les PME et les ETI dans cette transition. À vos côtés, Sylvie Perrin, associée au cabinet De Gaulle, Florence et Associés, spécialiste dans les sujets de l'énergie. Bonjour Sylvie. Merci d'apporter une présence féminine. Je me sens beaucoup moins seule avec vous sur ce plateau.
Dans le financement, je vous le confirme.
Et à côté de vous, Pierre Hippolito, président directeur général d'Azur Trucks et président de l'UPE 06. Bonjour Pierre, merci d'être avec nous. Peut-être on va commencer avec vous Lionel, parce qu'évidemment le financement c'est fondamental, sans financement pas de transition et dans ce forum et grâce à ce forum justement certains financements se débloquent, peut-être rappeler l'importance de ce sujet par rapport au Transition Forum.
Alors effectivement, le Transition Forum que j'ai créé il y a 5 ans, c'est aussi finalement le fruit d'une analyse en tant qu'investisseur dans ce segment de la transition écologique. Et cette analyse, c'est que finalement, les projets, leur financement, leur développement, il se fait d'autant mieux qu'il intègre dès le début des projets l'ensemble des parties prenantes. L'ensemble des parties prenantes, c'est les décideurs publics, les décideurs privés, les banquiers, les industriels, des start-up, une partie de la société civile. Et donc, le financement, il vient finalement concrétiser l'alliage et la façon de travailler de ces différents acteurs. Donc, ce qui a été à l'œuvre dès le début dans le Transition Forum, c'est réunir des acteurs de ces différents univers pour leur permettre de confronter à la fois leur point de vue, de confronter aussi les difficultés auxquelles ils pouvaient être confrontés, et effectivement, avec pour finalité de faire de voir les projets se concrétiser et de les voir se financer plus simplement, peut-être à des coûts de financement moins élevés, mais en tout cas effectivement c'est vraiment à l'objet, c'est l'objet de ce Transition Forum.
Comme vous êtes aussi investisseur, quels sont les critères pour vous de sélection pour financer des projets qui évidemment accélèrent cette transition ?
Non, il y a une partie des critères qui sont évidemment pas différents de l'ensemble de projets d'investissement au sens large. Vous allez regarder la qualité de l'équipe, la qualité du projet, etc. Ça, c'est les choses génériques. Si on se focalise sur les choses spécifiques liées à la transition écologique, nous, ce qui va nous intéresser, c'est d'avoir des projets et des porteurs de projets, donc des dirigeants d'entreprise, qui ont ancré leur projet de financement, leur projet de développement, à la fois sur des réalisations très concrètes et très concrètes sur les territoires qui sont un réceptacle naturel aujourd'hui de la transition écologique, puisque si vous voulez faire de l'éolien, du solaire, de l'hydrogène, de la biomasse, de l'hydro, vous êtes dans des choses très physiques. Et donc, comme c'est très physique, il faut être capable de faire en sorte que ces projets soient bien insérés dans le tissu économique local. Et donc, tout ce qu'on va chercher, c'est des gens qui sont ancrés, les deux pieds dans leurs différents territoires. Ils peuvent être évidemment implantés sur plusieurs territoires. Mais on va rechercher cette capacité, justement, comme je l'ai dit, à générer de l'acceptation de toutes les parties prenantes sur un territoire donné.
Sylvie, comment vous accompagnez au quotidien ces PME et ces ETI ?
On va les accompagner en les conseillant sur la façon de réduire leur empreinte carbone. Et là, il existe différentes méthodes pour le faire. Parce que, simplement pour un rappel, vous avez des contraintes qui sont mises en place, qu'on appelle scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, c'est-à-dire finalement comment mon industrie produit ses biens, comment mon industrie prend de l'énergie et quelle énergie elle prend, et comment toute ma chaîne de valeur, en amont, en aval, permet la réduction des émissions. Donc, dans ce cadre-là, les contraintes s'accroissent. À l'autre bout de la chaîne, comme en parlait également Lionel, finalement, les investisseurs sont très conscients de ces sujets. Ils ont des règles ESG d'investissement dans des projets qui font sens également sur le plan environnemental et écologique. Donc, cette pression se resserre sur les entreprises et il faut leur montrer ce qu'ils peuvent faire. Qu'est-ce qu'ils peuvent faire ? Ils peuvent produire finalement eux-mêmes de l'énergie moins chère en faisant tout simplement des installations photovoltaïques. Ils peuvent décider de récupérer des gaz pour en faire de l'énergie. Ils peuvent capter du carbone également. Il existe multiples méthodes pour réduire son bilan, pour soi-même ou pour les tiers. Donc nous, ce qu'on va leur dire, c'est finalement dans toute cette palette, ce que vous pouvez faire et quel impact ça pourra avoir.
Mais vous les accompagnez dans ces changements. Je suppose qu'en fonction des différentes entreprises que vous conseillez, toutes ne peuvent pas mettre les mêmes solutions en pratique, donc en fonction du coût aussi de ces solutions. Donc là aussi, il faut les financer.
Absolument.
Ça a un coût.
Il faut financer, il faut qu'elles aient un véritable impact économique également, notamment pour une PME. Mettre en place un système qui est très performant sur le plan environnemental, mais qui coûte très cher, ne serait pas économique et elle perdrait en concurrence. Donc justement, c'est cet équilibre qu'il faut rechercher, d'où l'intérêt, avant tout, de faire ce qu'on appelle le design de l'entreprise. L'entreprise fait appel à des consultants qui vont faire un design et qui vont dire pour vous, voilà ce qui peut être fait simplement à peu de coûts pour économiser et voilà ce que vous pouvez faire pour travailler sur le plus long terme. Et ensuite, toutes les briques, c'est également de pouvoir aller chercher des banques et fonds d'investissement qui sont prêts à aider ces entreprises à entrer dans une...
Est-ce que vous favorisez aussi la synergie entre les entreprises que vous conseillez ?
Alors, ça peut parfois faire sens localement. Par exemple, on a un projet actuellement où plusieurs entreprises se sont concertées pour mettre en place un projet d'autoconsommation collective. Et pour le rendre plus bancable, de façon intéressante, elles ont été chercher les collectivités territoriales qui ont une meilleure qualité de crédit et qui pouvaient apporter une garantie sur le foncier qu'elles avaient moins dans leurs mains. Donc, par ces synergies entre entreprises publiques et privées, c'est une solution. Mais il y en a beaucoup. Il y a beaucoup de créativité dans le domaine.
Pierre, vous aussi, votre rôle est d'accompagner ces PME et ces ETI. Quelles sont les actions que vous avez l'habitude de mettre en place ?
Tout d'abord, il faut partir du conseil et d'un audit de la situation. Donc ça a été très justement dit. Aujourd'hui, une entreprise, elle doit pouvoir identifier ses leviers d'action. Certaines, ça sera sur l'éolien, certaines, ça sera sur du photovoltaïque ou sur d'autres typologies d'énergie. Donc déjà, partons de l'identification par un bilan carbone ou un bilan énergétique pour savoir qu'est-ce qui est la meilleure option à choisir. Une fois qu'on a identifié cette option-là, il faut aller chercher le financement pour l'apporter. Il y a deux solutions qui existent. Soit l'entreprise porte le projet elle-même et va chercher un financement auprès d'un banque ou d'un fonds d'investissement, soit elle trouve un porteur de projet qui va porter le projet pour elle. La difficulté, c'est que les PME sont plutôt dans un esprit terrien, propriétaire fort. Donc déléguer cette gestion à un tiers est un peu difficile des fois d'un point de vue psychologique. Et donc je pense qu'il est important qu'on puisse faire évoluer aussi la relation bancaire au monde du financement de la transition écologique, notamment par deux actions. On voit qu'il y a des notations RSE de ce que font les entreprises pour avoir des taux bonifiés, des choses comme ça. Donc ça, je pense qu'on va dans le bon sens. Mais il faut peut-être aller plus loin parce que dans la capacité de l'endettement d'une entreprise, si elle doit choisir entre mettre des panneaux photovoltaïques sur son toit ou financer son outil industriel, elle va choisir son outil industriel. Donc il faut lui permettre de sortir de son endettement les investissements à la transition énergétique pour lui permettre d'investir massivement dans cette transition.
Et alors quelles sont les solutions ?
Alors les solutions, c'est de continuer le lobbying avec nos partenaires bancaires pour dire que l'endettement doit prendre en compte les investissements sur la transition énergétique, premièrement. Et deuxièmement, créer des outils. Donc comme ça a très justement été dit, l'autoconsommation collective est une solution de mettre en commun des choses que tout seul on ne pourrait pas faire en tant que PME, mais en regroupant 3, 4, 5 PME et en partenariat avec les collectivités, construire des outils, des véhicules qui vont porter ces projets, notamment sur le solaire, où il y a plein de choses à construire. Et on voit qu'on est quand même dans un territoire lumineux, venteux aujourd'hui, mais lumineux, et on a trop peu de panneaux photovoltaïques sur notre territoire. Donc nous, en tant qu'UPE, on va aussi essayer de construire un outil, un véhicule pour accompagner les entreprises sur le territoire qui veulent choisir les photovoltaïques.
Alors je vous pose la question à tous les trois. Depuis quelques mois, on nous dit l'argent n'est plus gratuit et ça va être de plus en plus compliqué. C'était très simple finalement de lever des fonds et d'obtenir des financements. Ça va devenir un peu plus compliqué et pourtant jamais la transition n'a été aussi urgente. C'est-à-dire que on dit voilà, maintenant ça y est, on est dedans, on le voit depuis quelques années, mais il faut accélérer encore plus. Donc comment accélérer si on a moins de financement de l'autre côté ?
Alors bon, rien n'est jamais gratuit en ce bas monde. Donc cet argent qui avait les apparences de l'argent gratuit a forcément eu des contreparties, puisque finalement les gens se sont mis aussi à payer leurs projets plus cher. C'est-à-dire que vous vous financez plus bas et donc vos attentes de rendement, vous les abaissez. Donc finalement, il y a un effet qui peut des fois être pas forcément ultra favorable. Ensuite, ce qu'il faut avoir en tête, c'est qu'il y a quand même une chance pour le monde de la transition écologique, c'est que pourquoi l'argent est plus cher? Parce que les taux d'intérêt montent. Pourquoi les taux d'intérêt montent? Parce qu'il y a de l'inflation. Et pourquoi il y a de l'inflation? Parce que les prix de l'énergie ont monté. Et donc, il y a une forme de compensation quasi naturelle. Aujourd'hui, vous vendez de l'énergie, et si vous êtes capable, pour tout ou partie, de vendre sur des contrats directs avec des clients industriels, vos prix sont plus élevés, les taux d'intérêt sont plus élevés, mais la rentabilité est compensée par ces taux d'intérêt. Par contre, il y a un message, c'est que c'est la fin d'une certaine rente qui était d'imaginer que vendre de l'énergie renouvelable, c'était uniquement vendre à des prix de tarifs garantis par l'État, qui n'étaient d'ailleurs pas très très élevés, alors qu'on va rentrer dans un monde d'énergie plus cher mais aussi plus volatile, mais finalement un modèle plus marchand, plus normal d'une certaine façon, et sur lequel il y aura, je pense, plus de volatilité mais aussi plus de rentabilité, et donc une hausse des coûts de financement ne va pas forcément être un problème pour un certain nombre de projets. Encore une fois, il faut être capable de se concentrer. Aujourd'hui, je pense que l'avenir, c'est les projets de petite taille et diffus sur le territoire et très complexes, et non plus les grands projets éoliens solaires qui sont moins complexes et donc qui ont des espérances de rendement plus faibles.
Vous partagez le point de vue de Lionel Lemot?
Oui, je le partage. Alors je rebondirai peut-être sur l'aspect juridique. Évidemment que nous, on suit de près. Il y a eu des textes qui partiellement répondent aux questions. Cet été, la loi d'accélération de la transition énergétique permet justement des mécanismes qui donnent la possibilité aux producteurs de compenser ce manque à gagner. Comme le disait Lionel, le manque à gagner à la fois sur le coût des matières premières, parce que finalement, ils ont bloqué un projet, un tarif, et maintenant tout augmente au moment où ils achètent les éléments du projet et ils se financent. Ils n'ont plus les fonds suffisants pour construire et rendre ce projet viable. Donc là, en partie, la loi de la transition sur l'accélération a prévu des mécanismes qui permettent d'aller sur le marché, des mécanismes de flexibilité, d'augmentation des tarifs, etc. Donc une des réponses qui a été donnée en tout cas par le gouvernement, c'est de permettre d'avoir cette aide complémentaire pour faire face à ces demandes. Mais je dirais également pour les banques, les marges bancaires n'ont pas du tout bougé. On parle bien d'inflation, donc on parle bien d'augmentation des taux et pas des marges, pour préciser.
Pierre, vous ressentez une anxiété de la part de ces PME et ETI vous accompagner par rapport à cette conjoncture?
Clairement, aujourd'hui, il y a une inquiétude parce qu'il y a une volatilité. On n'a pas de visibilité sur cette inflation des taux. Quand est-ce qu'elle va s'arrêter? On a les PGE qui commencent à être remboursés, qui sont aussi une grosse angoisse des chefs d'entreprise de ces PME. Et d'un cumul de se dire, on a notre PGE à rembourser, derrière, il va falloir qu'on fasse un crédit pour faire notre transition énergétique. La somme des deux est un peu inquiétante. Après, il faut relativiser, et je pense qu'on a aussi une opportunité, ça a très justement été dit, c'est que la rentabilité d'un projet solaire ou d'un projet sur l'économie d'énergie est beaucoup plus rentable que ce qu'il n'a été il y a 6 mois ou un an, du fait du coût de l'énergie. Donc il faut relativiser et ayons une vision entrepreneuriale, puisque nous sommes des entrepreneurs, PME, ETI, et avec une vision entrepreneuriale, l'investissement dans le solaire devient de plus en plus rentable, avec un retour sur investissement qui peut être tout à fait acceptable malgré les taux.
Lionel, un petit mot pour conclure?
Je dirais, non, pour rebondir, effectivement, les projets vont être sans doute plus marchands que ce qui était avant, où il y avait des modèles avec des tarifs garantis, mais finalement, c'est la vie économique. La vie économique, c'est pas la rente économique, c'est une forme de prise de risque. Mais cette prise de risque, il se trouve que je pense qu'elle va être récompensée parce que cette hausse et cette volatilité des prix de l'énergie, elle est là pour un certain temps.
En tant qu'observateur aussi de ce marché, est-ce que vous êtes confiant par rapport au financement de cette transition dans les quelques années à venir?
Oui, j'ai tendance à penser, en tout cas c'est notre conviction au sein d'Aqua Asset Management, ma société d'investissement dédiée à la transition écologique, mais on a la perception que 2022 c'était un point d'inflexion. un point d'inflexion dans la perception justement qu'ont les dirigeants publics et privés et dans les investissements qu'ils vont réaliser. Là, dans les mois qui viennent, les institutions publiques et les décideurs privés vont réaliser leur budget pour 2023. Et je pense que dans ces budgets 2023, on va avoir des enveloppes de financement de transition écologique tout à fait significatifs et qui peuvent surprendre plus d'une personne.
Vous qui avez investi très tôt dans le biogaz, dans l'hydrogène, on en parle de plus en plus. Est-ce que vous pensez que justement cette conjoncture peut être un accélérateur ?
Alors évidemment, si aujourd'hui vous dites que vous êtes capable de vendre du gaz vert de manière indépendante et autonome, c'est à l'approche de Noël, je crois que voilà, vous êtes quand même très bien perçu. Donc oui, c'est quand même des secteurs qui vont connaître une forte accélération, mais aussi parce qu'ils sont fondamentalement, c'est ce que j'attire toujours l'attention de mes équipes, fondamentalement ils rendent un énorme service à la communauté. Si vous faites du gaz vert avec des déchets, vous recyclez des déchets, vous produisez du gaz et vous rendez des engrais qui ne sont pas chimiques au sol. Bon, c'est quelque chose de fondamentalement sain et qui va trouver et son prix et son marché dans les années qui viennent.
Merci à tous les trois. C'était un véritable plaisir de vous avoir. Et en guise de conclusion, on va écouter Patrice Béguet, qui est le directeur exécutif de BPI, directeur exécutif communication et BPI Excellence, qui avait un message à nous faire passer puisqu'il n'avait pas pu être avec nous aujourd'hui. Et on se retrouve cet après-midi pour la suite des tables rondes du Transition Forum.
Nice Transition, c'est très bon. Il faut, on le sait, accélérer la transition écologique et énergétique. Le climat cherche patron militant. Vous savez, c'est notre campagne de communication. Oui, faire naître les innovations, les technologies partout dans les territoires. Créer ces fameux champions de demain. Entrepreneurs, donnez votre choix au climat, mobilisez-vous. Être responsable, c'est tout simplement préparer l'avenir, préparer un avenir meilleur, un avenir responsable. C'est aussi, en fait, permettre à la jeunesse et au climat, de se croiser, de s'interconnecter. Les jeunes sont l'avenir des entreprises. Et l'avenir des entreprises, vous le savez, ici, c'est le climat. Alors, la France de demain doit être verte, avec des enjeux climatiques et environnementaux qui seront toujours au cœur des préoccupations de tout et chacun. Le climat est bien ce bien commun de tous, pour tous. Et le changement, pas que le changement climatique, le changement est notre force vitale. La stagnation, notre glas. Et ça, on n'en veut pas. Alors oui, il y a des nouveaux outils concrets qui sont là, comme le plan climat. BPI France et la Banque des territoires ont lancé un plan de 40 milliards d'euros. Vous entendez bien, 40 milliards d'euros. Pour renforcer les volumes de financement de la TEE en accompagnant les acteurs privés sur les segments de marché les moins matures et aujourd'hui peu couverts. On parle par exemple des énergies marines, mais aussi de la méthanisation. Le climatomètre, ça c'est aussi important pour évaluer en ligne, en 10-15 minutes, pas plus, la situation approximative de votre entreprise en termes d'impact environnemental et connaître tout simplement, par rapport à son secteur d'activité, les principaux enjeux auxquels l'entreprise, votre entreprise, sera confrontée dans sa démarche de transition écologique dans les mois, dans les années à venir. Vous avez également le DIAG EcoFlux, très important, en partenariat avec nos amis de l'ADEME. C'est un programme d'accompagnement personnalisé de 12 mois par un expert avec les réponses à toutes les questions de la transition écologique. Et une fois de plus, BPI France, la banque de l'accompagnement, cet accompagnement vous permet de gagner en rentabilité, d'être conseillé sur la gestion de sa consommation énergétique et de ses déchets. Vous avez également le prêt vert, vous avez également le prêt éco-énergie pour financer les solutions d'efficacité énergétique des TPE et des PME. Oui, les fonds propres sont là également. La communication du coq vert, je le porte sur mon cœur, qui rassemble des entreprises engagées dans la transition écologique. Le VTE vert, le volontariat territorial en entreprise, qui permet aux entreprises de recruter un jeune talent, et on en a plein dans les territoires, pour travailler sur ces questions essentielles que sont la transition écologique. À toutes et à tous, en particulier à deux personnes qui font beaucoup, parce qu'elles ont justement la TE dans leur cœur. Je parle de Christian Estrosi et de mon ami Jean-Christophe Tortora. vous, une fois de plus, vous êtes des héros, vous êtes des champions, vous faites la France. Merci à vous.
Bonjour à tous, très heureux de vous retrouver.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to be with you this afternoon for the theme of food transition. I wanted to tell you that this session would be in English, so if you want to have access to interpreting, you can grab a headset at the entrance near the booths. So this first theme of transition, we wanted to cover it with David Leishman. David, you're American, you're an advisor for the Ministry of Agriculture in the US, but you were born in Italy, so you are based in Paris, and you've had a very international career since you were at the head of the Bureau of the Ministry of Agriculture for Africa and for the Middle East in the US. You are a trained economist, so you're going to tell us a little bit about this topic, which is very important, and we need to have a nuanced answer as to how to better feed the planet. Thank you very much. It is an honor for me to be with you today. I am going to answer your question in English.
Thank you. So feeding the planet better is a broad topic, because feeding better means producing much more food. So there's a question of quantity, of course, but feeding better means feeding well. So there's a question of quality. What do farmers or producers need to do to complete that task better? And I would like your point of view from the agricultural economist that you are.
Well, it is a broad topic. It's a very big problem, global problem that's been with us for many years, obviously. I would start by saying that it requires action. It requires action from everybody in this room. Everybody on this planet has an interest in resolving this problem. In November, we will be reaching 8 billion people. The World Food Program estimates that 1 in 8 people on the planet goes to bed hungry. So that is a major problem, not only in Africa or Asia, it's a problem in the United States, it's a problem here in France as well. And so the solutions are around us, but I think it really requires us to face these issues, these mounting issues, with an open mind and an open wallet, because it's expensive to address some of these issues. And so when I think about the problem of hunger globally, it is something that I think starts with education. We need to invest in education, and especially education of young people. I meet with a lot of students, and I'm always impressed by their energy and by their vision and their dream to do big things in the world, and I think we need to encourage that. It saddens me when I speak with many people in the agriculture field, how often I hear that there is a shortage of labor in agriculture. And so if people are really serious about addressing the challenges of hunger, we need to have people engaged in a very serious way to address some of these problems. And so when I think about young people, I'm reminded of President Abraham Lincoln, who founded actually my department in 1862. He talked about how agriculture is really the foundation of society. I mean, we're feeding the world, but it is also, it's the people's work. So everybody on this planet eats. Everybody on this planet needs to think about food, how it's produced, how it's distributed, how it's marketed, and how it's consumed. And I think, yeah. And so I think we need to really engage young people, in particular, in the educational sphere. The other thing I would say is that we need to celebrate the farmer. Everywhere I travel around the world, whether it's Brazil or Russia or India, the United States, here in France, I'm often saddened by the fact that farmers feel excluded. They feel victimized by consumers who think they know how to grow food, but they've never actually done it. And so I think it's really important that we treat farmers as the heroes that they are. They're really heroes every day, growing food under very difficult conditions, difficult circumstances. It's expensive. Somebody has to pay for it. And I think consumers can play their part to exalt the role of the farmer.
you said two interesting things. You said that we need more farmers, and you say that they need to be more recognized for the work that they do. But recognition is a good thing, but it's probably not enough. They need money. And there's a very important question, I think, which is the question of distribution of value. And that's accurate everywhere, because in emerging countries, you have small producers. They produce commodities like cocoa or coffee, but they're highly dependent on the stock prices on the market. They're dependent on big companies. And in more developed countries, like France, for instance, most of the value is captured by big distribution networks. So how can you bring back the value to the producers?
It's a very interesting question. It's not an easy question to answer. I would start with some local examples. I have a good friend here in France who is a celebrated chef in Lyon. Chef Christian Tétois, who has initiated with a number of people an organization called Mes Producteurs, Mes Cuisiniers. And it's really creating an ecosystem where both farmers and celebrated chefs get together to tell the story of food, because ultimately somebody has to pay for it. So I often think about how we communicate with farmers. We communicate verbally, we communicate in writing and policies, but we also communicate with our wallet. How much are we willing to pay for the food that we say we want to do? And as an economist, I'm often amused by the fact that many people say they want good food, but at the end of the day, are they willing to pay for it? And that's really the question that I think many people need to face. And in terms of the value chain, it's a very important question. In many parts of the world, the value chains are fragmented. And it's due to a number of circumstances. We often think the problem is big corporations, but in fact, when I was in India, I followed many different sectors. And it was surprising to me to see, for example, in the fruit and vegetable sector, how many middlemen are between the producer and the consumer. And these individuals, these companies, don't necessarily provide a lot of value. It's not transparent. And so I think we really need to be thinking about how to improve the efficiency of our value chains and how to ensure that the producer gets the full recognition for the work that they do.
We talked a lot about the producers, but there's a revolution going on also in the agricultural field, which is technology. Do you think it can bring new solutions? Can it be also affordable for everyone? Because, of course, hunger is in more emerging countries or poor countries. So what can technology bring, and can it be brought to anyone?
Another very, very important question, and I think most people, when they hear somebody from the US talking about technology, they think about biotech, biotechnology and GMOs. But I would say it's really important that we face technology with an open mind. I recently came to know an organization in the viticulture world, in the wine world. It's called the Foundation for Regenerative Viticulture. And it is a partnership between wineries in France, Spain, the United States, looking at regenerative agriculture. And I confess I don't know a whole lot about regenerative agriculture, and frankly, a lot of experts don't know a lot about regenerative agriculture, but it's something that we really need to study and be open to it. And likewise, we need to be open to technologies like CRISPR-Cas9. As you know, in 2020, Emmanuelle Chatron won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry for her work in developing CRISPR-Cas9. The debate on CRISPR-Cas9 has not been had. And I think we really need to encourage that kind of debate, because if you have a vaccine in your arm, you have CRISPR-Cas9 in you. And so we need to be really open to the fact that there are tools out there, modern tools as well as traditional tools, that can help us address the problems that you're talking about.
I would like to talk now about what we are going to eat in the future. We hear a lot about what we should or should not eat, maybe stop eating meat because of environmental issues. That's not easy. We hear maybe that we'll find new solutions by eating insects. What is going to be our plate in the future?
Another very interesting question. You know, the plate of today is not the same plate that we had even 30, 40 years ago. Technology is changing the way we consume food. We're eating a lot more fast food for convenience sake, and that's not a bad thing. It can be a good thing as well. It helps people manage their lives, and so when I look at I talk about this issue, my first reaction as an economist is to ultimately let the consumer decide. You know, if we focus on safety as government, we focus on food safety, and we focus on avoiding fraud. We don't want to deceive the consumer into buying something that isn't what they think it is. For other things, you know, whether it's eating meat or eating vegetables or eating fish or eating more sugar, you know, as long as the consumer has the tools to make an informed decision, then I don't really see why we should be imposing values on other people.
One might say that this is the vision of an American economist.
Well, you know, I think it's not just an American economist. I think, you know, we have to decide whether we want society, you know, there's a balance between what a personal freedom and personal choices and what is societal choice. Even here in France, I mean, you have a tradition of eating foie gras. For many people around the world, eating foie gras is not particularly acceptable, but for many traditional families, it is. So even within families, I have 2 daughters, they don't eat the same thing, and I have to make sure that they have the basic nutrients to stay alive, but I also don't want to necessarily impose my tastes, my preferences, even on my own family, let alone the rest of the world. So the idea of having a government bureaucrat telling society what to eat, to me is a little, it's not just an American thing, I think it's a freedom thing.
So you think questions around food could create new fractures in society?
Well, I think you know, we are living in a world that is increasingly polarized. You know, we have differences of views, differences of opinion, and I think one of the key ingredients for solving the world's problems is actually listening to different points of view. Oftentimes what we end up doing is talking amongst ourselves. You know, we talk to people that agree with us, and we don't really spend a lot of time talking to people who have maybe a different perspective or a different point of view. And I think that's a mistake, because I think we can actually learn a lot from each other, respecting each other. We can disagree, but we can do it respectfully. And I think if we are to address some of the world's challenges, we need to be open-minded and really figure out how we can work together. Even if we don't agree on everything, there are a lot of things that we can agree on.
It's a good thing because you're staying with us right now, so you're going to have the occasion of talking to different people with different points of views. Thank you very much, David Lichtman.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Et on poursuit donc. Alors on poursuit notre thématique alimentaire avec
So we continue on this theme of food, which is another complicated question. And here again, it's going to be difficult to provide a nuanced answer. But what type of food sovereignty could we have in a world in transition? We've seen droughts in France. Here, there's also transition for demand coming from consumers who want new ways of feeding themselves. And there's the question of food safety and the safety of food supply. Many questions that we will answer with our panel of guests today. So David Leishman with us here today. He is an advisor at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We have Richard Schemla, who is an advisor to the mayor and vice president of the metropolitan area of Nice. On the other side of the table, we have Frédéric Marchand, who is a member of the Senate for the North region. You are the spokesperson for the Territorial Food Project. You are the vice president of the FNSEA, Henri Piesse Pair. And we have Perrin Bismuth, who is the founder of French Food Capital, which is an investment fund in the sector of food. Thank you all for being here with us today. Let's start with the beginning. So production. Today, in light of the topics that we are faced with, can we redirect food production, because we're talking about sovereignty and we're in France here today. Can we redirect the food production here in France? Can we produce everything ourselves? Should we produce everything ourselves? Thank you for your invitation. I am the vice president of the FNSEA, but I am also a farmer myself. I rear cattle in the Pyrénées-Atlantique region. You've probably realized that from my accent. What's important in food sovereignty is to find resources for consumers and citizens. Finding them, up until 3 years ago, more or less, was not complicated because consumers did not mind where it came from. We had free trade in a world of peace. We could send goods about anywhere on the planet. The question of sourcing, of where do these goods come from, didn't matter so long as there was food in the supermarket. With COVID, we started to slow down the free trade of goods around the world, and we started to have problems in the aisles, and we had dearths of some products. And now we've seen with the war in Ukraine that when a conflict is triggered in an area that exports a lot of food. When they don't export food, it doesn't matter. But when it's a country that is in charge of a third of the production of wheat in the world and that provides energy, be it gas or what gas allows, which is to have fertilizers, it becomes a problem. So this is when we started talking about sovereignty again. Maybe we needed to have these products that came from not too far away. And many consumers realized that 70% of the sunflower oil that we use is produced in Ukraine or very far away. Many consumers realized that some vegetables were not produced on our territory or locally. This phenomenon is also linked to the particular attention being paid to local production lately. It's important to say it. We want to provide jobs locally. We're starting to realize that we would rather produce them quickly, locally also, because we will create less emissions. This is for climate reasons. So to answer your question, yes, today we need to bring back part of the production, not all of it. We won't produce everything because, of course, we cannot produce everything here because of the climate and the soil we have. But yeah, we can bring back part of the production. And in our country, the local farming and agriculture policies trusted international free trade, and they were not sufficiently vigilant, and that led us to the situation that we are in now. So you support companies that decided to relaunch their production in France. Does it work? And how do you create a link between consumer demand and local production? Thank you you for this question. This allows me to talk about the other end of the topic, the other end of the line, which is the consumer. When we talk about food sovereignty and consumers, we often talk about a paradox. And what we mean by that, we have a barometer with OpinionWay every year on the French in consumption. And the first trust factor for consumer, and for the third year in a row, is local production. So this means French, produced in France. So this has gone, this is now above brands, above labels. Now the first choice criterion for consumers for 3 years in a row has been local production, and their choice is also based mostly on price. So this is a paradox, and it's essential to tackle it. I see 3 challenges for the companies that I support. There are many experts around the table, so I'd love to hear your point of view. There's the challenge of adapting the offer to demand. We see that both in terms of volume and segment in growth categories. There's a vast difference. We talk about vegetable protein. Most of it is imported from South America today because there's a little bit of quinoa production in France today, but we don't have the right volumes in terms of cereal. It's the same. We invested in Marcal, the third organic agriculture company in France. So they produce in France and in Italy. So we try to go to Europe to be as close as possible from France, but everything in France, that's impossible. There's also several limitations on top of that, of the agri-food business. We have limitations in the catering sector. We buy fruits and veg that are already cut and peeled, so this needs to be made possible as well. And the heart of the problem is valuing how do we calculate the value of what is French and local? When we see that price is the main criterion when in consumption, we've seen a huge growth of organic
Et donc le sujet, c'est d'arriver à valoriser le local.
And there's this difference in price, so we want to try to bring value to local products. Usually we have a specific range of products from the Camargue region, from local producers, and we manage to sell them at a higher price. So
j'arrive à aller sur les segments
how can
où le
we
consommateur peut être capable de payer le prix et de donner une valeur au fait d'être sourcé
talk
localement.
to the clients who can pay this price and who want local products, because this is the challenge today.
Donc face à l'alimentaire, nous sommes des consommateurs, nous sommes
trying to strike the right balance between price and local. We are consumers, we're also citizens, so the matter of sovereignty is also to be solved by politicians. How can we organize this at regional level? So we need to be very humble, because if we do not have enough time around this table, please read the excellent report of Frédéric Lemarchand, which is almost comprehensive on food.
Ça sera le prolongement de cette table.
64%. France is a bread basket. 64% of our fruit are imported. So we need to be humble. How could our region be completely autonomous? We have 3 days of food sovereignty. Tomorrow, for a complete cut-off from the rest of the world, we have enough food for 3 days. We would like to reach 8 days, so you see how humble we are. I've heard a lot of things that are true. We're fighting on this. We're fighting for more education. We're trying to raise awareness. This is very crucial. Education, pedagogy, and the metropolitan area, the region is aware of this.
L'alimentation, c'est notre santé.
it's also about our health. We've not even heard about this. We are healthy if we eat well. I'm not going to tell you about the WHO definition. We've talked about how it was important to produce locally. We have two important tools. We have the Environmental and Health Safety Agency, which has Véronique Bourret at its head, and we have consultants within this agency. You'll see Stéphane Limou in a few minutes. And they are studying the future and studying how we could have this food sovereignty in the future. There are several steps to get there. And another tool is all the services, agricultural services we have within our metropolitan area. And all of the towns, we have villages, we have small rural villages that work together. And with these two tools, what matters is to try to find agricultures, farmers, develop local production as much as possible. Not necessarily labels, but showing that it comes from here, that it's our market. And we also always have education at the heart of our concerns. Our schools, we will not have 100% local production, but showing that local is important, diversifying food as well. We're not only going to eat potatoes, we also have sweet potatoes, we have other vegetables. This is what safety is about. If we make a wide array of products possible, but it's not about having 200 tons of potatoes, but it's the same for fisheries. We're not going to only eat salmon. We'd like to have other types of fish. We have many different types of fish in the Mediterranean that are very tasty and that are the bottom of the food chain. So I go back to health. This means that there's little endocrine disruptors in this food. I was saying this earlier before the session. It's too late to fight for the climate, but we've done a lot of mistakes. We have loads of fertilizers, pesticides in our food. We intoxicated ourselves with food, and this is the part that we have to play. We need to educate people and say that preparing our food, preparing our meal has an impact on our health. And people tell me, I don't have time. It's not true. We can do batch cooking, and it's good for the planet, because oftentimes if we heat our oven just for a pie, or if we heat it to make several things that wants to do batch cooking, it is better for the planet as well. So within this territorial project on food, there's a huge aspect that is dedicated to education. I heard you say earlier, we're all eating fast food. I dare hope not. Sometimes, okay, we need to look at the median numbers, but we need to teach people to eat well and discover products. You can come to school and see that if we make it attractive for kids and if we make a beautiful plate with spinach, they will eat it. So this aspect of education is very important. And we've said that 20 times, but it's important to repeat it. We need to defend our farmers. It's very important. One example, Catherine Nouveau does that. We have vegetable patches that people share. We're not going to feed people with such vegetable patches, but we're going to teach them how hard it is to grow a salad, a lettuce, a tomato. We're going to teach them that, and we're going to give them an idea of how hard it is. They're going to meet farmers. We often have workshops with farmers, and they ask them, how do you manage to have such beautiful tomatoes? So this is what we're doing here at the metropolitan area of Nice to do. Here again, we try to stay humble, but please read this report. For once, I thought the Senate did a good job.
À quel point est-ce que la réponse à la question de la souveraineté alimentaire doit être
how local should this response to food sovereignty? I really like what Christian Estrosi said earlier, saying that it's not time to be resignated, but to find solutions. And the solutions are in the regions, and we just saw that, heard that, with that advocacy. And when we talk about regional food project, because the government gave me a mission to assess regional food projects, we have almost 400 regions in France who are developing
un établissement public de coopération intercommunale, une commune, un pays, un parc naturel, des projets dans le domaine de l'alimentation,
projects around food with one simple idea.
D'abord, c'est
no
et puis ensuite, c'est pas la solution.
externality, no
Nord,
silos. I live in the North region.
Chicorée, c'est sympa, mais boire du café de temps en temps,
Chicorée is
c'est quand même
good,
aussi
but coffee every once in a while is not bad either.
Comment on
So
fait pour reterritorialiser
it can
le
be
système alimentaire
only
durable et
self-sufficient,
résilient, puisque
but we must
on est à un
have
moment où
sustainable
on
and
s'interroge
resilient
les uns et les autres sur les
food
sujets de transition
systems.
écologique,
We are talking about environmental transition, the
reterritorialisation
climate
est
environment,
aujourd'hui
so
nécessaire. Et les
making
territoires,
this more
eh bien, ils ont
regional is
décidé
crucial. And the regions have decided to commit to this movement for years now. The PAT date back from 2014. And
Julien de Normandie, puisque ce sont près de 80 millions qui ont été
Minister of Agriculture launched a project to help those projects roll out. And actually, during that mission, I realized how much our regions wanted to work on food. And I agree with you on the local aspect. Everywhere I go, I see that the regions have understood with their relationship with farmers, processors, retailers. We need to find a way for those worlds that don't know each other. Farmers were seen as the best during COVID, but now not so much anymore. So one of the good parts of regional food project is to help those people meet, people who don't know each other. And the issue in France is that everyone works in silos, and sometimes discussions are difficult. So this is a movement that has started, and I think that thanks to skills and intelligence, this should scale up.
Territorialisation.
We're talking about making things more regional, more local. What are the impacts on international relationships? David Lichman, what do you think as an American? I'll try to answer in French. The word sovereignty is a French word, I believe. And I agree with the previous speaker. I think that local stakeholders' participation is crucial. But I like the word resilience better, which is another French word, because over the past years, we have seen the interdependency of our world. When I used to work in Brussels, I was there during the tax problems in the US, but it's also happening here. The financial crisis impacts the entire world, but it was not just in the US. There are issues all around the world, and with COVID too. You can try and protect your country, but ultimately we must recognize that we all depend on each other. And for that reason, I think it's important that we have a reflection on what resilience means. On the one hand, there's local resilience, and I fully agree. Not just with fast foods in the US, we have many gastronomy chefs who work on high cuisine, and they are globally recognized for this. So we need to exchange our visions, our ideas, and to make agriculture more resilient. That's important. So in order to find this balance between local resilience, we also need strong partnerships at global level. So let's talk about options and solutions to reach food sovereignty or food resilience. From a political perspective, should certain competencies be transferred? I think that at regional level we should create create this competency, which is not the case yet.
Qui était un
Food,
sujet pour
which
beaucoup
is
pendant
a historical
de très nombreuses années,
topic,
est revenu aujourd'hui au centre
is
du
now
jeu.
back
Et on
at
voit
the
bien
center
au regard de
of the
l'appétence
scene.
qu'ont
And
les collectivités
when we
notamment
see
pour
the
se saisir de
interest
ce sujet,
that
il y a
regional
nécessité
governments
aujourd'hui,
have
je
for
pense,
this
et c'est en tout
topic,
cas ce que j'ai partagé avec le
I
ministre de
think,
l'Agriculture Marc
that's
Fesneau,
what
et
I
c'est une des
told Marc
recommandations du
Fesneau, the
rapport, que de
agriculture
confier une
minister,
compétence partagée,
that we should
alimentation
give
durable et résiliente, qui
shared
permettra, je pense,
competency
demain, sur la base d'un
on
État qui doit
food
rester
sovereignty
stratège,
and
de
resilience.
décliner une politique
And
nationale,
with the
de
state,
contractualiser avec
this
les
should be a
territoires
way to
sur ce que doit être
have
aujourd'hui une
agreements
alimentation
with the
durable et
regions
résiliente.
on what
Puisque, on va
resilient
pas se
and
raconter d'histoire,
sustainable
il y a quand même
food
des
should look
particularités
like.
géographiques qui font
There are
qu'entre Lille et Nice,
regional
il y a des spécificités qui ne
specificities.
sont pas forcément les mêmes.
Between Nice
Il faut
and
quand même
Lille,
rester
the
sur ces identités de
specificities
territoire.
are different, and
Une
we should keep
compétence, une
that regional
contractualisation avec
identity.
l'État
So
sur la base de projets
competencies, a
alimentaires
contract with
territoriaux
the
que je
state
vais qualifier de
on
systémiques. Vous parlez de santé,
local
c'est vrai
food
que c'est
programs,
important.
which should
Quand on
be
parle
systemic.
d'alimentation, on
You
parle
talked
développement
about health.
économique,
It's
on parle
important.
transition
When we talk
écologique,
about the economy,
on
we talk
parle
about
d'éducation, on parle
environmental
de santé. Finalement, on
transition,
parle de tout
we
quand
talk
on parle
about
d'alimentation.
education, and when we
D'où
talk
la
about food,
nécessité
we
de
talk about
travailler
all
sur des
this.
projets alimentaires
This is
territoriaux
why
que
it's
je vais
necessary
qualifier
that
de
we work
systémiques
on
dans le cadre de cette
regional,
contractualisation.
systemic food programs.
Perrine Bismuth, je voudrais continuer
Bismuth,
justement sur
I
cette
would like
notion
to
économique en fait, parce
continue to
qu'évidemment, la
talk about
souveraineté, il y a des
the
forts enjeux
economical
économiques.
aspect, of
Comment
course,
est-ce qu'on réussit à embarquer tout
especially
un
in
système? Comment
sovereignty.
est-ce
So
qu'on réussit
how
à
can
créer
we
des chaînes de valeur
embark a
résilientes?
whole
Vous avez une vision
system,
qui
have
rejoint le consommateur,
resilient
qui rejoint les chaînes de
value
production,
chains?
les
You're talking
entreprises.
about
Comment est-ce qu'on peut
production,
travailler tout ce monde-là ensemble,
companies,
avec
customers.
évidemment
How can we
derrière,
make sure
toujours dans
these
notre
people
tête, la
work
question de la
together
redistribution de la
while
valeur
keeping
qu'on
in
avait un petit peu
mind the
abordée dans la
redistribution of
précédente,
value,
et qui
which
est un véritable
we
enjeu aussi pour les
alluded to in
agriculteurs.
the
On pourra avoir votre
previous
point de vue d'ailleurs sur ce point.
round table, and is
D'ailleurs,
important
c'est
for
intéressant
farmers
parce qu'il y a quand
too.
même je rejoins
Yes,
tout ce qui a été
and
dit sur,
I agree
sur
with
l'éducation et sur le
what
changement de
everybody
notre
said
alimentation pour
about
arriver
education
à
and
trouver cette
changing our
adéquation. Mais il y a quand
food
même aujourd'hui,
to
il y a
find that
deux modèles
balance. But
alimentaires. Il y a un modèle alimentaire de
today we
masse
have two
où il faut
food
nourrir
models.
la
A
majorité de la
mass
population
model
avec la
to
problématique
feed
de prix dont
the
je parlais. Il y a un
population
modèle alimentaire de niche.
with
Et c'est vrai que
price constraints, and there's a
il y a les
niche
deux.
food model.
We
have both.
Nous, moi, ce que je vois, c'est pour parler un peu
what I'm
d'idées
seeing,
concrètes, il y a trois pistes. Il y a effectivement la
there are three
contractualisation.
options.
Donc, il y a beaucoup d'industriels
Contracts,
qui commencent à se dire
having
le
industrialists
changement,
that
installer
start
une filière qui correspond à la demande, ça
realizing
prend
that
du
an
temps. La
industry
planification
should
agricole, ça prend
be
du temps.
created,
Et
which
pour que
takes
l'agriculteur
time,
puisse changer les
so
pratiques,
that
on a besoin
farmers
qu'on
can
s'engage
change
sur
their
du volume.
practices.
Et donc, on a besoin
You need a
d'industriels qui le
commitment
fassent.
on
Et donc, ça,
volumes
je donne un
from
exemple qu'effectivement, on se
industrialists.
donnait, mais c'est
And I
une
gave that
entreprise qui
example
s'appelle Dacobello
earlier.
qui réimplante une
There's a
filière
company
amande en
called
Provence,
Dacobello, which
parce
is
qu'effectivement, les
creating
fruits secs,
an
c'est une grosse
almond
tendance de
industry in
consommation, sauf
Provence
que je pense
because
que tout est importé
dry
quasiment.
fruits are
Alors
very
qu'avant, on avait
trendy
des amandiers
when
en
almost
Provence
everything
et
is
on a
imported. When we
arrêté,
used
c'était
to
un
have almond
savoir-faire, et
trees in
donc-
Provence,
mais ça,
when we
ça va
stopped.
prendre au moins 3
But
ans
this
avant
will take
d'avoir la
at
première
least 3
production,
years
au
to
moins
get
3
a
ans avant de
first crop,
commercialiser, et ça sont des
3
petits
years to
volumes. Donc,
commercialize,
c'est pas avec
and
la
these are
filière
small
amande en Provence
volumes,
qu'on va
so
réussir à nourrir
we
les
won't
masses.
be able
Donc,
to
et ça,
feed
ça suppose aussi, et
masses
le deuxième
with the
point, c'est la
almond industry in
valorisation.
Provence.
C'est comment je suis
Second thing
capable
is
de
about
valoriser
valorization.
un modèle
How can we valorize
agricole français avec les
agricultural
critères de qualité, que ce
French
soit du bio, de
model
l'agriculture
with
régénérative,
criteria
tout ce
for
qu'aujourd'hui
organic,
on tourne un peu autour de notre modèle
regenerating,
d'agroécologie, mais
everything
comment je le
around
valorise
the
auprès du
model, and how
consommateur,
to
et je
valorize
fais en
that
sorte
to
que le
consumers
consommateur
and
soit
make
prêt à
sure
en
that
payer le prix
consumers
via le
are
réseau de
willing to
distribution,
pay
et
the
ça,
price.
c'est une vraie problématique.
That's
Et la
a
troisième
real
piste,
topic.
et nous on le voit, on a essayé, on parle
Third
peu de la
option,
restauration comme
we're not
débouché, mais c'est un
talking
vrai
much
gros
about
sujet.
restaurants, but it
Parce
is
qu'aujourd'hui,
an
notamment quand on parle
important
de la
topic.
viande,
When
plus de
we talk
50%
about meat,
de la viande
more
qu'on
than
trouve dans la restauration,
50%
elle est
meat
importée.
that you
Donc
buy or eat in a restaurant is
le
important,
sujet, c'est, et notamment le poulet.
especially for chicken.
L'idée, c'est pas de vous couper l'appétit, mais notamment le poulet. Et donc, nous, on a investi chez Classroot. Et on essaie, avant notre poulet, il venait du Brésil.
We used to buy chicken from Brazil, and now we buy it in France.
Ça suppose un nouveau mix marge parce que le client, il va pas payer sa salade au poulet.
Has an impact on the margins.
En France.
Customers won't pay double just because the chicken comes from France. So we're changing the recipes, reducing the volume or quantities of chicken, and that's what is the challenge.
C'est d'essayer d'expliquer aux consommateurs pour effectivement que le consommateur considère qu'une salade avec moins de poulet, il vient de France, il en a plein pour son argent, il n'aura pas faim. Et c'est aussi ça, cette réalité de la consommation un peu de masse de tous les jours. Donc vraiment, contractualisation, changement de l'offre et valorisation. Je pense que c'est les trois
I think these are the three keys, but it's not easy.
On n'a pas les mêmes notions là. Prenons l'exemple.
Using the same concept.
Mais je vais choisir celui-là.
Let's take an example.
avant, même à mon époque,
in the past,
quand
even
j'étais
in
jeune,
my
tous les œufs étaient malheureusement sur des poules qui ne voyaient pas la lumière, qui étaient en batterie, qui étaient enfermés. Parce qu'on a parlé, quand on parle de sécurité alimentaire, il faut se parler de bien-être animal.
And didn't see the light of the day. When we talk about food, we should talk about animals' well-being.
Aujourd'hui,
And today,
tous les œufs sont
I
des
think
œufs
it's
de
no
poule
longer the
extérieure,
case.
parce que le
All eggs
consommateur a décidé,
come from
il vérifie la
stereo
plupart.
chickens.
Une grande partie,
et je me permets, mais pas dans la restauration, il y a un manque de transparence.
Non, mais pour une grande partie, comme il y a une évolution, avant pour trouver des œufs élevés en extérieur, c'était difficile. On est d'accord, c'est ça que je veux dire. Aujourd'hui, on a quand même sur le marché,
Now on the market, in supermarkets, there are more free-range eggs.
Vous mettez le doigt sur une partie du problème que l'on a dans notre pays. Ce qui est interdit, c'est de produire des œufs en cage en France.
Oui,
pas en Europe, en France.
From chickens who live in cages in France, but not outside of France. So there is indeed no longer this type of sites in France. But in Poland, there are. And Poland almost didn't produce eggs in the past, and they have 200% of their demand covered, so they export eggs. Where to? In France.
Parce que pour la pâtisserie, quand vous allez acheter une pâtisserie, vous ne demandez pas au pâtissier si c'est des œufs de poule en cage ou de
pâtissier if they are free range or not.
Pour la restauration, les œufs,
for restaurants, etc. When you buy an egg for yourself in the supermarket, you look for free range eggs. But when it's processed, you don't check that anymore. So we blamed French producers who closed their sites, lost market shares,
je réponds sur deux choses, c'est le deuxième chapitre. Première notion, c'est quand même, on prend l'exemple local de sécurité, on achète quand même, nous Français, des œufs plus élevés en extérieur. De l'œuf lui-même, première notion. Et deuxième notion, on touche un point important sur la sécurité alimentaire, vous l'avez cité, c'est le patchwork incroyable de l'Europe.
The huge patchwork that Europe is.
Mais ça touche aussi la sécurité alimentaire, c'est-à-dire que si vous faites venir des produits extérieurs au sein de notre Europe, ils ont des contingents totalement différents, y compris en ça, c'est catastrophique. Je peux vous faire sourire, puisque j'ai la double délégation santé et environnement. Les poubelles n'ont même pas la même couleur en Italie et en France.
Trash cans don't even have the same color in Italy than in France.
Des produits entrée de gamme en France, parce que la souveraineté, c'est un retour à des produits moins chers, plus accessibles,
and affordable products is the price criteria something that should be integrated for customers that are facing
C'est le contraire. Moi, j'ai toujours dit, en tout cas dans la métropole, ce qu'on veut avec nos services,
at least in the metropole, we want to try and
sur les produits,
increase quality.
Mais après tout, on peut réaliser ses rêves. C'est de marquer non bio. Et tout le reste, c'est bio.
The best would be the dream that we write non-organic and not organic on products.
On peut évoluer.
I think we can evolve.
C'est d'aller vers le haut.
And the best would be
La crise Covid nous a montré aussi une chose.
Increase quality, not the opposite. And COVID showed us that
certains agriculteurs sont sortis.
Some farmers
on les a rencontrés, on les a reconnus.
Came out of it. We saw it. And the COVID crisis, and I'm talking for the metropole, I'm talking at local level, and it showed us that we could almost be self-sufficient. I'm in charge of health, so I was focused on this. There were AMAPs, a whole network that emerged, that grew during the COVID crisis. And this is what human intelligence is about. But we don't want to decrease quality, but the opposite.
Juste un mot quand même pour dire le plaisir que je prends.
Just a word, just to tell you how pleasurable it is for me to listen to the speakers who recognize the quality of farmers, what they did, the fact that during COVID we found food, nobody missed any food, maybe some imported products, but not food. And what couldn't come from the other end of France was sourced more locally. 5 years ago, we used to complain, and at the FNSEA, we talked about agri-bashing, and now there's a real support for farmers, and it's really nice for me to hear you. I would like to refer to what you said.
You talked about the real issue here. First of all, there's several types of markets, and we can supply them. What you said is true. We need to reinvest even in low-end quality products. Why wouldn't we feed people with low purchasing power? Not by putting chickens back in the cages, but at least through methods that can help us offer low prices products, not the best quality, of course, but at least healthy with some taste. But there are other markets, higher end, and we need to invest in French food. Another thing,
de longue haleine, vous l'avez dit.
This is a long-term activity. You said it. We're talking about veggie meals in canteens. We need lentils. Lentils are mainly imported from Canada with production methods that are prohibited in France.
On peut produire la lentille.
With crop protection products, we can produce lentils. We need to find the right lands, the right seeds that are adapted to our climate, to our lands. That will take a few years, and then we need to create the whole chain. A plant to collect, to clean, to transform, to package. So this takes a long time. I'm in the southwest region. People talk about soya. And with the food crisis, we realized that we imported 80% of soya from North or South America. Sorry. We can produce soya. We know how to do it. In the cooperative where I work, Euralis, we stopped a soya processing plant 20 years ago because the Common Agricultural Policy said we don't need soya anymore. We have agreements with America. But now we need local soya because this is the request and this is a way to reduce CO2 emissions. 3 years ago, we rebuilt a soya processing plant. We were at 0 3 years ago and we're doubling capacity of the plant. We can do it, but it takes 5 to 10 years. This is why long-term contracts are required. This is why mid- and long-term visibility is required. And we need a European policy to support this in the mid and long term. One word about what happened to organic agriculture. Subsidies were given for 5 years, saying, go ahead, we want it, we're ready to pay, don't worry. And now, we have a year and a half with people who have no market. I have a farmer in my town who was supposed to produce organic free-range eggs, and his buyer told him, I don't need it anymore. He hadn't started producing, he created the site and was told they don't need it, and now he's producing non-organic eggs. He found a buyer, but his economical balance has changed. This is a very important debate. And from an external perspective, France is part of the European Union, and you have relationships with Poland. If you have a political project, then you need a common policy. And when I look outside of Europe or France, we are a large importing country from France. Without the US, what is the future of champagne? We are the first global market for champagne. But not only, many other French products are excellent and add value to your agriculture. We're starting to produce a lot of champagne, not champagne but bubbles.
C'est une notion de transversalité. C'est ce qu'on fait aujourd'hui.
The issue here is about cross-functionality. We need to sit at a table and decide what we want in the coming 6 years. Agriculture does not happen in a year, not just thanks to political will. And that's the point of this forum.
Un sénateur, on a de pouvoir s'organiser sur 5, 6, 8. C'est ça aussi la sécurité alimentaire.
That's what food safety is about. It's not immediate, it's organizational. And as I'm saying this, I want to insist on education because this might be a shock
to you, but when we talk about prices, we have a global budget. If you can pay the price for a large, huge screen or change your iPhone every year, maybe in education we should educate people that they can pay 50 cents more for tomatoes because they don't have pesticides or...
Donc tout ce volet, c'est de l'éducation. Et l'éducation,
this is all about education, and education will help the people become more healthy. So it's a substance work. We've all made mistakes, unions as well, and it's too late to fight. We need to work together for a very near future, which is
Transversalité, ce sera votre mot de la fin. Il nous reste 50 secondes pour conclure.
So this is your conclusion. We have 30 seconds left. Would you like to talk about one option or one keyword? We're working in the long term, but the issue is that we don't have that much time left. So we need to work in the long term, but most importantly, we must work in partnership. There's no good guys, bad guys, the ones in the know, etc. We are all at the same level, and if we have one objective is to get quality food, and I think it's important, and I think this is why regions are important. Earlier we talked about logistics. That's an issue for small farmers, and when the region delivers food to elderly people, they can have ideas, and regional projects are not the only solution, but it's one part of the solution when it comes to food resilience.
Ça serait un message aux consommateurs, quoi, de dire.
So it could be a message to consumers: continue to support French agricultures and French farmers who are making efforts by buying products that come from near you, produced on your land.
Je souscris à tout ce qui a été dit, mais un mot aussi, je pense.
I support everything that was said, but we should also say something. We need to work on valorization of the quality agricultural model. One word about organic.
Je pense qu'on en parle à la table ronde d'après, mais c'est
We'll probably talk about this in the next round table, but we have farmers who've made efforts to become organic, and we're almost at around minus 20%. There are other certifications such as zero pesticide residue, but they don't have the same impact. And when it comes to education, I think consumers are lost with all these certifications. They don't know the differences. So I think that the government has a role to educate consumers, to explain. When we see those market trends, we should be able to choose our model and to educate consumers so that they can valorize that when they buy. And I think that's crucial.
Juste un mot, les racines.
Just one word.
Pouvoir des États-Unis, c'est basé ici en France.
The roots of the power of the US are in France. It's thanks to France that we left the colonial power, and I think the US also contributed to Europe a lot, and I think we can do a lot together. Thank you so much to our guests, and we will continue with food in the next round table.
Je retiens le mot de la fin de la table ronde précédente qui était résilience.
I remember the word of conclusion, which was resilience, and I almost want to thank Perrine Bismuth for her transition, really, to talk about labels or certifications. The name of this roundtable is All Farmers Tomorrow. We only have 30 minutes, it might be short, but the health crisis really showed how food sovereignty was important. French people may have been convinced of the importance of sustainable food. There are many certifications, organic, but others too. And there's also the issue of price. First question is very simple for you. Laure Verdreau, you're the director of the organic agency. Stéphane Linou, we mentioned your name in the previous roundtable. You're a former general advisor in the Aude department, and you're also a pioneer of the locavore movement in France. Finally, Jean-Marie L'Enfant, you're the president of Bienvenue à la Ferme, which is a commercial representation of agriculture. Laure Verdreau, when we hear that there's minus 20% on organic, it's a shame. What's happening? So let's be cautious. I think Perrine was mentioning the distribution figures. And we publish yearly figures, and it's a very diverse market. An organic farmer does not only sell to big supermarkets. 70% of sales are in supermarkets, and it's only 50% for organic food because there's a specific network of stores, and there's one specificity which we talked about with Bienvenue à la Ferme. For organic, one farm out of two sells directly to consumers. That's 26,000 points of sale. This short circuits account for 11% of organic sales when it's only 1 to 2% from regular food. So we have a larger variety of options. There is also small food shops that sell organic food. So there's more diverse options to sell organic food. And for now, we shouldn't get confused between organic food sold in supermarkets and in other points of sale. And we're hearing that some supermarkets want to use different labels or certifications, not organic, but agroecologique certifications. So let's be patient and not say that organic food is going back to being a niche, but it is the first time that we don't have shortages of organic food, and we need to have a different reflection to see how we can offer a demand to the farmers who went organic. Are there too many labels or certifications?
C'est important qu'il y ait des labels.
We need to have those labels.
Il y a une dilution aujourd'hui où
it is true
quelque chose qui est édité, qui est réglementaire.
When there is a new regulation, then marketing uses it with fake labels such as zero pesticides. It's a real label, but it's a private one, not a public one. And marketing uses that. Now, when we buy a food product in a supermarket, we feel like we already know the farmer. You can see their picture, but this is all marketing.
On en parlait, mais le label bio,
and for me, the organic label is the one and only. At Bienvenue à la Ferme,
c'est une marque des chambres d'agriculture. C'est pas vraiment
we're a brand. We're not really a label.
Avec un cahier des charges, avec plus de 8000 agriculteurs.
Specificities with more than 8,000 farmers.
Le consommateur, il est perdu. Il a plein de bonnes intentions. il a beaucoup de bonnes intentions.
They have a lot of good intentions.
Le consommateur, c'est pas de moi, mais c'est un menteur de bonne foi. Il a plein d'envie d'aller acheter des produits locaux, de suivre certains labels, mais parfois,
in good faith. They want good products, but sometimes the reality doesn't allow them to pay for that. And they do their grocery shopping on Saturday morning, and they're a bit lost with all these labels. So, as a reminder,
Bienvenue à la ferme, oui, c'est
Bienvenue à la ferme is a network that is 35 years old that allows people to go directly see producers.
Tous les produits alimentaires, le vivet fermier, on a aussi un certain nombre de fermes pédagogiques, de fermes auberges,
we also have
et donc
bed and breakfast farms where people can come and visit. People can also just pay a visit to farms. I'm a farmer myself, and this network is a network of farmers that host people, and we have a contract that means that we need to be transparent. We need to welcome people at least twice a year. And this is just so that people can see what we produce and that we are the ones producing these products. As for distribution, within Bienvenue à la ferme, we have stores, we have points of sales. Most farmers can sell right there on their farm.
Pour les collectivités territoriales qui veulent organiser des marchés, nous avons des drives fermiers, nous avons des casiers, et nous venons de mettre en place des magasins Bienvenue à la ferme qui sont ouverts
network of stores that are open, Bienvenue à la ferme. They're open to everyone, and we want to go where there are consumers. When I listen to you, I want to say, well, why don't consumers directly come to you? It would be very simple.
Je pense que nous, notre évolution, c'est de nous faire
I think that we need to become more well-known
avec le consommateur. C'est d'ailleurs un des
and be in a dialogue with consumers.
réseau des chambres d'agriculture.
It's one of the three pillars of the chambers of agriculture. We need to communicate better, to educate consumers, develop added value, and become more resilient.
J'ai envie quand même de poser la question à votre voisin.
For you, though.
Stéphane Linou, résilience, c'est un terme que vous connaissez bien.
Is a word that you know quite
la même
well.
question, est-ce qu'il y a trop de labels et est-ce que finalement il y a beaucoup de choses qui existent et qui n'arrivent pas jusqu'à la conscience du consommateur?
There are too many things that exist but that consumers are unaware of because of a lack of communication.
La base du label, c'est de la confiance par procuration.
Label is about
trust,
but through a proxy, because we cannot go ourselves to check on the production conditions, because consumers are no longer in touch with producers these days. And this is also the symptoms of a problem. It means that there's no contact between producers and consumers, and there's no contract between them either. And this is linked to the title of our roundtable. Tomorrow, all farmers. Well, there's a
qui quelque part en creux veulent dire un peu la même chose. Ils parlent un peu de la même chose.
On parle
overrated.
You're talking ce rapport, on en a parlé sur la table ronde précédente qui a rendu la commission du Sénat qui invite à un plan de compétitivité. Est-ce que ça vous concerne? Est-ce que c'est faisable? Est-ce que c'est
Do you think that you could take part in it? Is it realistic? Is it too late already? Other priorities, they have to be priorities, but what would they be?
Il faut un plan de compétitivité en agriculture.
Do we need a competitiveness plan in agriculture?
La photo globale par un pixel.
I think that
actuellement l'enjeu il est pas tant sur le pouvoir d'achat.
What's at stake today is not so much purchasing power.
Français, on a 10 millions qui sont à l'aide alimentaire et donc là c'est hyper important que tous les dispositifs d'aide alimentaire, les chèques verts, tout ce qui va être au projet puissent intégrer le volet de transition alimentaire. C'est pas pour rien qu'on est sur un forum de la transition. En revanche, on est 58 millions de Français qui pourront encore faire des arbitrages.
Still make choices. It's going to become more complicated, but still will be able to make choices. And this is where the previous roundtable was very enlightening because they said several times that the key was education. Because today, what consumers or clients can receive in terms of messages, it's difficult to tell them that they're going to save the planet. If they're worried about making ends meet, they're not going to care about the planet. So how can we have this transition take place in our fridge and in our plates?
pour
At the
faire vendre le
Organic
bio.
Agency, we're not here to sell
On est
organic.
juste là pour dire,
We
voilà,
don't
vous, citoyens
have
français,
shares in any
par ailleurs des
company. We're just
contribuables,
here
des
to
consommateurs.
tell citizens,
Vous pouvez manger
French
plus de bio,
citizens,
quel que
you
soit
can
votre pouvoir
eat more
d'achat.
organic
Et pour ça,
regardless of your
implique
purchasing
de faire
power.
votre
This
transition alimentaire.
requires for
Et
you
ça
to have
dépasse
this food
le clivage
transition.
bio ou pas bio.
And
Parce
this
que
is
comment on fait cette
further
transition
than just
alimentaire? En fait,
the organic
inflation ou pas,
divide.
on est obligé
Because
de
inflation or
gaspiller
not,
moins.
we need
Ça, on
to
n'aurait pas eu
waste less.
l'inflation. De toute façon, on a 30 kilos de nourriture
We have 30
gaspillée par
kilos of
habitant par an.
waste
On est obligé
per
de le faire.
inhabitant per
Le deuxième
year,
volet,
so we have
c'est
no
de
choice but
cuisiner
to do
plus,
that.
le produit brut.
Second
Il y a
aspect
un
is
sondage
to
IFOP qui est paru
consume
récemment
more
où on
raw
demandait aux Français
products.
alors qu'est-ce que vous allez faire pour retrouver des marges financières.
A survey
plus
recently
de produits bruts. Banco,
asked
en
the French
général,
what to
quand
do to
on
save
veut
more
mettre
money, and
plus
they
de bio
said,
dans
I'm going
l'assiette,
to
on met des produits
eat
bruts.
more
Ensuite, il y a le fait d'acheter de saison. Là, pour le coup, on ne peut plus
food
penser
from
la
scratch
résilience
that
d'un
I'm going to make
territoire
from
indépendamment
scratch.
de la
Now, of
saisonnalité de
course,
ses
it's
produits.
about
On a parlé
eating
de
seasonal.
chicorée à la table précédente.
We talked about chicory
On sait qu'il y a
in
des
the
régions en
previous
Occitanie sont mieux
roundtable.
loties.
We know that there are
On a le
regions
volet
that
acheté
have
en
more
direct. Ça, bienvenue à la
fruit
ferme,
and
c'est
vegetables
l'incarnation
like
de
here,
ça, parce
but
que de plus en plus,
bienvenue à la ferme is
le
also
français
an
musarde
answer to
pour faire
this
ses
because
courses. C'est
the
fini
French now
de la GMS, on va à côté.
no
Et puis, il y a
longer
aussi le
only
fait
go to
d'acheter en vrac.
supermarkets, they go
Ça,
to
on
several
se-
stores. It's
Ça,
also
par
about
exemple, les
buying
bio ont
in
été
bulk.
pionniers puisque c'était les premiers en
And
smoke avec leur
organic
sachet d'amandes
food
dans
stores
le vrac dans le
were
silo. Et là, la
pioneers
loi AGEC
because
qui est passée,
we
dit
had
toute grande surface de plus de
the
400 mètres
possibility
carrés
to sell in
doit
bulk.
consacrer
Now,
20% de sa surface au
20%
bio.
of the
Pour un marché de
surfaces
5000
in
mètres carrés, ça
stores
fait quand même 1000
for
mètres carrés en
over
vrac,
5,000
pas
kilometers.
en
They
bio.
need to
Et
have
puis le dernier volet, c'est bien sûr de varier ses
sell in
protéines
bulk. And the
et
last point is
d'intégrer plus de
to
légumineuses.
vary proteins and to add more pulses
Dans l'assiette, 2
in
fois par
their
semaine, c'est la recommandation du
plate.
Programme national de nutrition santé. Donc,
Twice
il y
a
a
week.
toutes sortes de leviers où, en fait, qu'on le veuille ou pas,
So
on
there
va
are
être obligé
many
de prendre ce
different
tournant.
levers.
Il y a
Whether
20
you
ans,
want
on ne
it or
voulait pas
not,
avoir
we
4
will
poubelles
have
chez nous.
to
Bon, on l'a fait quand
change
même.
this.
Et bien là, c'est pareil. La transition alimentaire, inflation ou pas, on est obligé de
Inflation
prendre
or
ce chemin-là.
not, we have to
Oui, il
change.
faut de la compétitivité. Il faut un plan
Stephanie, do
pour
we
ça.
need
Ou est-ce
competitiveness?
qu'il
Do
faut
we need a
juste du bon
plan for
sens
this, or do we only need common sense?
Souvent, ça se rejoint.
Stephen, rather.
Souvent, ça se rejoint.
Oftentimes,
Et
both go hand in
les
hand.
meilleurs alliés des
The
agriculteurs,
best
ce sont les
allies
gens
of
qui cuisinent.
farmers are the people who
Tout
cook.
simplement, parce que
Quite
la
simply.
valeur et la richesse restent fixées sur le territoire. Donc,
Because
des
it means
agriculteurs
that the
comme
value
n'importe quelle
stays on the
profession ont
territory. So
besoin
farmers
de 3
need
ingrédients pour changer
3
de
ingredients to
braquet.
change.
C'est une visibilité dans le
They
temps,
need visibility over time,
des bons prix
good
et des
prices,
volumes
fair
garantis.
prices,
Sans ces
and
3
guaranteed
ingrédients, il
volumes.
n'y a pas de temps long, donc il n'y a
Without
pas d'éléments rassurants pour
There's
changer de braquet.
nothing
Donc, en
reassuring
fait,
for
le
farmers.
consommateur, mais également la puissance
The
publique
consumers,
à travers
but
la commande
also
publique,
public
peuvent fabriquer du
authorities
temps long pour une profession.
can
Donc là, j'ai
make
l'impression
this a
d'être une porte
reality.
ouverte, mais jusqu'à présent,
This
on l'a
seems
pas
quite
trop fait.
obvious, but up
Donc,
until now, we've
oui,
not
il y a,
done
au
so.
niveau fiscal, oui, il n'y a pas
So in terms of
d'harmonisation
taxes, yes, there's
européenne au niveau
no
des modes de
regional,
production, des
European
produits carnivores.
harmonization
Donc là,
in
c'est vrai
terms
que c'est
of
déloyal.
production. So
Il y
here,
a,
there's
aussi,
also
peut-être assouplir
unfair
les règles de la
competition.
commande publique.
We need to
Il y a
change
peut-être aussi des
the
collectivités
rules
de
for
flécher
public
avec beaucoup plus de
orders
souplesse
because regions
les
should
commandes pour favoriser le local, donc ça mériterait
favor local
d'être
producers.
assoupli. Le
This could be
consommateur
made
un peu
also
plus
more
éduqué,
flexible.
formé, on emploiera le terme
Consumers
peu,
that are
pour justement
educated,
garder
that
la
are
richesse sur
trained
le territoire, mais ce qui
need
est
to
bon aussi
keep
sur le
this
et dans son porte-monnaie. Mais ce
value
qui est
in
bon
the
aussi
region.
pour la
But what
santé,
is
le
good
porte-monnaie du
for
territoire.
health and
Les
for
achats restent fixés sur le
the
territoire.
wallet
Pour le
of the
porte-monnaie
region,
domestique, quand on
we
cuisine,
should
ça coûte moins cher.
buy
Mais
local.
aussi la
When we
santé
cook, it's cheaper, as
individuelle
you
des
said,
corps.
but
Lorsque
also
l'on cuisine,
individual
on
health.
a
When
une
we
main
cook,
sur les
we have
produits
power
que l'on
over the
achète,
products that
c'est-à-dire
we
il y a moins
buy
de produits
and we
transformés,
use.
et donc
So fewer
plus le produit est
processed
transformé,
goods,
plus ils viennent de loin, plus il est facile
the more these products come from
on va
far,
dire, de les modifier, on va
the
dire.
easier it
Donc,
is to
donc
process
quelque
them.
part, part, raccourcir les circuits et remettre de la phase barrage, c'est quelque part bon pour tout le monde. Là, j'enfonce une porte ouverte, c'est du bon sens.
Monsieur L'Enfant.
Sur l'accompagnement des agriculteurs aujourd'hui, donc ça c'est notre rôle, le rôle des chambres d'agriculture. Déjà des agriculteurs en résilience ou sur le sujet des circuits courts, on est très souvent en mode projet. Donc avec là où je trouve que c'est intéressant, tous les jeunes qui s'installent aujourd'hui, c'est quasiment 1 sur 2 s'installe avec des circuits courts ou des filières un peu nouvelles. Et tous ces jeunes qui s'installent, ont peu d'interdits et raisonnent beaucoup plus commerce. Donc réfléchissent aussi à comment être aussi beaucoup plus compétitifs et comment améliorer la qualité de leurs produits. Après, pour ce qui est de la compétitivité et du prix de nos produits, l'éducation, effectivement, il faut éduquer d'abord les jeunes, il faut éduquer dans les familles. Alors, ça marche très bien, je trouve, avec la restauration collective. le sujet de la restauration collective, où on a des chefs de collèges, de lycées, d'écoles communales qui vont commencer à travailler les produits, ce qu'ils ne mangent pas forcément chez eux. Ce qui ne goûte pas chez eux. Aujourd'hui, on a des chefs de collectivité qui leur font goûter. Et
that make them try new
de la
things.
compétitivité,
As for competitiveness,
si demain on a plus de commandes
tomorrow, if we have more orders directly to our farms locally,
arriver à baisser les prix. Alors on
we
sera
can
pas.
also reduce prices.
Je suis producteur d'huile de tournesol. Je ne serai pas au niveau d'une huile de tournesol désodorisée importée à
sunflower oil.
d'ailleurs
I
à
won't
pas cher.
be
On aura des produits qui sont un
as
peu plus
competitive
de
as what
goût.
is
On en mettra peut-être
imported
un peu
and
moins,
that is
mais
tasteless.
l'éducation, elle
Maybe
commence là
ours
avec les
will have more
scolaires, et pour
taste,
le
it will be
prix,
slightly
si
more
on
expensive,
arrive à vendre plus,
but we can find a
entre
compromise.
livrer
If we
une
manage
palette de
to sell
produits,
more,
à une cuisine centrale ou livrer des caisses de 10 litres ou de 20
delivering
kilos
to a
répartis sur 200
single
km,
place rather than to
effectivement,
several
le
different
prix,
spots over
le
200
prix va
kilometers,
baisser.
well, the
Donc,
price is
si
going to
on
go down
commande
as
plus
well.
massivement, je pense qu'on
So
va
if we
pouvoir
have
baisser
more
les prix.
massive orders, I
Vous
think
n'êtes
we
pas
will be
contre
able to
la
decrease
subvention à
orders.
l'agriculture.
So you're not against
Oui,
subsidizing
les
the
subventions, non,
agricultural
mais alors c'est vrai que c'est un sujet
sector.
dont on a parlé. Pour moi,
This is a topic that we've talked
le
about.
circuit court, la vente à la ferme, c'est une façon de
Selling to
segmenter
farms
ses
is a
revenus.
way
Et
to segment.
je veux dire, quand je me suis lancé dans les
income.
circuits courts, un de mes
When I
objectifs,
started
c'était
with this,
d'être
one of my goals
le
was
moins
to
dépendant possible des petits
depend
packs. Voilà. Et aujourd'hui,
the-
en
as
vendant,
least as
je
possible
suis céréalier, en
on
vendant
the
du blé qui part sur le port de Rouen,
common agricultural policy prices.
en
I
vendant
come
un
from
peu de blé
Rouen.
sous label rouge
I
qui
sell
va
wheat
partir au moulin d'Auguste, qui est un moulin
red label, which is
local,
linked to the
et en vendant
Auguste
moi-même,
moulin.
je
And
vais
by selling
segmenter. Et là,
myself,
l'idée, c'est de se rendre
so the
le
idea
moins
here
dépendant
is to be
possible
as
du système mondial et du système des subventions.
to depend less on the global
Demain,
system
on
and
peut
on
tous
subsidies as little as
vivre
possible.
sans
Tomorrow we can all
dépendre,
live without depending
vraiment
on
de
that.
toutes ces subventions. Je trouve que c'est encore mieux.
I think it will be better for everyone.
Stéphane Lino.
Stéphane Linou?
Alors, tout dépend si la subvention
It
que
all
l'on
depends
verse à
on whether
nos
the subsidies
agriculteurs,
that
elles
we give
bénéficient
our
collectivement,
agricultures
puisque d'une manière générale, c'est tout
benefit
l'intérêt
the whole of
de
society.
nous, cotisés contribuables, c'est de
This
pouvoir
is why we,
avoir un vrai retour sur investissement, que ce soit dans la qualité de notre eau, dans
pitch
la
in.
biodiversité. Donc c'est pour ça que
We want to have a return on investment,
c'est un
either
label
on
public dont les
biodiversity,
vertus
on organic.
sont reconnues. Et
It's a public
d'une manière
label
générale,
that is recognized.
l'idéal serait que
And
le label public
ideally,
bio puisse
this
signaler
public label
en toute
of
confiance de la
organic
marchandise dont on sait que la consommation
could
individuelle
signal
va faire augmenter le bien-être collectif. Parce
goods
que
which
si moi je mange bio,
are
je
going
vais
to
contribuer à baisser
increase
votre
the
facture
well-being
d'eau,
of
donc,
everyone.
de traitement de l'eau. Donc
'Cause if I
globalement,
eat
ces
organic,
externalités positives,
it's
elles ne
going
sont
to
pas encore prises en
decrease
compte dans le marché.
the
On pourra commenter, à mon avis, les
use of
subventions
water
ou pas,
and
le
the
jour où vraiment
treatment
on
of
rémunérera
water,
les agriculteurs
its
pour tous les
cost.
services rendus
We
à
need to
côté de
pay
la
farmers
production
also
alimentaire.
for all of the favors that they
Stéphane,
do
vous
us
formez
aside
notamment les
than
élus à
producing
la
food.
sécurité
You
alimentaire.
train
Est-ce
elected
que c'est
officials
aussi un
to food
message que vous
safety.
arrivez à faire
This
passer?
is a
Peut-être d'ailleurs
message
qu'ils en
that you
sont
manage to
conscients
convey as
depuis
well. They're aware of
au moins
this.
2 ans.
They've been
C'est
aware
de
of this
mettre
for at least 2 years.
de la production près des grandes villes aussi, et pas d'avoir à prendre sa voiture pour aller à la ferme
We
qui est
need to
à
ensure that
20
we
ou
don't
30
have
kilomètres.
to drive to go to a
Faites
farm
question
that
de
is
maillage
20
aussi.
kilometers away. It's
Alors,
also
voilà,
about this.
une question aussi d'échelle, mais
It's
nos
also about
infrastructures
scale, yes,
nourricières,
but
c'est-à-dire
our
producteurs,
feeding
transformateurs,
infrastructures,
distributeurs,
so
tout ça, au fil du temps, on les a
producer,
détricotés, à force de ne plus
consumer,
acheter au
transporter. We need
juste
to listen to
prix
them.
aux producteurs, leurs
We've
produits,
not
donc
been
avec
buying
tel
at the
des
fair
muscles qu'on
price producer for a
n'entretient
long
pas, leur
time.
nombre a fondu. Donc on se retrouve dans
So
des
there are
déserts
fewer and
quelque
fewer
part de
farmers
production
now.
alimentaire, même s'il y en
So
a,
we are not
le
producing
peu de
enough
production
food,
est,
even if
n'est
there
pas
are
assez
some.
diversifié et
Their production
pas
is
en
not
lien avec
diversified
la
enough,
commande.
and it's
Donc en fait,
not.
on est
It
dans une
doesn't
illusion de
match
sécurité alimentaire
demand.
par territoire. Et en fait, on est quelque part, on a cette théorie des avantages
way, we have
comparatifs
this
de
theory
Ricardo,
of,
avec cette spécialisation
comparative
des territoires
advantages
issus
of
directement
Ricardo.
des énergies magiques, dans ces bons marchés, les énergies faciles. On a beaucoup
Sometimes
parlé
we have
d'énergie aujourd'hui,
easy
mais là,
energy. We've talked
on
about
rentre
energy
dans
at
un
length
monde en
today.
contraction
But
énergétique.
now we're
Et qu'est-ce
talking
qui a
about
permis la
energy
spécialisation
contraction.
des territoires? C'est
So the
l'abondance
specialization of
énergétique.
territories
Donc,
have allowed us
le
to have
chemin
has allowed us to have a lot of energy. So now we have to divide per region for safety reasons. So I train elected officials, but not only, so that they can integrate this in their document to plan for the territory, for the city safety plans. It's about collective safety. We changed our regions into elderly homes
Là, c'est dans la joie et dans la bonne humeur depuis des décennies que nous nous sommes volontairement désautonomisés. Donc, en fait, si le problème sur les cartes figure, en 2008, une cyberattaque venant d'Ukraine il y a quelques années, en fait, on se taperait dessus parce qu'il n'existe pas par territoire des filets de sécurité alimentaire locaux. Et tout l'enjeu, c'est de retricoter ces infrastructures nourricières territorialisées pour que, comme quand Windows plante, on bascule en mode sans échec. Il n'y a pas tout, c'est pas sexy, mais au moins l'essentiel fonctionne. Donc ce n'est pas arriver à 100% d'autonomie qui n'est pas forcément souhaitable ni atteignable, mais au moins que par territoire, il y ait un minimum d'alimentation produite, transformée et distribuée. Et c'est là que les collectivités locales ont énorme à jouer, notamment avec les plans, les projets alimentaires territoriaux, les plans climat, air, énergie, territoire peuvent être articulés, et les documents de planification territoriale, les PLU, SCOT et compagnie. Donc en fait, passer par l'angle des risques et de la sécurité civile, ça peut être vraiment vertueux, autant pour les producteurs que pour les consommateurs, que pour également l'ordre public et la sécurité intérieure. Et quelque part, je compare les territoires à des microbiotes. Nous n'avons plus des microbiotes alimentaires territoriaux équilibrés. Lorsqu'il y a un déséquilibre dans un microbiote, M. Chemla, il saura de quoi je parle concernant le microbiote intestinal, lorsqu'un microbiote est déséquilibré, il est très vulnérable et il peut quelque part connaître une débâcle si les perfusions qui jusque-là équilibrent artificiellement ces microbiotes ne sont plus en bon état de fonctionnement. Donc c'est une question de sécurité. Donc revenir à un microbiote alimentaire territorialisé, et c'est là que le Club des 5, il y a 5 grands acteurs sur les territoires. Pour cela, les producteurs, les consommateurs, les transformateurs, la commande publique et les distributeurs. Quand je dis la commande publique, c'est la gouvernance, mais également les associations. Donc en fait, c'est repeupler chaque microbiote territorialisé de ces acteurs et de les remettre en lien. C'est tout ce qu'on appelle, tout simplement ce qu'on appelle la résilience. Tout simplement.
Monsieur L'Enfant.
C'est vrai qu'on est pour tout ça, on est bien aidé quand même. Alors, après, subventions tout à l'heure, on a les fonds européens gérés par les régions qui nous aident grandement à diversifier sur nos fermes. Moi, je suis originaire d'une région où on était blé colza, en gros, céréales, il n'y avait que ça. Et en fait, on s'est complètement appauvri. Et aujourd'hui, on a des objectifs de développement, y compris avec le ministère de l'Agriculture, nous a demandé aussi, on travaille sur des filières,
we're working on how to diversify and have new production on our territory. Sometimes it's going to be in competition with other regions because, for instance, in Normandy we are starting to have vineyards, but
beaucoup de filières qui
there are many new types of production.
Donc les industries, les entreprises
we work with local production companies
pour être le sourcing, quoi, pour produire
for sourcing,
to produce pour nos collègues
for our colleagues
la matière
from
première
companies to
sur notre
produce
territoire. Et ça,
the raw materials on our regions.
qui est
This
fortement
is a
engagé.
movement
Alors le lien avec un réseau comme Bienvenue à la ferme, c'est que en fait, très souvent on a
network like Bienvenue à la ferme. Oftentimes these
des producteurs qui aussi
networks are managed by producers who also understand that it's in their interest
dans la diversification,
diversify and
si on devait répondre à la question de la table ronde de demain de tous paysans, est-ce que ça veut dire que tout le monde peut avoir envie d'avoir son open terre et de faire ses tomates?
Do you think that everyone would want to be a farmer and grow their own food tomorrow, their tomatoes, their strawberries?
Alors,
Laure Verdeau,
le bio peut y amener.
Pardon ?
La volonté de bio peut y amener.
Alors effectivement, ceux qu'on appelle les NIMA, les non issus du milieu agricole, en fait, on a un vrai enjeu de renouvellement de génération, parce que la moyenne d'âge des agriculteurs fait qu'il y a énormément de fermes qui vont reprendre dans les prochaines années. Et effectivement, il faut pouvoir attirer les talents vers ces professions agricoles. Et donc on voit à peu près le bio, on le voit comme un vecteur d'attractivité dans la mesure où c'est souvent un moment de renouvellement de génération que les fermes passent en bio. C'est les enfants qui se disent, bon bah là on va essayer autre chose. Peut-être plus raccord avec nos
parents farm over that they decide to go organic.
Se profiler. Et on voit beaucoup le profil type, c'est souvent celui qui a fait 10 ans de PowerPoint dans une tour à la Défense et qui disent bon, je vais être non issu du milieu agricole et je vais aller m'installer en maraîchage, en permaculture, pour pousser le trait de la caricature. Et effectivement, le bio, dans la mesure où c'est le label public, c'est un peu l'équivalent du diplôme d'État de la transition agroécologique, puisque on parlait des presque labels. Vous demandiez est-ce qu'il y a trop de labels. En fait, il y a un label public, qui est le label bio, qui est sanctionné par 300 pages de règlements européens.
And there are 500 pages of European regulations in Brussels and there's a control.
Moi, ça me fait souvent rire quand on me dit non, mais moi je mange pas bio, je mange presque bio.
And when I hear I don't eat organic, I eat almost organic, well, it's work. You cannot be defended by someone who's almost a lawyer or being treated by someone who's almost a doctor.
Tous ceux qui s'intéressent à la transmission,
à
l'installation, même non issus du milieu agricole, ont le bio comme la boussole. C'est pour ça que moi je suis très inquiète qu'il y ait des prophéties dont je ne voudrais pas qu'elles soient autorisatrices disant le bio c'est fini. Ce truc de bobo, c'est fini. Alors c'est faux. C'est faux, et notamment on a de plus en plus de professions qu'on n'attendait pas, qui sont surreprésentées dans les nouveaux venus bio. Donc effectivement, dans tout le panel des promesses et des marqueurs de confiance pour pouvoir orienter la transition pour les prochaines générations, le bio est un aiguillon.
Organic food is a compass.
Pour répondre à votre question et compléter ce que vous disiez, justement, j'en parlais hier avec le sénateur Marshall, en lien avec les PAT. Un petit coup de gueule quand même, parce que il disait est-ce qu'il faut subventionner? Oui, mais déjà si on dépassait l'argent qui existe et qui revient à Bruxelles, là par exemple, je vous donne un exemple. Les fonds destinés à faire de la pédagogie dans les écoles, développer les jardins dans les écoles, les visites à la ferme, la distribution de légumes. La France, elle est quasiment bonnée d'âne en Europe. Elle ne consomme que 10% des enveloppes qui existent.
We only use 10% of all of the money that we could
pour le renouvellement des générations, c'est souvent le seul contact qu'ils ont.
It's oftentimes the only time when they have a contact with farmers.
Avant que tout le monde s'en aille. Ou alors les visites à bienvenue à la ferme.
Visits to bienvenue à la ferme. We've lost contact between the production world and the consumption world. There's money to raise awareness, but in France, we don't even spend the money that we have. In the Czech Republic, they use 87% of the funds they receive from the EU. There are foundations like Landestini who create vegetable patches here in Nice so that young kids can discover what this job is about. It's oftentimes the first time they're in touch with the farming sector. And they're present in towns, in cities. Because this is where they are in majority.
Inscrire dans les programmes scolaires le jardinage, c'est aussi important que de lire,
vegetable patches should be something that we're taught about in school, and it's just as important as reading, writing, and counting.
Là-dedans, à inscrire là-dedans, et comme le disait tout à l'heure le Dr Chemla, le volet éducation est également central au niveau des collectivités locales, les projets alimentaires territoriaux. Donc voilà, il y a tout à faire, et avec la création de la compétence alimentation pour les collectivités locales, comme le propose également le sénateur Marshall, on alignerait également donc plans communaux de sauvegarde, plans intercommunaux de sauvegarde, projets alimentaires et territoriaux, plan climat, air, énergie, territoire,
climate, air, energy, territory plan.
C'est un peu barbant tout ça, mais c'est terriblement
territorial coherence plans. This is all very complicated, but it's necessary.
L'alimentation pour faire comprendre tous les autres risques. Avec une assiette, on tire le fil de l'écologie, de l'économie, du lien social, du climat, de la planification territoriale, des risques de la sécurité. Donc c'est terriblement pédagogique. L'assiette, lorsqu'elle est remplie et lorsqu'on la décrit.
We need to describe this place.
Je ne l'ai pas dit tout à l'heure, vous êtes depuis très peu de temps officier expert sapeur-pompier volontaire en résilience alimentaire.
You're a volunteer firefighter for
La case vient d'être créée. Donc comme quoi, voilà quoi. enrichir des plans communaux de sauvegarde un peu partout en France, ça commence à faire des petits et tout simplement parce qu'il y a compris que c'est le plus vieux sujet du monde, le lien entre l'alimentation et la sécurité. On n'a pensé qu'à ça depuis que nous sommes sapiens jusqu'aux années 60. En fait, nous sommes depuis justement que nous sommes dans une énergie très abondante, accessible et quasiment encore gratuite, dans une ébriété énergétique qui nous fait croire, qui jusque-là nous a fait croire que se nourrir était une affaire réglée et qu'au pire ça viendra toujours de quelque part. Nous sommes sous perfusion alimentaire et donc du coup nos agriculteurs devraient être déclarés comme opérateurs d'importance vitale. Pourquoi l'alimentation n'est pas, je dis bien dans tout ce spectre, je dis bien dans tout ce spectre, foncier, semences, outils de transformation et tout ça, comprise dans le secteur d'activité d'importance vitale. L'alimentation n'est pas construite dans n'est pas considérée comme stratégique dans ces maillons. Et d'ailleurs, la PCA avait il y a quelque temps quelques-unes de mes propositions là-dessus, c'est que c'est une question de sécurité nationale. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'il faut se replier sur soi, ça ne veut pas dire qu'il ne faut pas travailler avec l'Europe, ni avec les régions, mais il va falloir prioriser, on va avoir moins d'énergie, moins de ressources, et les sujets intemporels, c'est les besoins physiologiques de la pyramide de Maslow dans le premier étage et les besoins de sécurité. Donc il va falloir faire des choix et l'alimentation devrait être une priorité et lister tout ce qu'il faut faire et tout ce qu'il faut sécuriser pour maintenir assez de nourriture pour toute la population, tant au niveau du micro-local, c'est-à-dire les jardins partagés, tant au niveau des cultures d'exportation, de sécurité, pour pas que des pays se révoltent parce que ils ont besoin aussi de nos exportations et entre les deux une sécurité territoriale qui pourrait être le fruit de contractualisation entre les collectivités locales et les agriculteurs à l'échelle des projets alimentaires territoriaux pour maintenir en fonctionnement des infrastructures nourricières en bon état de fonctionnement pour créer ce filet de sécurité alimentaire territoriale. Donc on est très très loin du repli sur soi. Et c'est extrêmement œcuménique. Il n'y a pas de ventre de droite, il n'y a pas de ventre de gauche.
Merci Stéphanie pour ce plaidoyer. Malheureusement, on a dépassé le temps, mais merci à tous les trois pour ce débat qui est
Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you so much for this debate, which could be endless. We've been talking about food safety and resilience. I'm now going to give the floor to Laura Tenji to present 3 innovations, because agriculture is also about innovation.
Bonjour, je suis ravie de vous retrouver à nouveau pour parler de solutions innovantes dans ce Transition Forum. J'ai vu que le débat juste avant était très très riche et là les solutions qu'on vous propose ont des véritables promesses qu'elles tiennent au quotidien, vous allez le voir. Donc avec moi en Zoom, parce qu'il y a quelques problèmes de transport aujourd'hui avec les grèves. Clément Delhomme, le cofondateur de Champ-Perché. Bonjour Clément, est-ce que
Clément Delhomme, co-founder of Champ-Perché. Hello Guillaume, do we have a good connection?
Donc j'espère que
I can hear you. We hear you loud and clear.
Bonjour à tous. Désolé de ne pas
Hello everyone. Sorry for not being able to join you today in the beautiful city of Nice.
Pour les soucis de transport.
But unfortunately, I had some flight issues. We're still very happy to have you. Thank God for technology. With me, I have Rodolphe Le Domaine, co-founder of Yumgo. Some of you might know it. It's like the egg without the chicken. That's how you summarize it. He's also founder of Maison Lendemain and fully veggie bakeries called Land and Monkeys.
Guillaume Pelé, le président
de Nutreats. On my right, we have Guillaume Pelé,
donc on va peut-être commencer
CEO
par,
of Nutreats.
si jamais la connexion est bonne, par Clément, comme ça j'assure votre pitch, puisque je le rappelle, ces questions sont destinées ensuite à sélectionner une solution ici présente pour lui remettre un prix coup de cœur de BPI. Donc c'est à vous Clément.
From BPI and La Tribune. So over to you, Clément. What is Champ-Perché? Very briefly, Champ-Perché is a mix of two worlds.
Et le monde de l'agriculture biologique. En fait, nous, ce qu'on fait,
world of organic agriculture,
des aromates et des fleurs comestibles dans des espaces urbains abandonnés grâce à la bioponie. La bioponie, c'est donc le mélange de l'hydroponie.
Other vegetables through
des plantes avec des nutriments.
So it's like hydroponics,
sont 100% organiques.
With us, the nutriments are fully organic, and the whole life of the plant is only done with organic and agents such as insects. So we use the permaculture system, but in an earthless system. So we use insects to ensure the development and the quality of the plant,
équivalente à celle de la permaculture,
mais en permaculture,
c'est qu'on est 216 fois plus productif au mètre carré qu'un champ classique. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on cultive.
And we're much more efficient because we have different stairs, different tiers. We cultivate year-round and we take great care of the plants. Every day, engineers and farmers work hand in hand to get the best products at the best time. We mainly focus on herbs and aromatics, but we want to end up with a full range. And the point is to feed locally and organically anybody wherever they're located. So we complement local agriculture. For example, in a region like PACA, where there's a lot of olive production or lavender, we don't produce lavender or olives. We produce exotic products such as mango or coconut to help Nice population to eat this type of food without importing it. And this is through this type of resilient food that we can solve the issues of tomorrow. We have inland food from local farmers, but also with urban farmers, but we do it organically with fully organic, with no GMO.
Merci beaucoup Clément, c'était très bien résumé, c'était très clair. Merci.
Thank you, that was very clear and very well summarized. Thanks for being with us.
Merci.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Donc l'œuf sans la poule, mais bien plus que ça.
The egg without the chicken, but much more, right? Not everybody knows here this concept of veggie egg.
Mais en fait, moi, il y a une dizaine d'années, j'avais un réseau de boulangerie conventionnel et c'est en travaillant en végétalisant notre offre végétale, d'abord en pluguant à l'intérieur de nos même des offres végétales, puis après j'ai décidé un peu folle, saugrenu de créer une boulangerie-pâtisserie 100% vegan, sans produits animaux. Moi-même étant vegan, en fait, c'était un véritable défi de prendre un métier aussi traditionnel que le métier de boulanger et de le végétaliser. Et avec mes chefs, on s'est juste aperçu qu'en fait, qu'il n'existait pas de solution facile pour pour solutionner l'œuf.
We realized that there was no easy solution to replace eggs in
Alors j'ai
recipes,
réuni
which is
des ingénieurs
everywhere.
agronomes et puis on a travaillé,
So I
en fait, on a
gathered
sourcé des protéines végétales et on a essayé de voir s'il existait dans le monde végétal des protéines qui soient proches de la protéine animale.
Là, on voit en illustration en fait
Actually,
des
you can see
meringues
the
qu'on fait
picture
avec du blanc
here.
d'œuf
These are made
végétal.
with
Et je me permets de
veggie
dire, pour avoir goûté,
egg white. And
c'est
I
bluffant
tried
et
it
qu'on a
and I
fait
can
le test
say
à
that
l'aveugle,
it's really
et qu'on est
incredible.
incapable
We
de
did
savoir
a
quel est le blanc
blind
d'œuf végétal et
test
quel est le blanc d'œuf
and
animal.
we couldn't tell the difference.
C'est de sourcer des
Well,
typologies de
that's
protéines qui
our
vont pouvoir
work,
se substituer
finding the
soit au
right
blanc d'œuf, soit au
proteins
jaune
that
d'œuf,
can
soit aux œufs
substitute
entiers. Parce
eggs.
que dans les laboratoires, en fait, on utilise des
Because
zooproduits,
in labs, we use water products.
d'œufs qui sont déjà cassés, c'est pas des œufs coquilles, donc il
These
y a
are
un déchet
bottles
pour un déchet,
of
on
eggs.
rajoute pas de déchets.
So we
Et
have
on
no
vient juste, en fait,
additional
la glucine, c'est quoi?
waste.
C'est 90% d'eau et 10% de
And we
protéines.
have
Nous, notre
90%
solution, c'est
water,
90%
10%
d'eau,
protein.
10% de protéines,
Our
d'origine
solution
végétale.
is
Donc, on fait un
90%
travail avec beaucoup de
water
chefs
and
qui nous font
10%
des feedbacks, des retours
vegetable
unitaires pour toujours
proteins.
améliorer la solution
So
et être
we
le plus
test
générique
it,
possible.
we keep on
En fait, notre
improving.
rôle, c'est juste de simplifier la
And
démarche des professionnels qui
Our
veulent
role is to
végétaliser leur recette.
simplify the
Donc, qui
approach
sont vos clients
of
aujourd'hui?
those
Est-ce
who
qu'on
want
peut
to
imaginer
change their
que c'est la
recipe.
grande distrib demain?
Ben, c'est exactement ça.
So
Ça
who
peut
are
être
your
des
customers?
industriels
Could
qui
it
viennent nous voir
be
et qui s'intéressent à ça. Ça peut
supermarkets?
être
Yes, it could
distributeurs
be
qui vont voir leurs
industrialists,
petits clients, enfin plus petits clients et qui raccourcissent les
producers
circuits,
who
mais en
want to
général,
shorten their
s'adresse plutôt
circuits.
à
But
l'agro.
usually
qui,
we
regarde
focus
ce sujet. En
on
plus, on voit qu'il y a pas
agriculture.
mal de problématiques avec les œufs aujourd'hui,
We're
avec les
seeing a lot
inflations
of
sur les prix, avec des
issues
problématiques
with
de
eggs,
pandémie aussi avec la grippe
inflation,
aviaire. Donc c'est un
issues
sujet
of
de
pandemics,
maltraitance, ouais, toutes les problématiques d'éthique animale et
animal
d'efficience en fait, parce
well-being.
qu'aujourd'hui il faut 5 à
Because right
7
now
kilos
you
de
need
protéines pour
5
faire
to
une
7
protéine d'origine,
kilos
pour faire
protein
1 kilo de
to
protéine
create
animale.
1
Donc le
kilo
facteur
of
5-7
animal
aujourd'hui,
protein.
c'est
So
plus
this
tenable.
5-7 ratio is not sustainable.
Un régime végétalien, c'est pratiquement l'équivalent
If
de
humanity became vegetarian, we would give the equivalent of the African continent back to nature. So you can get good food with
Merci beaucoup.
vegetable proteins.
On peut vous applaudir.
Thank you very much. Give it up for him.
Guillaume, alors Nutri, c'est aussi une autre forme. On a parlé
Guillaume, that's a
de
different-
Champercher, c'est pas très
We
très
talked
éloigné.
about
finalement.
Champercher, but you're not
C'est un
so
petit peu
far from
différent.
them.
Nutritz, en fait,
It's slightly
en
different.
regardant
Nutritz,
des activités très spécifiques comme la
when you look
pisciculture et le
at
maraîchage,
certain
on s'est
activities
aperçu
like
qu'il y avait
fishing
il y avait énormément
or
d'externalités
market
négatives
gardening,
sur ces
we
activités.
saw that there were
Pour
many
parler de la
negative
pisciculture,
impacts.
c'est une activité qui consomme beaucoup d'eau
As
et qui
for
rejette énormément
fishing, it
d'éléments
uses a lot of water
donc
and
ça,
has
ça
a lot
crée des
of
pollutions au nitrate et à l'azote,
rejections,
c'est un
which
vrai cauchemar pour la
contaminates
biodiversité.
with
Et puis,
nitrates,
sur le
which is an
maraîchage, on
issue
s'est rendu compte que
for
là, cette
biodiversity.
activité, elle
As
consommait
for
aussi
market
beaucoup d'eau, mais
gardening, we
qu'elle,
realized
elle avait besoin
it
d'éléments
uses a lot of water,
donc,
but
on
needed those
simplifiait et il suffisait
nutriments. So
combiner ces deux activités, l'élevage de
we had to
poissons et
combine
la
those
culture
two
de fruits et légumes pour
activities,
l'alimentation humaine, pour essayer
growing
d'étendre la puissance
vegetables
productive.
and
C'est ce qu'on s'est
fish,
attelé à faire avec
to be
Nutritz,
more
développer
productive.
des
That's
systèmes
what
de
we did
production
with
inspirés,
Nutritz. We
de
decided to
l'aquaponie,
develop
cette symbiose
aquaponics
entre la culture du
inspired
poisson et le maraîchage,
systems, a mix
qui
between
permettent, grâce à un
fishing
modèle de production
and
hors sol
market
circulaire,
gardening, which
de limiter
helps
les impacts
limit
et de
the impacts
favoriser en fait
and
les
favor
quantités et le plaisir en
quantities
ayant
and
plus de
pleasure
pollution liée à l'azote
with
et au nitrate.
no
Donc,
longer
c'est ce qu'on fait à travers
nitrogen
on commercialise des fermes
pollution.
clés en main, nouvelle
So
génération.
that's what
qui
we
permettent une
do. We
production à
have
grande
and
échelle
we offer
et à faible
farms that
impact
help
environnemental,
large
pour produire des fruits,
scale
des légumes et des poissons
development to
pour
produce
alimenter les bassins de
fruits,
consommation à
vegetables
proximité.
and fish to
Aujourd'hui,
fuel
on a une belle
the nearby
dynamique.
basins. We have a
Pourquoi,
good dynamic at the moment.
Spécifiquement, on a une
And
vraie
why
dynamique,
specifically do
parce
we
que notre
have this
modèle
good dynamic?
très peu
Because
économique
our
en
model
en ressources, la ressource
uses
eau,
very little
après l'été qu'on a
resources
passé,
after the summer,
et la
the
sécheresse
summer
qu'on a
we
connue,
just
la Loire qui est
had,
à son plus bas,
and
etc.
the
Une
droughts.
vraie prise de conscience que cette
People are
cette
becoming
ressource, on doit
aware
l'utiliser
that
avec
this water
parcimonie, ce qui a pas été
resource
du
must
tout
be
le cas en
used
France.
smartly,
On a
which
été
was
un
not the
enfant
case in
gâté.
France.
Aujourd'hui, on se rend compte
We've been the
qu'il
rich
faut
kids for a
limiter
while,
notre
and now we
consommation
realize
sur
that
ces
we
zones
should
qu'on a
limit
d'abondance.
our
Ensuite, on
consumption
n'utilise pas de phosphore phosphate pour fertiliser nos cultures. Et ça, la fertilisation des cultures agricoles, elle est liée en fait au prix de l'énergie. Et puis vous le savez tous, le prix de l'énergie a explosé avec la crise ukrainienne et nos amis russes ont un peu coupé les vannes. Et puis on n'utilise pas de terres arables. C'est-à-dire que la troisième ressource primordiale qu'on économise, ce sont les sols, parce que nous, on est un peu extrémistes dans notre démarche, on considère que les sols sont lessivés après 60-70 ans d'agriculture intensive, et donc il faut les laisser se régénérer, retrouver le niveau de fertilité qui est agriculture, we should let them breathe, which takes a long time. Le modèle de Nutrit, c'est produire mieux avec moins. Le mieux, c'est plus de produits, des produits de meilleure qualité, sans produits chimiques, sans phytosanitaires, better quality, et moins no crop protection products.
Merci beaucoup, je pense que le message est passé. Merci.
Resources. Thank you so much. I think you've spread the message.
Merci à tous les trois. Je laisse la parole à Laurence Bottero, qui va accueillir un grand témoin, Guillaume Gibaud, qui maintenant est le fondateur du SLIP français. Mais je laisse à Laurence le soin de le présenter.
I'll let Laurent introduce himself.
Bonjour Guillaume Gibaud.
Bonjour, merci de me recevoir.
Merci d'être là. Donc, Laura Tenouji a fait un tout petit teasing juste avant. Vous êtes le fondateur du SLIP français. Donc, vous créez le SLIP français en 2011 en partant d'un pari. Vous vous lancez sur Internet, ce qui fait de vous ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui une DNVB, un Digital Brand Vertical Brand. Donc, tout part d'un pari. Et 10 ans après, vous réalisez un chiffre d'affaires de 23 millions d'euros, 120 salariés et 20 boutiques en France. Il s'est passé quoi en 10 ans?
Il s'est passé beaucoup de choses, je pourrais vous en parler des heures, donc on a 15 minutes, je vais essayer d'être efficace. On a porté ce qu'on a aujourd'hui mis dans nos statuts d'entreprise à mission, quelque chose qu'on essaie de faire tous les jours, qui est de réinventer avec panache l'industrie textile française. On fabrique 600 000 vêtements par an auprès de 80 partenaires intégralement en France, c'est-à-dire qu'on tricote et on tisse la matière, on confectionne, donc on fait vraiment le plus made in France possible. Et aujourd'hui, on s'est d'innover, d'aller encore plus loin avec des matières locales comme le lin, comme le chanvre, comme la matière recyclée. On mesure l'impact carbone de tous les produits qu'on fait. Je donne un fait qui marchera pour tout le monde et on peut le retenir facilement. Un vêtement fabriqué en France, ça peut être jusqu'à 50% d'émissions carbone de moins qu'un vêtement fabriqué à l'étranger par le mix énergétique de la France, principalement évidemment le côté circuit court, qui fait qu'un vêtement n'est pas fabriqué en Chine pour venir jusqu'ici. Voilà, on s'est donné beaucoup de mal pour émerger en tant que marque, je pourrais vous en parler des heures. Globalement, on a mené ce combat de redonner du bon sens à la fabrication d'un vêtement. Voilà, nous tous ici en tant que consommateurs, d'où vient les vêtements qu'on porte, comment est-ce qu'ils sont fabriqués, pourquoi est-ce qu'on est capable de commercialiser 5 € un t-shirt chez H&M, parce qu'il est fabriqué à l'autre bout du monde par un Bangladais qui va gagner quelques dollars par semaine. Et ça, ce qui est compliqué, c'est que quand on va sur le terrain un peu de la morale et du ça va bien de le faire, ça marche pas. Il faut être sur le terrain d'avoir des alternatives désirables qui rentrent dans une démarche de mode où on va donner envie aux clients pour un produit qui est joli, qui donne envie. Et voilà, et aujourd'hui, le monde, et vous en disiez un mot tout à l'heure, change drastiquement, très vite, parce que le temps passe très vite, mais il y a eu le Covid, qui a été évidemment une tragédie à plein d'aspects, mais pour la filière textile, c'est une opportunité de dingue, puisque tout le monde s'est mis à fabriquer des masques.
C'est un moment aussi de prise de conscience.
De prise de conscience, oui. On peut avoir un peu la mémoire courte, mais oui, on s'est dit, en fait, on n'a pas de masque, parce qu'on les fait venir de Chine, et en fait, on n'en a pas. Donc la filière textile s'est mis à fabriquer des masques. Je suis le président d'un réseau qui a contribué à coordonner 1500 ateliers pour fabriquer 200 millions de masques et 10 millions de blouses pendant la crise Covid. Ça a permis de remettre de la trésorerie chez pas mal d'ateliers textiles français. 90% des jobs sont partis, 400 000 emplois textiles dans les années 80 en France, 60 000 aujourd'hui. Donc on a perdu 90% des usines, mais grâce à la période Covid, beaucoup ont remis de la trésorerie, plus le plan de relance qui a été extrêmement bien déployé dans notre filière, et 700 projets qui ont été financés par le plan de relance. Donc aujourd'hui, il y a une filière textile qui a l'envie, qui a des nouvelles machines, qui est assez innovante sur le recyclage, l'upcycling, ce sujet-là. Et aujourd'hui,
when it comes to upcycling. We talked about the Ukraine crisis,
le transport, le container d'un t-shirt de la Chine à ici, c'était $2 500 avant le Covid, c'est $15 000. Donc forcément, par t-shirt, ça rajoute pas mal d'euros. Hausse des taux de change euro-dollar qu'on maîtrise plus.
Euro-dollar currency
en
exchange,
Chine, au Bangladesh, ce qui fait
increasing
qu'aujourd'hui,
salaries for low-cost
en fait, elle est plus
countries.
tellement plus chère
So
qu'ailleurs.
it
Et
doesn't
donc, ce qui se
cost
passe
much
aujourd'hui,
more
en parlant
money to
évidemment de la charge
manufacture in
environnementale
France
qui va arriver
anymore.
sur les vêtements, comme vous avez sur votre machine à laver.
We will also have
Les vêtements
environmental
auront un score
labels on
ABCDE,
clothes with a score from A
rouge sur le
to
truc,
E.
c'est sûr. Donc
When
tout
it
le monde
comes
se
from
dit
China,
à
it
grande
will be an
vitesse
E.
qu'on veut relocaliser,
sure.
et ça
So
c'est
everybody
super,
wants to relocate,
voilà,
which is
le
great.
sujet de fond,
Because
la thèse
ultimately,
macroéconomique mondiale, c'est qu'il faut relocaliser et fabriquer localement, et nous ça fait 10 ans qu'on fait
the
ça. Donc,
model is to relocate to produce locally, and that's what we're doing.
il y a une équation
Made in
compliquée, elle est
France is
très très
possible.
simple. Le
Yes, it
SMIC
is.
français c'est 1
It's
600
a
euros,
simple
le SMIC
equation.
ne serait-ce que portugais c'est 700.
The minimum
Donc,
wage in
quand
France is
fabriquer un vêtement, c'est le temps de
1,500. In
main-d'œuvre.
Portugal, it's
C'est
700.
assez mécanique,
So
et quand
mechanically,
au Bangladesh, l'équation est
since
encore
there's
plus simple.
no
Ce que
minimum
vous voulez
wage in
faire aussi du
Bangladesh,
style français, c'est d'aider cette réindustrialisation,
what
parce
you're
que
trying
le
to
fond
do is
du
to help
problème, le fond du sujet, en
reindustrialize
tout cas, c'est
France
ça,
too,
c'est d'avoir une
because
industrie qui soit
that's the topic.
suffisamment présente
You
et qui
need
représente aussi tous
an
les maillons de la chaîne,
industry
c'est-à-dire qu'un vêtement,
throughout the
c'est de la
value
laine, c'est
chain.
du fil, et il faut avoir tout ce
You
qu'il
need
faut sur le
wool,
territoire.
you need
Et vous voulez faire du style français une
the
plateforme, un peu comme le
material,
MAS
the
dans les
machines,
transports,
and you
mais
want
l'industrie
to
à ce
make
service.
this
Ouais,
industry
aujourd'hui,
as a
on a notre
service
activité
in
de
France.
marque B2C, le slip
Yes,
français.
we have our
Aujourd'hui, je suis bien
B2C
conscient quand on vend un
activity.
sous-vêtement à 35
le
euros,
slip
on veut pas le vendre à tout le monde. Aujourd'hui,
When you sell
cette équation
boxers
économique, je l'ai construite avec un
35
modèle de
euros,
marque
you
qui
can't
donne
sell
envie,
it
qui
to
raconte
everybody.
une histoire.
I've
Aujourd'hui, avec tout ce
created
qui se passe que je
a
vous
brand
décrivais,
model.
je pense qu'on est capable
And as I
d'aller
said, I think
industrialiser
we're now
sur
able to
des gammes de produits beaucoup plus
reindustrialize
courtes et de travailler en essayant d'avoir une
shorter
logique un peu différente.
with a
Si on
different
parle de la grande
logic.
distribution, par exemple,
For
de se
example,
dire, en
for
fait,
supermarkets,
travaillons un t-shirt peut-être plus
if you want
basique
to
qu'on va faire en une seule ref,
produce
un grand volume,
more
on va
basic
accompagner les industriels pour
t-shirt
acheter les
in
bonnes
high
machines pour le faire,
volumes,
former le personnel pour le
we
faire
can
et arriver à
support the
relocaliser avec l'impact carbone,
industrialists,
l'impact social
train the
évidemment qui va avec,
people,
mais de se dire qu'on
and limit the impact.
il faut de toute façon, on le voit
Because
bien, dans
ultimately,
l'équation ça marche plus, ça marche plus de faire venir des
we
vêtements,
see
d'en
that it
fabriquer des
doesn't
milliers,
work anymore
de se donner bonne
to,
conscience en les vendant sur Vinted. Vinted, la
buy a
réalité,
lot
c'est
of
qu'on achète plus
clothes
de
and
fringues
then
pour les
we
revendre
sell
sur
it on
Vinted pour pouvoir en
Vinted.
acheter plus. C'est ce qui se passe
In
aujourd'hui.
the end,
Et ça, c'est pas.
you
Voilà,
buy
c'est
more
la
clothes
réalité.
to sell it on Vinted.
Trouver une
So
alternative pour fabriquer moins,
you need
fabriquer
to
mieux,
find an
avec
alternative
compétition made in France.
to
Je pense
manufacture
la suite
less
de
and
notre mission
better.
d'entreprise, c'est
And
ma
the
vision du
mission
marché
of our
aujourd'hui.
company,
En
that's my
parallèle,
vision
par
of the
B2C,
market.
on accompagne beaucoup de gens,
We
puisque c'est aussi leur
support
demande
many
de faire ça.
people
Et du
because
coup,
they ask
il
us
me reste
to.
4 minutes, du coup, on a un
4
gros
minutes
événement, je
left.
vous invite tous à Paris, au
And
Salon du
we're
Made in France,
organizing
en
an
novembre.
event in
Les
Paris
salons
in
Made in France, vous êtes
November,
peut-être déjà venus, il y a
the
100 000
Made in
visiteurs,
France
c'est un gros truc.
Salon. We have
Le salon fait 25 000 mètres carrés,
100,000
on a pris
people.
1400 mètres carrés pour faire
We
l'usine.
have
Donc c'est l'usine textile du
1,400
Exactement.
square
Donc
meters
là, on
for
va
the
raconter
plant
toute la filière.
of the
Donc, il y aura
future.
le lin,
We'll tell
le champ,
the
on va
story
raconter
of
toutes
the
les transformations.
industry,
Depuis vraiment le champ
the
jusqu'à la fil,
materials, how
on
it's
peut faire un fil,
transformed,
le recyclage,
processed, how
l'upcycling,
we can
la réparation,
recycle,
évidemment la
upcycle,
production sur mesure, la coupe,
repair,
et voilà, raconter toutes les
custom-made
étapes d'un
production.
vêtement, montrer
So
au grand
we'll
public
tell
de
the
7
story of
77
all the
ans pour
steps
montrer que
to
l'industrie
manufacture
française, elle est
a
tout
clothing
sauf
item
textile, elle est tout sauf
and
morte et
to
enterrée,
show
elle innove, elle est
that
locale,
the
elle a tout
textile
à la demande.
industry in
Et
France is
posons-nous tous
far
la question,
from dead. There is
voilà, pourquoi
offer,
est-ce que je
there
vais
is
acheter un truc qui
demand,
vaut 8 balles
there
sur un
is
vêtement textile?
expertise. So
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a
we want
derrière,
people
en fait?
to wonder
Et ça, il y
why
a un vrai travail de
buy
pédagogie à
an
faire.
8 euros
Surtout, il y a d'autres
t-shirt.
options. Donc
So
peut-être
we need to
qu'effectivement, le
educate
vrai bon
and
prix d'un
offer
t-shirt va plutôt être 25 euros. Et
alternatives.
peut-être
So
que
the right
il y a un vrai
price
sujet
for a
ici, c'est pas
t-shirt
pour tout le
might
monde,
be
c'est sûr, mais
25
il faut arriver
euros.
à
It's
gagner
not
un peu
for
de compétitivité pour
everybody,
descendre ce prix.
but we
Et
need to
peut-être
be
se
able
dire qu'on a
to
tous
decrease
peut-être
the
besoin
price,
de moins
be
de
more
t-shirts.
competitive, and realize we might
Alors,
not need
si on
that
vous disait
many
qu'on avait moins besoin
t-shirts.
de ce type, vous aimeriez pas qu'on vous dise
If people told you we don't need that
that many boxers, you wouldn't like it. That's why I work for others. And our ambition in our B2C activities is, of course, to gain market shares, but we spend less on marketing as we used to. Now I want to have a profitable SME. No, SMEs are sexy. That's my punchline. I want to create innovative SMEs. We have 120 employees. We make 300 people work in the workshop, so it makes us really proud doing it for us and doing it to help others to show that it's possible is definitely a good mission for us.
Les trous dans la raquette, qu'est-ce qui manquerait?
What's
Aujourd'hui,
missing
le trou dans la raquette, il est principalement sur la filature.
What's missing at the moment
pas réussi à vraiment bien relocaliser.
one part of
trouver l'équation
manufacture.
quelques-unes
Can
qui
you
reviennent
find
sur
the
le
right
nain.
equation?
2, presque 3 maintenant. Donc c'est le tout début, mais je pense que ça va venir, il n'y a pas de raison. Après, je pense qu'il faut être pragmatique, pas vouloir tout faire, c'est comme sur le lin.
We cannot be on all fronts at once, and we cannot do 100%
par contre, il y a les petits à petits, mesurer, progresser. Voilà, c'est la démarche aussi quand vous faites votre mesure d'impact carbone.
Of another material. When you measure your carbon footprint, you cannot be perfect, but you need to set a goal and measure it every year, and I think that this is a good way to make progress. One last question. We have 1 minute left.
Le slip français dans 10 ans.
Le slip français in 10 years, what will it be?
Pour moi, il faut qu'on ait réussi à
we need to have managed
une première plateforme
set up a first platform
de la mode durable qui fabrique, qui incarne, qui montre que c'est possible. Et dans 10 ans, on en aura créé un,
fashion, and in 10 years we will have one of them, and we will be opening others in the other cities of France. This sounds like a great program. Thank you. I will get in touch to speak about another topic later. Thank you.
Je regarde avec vous. On continue de parler de transition écologique dans
we're going to continue to talk about environmental transition in the textile industry. And I have to my right Delphine
Bonjour.
Levas. You are the
Hélène Valade, vous êtes directrice
CSR director at Petit Bateau, and Hélène Daré, you were at the environmental development direction of the LVMH group. We have Philippe Zorzetto who wanted to be with us but couldn't. You are the CEO and founder of Philippe Zorzetto in Paris. Please forgive me for not being with you today, but you're going to be able to tell us about your point of view on the topic nonetheless. We've talked about industrialization, but just a little bit of data that is interesting in my opinion. According to the ADEME, 100 million of clothes generates 1.2 billion of CO2 tons a
plus
year.
impactant est la mise en forme, le deuxième est la production, puis c'est le
Production is
transport.
the second highest carbon footprint, and then transport. So a cotton shirt requires 99% resources than its
Comme on
own
vient de
weight.
l'évoquer avec Guillaume Gibault,
This is rather telling. As we
la
mentioned
transition
with
écologique, c'est beaucoup de choses en même temps, mais c'est beaucoup
with
de
my previous speaker, it's about industrialization. It's raw material, everything that takes place ahead of the production that is problematic.
Petit bateau, vous l'adressez comment?
Delphine Lebas at Petit Bateau, how do you do it? Because it's a brand which is also for babies.
Petit bateau qu'on a
We've
pas
all
forcément
had a little onesie that we gave away, but this is part of the daily life of families. So what is eco-consumption about? How do you, what's your vision of this? At Petit Bateau, we are unique because we are a brand. We are in the market, but we're also an industrial, a historical one. And what could have seemed impossible in the 1980s or could have been seen as a drawback is an opportunity today. So today the challenge for us is to go from a linear economy to a circular one.
Circulaire aujourd'hui, très souvent, on fait un résumé
Today,
avec la
we often think of this as being second-hand and new offers, but it's actually a lot about more than that.
L'économie circulaire, on
The
parlera
circular
d'économie
economy
circulaire by design et ça va venir dans tous les
by
départements.
design
Et quand on parle
is going to
d'éco-conception,
be present in all
chez nous,
departments.
on
And
ne
when we
veut pas
talk
dire
about
qu'un produit est
eco-conception,
éco-conçu, on a la philosophie que
we
c'est
want
une marque qui
to
doit
have a philosophy
éco-concevoir
behind
et
this.
que
It
l'éco-conception
means
doit
that
être
it's
une
not only a
dynamique
product, but a whole
d'amélioration
brand
continue.
that needs to
Parce que
be
sinon, une seule fois, je mets une jolie matière qui
eco-designed.
va
So
bien,
otherwise,
je dis
if
que
I
mon produit
use
est
once
éco-conçu
a
ad vitam aeternam, mais il
beautiful
n'est pas là un jour.
material in
L'éco-conception,
one
ça
of
va
my
être de réfléchir à la matière,
piece
quelle
of
est la
garments,
matière la moins
then I can say that
impactante,
it's
et donc ça passe par
eco-designed.
des analyses
It's
de cycle
about
de vie, comme
having
vous en parliez,
an
et ça va
analysis
passer
of the
également, en
whole
fait,
life
par
cycle,
l'efficience
and it's
de la
about being
coupe, combien de
efficient.
chutes de matière
It's
je vais
about
avoir au fur et à mesure de ma
not
production.
having
Les
too
analyses
much
de cycle de
waste
vie,
in
bien
the
évidemment.
textile.
Et donc, et passer
The
également par
analysis of
des
the life cycle.
enjeux d'échantillonnage. Aujourd'hui,
And
quand
also
on
about
échantillonne, que ce
samples.
soit pour
Today,
garantir
when
le
we try to
développement des
have samples
produits
just to
ou pour nos
guarantee the
commerciaux qui
development of
partent en
products or
vente,
for
historiquement,
our
on a toujours fabriqué des
commercials,
échantillons. Et bien aujourd'hui,
our
la
sales
technologie nous aide.
representatives, we've
Un
always
peu avant
had
le premier
samples, and today
confinement, nous sommes
technology
passés
is
sur la
helping us.
technologie 3D.
Short before
Et en fait,
the
10
first lockdown, we
échantillons
used
physiques
3D
équivalent à 120 échantillons
technology.
digitaux si on compare
So we only need
sur la
3
partie
digital
carbone. Et donc c'est un
samples rather
ensemble
than
de choses et c'est tous les
120
départements qui
physical
sont
ones.
embarqués
So
dans
it's many
l'éco-conception.
things that are
Chez LVMH,
involved in eco-consumption. At LVMH,
même constat,
Helen,
même combat.
Valid, do you
Alors,
have the same
oui,
observations,
mais
or are
peut-être
you
avec des spécificités
fighting the
qui
same
sont liées
battle?
au fait qu'en
Yes,
effet,
but maybe with
LVMH
specificities that are linked to the fact that
regroupe un certain nombre de
LVMH
maisons qui sont plus des
has
maisons de
several
haute couture
brands
et qui ont la
that are
spécificité de
haute couture.
produire en France et en Italie.
Their
Et ça,
specificity is
c'est
to produce
extrêmement
in France and in
important
Italy, and
parce
this
que
is
c'est ça, d'ailleurs,
crucial
qui
because
véhicule,
this is what
les plus grandes valeurs de nos
allows
marques,
us to have the highest
que ce soit
values
Louis
for our
Vuitton,
brands,
que ce
be it
soit Dior,
Louis
etc.
Vuitton,
Ça veut pas
Dior,
dire
and
qu'il y a
so on.
pas tout un tas d'enjeux
This
derrière.
doesn't mean that there's a lot at
Avec une
stake
volonté
behind,
extrêmement
with a
forte
very
et
strong will
ambitieuse
and
de
a
s'inscrire
strong
en effet dans une
ambition
transition,
to
mais
be
qui n'est
part
pas
of a
simplement
transition which
environnementale,
is
qui est
not
aussi
only
sociale et
environmental but
sociétale,
also
et que
social
tous
and
ces
societal.
enjeux de climat sont
All of
liés à
this,
des enjeux de
these
biodiversité,
climate challenges are linked to biodiversity and of course
sociaux et
to
sociétaux. Donc,
social
derrière
and
tout ça, il y a
societal
plusieurs
challenges.
axes de travail sur lesquels on est en train
So we need to work on
de se
several things
concentrer.
here,
Le
and we are
premier, vous en
focusing on
parliez,
that. The first
c'est
thing that
bien sûr le
we
travail sur les
want to
filières.
focus
Parce
on is what
qu'autant
you were
on produit
talking
en
about.
France et en Italie, autant
Supply
on
chains.
va
We produce in
chercher
France
des
and in
matières
Italy, but
extraordinaires, mais
we
qui sont pas
try to
produites en
find raw
France.
materials that is extraordinary, but that doesn't come
qu'on a vu
from
tout à l'heure, et
France.
on y reviendra
And we've seen that there are many
peut-être. Ça veut pas dire
difficulties
qu'il faut
linked to
rien
that.
faire.
We've seen that earlier.
Et
Doesn't mean
il y a
that we
des,
should sit on our hands.
des moyens de
There
travailler,
are
notamment
ways
avec
and
les
means
communautés
to
locales.
work
Je
with
pense au
local
coton,
communities for cotton
je pense à la
production,
soie en Inde,
for
je pense
silk in
au
India,
Cachemire,
for
également en
cashmere
Mongolie.
in
Comment peut-on
Mongolia.
accompagner les communautés
How can we support
qui
communities
soit cultivent, soit élèvent,
that produce
en apportant beaucoup
or
de
rear
formation,
cattle
beaucoup de soutien
by
de toute
training
nature,
them, by
de
supporting them
manière à
in all
changer les
ways possible in order to
pratiques elles-mêmes, les
change the
pratiques agricoles, les
practices,
pratiques
their
d'élevage,
agricultural
pour s'inscrire
practices,
dans quelque chose qu'on
to
appelle
be a part of what we
de plus en plus
call
l'agriculture régénératrice,
the
et qui permet de
regenerative
prendre en compte à la fois les
agriculture
aspects eau,
that takes
les
into
aspects
account
qualité
both
des
water,
sols,
the
et
quality of
très
soil,
modestement, parce que c'est du travail de très
and
longue
very,
haleine, on
very
commence à
humbly we
obtenir
are
des
trying
résultats, c'est-à-dire des
to
changements
obtain
profonds de
results,
la manière de,
deep,
je sais pas, par
deeply
exemple, de
anchored
cultiver du
changes
coton,
in the way that
en laissant une
cotton is
empreinte
produced
sur
by
le sol
having
bien moindre et en
a
consommant
much
beaucoup
smaller
moins d'eau.
footprint
Ça, c'est
on
un
the soil
premier
and by
sujet qui
using a lot less water.
simple, mais sur
It's the first
lequel il
topic
faut,
which is not simple,
concentrer beaucoup
but that we need
d'énergie.
to focus on.
Le second, c'est
And the
la
second one
circularité. Alors,
is
nous, on parle pas d'économie
circular
circulaire, on parle de
circularity. We don't
créative.
talk about
Parce qu'on estime
circular economy, we talk
pouvoir
about
lever
creative
sur l'aide
circularity
de
because we
l'éco-conception,
think that
c'est-à-dire
everything
au fond,
that is linked to
d'une
eco-design,
conception des produits
so a consumption of
en
products
faisant baisser leur empreinte
by
environnementale,
decreasing
mais aussi
their
en utilisant
environmental
du
footprint,
recyclé, en faisant de
but
l'upcycling,
by recycling and upcycling, all of that should do something beautiful and desirable.
C'est vraiment ce sujet-là sur lequel on
This is the topic that
comment
we've worked on at length.
peut-on rendre ce qui
At the end of the
il y a
day,
15 ans était considéré, même 10 ans,
how
était
can
considéré
we
comme moche, c'est-à-dire
make what 15 years ago was considered ugly
comment faire en sorte
desirable?
que ça soit beau. Et ça,
How can we make it beautiful?
interviennent nos designers qui
And this is what our designers are working on. They use creativity
Et puis la troisième chose rapidement quand même, c'est
to
l'innovation.
recycle
L'innovation, elle est
goods.
capitale
And the
là-dedans.
last thing is innovation, and this
On
is
essaie, par
capital
exemple,
here.
de cultiver du coton en
We
laboratoire
try
pour faire baisser
to
totalement
grow
l'empreinte
cotton in
eau, la faire
labs
même
to
disparaître.
reduce
Et puis, il y a des choses
the use of water
plus neuves et encore
or
plus prometteuses à
not
partir
use
de
water
la
at all. And there are
kératine
promising
qui pourraient être
things
en
with
capacité de créer des fibres
creating that would allow us
aussi
to
belles, aussi
create
soyeuses que celles du cachemire, par exemple. Donc il y a beaucoup de choses à faire.
fibers that would be as beautiful as that of silk. So there are many things possible here. Regarding raw materials and supply chains,
dans la chaussure, vous avez une marque notamment
Philippe Zorzetto, you design shoes and trainers,
très fort. Comment est-ce que vous
and you are made in France, which is one of your strong values. How do you work with production? If I may, first of all, there are a few figures that I would like to tell you about because the sector of shoes is one of the most polluting ones today. There's a figure that always struck me. 450,000 flights to Paris and back to New York. This is the carbon footprint of the trainer industry today throughout the world. 450,000 trips to New York and back. Today, we produce 34 million trainers throughout the world on a daily basis. It's incredible. So a pair of trainers is between 18 and 20 kilos of CO2 today. I'm talking about this because this is really the shoe which is growing, 8% of growth per year since 2015. In France, it's 60% of the sales of shoes.
C'est à partir de là, en fait, que je me suis dit,
so this is when I started to think, but as a designer, as the founder of a trainer brand, what can I bring to this booming sector? What is the added value that I can bring, producing yet another trainer in Portugal, in Bangladesh, and Indonesia. Oh, how beautiful as it might be, this is not so interesting. So I wanted to work on the most eco-friendly trainer possible, so produced based on recycled and natural raw materials produced in France. And unfortunately, it took me 5 years to find a workshop because there are no workshops left. 98% of trainers sold in France today are produced abroad. It's huge. It's an incredible number. It's a whole industry that disappeared from our landscape. So my goal was to also reindustrialize and to bring back this know-how to France to have a carbon footprint as low as possible, because by producing in France with eco-friendly materials, we can divide our carbon footprint threefold. We're at 6.2 kilos for a pair of trainers, and we're trying to recycle these shoes to reach 2 kilos CO2. We would be almost neutral in terms of carbon footprint, which is a feat.
Ce que j'entends un peu en filigrane dans vos différents discours, c'est aussi
un
tout à l'heure, c'est aussi un changement de mentalité.
That there's a change in mindset as well.
On parlait d'une vintage à une certaine époque.
We've talked about vintage at one point. It was trendy to buy
on a parlé d'une plateforme tout à l'heure avec qui est spécialisée dans la revente
were second-hand. We were talking with
les marques d'être
someone earlier who specialized in second-hand brands. Is it for you to give this momentum, or is it for consumers? I think there are several answers. Consumers, of course, today, if you don't offer second-hand, they will go to resale platforms. For Petit Bateau, the platform that everyone is thinking about, before the lockdown, there were 800,000 clothes on it. Now there's 4 million. So there's a strong demand from consumers. Now we're talking about the environment, a second-hand piece of clothes that is being resold. This is raw material that is not used. And then there's an economic factor as well, because if you look at the price of your raw material, you will need to have another business model to feed your system. A McKinsey study estimates that by 2030, 1 out of 5 clothes will need to come from the circular economy.
Chez Petit Bateau, on a décidé d'intégrer la seconde main dans tous ces états comme une transformation complète de notre entreprise, puisqu'on
completely overhaul our company because we want to have 30% of our volume from second-hand by 2030. So this transformation,
puisque quand on parle d'économie linéaire, c'est pas que les produits qui ont été conçus en philosophie économie linéaire, c'est tous les départements de l'entreprise. Un produit était censé y arriver et en ressortir, jamais y revenir. Nos entrepôts actuellement,
come back ever. Now our warehouses are starting to have washing machines so that they can reprocess clothes, and in order to provide a rental service for babies' clothes in the weeks to come. The finance department never had circular economy P&Ls. When we go to them and we tell them we're going to build a model where the key is the sustainability of the product, they look at you, they stare at you.
Les systèmes d'information également, il faut faire re-rentrer les produits dans le système, et c'est une transformation complète d'entreprise. Mais la seconde main, pour nous aujourd'hui, est un élément clé et une réponse majeure à tous ces enjeux.
Finalement, c'est challenges.
Allez-y.
If I may.
D'abord Hélène et puis après je vous donne la parole.
First Helen, then I'll give you the floor.
Tout de seconde main pour les raisons qui ont été.
I'm not talking about second hand for the reasons that I mentioned before.
L'effet rebond est tel qu'on achète beaucoup plus, mais
there's a rebound effect, which means that we end up buying a lot more. But I'm talking about Second Life, and to answer your question from earlier, there are very high expectations among consumers, but it is brands that need to offer something, to produce something completely new,
au fond, modifie
which changes
ce qui est beau.
The codes of what is beautiful.
Oui, et par
you said that earlier. For instance, having bags that are made from leftover leather and making them beautiful is also one of the purposes of the luxury sector. We need to change our vision of what is beautiful. And there's something else that is dear to my heart, which is repairing. That's why I'd rather talk about second life than second hand. A luxury product should be transmitted from generation to generation.
Être réparé.
And thus being repaired.
De toutes les marques de LVMH.
So the workshops of all of the LVMH brands now have new repair workshops to be able to mend all of the clothes and bags that we might sell. Philippe?
La question, le seconde main est intéressante, mais je crois que la question
the matter of second hand is interesting, but I think that the question that we need to ask ourselves is the business model of fast fashion, which started in the years 2000 and that multiplied the collections, because at the end of the day, Zara, I'm not sure I'm allowed to quote them, they were the first ones to change their collection every 3 weeks. And since the years 2000, we buy a lot more clothes, but we don't wear them as much. On average, a piece of clothes is worn between 6 and 10 times, which is not much. So it means that there's an inflation of production. We consume more and more. But products that are of less quality, because they're always produced in countries where it's low-cost production and quality is not the priority. So I think that the real topic here is in the business model of each brand. Some luxury brands also to cover this fast fashion model by having many collections every year. But there's my clients, for them shoes is something different than clothes, because they want to be comfortable in a nice pair of trainers.
De continuité d'une certaine façon.
It's about continuity.
Je crois que la vraie question, c'est la durabilité.
But I think the real question is sustainability.
Et la question sur qui fait et comment on le fait.
Who does what and how do we do it?
Et le modèle économique.
And the business model.
Non, mais je suis totalement d'accord.
I entirely agree.
C'est pour ça que le modèle initial du luxe
exactly why the luxury model is extremely interesting, because it's about sustainability and high quality of products,
qui est l'enjeu. Et
c'est
ça qui permet à la fois d'ailleurs le démantèlement et donc le recyclage et la réutilisation. C'est parce qu'au départ, la qualité est excellente. Et juste un exemple, si vous me permettez, on a créé une start-up
startup within LVMH between different houses, which is Nona-Source. And it's based on a simple idea of our collaborators, of one of our collaborators. He said there are many fabrics that are not being used for anything within these houses, and they are beautiful, of very high quality. So they created a platform to sell these fabrics to other houses within the group. So this is really circular economy applied to one of of the components of the product.
Aux jeunes designers. Et faisant cela,
also to young designers.
Il y a eu tout un tas de startups différentes
and there are
qui
many
sont
different
venues
startups
se greffer à
that
tout ça,
then
notamment une
added
autre qui
to
s'appelle
that.
WeTurn,
Another one
et
which is WeTurn,
est en capacité de défilocher les tissus pour aller les retisser.
unweave the different fabrics to then weave them again.
Les problèmes
as you were saying earlier,
pour faire ça, en effet, pour trouver les
it was a feat because we needed to find workshops in France to do that. But I think that all of this is possible.
Et d'une qualité magnifique.
Because it's a product of very high quality.
Souhaite de toute façon parler de
I entirely agree with you. And when we talk about second-hand and new models, I think that sustainability needs to be the key factor.
Des marques comme Shein et
Without it, Shein and other brands, this is just
qu'il faut réussir
disposable
et vous parliez
fashion.
de WeTurn.
And we need to get out of this.
Aujourd'hui, donc chez Petit Bateau, on travaille sur nos chutes matières préconçues pour réussir
Now we're
en fait,
working on our fabric to unweave it and use it again.
Ces produits de seconde main qu'on
And
récupère,
with the second-hand products that we cannot sell again, the idea is
de
to
conserver ça chez nous et c'est un gisement en or, puisqu'en fait on connaît la matière première de notre
because
coton.
we know the raw material, we know where our cotton comes from, and it's really a treasure. We are on mono-material, monofiber products, so we have several research and development labs, and we want to unweave it and reweave it and create thread again and to close the loop of the circular economy. We're working on it. We have first test next week with
parce que faire un produit recyclé, c'est relativement simple. En revanche, c'est de réussir à produire le même niveau de qualité que le produit d'origine, mais qui dure 2 fois moins longtemps, vous n'êtes pas sur les bons envolets.
A second-hand product that is not as sustainable and long-lasting as the first ones, there's no point. Of course, because if the second product is not of the same quality as the first one, there's no point. So does this require a lot of innovation?
Oui, alors ça demande de l'innovation dans les process, ça demande de l'innovation pour, dès la phase de conception, intégrer
right from the conception
ce qui va se passer après,
to integrate what will take place after.
Et ça, c'est totalement nouveau.
And that's brand new.
Ça demande aussi, au fond, des savoir-faire qui sont différents. Vous parliez de cette capacité de démantèlement, ce sont des nouveaux métiers.
These are new jobs, but we're working with a platform which is Cedre,
extrêmement intéressante
which
et
is
qui a
very interesting, and
they
have the know-how.
De démanteler proprement.
They know how to dismantle properly to create the loops that you were talking about. So,
je sais pas, ça peut être de la laine, ça peut être des fils, et puis les réintégrer ensuite dans les processus de fabrication de la marque. Tout ça sont des compétences.
Manufacturing process of the brand. These are skills. These are
des nouvelles expertises qu'il faut encourager d'ailleurs.
On va revenir sur ce côté justement métier et artisanat. Philippe Zorzetto, peut-être une réaction sur
Philippe Zorzetto, maybe you would like to react on what's just been said.
Je travaille actuellement sur
I currently work on
recycling
soles.
Les semelles que j'utilise sont
the soles that I use are made up at 75%
of comment peut-on faire pour recycler à nouveau ces semelles? Et donc effectivement dans les ateliers on est en train de
and in our workshops, we are currently working on a new method
faire baisser le bilan carbone, puisque en fait, on arrive à produire
we managed to
une paire de baskets qui correspond à 6 kg CO2. En la recyclant, on arrive à 2 kg CO2, c'est notre objectif. Mais ça nécessite effectivement un choix.
But it requires us to make a deliberate choice, a very significant investment, and it's not easy because in France,
d'autres pays comme l'Italie,
unlike in other countries like Italy or Spain, we don't have as many industrial workshops to be able to do that.
Je trouve très très intéressant le fait de se dire que ça demande des investissements, donc ça demande aussi probablement des alliances. Je vous dis juste, j'en profite, qu'on est en train de créer une plateforme pour justement le démantèlement des souliers, des chaussures, qui s'appelle Revalorem. Voilà, donc si vous avez envie de regarder, vous êtes bienvenue.
Take a look, feel free to.
Si je peux me permettre, il y a quelque chose d'assez extraordinaire qui se passe dans la filière textile pour les marques un peu engagées. C'est qu'en fait, les marques comprennent que toutes seules, elles n'iront nulle part. Et donc, autant quand on réfléchit à une stratégie commerciale
on échange avec personne.
When
La
you
stratégie
think about
marketing, on est
your
très
commercial
auto-centré. En
or
revanche,
marketing
sur des sujets,
strategy, you do it alone.
environnementaux
But
de
when it
demain,
comes to
les marques échangent
the
entre
future
elles.
environment,
Sur le sujet
brands
d'agriculture régénérative,
partner
la semaine
together.
dernière, on échangeait avec
We
Kering.
talked about
La semaine, il y a pas plus tard
regenerative
qu'hier, on avait une
brands.
personne
We
de
had
Chanel qui
discussions
venait
with
collaborer avec
Kering.
nous pour voir nos
Yesterday, we
plateformes de
worked with
recyclage.
somebody from
On échange
Chanel
avec Decathlon et
about
avec tout
recycling
un tas d'autres
platforms.
marques qui ont
We
compris
have
que les enjeux
discussions with
dépassent les enjeux mêmes
Decathlon.
de l'entreprise.
And all these
Les
brands who
startups
understand that
ont
this
une
goes
place
beyond the company.
omniprésente au quotidien dans cette
Startups
industrie qui se
have
transforme.
a
Et
key
quand on parle de
role
parties
in this
prenantes, donc
transforming
Hélène Darel de Fashion
industry.
n'a pas pu être là aujourd'hui, mais
Hélène
elle fait
Darel
aussi
could
partie
not
de
be
nos
here
partenaires
today.
pour
She's from eFashion, but she's one of our partners. And let's say that ReFashion
Et donc les
is
marques sont ouvertes, il y a une sorte, je dirais pas d'open source, mais en revanche il y a un partage que on retrouve très rarement dans d'autres départements de l'entreprise.
Ce que fait ReFashion, c'est vrai que malheureusement Hélène Darel n'a pas pu être avec
Hélène Darel could not join us. She's from ReFashion, but they also have a platform to support brands in co-design. So we're seeing this will and this movement.
Oui, pardon, Philippe Zorzetto.
Yes, Philippe Zorzetto.
En fait, ce qui est intéressant, en fait, c'est qu'au final,
Interesting
on
is
parle
that
de réindustrialisation.
ultimately we're talking about reindustrialization,
aujourd'hui lié à
which now relates to eco-responsibility, which is new.
On a rarement vu l'industrie comme ça en France. Oui,
we've rarely seen such behavior in the industry. That's true. And ultimately, the only way to one day reindustrialize this country is through a clearly environmental vision with all the stakeholders, private stakeholders and public stakeholders. Because I'm talking about shoes, but France was a large shoes manufacturer in the 50s, 60s, 70s. We used to manufacture hundreds of thousands of pairs of shoes in France, and we lost this know-how. And I think we can have it come back. And that's my fight, by reconnecting them to eco-responsibility and by explaining to our customers what's the point of paying slightly more to get that know-how and that value, reindustrialize the country. And in the end,
c'est une économie positive, voilà. Il y a quelque chose de très positif. Moi, j'aime la notion d'économie positive.
So I like this concept of positive economy.
On en a parlé effectivement
we talked about industrialization.
Le plan de relance industrie qui a été initié
the industry recovery plan initiated by the government. Did it help you in the industry at Petit Bateau?
Dans notre usine
yes, at Petit Bateau,
en fait,
absolutely, because in our historical plant,
de transformation du
we
produit.
were missing one step
en fait,
to
nous sommes
transform the product.
tricoteurs-teinteurs, donc nous avions le tricot, la teinture, mais nous n'avions pas l'impression. Ce qui veut dire qu'en fait, quand on devait imprimer nos rouleaux de matière, on les envoyait chez un tiers. C'était une étape extrêmement longue, puisqu'à l'époque, on mettait un rouleau, une couleur, donc on ne pouvait pas lancer des séries courtes. Et dans le cadre de plan France Relance, qui nous a financé sur plusieurs centaines de milliers d'euros, on a pu s'équiper d'une imprimante numérique. Donc c'est une grosse machine Epson, comme vous avez chez vous, sauf qu'en fait, elle nous imprime les tissus. Et ça nous permet en fait d'imprimer des séries très courtes. Et du coup, dans nos modes de production, on arrive à passer sur de la production à la demande. Pour vous donner un exemple, auparavant, en début de saison, si on prévoyait de faire 100, on produisait 100. Si on faisait 105 en étant si on faisait 70, c'était une catastrophe. Et donc, on a revu toutes nos méthodes de production et désormais, on s'engage à 60. Et en cours de saison, eh bien, je vous donne un exemple. Vendredi de la semaine dernière, on analyse les ventes en fin de semaine et là, on a un petit pyjama escargot qui commence à cartonner. Les algorithmes nous montrent qu'en fait, les ventes s'emballent. Et bien, dès lundi matin, on relance la production du petit pyjama escargot et dans 8 jours, il sera redistribué dans les magasins. Et c'est ça aussi, en fait, c'est consommer plus proche de la demande. Et cet investissement, il a pu avoir lieu grâce au programme France Relance. Et là, la France également nous suit avec on va investir 5 millions d'euros toujours dans notre usine Troyenne pour transformer toutes nos machines de teinture qui aujourd'hui consomment énormément d'eau. Demain, elles vont passer en fait en circuit fermé. Donc c'est un plan d'investissement de 5 millions et l'ensemble des différentes organisations françaises nous subventionnent à plus d'1 million d'euros. Donc la France est derrière les industriels qui sont acteurs aujourd'hui.
C'est vrai chez LVMH aussi.
Is that the case at LVMH too? Did you benefit from this plan?
Mais je voudrais revenir sur ce qu'on disait tout à l'heure.
No, but I'd like to come back to what we said earlier.
Les enjeux sont tels qu'en effet les alliances sont nécessaires, mais pas simplement entre entreprises, mais également avec les territoires et avec les institutions
but also with the governments and the regional governments. Let me give you an example. We agree when we say that reindustrialization is important. So we should be honest and not say that it's easy, because it's not the case.
Je prends l'exemple de la laine.
Let me take the example of wool. We have a bovine industry in France that was only focusing on meat and food, and absolutely not focusing on wool.
Un collectif qui s'appelle le collectif Tricolore, donc plusieurs marques de luxe.
We have a collective called the Tricolore Collective.
Très peu de laine, voilà. Sont dans le cadre de la Charbelli également.
Donc on est ensemble pour essayer
in order
ça va nous prendre des années parce que il faut réorienter une filière
we need to refocus an industry
vers ces sujets.
Was not focused on those activities.
Ici,
and I want to say it here. For this, we need the support of the government, because this won't happen overnight. Earlier, we spoke.
C'est pareil. Enfin, on est obligé d'aller en Espagne ou au Portugal si on veut démanteler proprement le tissu.
Industry, which is not possible in France. We have to do it in Spain. This cannot be done in France. So these are topics that should be on the table of the economy, but also of politics. So what you're saying is that it's not just the industry, but also craftsmanship.
Totalement, je crois. Et la France avait une avance magnifique dans un certain nombre d'artisanats. On a comptabilisé le nombre de métiers artisanaux dont on a besoin dans notre univers. Il y a 280
trades that we need in our industry, and there's 280 different trade lines when it comes to textiles. So how can we make sure that this expertise stays in France? We have created an excellence trade institute in order to make the training of this craftsmanship sustainable. That is crucial too. And the vision that we need to have is an ecosystemic vision. Of course, we need to focus on trades, how to retain the know-how here, and the industrial part that we mentioned. But we need to have this vision, which is very political.
Sur toute la partie formation,
yes, about training.
Notre propre école de formation.
We had to create our own school because this know-how has disappeared and there's no longer training on this.
Un point de vue sur la filière d'entraînement aussi, il y a l'industrie, mais il y a aussi l'artisanat, c'est aussi à ça qu'on contribue.
Industry, but there's also craftsmanships, and that's what you contribute to, right?
Moi, en tout cas, j'ai un peu l'impression d'être le village d'Astérix. Excusez-moi, parce
I kind of feel like I'm Asterix here. Manufacturing sneakers in France has almost become impossible. But at the same time, we fight for this. I work with one of the last workshops located in Angers, and we are hiring young people.
Quand ton atelier ferme,
when a workshop closes, you lose the know-how, and it's very difficult to teach those trades again. And it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years to train people to a certain know-how, which is craftsmanship, but is also industrial. Because our aim is to get out of craftsmanship and to produce in volumes for the international market, because ultimately, Made in France label is very well perceived globally, and it's associated to luxury, but I also want to associate it with eco-responsibility, which means that when you produce in France, you pay social benefits, taxes, you know who manufactures the products, of course it's sustainable, and to me, this is also part of this environmental concept. Behind the environment, there are people too. And I think we sometimes don't speak about this enough. It's not only about eco-responsible materials, it's also about working conditions, salaries, and this is part of a positive environment that must be showcased to consumers and to the media. So I agree with you. Isn't this just a political issue? Because this requires decisions at the highest level. But brands, entrepreneurs, CEOs are into politics in a way. They make choices. If I decide to manufacture sneakers in France when I can do it twice cheaper in Portugal, it is a political choice. But it's also a choice to give the best offer to my consumers, my customers, and bring this added value. But yes, private stakeholders are political stakeholders. Yes, but we don't draft regulations.
Hélène Valade, pour le coup.
This is important what Hélène Valade is saying. There is also regulation.
Je pense qu'il y a des itérations heureuses
entre
des initiatives
fortunate iterations of pioneer initiatives
et la manière dont elles peuvent être traduites dans des réglementations
into regulations to mainstream it.
Le sujet est
systémique et à la fois économique, politique et réglementaire.
Et d'ailleurs, c'est l'histoire du métier de l'éco-responsabilité depuis 20 ans. C'est-à-dire qu'on a commencé à être quelques pionniers pour pousser des modèles économiques différents, notamment celui de l'économie circulaire. Et puis 15 ans après, il y a eu la loi sur l'économie circulaire qui est en train de nous faire un bond supplémentaire. Et ça, c'est l'alchimie que je trouve très heureuse entre les initiatives de l'économie et le politique. C'est pour ça qu'il faut embarquer tous les acteurs pour franchir de nouvelles étapes.
Oui, je pense qu'il ne faut pas tout attendre du politique. Chacun a son rôle à jouer. J'en veux la légende du colibri, je prends ma part. Les politiques bougeront. Si certaines entreprises se sont déjà mises en action, si les citoyens aimaient, que ce soit dans l'urne ou d'une tierce façon, son choix, et c'est l'ensemble des choses qui évoluent. Mais il ne faut surtout pas rentrer dans le triangle de l'inaction et attendre que ce soit l'autre qui bouge. Parce que là, c'est l'action qui suscite la décision.
Voilà, je crois que c'est une jolie conclusion.
Moi, excusez-moi, je crois beaucoup au final je pense que c'est le consommateur qui aussi, par ses choix de consommation, fait de la politique et peut avoir une interaction avec les médias notamment, par rapport à des décisions politiques. C'est fondamental pour moi. On est tous d'ailleurs des citoyens consommateurs. Par nos choix.
Et notre responsabilité, c'est de lui donner les informations qui vont permettre ces choix. D'où en effet tout le sujet de l'affichage environnemental, de la performance environnementale de nos produits, pas simplement de leur origine et de leur composition, mais de leur performance, c'est-à-dire voilà, telle jupe, elle aura tant d'émissions CO2 lorsqu'elle a été produite. Et je pense que du coup, ça va donner un pouvoir supplémentaire aux consommateurs parce que probablement il sera mieux informés et donc en capacité de choisir les marques responsables.
Merci à tous les trois. Merci Philippe Zorzetto depuis Paris et merci à Hélène Valade et Delphine Lebas.
Hélène Valade, Delphine Lebas.
Alors après l'alimentation, après le luxe et le textile, on fait un peu un pas de côté, on prend un peu d'ampleur et on va parler de l'emballage zéro carbone. Est-il possible? Pour en parler avec nous ce soir, Nora Le Touet, bonjour. Vous êtes la fondatrice et la dirigeante de Noliju. Bonjour Laurence. Oui, c'est ça. À vos côtés, Gwenaël Régnier, vous êtes fondateur et dirigeant de Sempac.
Bonjour.
On verra plus tard ce qu'est Sempac. On retrouve Guillaume Gibault, le slip français. Rebonjour. Et à vos côtés, Martin Calmetz, vous êtes le cofondateur de Eco Impact.
Bonjour, merci.
Alors, comme pour la table ronde précédente, j'ai quelques chiffres pour peut-être vous faire réagir, mais que vous connaissez sans doute. Selon les dernières données de Citeo, en 2021, chaque Français a trié 69 kilos d'emballage ménage et papier. Au total, c'est 3,8 millions de tonnes, soit l'équivalent de 2,2 millions de tonnes de CO2. Est-ce que c'est des chiffres qui vous font peur?
Pardon, je n'ai pas entendu. Est-ce que c'est les chiffres qui nous font peur? Oui, oui. Alors, du coup, je vais présenter rapidement, ça ne vous dérange pas, la société Eco Impact.
On va y venir après.
Ah, d'accord, d'accord. Donc oui, c'est des chiffres qui nous font peur, effectivement, et c'est pour ça qu'il faut passer à l'action et que cette thématique que vous proposez est clé, parce que, effectivement, on est dans une économie linéaire de je produis, je consomme et après je jette, et on sait tous que ce n'est pas soutenable dans un monde fini. Donc nous devons absolument changer la manière de faire, et c'est pour ça que des initiatives comme ce dont on va parler sont importantes.
Alors, Eco Impact, puisqu'on va y venir, parmi les façons de recycler, il y a le verre, notamment. Et le verre, on le sait, les restaurateurs ont le verre consigné, mais pas le consommateur. En tout cas, on l'avait avant, pour ceux qui l'ont connu. Et le verre, on le voit aussi avec la crise en Ukraine, avec les problématiques de matières premières. C'est un vrai problème pour les professionnels qui se servent du verre, notamment les vins spiritueux. Et c'est eux que vous adressez avec Eco Impact.
En partie, oui. Donc Eco Impact, c'est une société que j'ai fondée avec un associé. On est tous les deux ingénieurs spécialisés en packaging, donc on est vraiment du domaine de l'emballage. Et on a une vingtaine d'années d'expérience dans différents secteurs d'activité, notamment les parfums cosmétiques et les vins spiritueux. Et effectivement, on se rend compte que les habitudes vont vers ce que je disais tout à l'heure, une consommation linéaire, et alors qu'il existe des solutions pour aller vers une économie circulaire avec des forts bénéfices environnementaux.
Sur la bouteille en verre, j'aimerais que vous me redonniez le pourcentage.
Exactement. Et donc, du coup, quand on prend, si vous prenez l'exemple d'une bouteille de vin ou spiritueux, chaque année en France, on consomme tous ensemble 4 milliards de bouteilles de vin spiritueux qui sont dans des contenants en verre. Et le poids environnemental d'une bouteille en verre, la bouteille en verre pèse pour plus de 70% de l'impact environnemental de ce produit-là que vous achetez. Alors, le verre, il ne faut pas lui jeter la pierre. Au contraire, c'est un matériau qui est durable, qui existe depuis très longtemps. Mais par contre, c'est un matériau qui est réutilisable. Et donc notre offre, justement, c'est de mettre en place la réutilisation des bouteilles en verre dans une démarche d'économie circulaire pour ces marques de vins spiritueux notamment, et pour l'énergie bien plus largement. Sachant que l'ADEME a documenté les bénéfices du réemploi des bouteilles en verre, c'est moins 76% de consommation d'énergie, moins 33% de consommation d'eau, même laver des bouteilles consomme moins d'eau que fabriquer des bouteilles neuves, et à la fin c'est moins 79% d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Donc c'est un modèle très vertueux, et notre offre est un peu innovante parce que nous, on accompagne les marques. Aujourd'hui, ce qui s'est passé entre la consigne il y a 30 ans et maintenant, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup d'équipes d'écoles de commerce et de marketing qui ont prospéré. Et maintenant, la forme identitaire des bouteilles est très importante pour les marques. Du coup, on propose une solution de réutilisation qui permet de garder aux marques de garder leur forme de bouteille et pas les obliger d'aller vers des bouteilles qu'on connaissait 3 étoiles à l'époque, mais qu'elles puissent garder une forme de bouteille qui les permet de se différencier.
L'emballage, c'est aussi un sujet qui vous a titillé depuis très longtemps. Parce que vous êtes inquiété, oui, en plus, je dis bien le mot inquiété, au début des années 2010.
Petite histoire un petit peu folle, c'est l'histoire d'une reprise d'une société qui était basée à Monaco, qui était créée en 71 et qui n'allait pas bien. L'idée était toute simple, c'était de la reprendre, la redévelopper et surtout la sauver avec ses collaborateurs, mais en prenant déjà un virage très important, de l'éco-responsabilité, et aussi en travaillant sur la réintégration de la production en France, puisque 70% de la production était faite en Chine. Donc, Puis on a pris un autre virage, c'était imaginer le plastique autrement et surtout imaginer le plastique autrement qu'à base de l'énergie fossile.
Especially not based from fossil fuels.
À travailler sur des solutions plus vertueuses, notamment à base de canne à sucre, pour justement imaginer des solutions qui allaient réduire de manière très très drastique les émissions de CO2. Un emballage traditionnel pèse à peu près 25 grammes, va générer à peu près 60 grammes de CO2. On est aujourd'hui à quelques grammes. Alors c'est une aventure un petit peu folle parce que il y a 10 ans,
quite a crazy journey. 10 years ago, people told me it's too expensive.
25% sur le prix pièce.
The impact was plus 25%.
Finalement,
price increase.
Notre chiffre d'affaires aujourd'hui c'est 30.
Now it accounts for 30% of our turnover, and we continue to work on even more virtuous solutions, whether it's based on seaweed, mushrooms, etc., in order to find alternatives to fossil fuels.
On a travaillé sur les matériaux. Maintenant, il est peut-être
we started working on materials, and we thought it was time now to go further. 8 million tons of plastics go into oceans every year. 3 billion tons of food are wasted every year, and we thought that since there's been no new product in packaging in the latest decades, we thought we should imagine a new type of packaging, a mix between a ketchup bottle and a pump pot format, to find a more virtuous solution that generates less CO2 and can help consume to the last drop in order to try and resolve those issues around CO2 emissions and food waste.
Vous avez créé donc un emballage qui sert de la c'est le même format que la poche à douille qu'on a tous connu et qui donc peut se mettre dans un sens ou dans l'autre et qui est utilisé pour la cosmétique, la maison et l'alimentaire aussi. Finalement, tout ce que l'on vient d'évoquer depuis cet après-midi sur l'industrialisation, vous y répondez aussi, c'est de l'industrie, mais de l'industrie propre et qui sert des usages finalement du quotidien.
Oui, c'est possible parce que aujourd'hui, il y a une vraie volonté de réindustrialisation, il est simplement intéressant et tout à l'heure on en parlait avec un certain nombre de détails. C'est de se poser les bonnes questions. Beaucoup d'industriels. J'ai travaillé longtemps dans l'automobile, j'ai vu le sourcing en Chine, on a des personnes des gains faramineux, etc. Moi là-bas, je suis logisticien. Et la logique de prix de revient, on en parlait souvent, mais coût complet, on n'en parlait pas. Et c'est l'analyse que j'ai faite il y a 10 ans, justement, où je me suis dit, mais moi, je ne protège pas mes clients. Parce que j'ai des productions qui ne sont pas conformes à ce que j'en attends. Donc, travaillant sur le coût complet, je me suis rapidement rendu compte que c'était pas plus intéressant. Effectivement, il y a 10 ans, on m'a dit n'importe quoi, t'es complètement fou de produire en France. Ça va être beaucoup plus cher et qui plus est avec un matériau qui est encore plus cher lui aussi. Mais si on se pose les bonnes questions à un moment donné, puis si on travaille justement pour faire évoluer nos process, nos coûts, etc., on se rend compte qu'on peut faire la même chose. Dans le cas de Sempak, on s'est posé la même question, c'est de se dire, on va produire, parce qu'on a créé le produit, mais on a aussi développé les machines de A à Z, et on a travaillé aussi sur des matériaux qui soient plastiques, voire papier aujourd'hui. Et la logique est très très simple, c'est on ne pouvait pas produire ailleurs qu'en France. Aujourd'hui, on fait l'analyse de cycle de vie dans sa globalité, on se rend compte qu'on a un emballage qui va générer 260 grammes de CO2 d'économie. C'est assez fou, on en met 24 000 dans un camion. On voit qu'on peut faire des économies. Alors, tendre vers le zéro, c'est à voir, mais il y a
des pistes en tout cas. Une question pour votre voisine, vous êtes comme DNVB, né sur le net.
Oui, je ne suis pas fabricante de packaging.
Pas encore.
Pas encore. Mais j'en utilise.
En tout cas, bravo. Quand on est packaging, but I use it. On fait la livraison. Comment est-ce qu'on l'adresse? Parce que c'est aussi une problématique. Noliju est très axé aussi sur le Made in France. C'est une valeur que vous défendez. Donc finalement, aller jusqu'au bout, ça va aussi jusqu'à la façon de livrer, le packaging, comment est-ce qu'on travaille?
Alors c'est vrai que depuis le début, donc j'ai voulu faire la production locale, le plus possible. On en parlera parce que le textile. Moi, je suis sur le textile du sport. Donc je m'intéresse depuis pas mal de temps aux conçus. Donc maintenant, mes
eco-design for quite some time, so all of my collections are made of recycled fibers. It's important to be consistent, and we want to be delivered in eco-friendly packaging. We used to have a lot of cardboard. There's still a lot of cardboard in stores today.
Moi, j'ai voulu trouver une solution à ça.
I wanted to find a solution to this, and I have two such solutions today.
Gratuit qui est élaboré à partir de la fécule de maïs, donc qui est compostable. Donc, un petit morceau, on peut le mettre dans son compost. Ou alors, j'ai une proposition, et ça c'est une start-up que j'aimerais mettre en avant du Havre, qui s'appelle Ipli, qui propose des packaging qu'on réutilise jusqu'à 100 fois. Donc l'idée c'est qu'il y a une petite pochette, je peux vous en montrer si vous voulez, avec une enveloppe thé, et quand la personne reçoit son colis, elle la replie, elle le met dans l'enveloppe thé, elle le met dans la boîte aux lettres, ça revient donc chez la société qui le nettoie et qui le met à nouveau
They send this pouch back, and it's being washed and it is then reused. So this is a packaging which is slightly more than €2. So I ask my clients to share. So it's €1 each. And when I organize pre-sales, which is part of my business model, clients wait for several months before getting this delivery. They're willing to pay this €1 for having this responsible, this eco-friendly packaging, which is going to be reused 100 times.
Ça paraît simple dit comme ça.
It seems simple.
Ça a été simple de le faire passer.
But was it simple to implement it?
Parce que peut-être
to make it accepted by your clients, because saying €1 each, there's also a psychological aspect. Does it work?
Du coup, je propose deux options parce qu'elles sont pas toutes prêtes à payer €1 de plus. Aujourd'hui, on n'est pas encore à 100% qui prennent en charge le packaging, comme l'autre est responsable. Mais oui, il y a un effort de communication à faire, et là, je suis en train de retravailler sur un site internet pour mettre en avant ces solutions et que justement qu'on prenne davantage
shed light on these solutions so that we can understand the way this works, these business models, to be able to offer even more.
Nous, c'est un vaste sujet qui a bien changé depuis 10 ans, et juste pour remettre aussi en contexte, nous, on fait 600 000 produits par an.
We have 600,000 products a year. 70% of it is on our website.
150 000 commandes par an.
So we have
donc c'est beaucoup. Juste pour illustrer le monde, dans le métier de distribution, il y a un packaging primaire qui est autour du produit, et puis un packaging secondaire.
First packaging and the second packaging.
Le packaging primaire,
for the mailing. So for the first packaging, we have blue boxes that used to be manufactured in Paris, La Ramée Cardboard, beautiful company.
Nous, on a un vrai sujet, c'est que la boîte, elle était fermée, elle protège le produit, elle permet de le stocker, de le transporter facilement. C'est un bel objet cadeau. Et nous, tout ça, en tant que client, donc c'est très ambivalent de se dire, d'un côté, on a envie de faire mieux, mais de l'autre côté, on est... les gens qui étaient fidèles
and over time, the people who are faithful to the brand, they say, well, I have 10 such boxes, I don't know what to do with it. So the first thing we said was,
on peut s'améliorer. Les gens nous demandaient d'enlever la boîte, ce qu'on a fait.
People told us to remove that box.
Voilà, ça paraît rien, et en plus,
it seems like nothing, and we're a small company, so imagine if you're a huge company.
Qui concerne tout le monde dans la boîte, c'est toujours des projets un peu compliqués à mettre en place, que les gens n'ont pas envie de prendre.
People don't want to take this on. I see that you're nodding.
C'est des projets compliqués.
These are complicated projects to
on a enlevé cette boîte bleue, c'était vraiment
so we removed that blue box, and we now have a paper packaging which is much more easy.
On parle des papiers de patronage textile, on trouvait ça cool de repartir là-dessus. Mais il nous faut quand même quelque chose d'assez étanche, d'assez solide, qui
something that is waterproof, that protects the product.
Et on est passé sur le packaging secondaire, sur
on the secondary packaging, we have a recycling plastic, and we work with EcoPack, which is an equivalent of Ipli. We know Ipli quite well, but unfortunately, the object itself is not made in France, which is one of the reasons why we didn't start with them in Portugal. But the process is very virtuous, it's true. So we work with EcoPack, but unfortunately, they went bankrupt a few weeks ago. So we're now thinking that we need to make them ourselves. So you invent a new job, then yes, I like to do that. And we think that there's something crazy in textile, which is upcycling all of these fabrics that have not been used for production, and we can use the end of these rolls of fabric to be as circular as possible, and maybe even offer that to others. But reaching zero is not easy, because packaging is not only there for aesthetics, it's also for transport. We're also using algae. This is interesting, it can be collected by clients. We try to imagine collaborative things. But zero, I think, is difficult to reach. because it's also about projection of the product. I think Martin will agree in the presentation that you said when we talked. We say that bottles are 70% of the overall packaging, but everything else comes from after. So then it's the
à un moment donné, vous pourriez aussi être confronté, enfin, vos clients être confrontés aussi à l'emballage. Il n'y a pas que
label. So your clients also see this packaging.
Bouteille en verre.
Exactement, et ça veut dire, c'est pour ça qu'on parle d'analyse de
Even if we choose a glass bottle, that's why we talk about a life cycle. We need to include all of these elements. There's another element that's important.
Il faut savoir que là, vous parliez des déchets
ménagers,
les déchets qu'on appelle
household waste, but industrial waste is 10 times more significant in France, including in the industry. Most of the industrial waste comes from building material.
Auquel nous avons tous partie
représente
autant de déchets que les ménages pour déchets ménagers. Donc ça veut dire que non seulement il faut regarder, comme vous disiez très justement, comment améliorer, puis vous dites les plus optimisés possibles, réutilisables, etc. Mais il faut également regarder dans sa supply chain comment faire en sorte que les cartons que soient réutilisés et pas jetés, parce que c'est ça qui génère aussi énormément de déchets.
Because this generates a huge amount of waste, and we need to work on this as well. Brands. There are also initiatives, like in La Rochelle, there's green parcels.
Ils récupèrent justement ces cartons qui ont juste servi pour un transport logistique, au lieu de les détruire, il faut les mettre à plat
these parcels that have been used just for one
des cartons, notamment en e-commerce, ils achètent beaucoup de cartons.
In e-commerce, people are using a lot of different boxes of different sizes, so we can reuse these cardboard boxes.
Et aux déchets industriels.
Quand on vous écoute, on a l'impression que c'est pas simple, mais on a l'impression que c'est simple et la solution.
When we listen to you, it seems as though it's easy and there is a solution.
Sobre possible.
When you've designed
de faire connaître le
solution that is
d'aller voir les
environmentally friendly, it's difficult to go see the industrials to find a way to make it a reality. Yes, it is extremely hard because it's decision cycles that are very long. And packaging is the last step. It requires significant investment from industrial companies. It's the one thing that we will change last. We also need to make people change their mindset. It takes time, and I think we're all faced with another problem.
Start-up industriel.
This is an industrial startup which requires funds, means, and it's not that simple. It's very long process.
Il y a un vrai marathon.
This is a race
justement pour se faire sa place et proposer des solutions qui sont beaucoup plus vertueuses et qui sont
and to offer good solutions that have meaning.
Même constat.
Oui, bien sûr. Alors, il y a la question du prix, on n'en a pas parlé. Enfin, je parlais un petit peu de faire participer les clients.
Yes, I was about the price. I was talking about asking clients to contribute. Are they willing to do so? It was the same as for food. We were talking about this earlier. There's an extra cost, and many people say.
Alors, ça change pour une partie de la population.
Things are changing for part of the population. There's another part of the population that Guillaume was mentioning earlier, which is not ready to pay the price for that today. So it's complicated.
C'est un sujet aujourd'hui.
Puis l'emballage,
oui.
L'emballage, ça touche aussi à tout un secteur et une boucle. On parle d'analyse de cycle de vie, comme le bilan carbone, ce sont vraiment des éléments aujourd'hui qui doivent être clés dans la prise de décision de l'industriel. Aujourd'hui, certains industriels se focalisent plutôt sur le scope 1, le scope 2, le scope 3. Ça crée justement beaucoup de greenwashing. Ça fait une perturbation aussi dans la tête du consommateur. Donc il y a une vraie... Il y a beaucoup de composantes à prendre en compte. Beaucoup de secteurs aujourd'hui doivent aussi s'impliquer. La révolution de l'emballage passe aussi par le recyclage. Il y a des matériaux qui sont très vertueux, notamment à base d'algues.
There are very virtuous materials that use algae, for instance, but that will not be able to be recycled in the future. So this whole business, this whole sector needs to accelerate. So we need to have a long-term vision.
Pour aller un peu plus loin,
Martin, yes, the most difficult to implement this is the management of change. People have been used to work in a linear manner. So we need to make them realize what the true challenge is. We're talking about a brand that wanted to improve the labels.
Les vins spiritueux anisés, pour pas la citer, qui a annoncé effectivement
spirits and wines and in anise spirits, and they're testing digital labels. About 5% the
Donc il faut s'adresser aux vrais enjeux. Et ensuite, du coup, dans ce management du changement, ce n'est pas que les marques seules. Effectivement, on parlait
We're talking about legislatures, but the whole supply chain needs to be changed in order to be in this circular economy model. And that's why it's interesting to talk to brands like ours, which are pioneers in this sense, and we need to be convinced, and we need decision makers to be convinced so that they have the right mindset. The idea is not to kill brands, but to make sure that they can adapt their models in order to be more resilient, precisely.
Quand on intègre un nouveau métier,
when we add a new
vous y aviez vraiment réfléchi ou c'est
had you really thought this through?
Parce que ça veut dire que vous avez aussi pris en compte les problématiques.
On commence à faire des prototypes et tout ça.
Ah oui, donc vous êtes avancé.
Je pense que il y a aussi un truc, enfin nous, depuis le début, on est très pragmatique.
From the beginning, we've been very pragmatical, and here I think what shakes things up is the crisis that we're seeing right now. Energy is more expensive when there's a environmental score on projects that tell you, well, your package costs you a lot more.
En transport, il coûte plus cher.
In transport, it costs you more, and it gives you a bad grade in terms of the environment. So this is the trigger that you needed to change. But it's what I was saying at first. Changing a packaging that works for companies in their current context of inflation, of competition, and
le contexte économique autour de nous, il est quand même ardos, quoi. Cette fin d'année, l'année prochaine, ça va être
environment.
Moi, je vous donne un
this
exemple.
year, next year, let me give you an example.
Notre métier en amont,
in our job,
les tisseurs tricoteurs sont des gens dont l'énergie,
with the knitters and weavers, it's people who have the energy.
L'énergie pèse normalement 6-7%
and it's about 6 or 7% of their turnover.
Il y a beaucoup de contrats qui vont se renouveler.
In 2023, a lot of contracts are going to be renewed. It's going to become 36% of their turnover. So you can no longer say, well, maybe you can cheat the packaging. It's not your priority at all anymore.
Il y a des choses qui sont un peu l'opportunité du moment dans la crise, mais il y a aussi vraiment en avoir conscience.
There are things that are an opportunity in this crisis, but there's also a very difficult context that it's going to be difficult to weather the storm for companies. Changing your packaging is a mess for clients and for people internally. It's not going to be the priority. I agree with you 100%. What can we do to give visibility to these solutions? Because they exist or they're almost there. So we've understood zero carbon is difficult because there are other things that are out of your control. But when we have a solution like yours, what can be done to make your voice heard and to develop your solution? There are two things. The first thing is discussions that we can have with our clients, with industrials, because it's B2B, but it's also being capable of showing them how they meet their goals for waste management,
les coûts liés à l'emballage et autres,
for the cost linked to packaging, but also
apporter une vraie solution beaucoup
how are
plus
they going
vertueuse aux
to
consommateurs.
bring
Aujourd'hui, on travaille vraiment sur ces deux axes
much more virtuous solution to
Alors,
clients.
la difficulté, c'est que après avoir connu le plastic bashing, aujourd'hui, on est tombé en plein greenwashing.
We've had plastic bashing and now we have greenwashing.
Sincèrement, qu'on va
I sincerely
arriver
hope
à condamner
that we
parce
will be able to
perdent de plus en plus les
condemn this
consommateurs.
because they're
Les
losing
consommateurs,
consumers, and today
ils sont
consumers
même maintenant en retrait sur certains sujets.
are
Il faut
starting
vraiment
to
aujourd'hui
lose
qu'on soit
interest.
à même de donner l'information et qu'elle soit vérifiée.
We need to be able to share this information, and consumers need to be able to check it so that they can have the right information and make the right decision.
Il accepte
And for them to accept a slightly higher cost, or maybe to change their consumption ways so that they have a positive impact on their footprint.
Est-ce que la solution, quand on est une DNVB, qu'on se
When we are a DNVB and that
we est présent dans des points de vente, dans des pop-ups,
are launching a new business, you're in pop-ups, you're in points of sales at the BHV in Paris.
Est-ce que
Here as
finalement
well,
de
you're in
passer par
stores.
une présence physique, c'est
So being physically present Is this also a way to reduce packaging? We reduce part of the packaging. We end up with cardboard boxes. I've had this problem because I've sent parcels to Paris and they told me, why are you reusing parcels? It's not. It doesn't work. They fall to pieces after 2 trips. I'm going to have to order new boxes because mine do not survive all the way to Paris twice.
Toutes les solutions ne se valent
So
pas.
all solutions
Non, alors il y a
are
moins
not
d'emballage.
equal.
Donc
So there's
aujourd'hui, moi, j'ai
fewer
déjà en sorte
packaging.
sur le net qu'en point de vente physique, mais de
So
toute
it's
façon,
more
je suis persuadée
online
que
than
complémentarité
on
être en
point of
physique
sales, but I think
versus,
that there's
être
complementarity.
uniquement, en tout cas sur des produits comme les miens où c'est
On a product like mine where it's
sur des matières un
tactile,
petit
we
peu
want to
nouvelles.
touch it, it's new
Donc c'est cette
material.
complémentarité qui est nécessaire. Donc
I
j'espère que
need
cette
to
part du
have
physique va
both. I
grossir
think
et que ça
that
me
this
permettra
share of
d'économiser aussi le
physical
reste
is going to
des
grow so
emballages,
that I
mais
will
j'essaye en
be
tout
able
cas
to have
sur les emballages
fewer
e-commerce
packaging, but
le plus
I try to be as
vertueux
virtuous as possible when I have to use it.
Martin et après Guillaume.
Martin and
Je
then
voulais rebondir
Guillaume.
sur ce que
Yes, I
je
wanted
disais tout à l'heure sur le fait que effectivement c'est dur à mettre en place, mais
I comment what you were saying earlier. It's difficult to implement. There are 2 ways to see the crisis that we're undergoing. Either we consider that it's linked to the war in Ukraine and outside on this to change so we accept a higher cost for some time. Or we think that it's a structural crisis, which means that we will have no choice but to reduce our consumption of products, packaging and so on. And what's sure is that a brand like yours, it's not here.
Des gens comme moi qui peuvent vous accompagner parce que justement c'est un métier vraiment complexe sur lequel il y a aussi des fausses bonnes idées, il y a des idées reçues sur certains aspects, donc il faut éviter de
good ideas
dans un autre.
or preconceived ideas.
Tout ça, voilà, c'est un
So we don't want to jump from
à prendre en compte parce que ça fait partie du modèle durable de sobriété.
We don't want to jump from one problem to another.
C'est très important ce que vous venez
I
de dire de
think
pas
what you said is very important.
C'est un
Not to jump from a bad, from one trap to another.
La réglementation depuis
because ever since
depuis le Covid et aussi
COP21,
depuis
COVID,
les objectifs pour 2025, 2030 et 2040.
The objectives set for 2025, 30 and 45. We want to
etc.
find new
On
materials,
veut
new
réinventer, on
solutions.
veut
We want to
réinventer plein de choses.
reinvent many
Et on est en
things.
train de créer aujourd'hui des
And
nouveaux
today we're
matériaux qui
creating
sont
new
probablement
materials
encore moins
that,
vertueux que ce qu'il y a aujourd'hui.
well, might be even worse than the ones
On
we
veut tout
have
modifier,
today.
mais on est en
We
train
want
de
to
faire
change everything, but we are
confondre vitesse et précipitation.
backtracking.
Comme le cuir vegan.
Ouais,
Yes,
like vegan
des
leather.
cuirs vegan qui sont en fait des
We're
dérivés de plastique en fait et
vegan leather that are plastic derivatives.
Il y a une flambée en ce moment sur le packaging en papier, mais on est en train de
There's an increase in paper packaging, which is being mixed with plastic, which is even harder to recycle.
On voit des solutions qui émergent aujourd'hui, et si on fait l'analyse du cycle de vie dans sa
globalité, and if we analyze the whole life cycle, we realize it's not virtuous at all.
On a une bonne équipe de
They have good
communication,
marketing
ça va permettre de
teams,
vendre.
good communication teams, which help to sell.
Exactement.
Alors, on en est où de cette recherche et de ces tests?
Where are we at with those tests?
J'aime bien finir avec des vraies phrases de bon sens. Le vrai
I like to conclude on common sense. The good zero packaging
c'est comment est-ce qu'on limite au maximum
the packaging that we don't use. So we need to reduce it to only the cases where we really need it. And I'll conclude on one thing.
Convaincre sur le Made in France, sur le local et tout.
I think it's just like made in France or local. We need to convince, but we need to innovate so that people find it so cool that they want to use it, whether it's B2B or B2C. That's what will work. And I think that this desirable aspect is important for brand or for process. And things that scale up are functional, like an iPhone. It just works better than other brands. So that's what we need to do when it comes to packaging. So scaling up, that's the main takeaway from the roundtable. Thank you. Let's take an innovation break on innovative solutions.
Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous, ça va, ça marche, le micro marche. Merci d'être là avec nous pour présenter 4 solutions innovantes, 4 solutions qui vont changer notre manière de produire et de consommer. Bon, j'avoue que je suis entourée d'hommes essentiellement. Il me manque un peu de femmes, mais je ne désespère pas que les choses changent dans ce domaine. Donc, nous sommes aujourd'hui avec Mathieu Coustet. Bonjour, vous êtes le cofondateur d'Aris, avec vous on va parler
Aris. We'll be talking about green hydrogen with you.
Olivier Guigonis,
next to you we have Olivier Guigonis, co-founder of NOLT, abbreviation of Nothing is Lost, and you work in the sports industry.
À ma droite, Slavomir
Klukowski,
bonjour. Alors aujourd'hui,
CEO of
c'est une
Wave
journée pour vous et
Energy,
pour vos solutions parce que
today
le vent
is made for you.
Il y a ici à Nice.
We have a lot of wind today and big waves in Nice.
Exactement, on va en parler juste après avec vous. Et enfin,
we'll talk about this with you in a moment.
Bonjour.
And finally, Jean Guénolé, hello. Jean Guénolé-Cornet, you are the CEO of Neo Silva. Let's start with you. Could you tell us what you do with our forests?
Neo Silva est une société que j'ai créée il y a 4 ans.
I created Neo Silva 4 years ago, and the objective is to meet needs of the forests in France. And just to give you some context, in France, forests cover 30% of the territory, and it faces 2 challenges. First of all, to adapt to climate change. The very long life cycle of a tree weakens them in the face of climate change. We see the negative impacts on forests, and WHO assesses that half of the French forest will try to survive within the next 20 years. There's higher and higher demand for wood, for construction, for heating, and we need to support our landscapes and use the services of the forest. And we also have a high demand in sustainable materials and sustainable construction. So Neo Silva is here to support the forests that are hardest to manage and most impacted by climate change. These are the private forests, small private forests, but this accounts to millions of hectares in total. There are 3 million forest owners, some of them don't even know it, and they're facing an issue. They don't want to sell because they have affection for the forest, but they don't have the money, the time to manage their forests. So Neo Silva creates partnerships during the whole life cycle of trees, up to 100 years, where we manage, operate, plant and maintain the forest and create value with that forest heritage, with wood, environmental services, and the payment is done through part of the created value. Earlier we talked about long-term. This is long-term. The economical model is over 50 years, and with Neo Silva we will wait for this long-term, but at the same time there is some co-owning system on the biological capital of those forests. The land is still owned by the owners, but the biological capital is co-owned by the owner and Neo Silva, who allies with the owner to revalorize this territory. And how do you reach out to those owners? Mainly through owners' networks. The average age is around 65 years old, so we reach out to them through word of mouth and through interim stakeholders, cooperative, lawyers, mayors. So there's a lot of network, and little by little we associate them, because what's interesting now is that owners come to us. We don't come to them. They reach out to us. They tell us, I have a heritage. I want to valorize it. Can you help me? And we offer a solution where we get paid after 40 or 50 years. They don't have to pay up front. So they're usually interested. Thank you very much. Give it up for him.
Des forêts à la mer, Slawomir, il y a finalement qu'un pas.
And actually, this relates to your project because you transform the energy of waves. Yes, we have a small team of associates and we develop a system where the engine is like a floating hydro turbine. We've done 10 years of R&D.
Actuel président de la société. En 2019 également,
in 2019, Wave Energy was subsidized by the EU as part of the program. We got to approve the latest version of the system, the mechanism. Is that what we're seeing on screen? Yes. And then
the technology
was recognized by Blue Invest during the Maritime Forum on the EU website. And the design of the mechanism helps produce energy at the same price as offshore wind turbines energy. Our system can also be adapted to hydrogen production through electrolysis, which is interesting, especially for engines. Is it currently on the market? No. We are currently trying to create a demo, but since we don't have the funds for such a large project, we're looking for funding partners. And this will help us participate in tenders because a startup must have enough equity or as much equity as the required fundings.
Donc, s'il y a des gens qui nous regardent
so if anybody's watching live on La Tribune website or anybody in the room is interested, they can reach out to you. Yes, and as a conclusion, I'd like to tell you that the Wave's energy is a predictable, sustainable energy that can supply enough electricity for up to 3.5 gigawatts that is still unused. Thank you very much.
Mathieu Coustet, on parlait d'hydrogène vert.
We talked about green hydrogen. This is what you're working on with
Donc on est un développeur et producteur d'hydrogène renouvelable.
Yes, we produce renewable energy. We come from the wind industry and we try to replicate it in the value chain of hydrogen. We work with regional governments, companies, transportation managers to decarbonize their fleet. We also work in consultation at local level to make our projects acceptable. We know that with wind or solar there can be some tension, so we think it's important to propose projects that are locally accepted in order to create ecosystem that can grow over time. So we offer an option to produce and distribute hydrogen ready-made. We take care of authorizations and we modulate it, meaning that we start with certain uses and then we scale up as behaviors and uses increase in hydrogen. How do you differentiate yourself from your competition? Yes, there's more and more competition, big or smaller stakeholders, people from renewables who are working on hydrogen, so we differentiate ourselves in two ways. We have this ready-to-use approach and modulable, and we have a model of energy supply or power supply that is slightly different from our competition. We only use renewable energy and we use an energy mix of solar and wind, and we sign corporate PPAs with producers or stakeholders in the market to get that renewable energy. We also have some small energy production units, and our main difference is that, okay, mobility and industrial use can be decarbonated, but let's not forget that we have an electricity grid, and if all electrolyzers use renewable energy to connect to wind turbines, then the energy will require gas, coal, etc. So we are also working on the flexibility of our systems so that we can disappear when the grid is under tension or needs to use carbon.
Là où on se démarque un petit peu, pour finir, c'est sur la chaîne de valeur.
Where we are different is on our value chain. From the electricity production, we want to control everything up until hydrogen derivatives. We work on green ammonia, to produce ammonia at local level for agriculture, or methanization too, which is synthetic methane that we can inject in a gas network by capturing CO2. Thank you so much.
On parle de production d'énergie, mais ensuite, cette énergie, on la dépense.
So we're talking about producing energy, but then we use this energy by working out, doing sports. And with you, Olivier, we are working out, but in a fully green manner. Yes, I'm the co-founder of the sports brand Nolt, which is a circular and eco-responsible brand, because we use recycled polyester, which either comes from domestic waste or, most importantly, plastic bottles that we recover from the Mediterranean. So we clean the plastic, we melt it, we use it to make fabric, and we use polyester to mix it with and to manufacture our sports equipment, basketball, rugby, running, cycling soon, and then we sell those clothes mainly to sports clubs who use it for 2-3 seasons and then need to renew the equipment because they have a new logo, a new sponsor. Then we collect it back, we use it, separate it, and remake plastic with it. And with that plastic, we manufacture sports accessories. This is what makes us circular. We start with a plastic bottle to make it a jersey, and then we manufacture another plastic accessory. We're trying to see how many times we can recycle it, maybe up to 10 times. So this is what we're doing at the moment. And this is how you differentiate yourself from other sports brands. We're seeing many emerging sports brands who claim they're using recycled materials, but usually they don't do it all the way. You talked about accessories, cups, but could you in the future manufacture other products? Well, that's what we're talking about actually. We differentiate ourselves by being probably the only truly circular brand in sports, because we already wonder what could happen with our waste. We don't want something that cannot be recycled 3 or 4 years later. We want to be able to recollect the product. We think about its second or third or fourth life, and we're seeing what can be the next alternative for our waste to make a new product. So you're mainly a B2B brand? Yes, mainly B2B, but we're developing B2C. We just released a Ulule campaign to raise funds, and we would be addressing individuals so that they can send the product once they don't need it anymore. So we started with running, we're launching cycling soon, and we will continue to grow. Thank you so much, thanks to the four of you. Tomorrow, during our newscast from the beach, we will find out who won the BPI La Tribune Award. It will be a tough choice. Thank you, and now I'll give the floor to Mr. Babi, who is near me, and who will interview Brice Lalonde.
Rebonjour à toutes et à tous.
Again.
Notre grand témoin était ministre
The next speaker is a former environment minister.
À l'époque,
I don't know what was the label.
Mon premier enfant, ma fille n'était même pas née. Il y a beaucoup de jeunes
My
dans la
daughter
salle.
was not even born back then when you founded a party called Génération Écologie.
Peut-être vous me disiez tout à l'heure à ne pas laisser l'écologie.
Earlier you told me you didn't want to leave the environment to the environmentalists.
Vous avez imposé le pot catalytique.
You created the ADEME.
Aujourd'hui à la voiture électrique.
Vous
aviez le directeur de campagne de la première candidature écolo à la présidentielle.
You were the first, we supported the first environmental presidential candidate in the 70s. So you have a lot of experience on what is happening to the world these days. This morning, I introduced the start of the day saying that two comets were nearing us.
Pourrait faire très mal. Il faut s'y préparer.
Is the climate, it could hurt. We should get ready. And the second comet is the energy crisis, which is a global geopolitical crisis, which is deeply changing our society and the way we become aware of those issues. You were here during that time. Do you feel like we have become aware and that this energy crisis might help us gear up and accelerate the environmental transition? Yes. First of all, everybody's becoming more aware. I heard all these businessmen, startuppers, entrepreneurs, and I think it's formidable. And I want to congratulate them. You don't know how it was before, maybe you weren't born, but let me tell you that earlier we just talked about packaging and recycling. You have no idea what was the waste situation at the time. It was everywhere. The largest cities in Europe would send their trash to French landfills. There was waste going to Africa. New York City waste went from coast to coast. And now it's a resource. We don't need waste. We shouldn't have waste. It's very simple. And I recently looked at product engineer job descriptions. It still doesn't say what do you do with the waste. So as soon as you invent a product, you should think about the waste. There shouldn't be waste. What happens to the waste? Circular economy. Exactly. I was thinking about wind turbines. A wind turbine is just as tall as the Eiffel Tower. It's huge. And the rotor blades are 100 meters large. So it's just an example, but we've made a lot of progress.
Moi, je suis affolé de voir la panique des jeunes en ce moment.
Freaking out when I see the panic of young people.
La guerre, elle est revenue, la guerre.
We have the war. The war is back on our continent, which is unbelievable. So we need to make efforts to try and stop this war. It feels like there's the weather, the war. Some people think it's normal. It's not. We've made a lot of progress. The Mediterranean just decided that it would be clean and the ship's fuel would be clean by 2024. A decision has been made. And there is progress every day, but it's a race. Soon we will talk to the energy transition minister at the end of the day. And you created a think tank called Balance of Energies. You were an anti-nuclear in the past, and now you've become a pro-nuclear. How have you changed, and how do you understand the environmentalists? Shouldn't the environment belong to the environmentalists?
Je ne sais pas si je ne suis pas anti-nucléaire.
I'm not anti-nuclear.
Aujourd'hui, quand il y a le changement climatique, c'est une
perte de temps. With the climate change, being anti-nuclear is a waste of energy. Nuclear is not a climate issue. Some might not like it for many reasons. It's not perfect. But there's no climate reason to be against. It's more of an ally because it produces uncarbonized energy. We'll see.
So
for now, we need it.
Jusqu'à la fin des temps.
Yes, and maybe till the end of times. I don't know. We'll see.
Pendant longtemps, oui, ça c'est sûr.
We'll have to keep the waste. Haven't you heard of transmutation? It's a technique that aims at using those wastes and to break it in fast reactors so that the waste only lasts 3 centuries. Somebody told me 3 centuries, it's a lot. For an engineer, it's not that long.
Le pont du Gard, c'est encore
a bridge or Versailles lasts for several centuries old. That's what the Russians are doing with the Ukrainian nuclear waste. The Russians, the Chinese are in advance, the Americans are working on it. But we've been so anti-nuclear, we've ruined the reputation of nuclear energy that we end up with welders that are from Portugal, not France. There's an energy plan.
RTE a fait des scénarios.
RTE has set up scenario, a 100% renewable scenario that says that at least for a long period we'll have a mix of both. Where will we build those new nuclear plants?
En fait, c'est nos puits de pétrole à nous, ces centrales nucléaires, c'est là qu'on va construire. C'est le seul endroit où on va accepter d'en construire ou est-ce qu'on va se battre pour les avoir parce que ça va faire de l'argent pour les collectivités?
Alors je vais vous dire un truc, je ne peux pas se faire comme Georges Marchais qui dit merci de la question, je vais répondre autrement parce que
vous avez le droit, hein. Vous avez tous les droits ici.
Merci. Si vous voulez décarboner, d'abord il faut prendre compte d'une chose, c'est que ça va coûter très cher en énergie. La décarbonation, ce n'est pas la lente décroissance pépère, non, c'est un effort considérable, ça s'appelle la réindustrialisation. C'est une aventure industrielle, la décarbonation, tout simplement parce qu'il faut faire des électrolyseurs, des batteries, il faut aller chercher des énormes. Il faut faire le réseau électrique, etc. Donc c'est il y a 4 vecteurs, ok? Le premier vecteur pour la décarbonation, c'est la chaleur, tout bêtement la chaleur. Tout autour de la Méditerranée, il y a des chauffe-eau solaires sur les toits, pas en France. Tiens, pourquoi? C'est pourtant tellement simple, le chauffe-eau solaire, ça marche très bien. Vous avez la géothermie, vous avez des tas de... La chaleur fatale de l'industrie, il y en a beaucoup. Donc la chaleur, c'est le premier vecteur. Le second, c'est l'électricité. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on peut la produire de manière décarbonée. Donc l'électricité, vous avez en ce moment 25% de la consommation finale des Français, c'est l'électricité. Il faut passer à 50. C'est 1% de plus d'électrification tous les ans. Et ça, est-ce qu'on le fait? Alors il y a les bagnoles, ça y est, on passe aux bagnoles. Quel gigantesque effort c'est pour l'industrie de passer aux bagnoles électriques parce que les batteries sont faites en Corée et les logiciels aux États-Unis. Et néanmoins, il faut y arriver. Et puis il faut des bornes de recharge partout, c'est pas facile. Il faut que les nouveaux modèles soient moins chers que les... Il faut que votre plein d'électricité soit moins cher que votre plein d'essence, etc.
Ça, c'est pas forcément gagné cette année.
C'est pas forcément gagné cette année. C'est un travail, ça veut dire qu'il faut... Monsieur le journaliste économique, ça veut dire qu'il faut administrer les prix.
So as an economic journalist, it means that we need to manage, to administer, to manage the price of
L'Europe a fait une
electricity.
erreur dans la gestion du prix.
Did we mismanage the price of electricity?
C'est le contraire qui s'est passé, tout a coûté plus cher.
We thought everything would be cheaper, everything was actually more expensive. So let's work together. Let's think. Hydrogen, it's the third one.
Tout à l'heure, il y a un engouement pour l'hydrogène.
There's an argument in favor of hydrogen.
Peut-être qu'il va remplacer le pétrole à terme.
Maybe it will replace oil in the long term. For now, there's not enough use of hydrogen. There's no point in producing it. We need to use it.
Ça va servir pour l'industrie certainement, notamment
it's going to be useful for the industry, for steel and other things, maybe for heavy transport or other things, but it's not that simple. Even for trucks, it causes issues. It's dangerous. We need charging stations as well. So this will be done in circuits where there are many trucks. And the last point, my favorite one.
Ça s'appelle les SAF. Sustainable Aviation
Fuels.
Alors les SAF,
c'est ça, vous êtes en train de nous vendre un peu de Total Energy.
That's what you're selling us, a piece of Total Energy here? Exactly. We're lucky to have Total.
Tous les écolos ne pensent pas ça.
I think all environmentalists will disagree. Well, I'm an environmentalist. I'm not against nuclear. And I'm not against Total.
C'est incroyable. Vous savez que
Say this to young people. Do you know
du CO2
that they take CO2
dans la mer? C'est-à-dire qu'ils sont en train
d'inventer,
j'espère en tous les cas, l'industrie de demain
où le CO2 va servir
de ressource
et used as a resource, and when we have too much of it, we're going to bury it underground.
On envoie tous les ans, Monsieur Mabille, vous savez.
C'est vous le scientifique.
Alors, imaginez, on a fait ça dans une école à Copenhague.
In Copenhagen.
On a fait une montgolfière. Voilà, la montgolfière, c'est 1 tonne de CO2. Imaginez la même chose, multiplié par 10 montgolfières, 100 montgolfières, 1000, 40 milliards de montgolfières tous les ans qu'on envoie. Voilà, c'est ça la quantité phénoménale dont il va falloir aller chercher ce CO2. Il va falloir le sortir de l'atmosphère. Donc, l'économie de demain, ça sera aussi d'aller chercher le CO2. Et peut-être que dans chaque maison, du photovoltaïque, il faut que chacun soit capable d'avoir ça. Il faut une batterie.
Wood timber, we need a battery, and maybe
chaque maison va
air venting,
capturer du CO2 dans l'atmosphère et le transformer en calcaire. Ensuite, il y aura un camion déboueur qui prendra le calcaire pour le mettre ailleurs.
Vous êtes en train de nous dire, Brice Lalonde, et je pense que c'est important, c'est que l'écologie, c'est d'abord de la science, et voire même, vous disiez, de la technique. C'est pas seulement de la politique. Comment vous jugez ce qui se passe aujourd'hui dans les anciens partis écologistes? Il y en a plusieurs, Génération Écologie, ELV. Est-ce que les écologistes sont à la hauteur?
What is your vision? Do you think that environmentalists really are up for the task and of the responsibilities that they have today?
Ça ne devrait pas être le monopole d'un parti politique. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette
This is not the monopoly of one single political party. This is for everyone. It's a job for everyone. It's
de la politique publique, de la même manière que l'économie, que la défense, que la
politics, just like defense, culture, economy, or social, everything. Everyone should be in charge of the environment, and there should be competition between the parties today to be the best in this field. This competition should start. Why should it only be the left? Why do the Greens say that only the left is environmental? Does this mean that 50% of the French enjoy swimming in their waste? It's for everyone, the Greens. They have the neo-Marxist tradition, whatever you want. And indeed, they're more interested in sentiments than climate change at the moment. It's quite flabbergasting, frankly.
Pour faire bouger les choses.
Do radicalism,
la radicalité aujourd'hui, c'est l'explosion
is it useful to change things, or is it what we can blame for the fourfold increase in prices?
Le passage des véhicules à l'électricité, c'est radical. C'est
change of vehicles to electricity is radical. It is absolutely radical. It's brutal. All of the automobile manufacturers are complaining. Will they manage? Are we competent? How are we going to do it? How are we going to build batteries? This is radical. This measure was absolutely radical. Now, other measures, when Mr. Messner talked about nuclear plants, at the time I was against it, and I had my reasons. 55 reactors, boom, 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 boom. 3 a year, it was a lot. Is Macron radical enough? What should he do? He needs to be convinced himself, I think.
Il a des convictions, Macron?
Does he have convictions, Macron?
Demandez-lui, je crois qu'il a compris.
You can ask him. I think he understood. I think after 5 years,
et depuis peu, là, quand il est allé à Saint-Nazaire,
when he went to Saint-Nazaire recently,
je suis d'accord avec ce qu'il a dit, donc je pense qu'il a.
I agree with what he said. I think he's made progress. He knows that we need to move fast. There are laws for acceleration. It's complicated.
On va faire un peu moins attention à l'impact de l'éolien.
That means we need to.
On s'en occupera plus tard. On fait d'abord l'éolienne, on verra. Ça, c'est ça qui nous pend au nez.
Look at the impact of everything. When we see a wind turbine that has an impact on bats, and we need to look at bats, we used to say no, we have no time for bats. It's a priority.
On a une injonction contradictoire. Il ne faut pas artificialiser les sols et en même temps il faut mettre des centrales photovoltaïques partout.
On arrive à la fin de cette conversation, Brice Lalonde. Il nous reste 1 minute simplement.
This is the end of our conversation. I was delighted to hear you. 1 minute, just one last question. What question do you have for Agnès Pannier-Runacher, Minister for the Environment? What do you think of the fact that we made a distinction between energy and environment in this government? It used to be the same, and maybe that's why we were not making progress.
La grande difficulté quand vous mettez l'énergie avec l'environnement.
The great difficulty when we put the two together is that part of the environmentalists are against nuclear. So the Minister for the Energy was against nuclear, so he didn't want to build nuclear power plants. It is no longer the case. It's very complicated.
Le président de la République ou le
Premier ministre. The President of the Republic or the Prime Minister needs
avec Michel Rocard. Michel Rocard était convaincu.
I was minister under Michel Rocard. He was convinced. He believed in this. He called it the BOP. Everyone was laughing at him. What was BOP? The battle for the organization of the planet. That sounds like him indeed. He was convinced about that. And if we have a climate convention, it is also thanks to him. Because he called for it. The French negotiated that convention in 1992. Is it the end of abundance, as Macron said? No, that's what I wanted to tell you. We're going to require more energy, that's what I've been trying to say. A lot of efforts. What does abundance mean? I was explaining to Mr. Mabille that the big problem of cities used to be dog, horse, excrement. And the mothers didn't want their kids to see that. It was everywhere. And the problem with droppings, with horse droppings, is that it was a health issue.
On a inventé l'agriculture. Ah tiens, on a inventé l'agriculture.
And when we invented agriculture, it was huge. What are we expecting to invent something like that? We invented the alphabet. You realize that this is an informatization of the world. It's IT. With 26 characters, we can say that many things. So humanity, I truly believe in the human genius. There's 7 billion of us. Can you imagine all of these brains connected together? I'm sure we'll find a solution, but we need to work, and we need not to let sadness and despair take a hold of us. And on these words of hope, we are going to finish this session. Thank you, Brice Lalonde.
Bonjour à tous, bienvenue dans cette table ronde.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this roundtable on the blue economy, an untapped lever for sustainable economy. Many citizens, including the most vulnerable ones, depend on the good health of oceans to work and feed themselves. This is why it is crucial to tap into it and to protect it for the long term, this natural resource. Do you know that according to the OECD, oceans bring an added value of $1,500 billion a year. Fresh water and oceans are crucial for the production of food and to fight against climate change. There's someone who knows this very well. It's Gunter Pauli, who is the person who coined the term blue economy. We use natural resources to solve environmental, social, and societal crises. You have an MBA and you're an industrial, an entrepreneur, and you're Belgian, which is almost a job as well. You are a researcher. You're constantly trying to find solutions to regenerate tropical forests, and you created the foundation ZERI, Zero Emission Research. Gunter Pauli, welcome to this keynote. Good afternoon. Please tell me, it's in the sea that life started. We call ourselves earthlings, but we are actually sea beings. We forgot everything, and this is what you're pointing out. There are so many opportunities that we don't know about. We ignore them. I'm always fascinated by all the reports, the analyses. But it paralyzes us. We have an analysis culture that paralyzes us. We need a culture to identify the opportunities that we have ahead of us. You say, let's stop analyzing and find out. We've been analyzing for 50 years with the Club of Rome, and things are just getting worse and worse.
These
stupid people who set goals for 2050? What is wrong with them? There's an ongoing crisis today. If my house is on fire, I'm not going to plan for the 5 years to come. I act. We need to act, but not with the same action models as we've used for the past 50 years. We need to change. We need to innovate. We need to be creative. We need to inspire ourselves of the huge ecosystem of nature, which is full of opportunities, and that we ignore because we are arrogant.
Quand vous parliez des résultats, vous disiez, regardez ce qu'on a fait sur la biodiversité.
Look at what we've done on biodiversity. Can you tell us a bit more about this?
Parlons d'une baleine qui parle avec son petit à 3000 km de distance avec ultrasons.
Parlons
d'ultrasons. Comment est-ce que nous communiquons quand nous sommes dans l'eau?
How do we communicate in the sea? Well, divers do not talk to themselves because they don't know how. But why not? Animals do it. A whale talks to its whale calf in sea water, and it's very easy. We can communicate either with light or with ultrasound. Whales do it at a distance of 3,000 kilometers with a tiny device. There's no pollution, no sound pollution whatsoever. So why do I need to develop it? Why haven't the military done it? It's so efficient. It doesn't use any energy at all. Why are we ignoring this? Now we are equipping turtles, because when we want to follow them, they're in the water, so satellites don't work, so we do it with ultrasound. On 8 kilometers, that's a technology. That's blue economy. It's simple. And it has results.
Le langage des plongeurs.
So the language of divers.
Tout ce que vous avez à nous apprendre.
You have so much to teach us. On biodiversity, you're telling us that we lost 80% of biodiversity.
So now, faire mieux, ça ne suffit plus.
Just saying we need to do more. It's not enough anymore.
La force de la nature.
We need to regenerate the strength of nature. We need to give it back. We need to continue evolution. We've lost it.
C'est-à-dire nous devons créer les conditions qui
we need to create the conditions that will allow for this. And today we need to do so by
qu'on a fait dans les années 50-60.
Eliminating the great disasters that we did in 1970. Do you remember the Bacchides?
Depuis presque 45
forbidden now. It has been forbidden for about 45 years. But today, when we analyze the microparticles of plastic, we don't find anything. But when we analyze the nanoparticles,
je ne comprends pas. Même ne repère pas. Si vous analysez les nanoparticules, 40% des nanoparticules dans l'eau de mer,
of them in the sea as bacchylides, are bacchylides.
Alors là, il faut mettre la technologie, la créativité.
We need to use technology and creativity to find solutions.
Les particules nano, on peut pas les
nanoparticles, we cannot filter them.
La filtration ne fonctionne pas. Grande
filtering them doesn't work.
Et l'innovation, ça se ferait avec les microfluides qui vous permettent qu'on fonctionne. Alors encore une fois, nos poumons, c'est quoi?
So what are our lungs made of?
500 millions de petits où passent quelques milliards de capillaires et nos poumons isolent et enlèvent seulement le CO2. Eh bien, même technologie pour enlever seulement les nanoparticules de plastique.
It filters the nanoparticles coming in. We use that same technology outside. You are a dynamic man. You have a beautiful ship for your environmental research. You're in love with the sea. Your project's in Capri, 1,000 hectares to regenerate the forest of algae around there. Can you tell us about this? We have a great expert with us who's going to talk about this. Yes, he will. But you're the one on stage with us right now. Algae,
que nous sommes très affectés par cette destruction de la forêt tropicale humide.
The destruction of these algae, of this of the Amazon forest, but also of the forest in the sea, it really has an impact on us. We've already destroyed 98% of our algae forests. What do we need to do? We need to regenerate them. And regenerating these forests is only possible if you have business models funding you. If you don't have cash flow, if you don't have money, it doesn't work. And this is why I offer this blue economy.
Par exemple, au Maroc, à
Today in Morocco, in Tal
on
Faya,
fait des rideaux d'algues.
we
Les
have
rideaux vont
algae
absorber, c'est-à-dire ça colle sur les algues. Les
curtains. They're going to
microplastiques,
absorb the
on fait la
microplastics.
récolte
They
des
stick to this
microplastiques,
algae,
des-
and then
récolte
we
des algues
collect
pour faire des
algae
biodigesteurs,
to
du
use
biogaz.
it to make
Et
it
les déchets
biogas.
qui en sortent pour
And the
nous, on
waste
va
that
en
we
séparer
obtain from
les
it,
biophosphates.
we're going
Alors,
to
on souhaite
separate it
avoir
with
des
the
biophosphates,
biophosphate.
et
We want to
qui
use
est
it.
quand même notre partenaire, le
And
plus grand producteur de phosphates.
Our
Parce qu'on
partner
a
is the
besoin des
biggest
bio,
producer
il faut arrêter
of
seulement avec les
phosphate.
minéraux. Les minéraux sont des mines.
We need to stop
C'est
with
un de nos
minerals.
projets.
Vous me disiez,
With
c'est bien les
mines,
labos,
it's one of
mais
our
il faut
projects.
arrêter
You were
de
saying
travailler dans
labs
les
are
labos,
great,
il faut
but
faire
let's
des
stop
projets
working in
pour
labs.
regarder notamment
Let's
ce qui se fait
carry out
à
projects.
Guérou,
You're looking
sur
what
cette île en
takes place
Espagne,
on
où,
Guérou
ils
on
sont
this island
probablement
in Spain.
l'une des îles les plus
They're
innovantes
one of the
sur
most
le plan économique.
innovative
Alors, El Hierro
islands
est une
in
petite
Spain.
île
El Hierro
qui avait en
is a
2000
small
encore
island that still
5600
had
habitants.
5,000
Et l'OTAN avait un grand
inhabitants
plan
in
d'en faire
the
une base
2000s, and
militaire
NATO
avec
wanted
des
to make it a
radars.
military
Et la
base with
population a
radars.
dit non.
And the population
Ils m'ont
said
invité.
no.
Je dis,
They
dire non,
invited
c'est
me,
facile,
and I
mais
said
vous
it's
dites
easy
oui
to
à
say
quoi?
no, but what do
Et
you
le
say
oui
yes to
est
then?
devenu le développement
And
de 8 secteurs
this is when they
économiques,
developed
mais une
8
économie
different
pour,
economic
pour une
sectors.
population de 5000.
But
Mais
for a
aujourd'hui,
population of
on est
5,000
déjà à
people,
12 000 habitants.
we already have
C'est le seul endroit
12,000
en
inhabitants.
Espagne
The
avec
only
le plein
place
emploi,
in Spain
seul
that has
endroit
full
avec
employment
8 nouvelles économies.
with
Je
8
n'ai pas le
new
temps d'entrer
economies.
dans
I
le
don't have time to
détail.
delve into
Mais
details.
comme la demande de ces économies a augmenté,
The demand for these sectors has increased
on a eu
the
l'opportunité de
consumption
faire
in
la
water and energy.
transition
This is why we
économique,
already
écologique
did the environmental and
la
energy
première île du
transition
monde qui est
with the
devenue
first island of the world which
en
is
eau et
self-sufficient in
énergie
water and
avec ses
energy,
propres
thanks to their own
Vous indignez
resources.
contre la bureaucratie,
You are indignant
l'administration.
against
Il y a quand même
administration
la
and
place pour
bureaucracy,
l'innovation,
red tape, but
pour
there's place for
exploiter
innovation,
cette
there's
fameuse
place to
économie bleue.
tap this blue,
Regardons,
tap into
en
this blue
Europe,
economy, as you say.
tout
Have a
ce
look.
qui est
In
permis
Europe,
est super réglementé.
everything that's allowed is
le reste est
hyper-regulated, and everything else
C'est-à-dire
is
pour autant
banned.
que nous sommes si réglementés
So
comme nous le
there's
faisons
so
aujourd'hui,
much
il n'y a pas de
regulation
futur. Je vous dis,
that there's no
Européens,
future.
moi je me suis installé au Japon.
I
Au Japon,
settled
on a
in
toujours
Japan
le droit de faire des
because it's still
exceptions à la
allowed to
règle.
make exceptions to the
En
rule.
Europe, c'est pas permis.
In Europe, it's not
Tout le monde
allowed.
suit même règle.
Everyone
Mais alors là,
follows
on
the same
devient quoi?
rules.
On devient ce que l'Europe est aujourd'hui.
But we
avec une
become what
inflation,
Europe has
avec des
become,
taux
become with
de
inflation,
coûts
with
d'énergie
interest
trop
rates, with
élevés, parce
very high
que
energy
on n'a
costs,
plus
because
la capacité
we no
de
longer have
flexibiliser
the
les règles,
capacity
de
to be
rendre
flexible in
nulles
terms
les
of
règles.
rules.
Vous savez,
So
j'ai un
rules
règle
are
dans mes
useless.
réunions.
I have
Quand
one
je suis
rule for my
assis avec
meetings.
une vingtaine de personnes
When I'm
autour de la
sitting
table,
with about 20 people
il y a
around the
quelqu'un
table,
qui me dira,
there's one person who will
professeur,
say,
c'est pas permis.
Professor,
Je demande que la personne sorte
it's not
de la
allowed.
salle
I ask
afin
this
que les
person to
gens qui ne
leave
croient pas dans la
so that
réglementation
the people
actuelle
who don't believe in the current
peuvent
regulation
faire leur travail.
can
Il vous reste
do
du
their
monde en France
job.
dans les salles quand vous
Do you
faites
still
ça?
have people in the
Mais,
room in France when you
évidemment,
do that?
il y a la
Of
majorité.
course.
Vous restez en deuxième semaine,
Congratulations.
en deuxième table ronde, puisque
Please
les
stay with us
scientifiques,
for the
ceux qui
second
analysent,
round
ils vont
table
quand même
because
être présents,
our scientists,
pour,
the one
discourir
analyzing
sur
everything,
ce
they're going to
thème
be here
inépuisable
to
d'économie
talk
bleue.
about
Merci,
this
Günther Pauli,
fascinating
pour cet
theme,
entretien.
the blue
Merci à
economy.
vous.
Thank you, Günther Pauli,
Quel
for
plaisir
this
de parler
interview.
après
Thank you
vous,
so much.
Brice.
And I'm delighted
Un
to
honneur.
talk after you, Brice. It was an honor.
Oui, on pourrait se dire ce débat c'est une goutte d'eau dans l'océan de problèmes.
Is a drop in the ocean of problems, but no, we need to dive in to this topic, the blue economy, which offers many solutions. And to talk about this, the Pope of Blue Economy, Gunther Pauli, staying with us, we also have Pierre Herves, who's at the head of the Blue for What Fund. Thank you for being here. Nathalie Ilmi, you're in charge of the Environmental Economy Department in the Monaco Scientific Center and the main author of the IPCC report. Guy Caron, you come from afar. You're the mayor of Rimouski, a well-known Canadian city, and you also created the Novarium Accelerator.
La coalition mondiale des algues. Alors, ça fait peur quand on le dit comme ça. On va pas être inondé d'algues tout de suite sur ce plateau. C'est la coalition mondiale des algues
Coalition at the UN, Vincent Doumézel, and author of this book, The Seaweed Revolution. So, yes, indeed, the blue economy is a lever that is not used enough. You're an expert in marine biology, but we can also talk about financial investment. As I said, you manage an innovation capital fund called the Blue Forward Fund. In your opinion, we should cultivate seaweed. You've invested in companies. Could you describe your approach of investment? First of all, I would like to tell you that I took part in the development of blue economy in Europe. I launched Blue Marine, the largest blue technology center, and I'm French-Canadian, and we worked on implementing strategies to de-risk blue investment. And when we talk about blue investment, it's very complex. And I have a lot of projects that we are developing from Alaska to Australia. And with seaweed, we must be able to de-risk. Investing in seaweed projects, yes, but as an investment fund, we have objectives. Although we have new criteria, but we need to be able to de-risk those investments. So we need a very rational approach, a bottom-up approach. We need to work with farmers to help them get out of income from producing seaweeds, but from producing transformed processed products. So we must go from use love money, grants, public funding, private equity. And what we call the blending finance is a way to de-risk those investments. And there are formidable projects. Gunther talked about microfluidic. We know the same, Emmanuel, and we invest in those projects because it's the future of humanity. We're working on a project to transform seaweeds into protein, functional proteins within less than 48 hours, and in LNG. Earlier we talked about submarine internet. We invest in a company that works on submarine internet, just like the whales. So I never waited for politics to show the way. I've always been an entrepreneur helping those companies, and there are many projects that can help accelerate decarbonization of the industry, and my role is to support them. We can't say that there was no investment in marine economy. When we talk about salmon, for example, you say it's a disaster, aquaculture. Can you tell us what is the right side of this investment? Let's be clear. One salmon is either fed with proteins derived from other fish, or, like they do it in Canada, which was the first country to authorize GMO soya to feed salmons. There's another option, which is micro-seaweed. Yes, but in most cases, we feed salmons with something they never ate. And what is soya? Soya is responsible for the destruction of the tropical forests. So let's not forget that we need a business ecosystem that helps us avoid using genetics to pretend that we're feeding the world. I'm sorry.
La forêt tropicale humide
the tropical forest produces 500 tons of biomass per year, per hectare, and we replace it with 6 tons of soya. I don't get it.
Gunther a raison, je suis pas un grand fan de la
salmon aquaculture. I'm not a huge of salmon aquaculture. And I agree with him. However,
un mètre carré
1 square meter of seaweed in Alaska can capture and produce more nutriments, 7 times more than 1 square meter in the Amazon forest. So there are solutions. The world 20 years ago is gone. Now, what we need to do is set
puissent avoir un
this world so that our grandchildren can live in a world where they want to blossom. That's important. I would like to ask you, I won't ask you if you're going to have salmon for dinner, but we need to save the waters to save lives. And you're telling us that there's 2 aspects to the blue economy, 1 sustainable aspect and 1 financial aspect. Could you explain? Yes, the positive aspect of the blue economy is companies working with the sea. It has an economical positive aspect. But when it comes to sustainability, it must also protect the environment. We calculated the GDP of the ocean, and it's the 7th GDP in the world. So the ocean has a value. Do all seas have a value? We talked about the Mediterranean. Could you tell us? Yes, all seas have a value. And all seas have a role to play, even just to protect the climate. I'll give you an example. We're talking about reducing CO2 emissions. We're already in a world that has too much CO2. Just imagine a bathtub full of water, but it's actually filled with CO2. And we're being asked to reduce the flow of CO2. But now we should reduce the CO2 stock that is already in the bathtub. So we should open the sink and take that extra CO2 out. And in order to take it out, there's 2 ways, either through nature or technology. If we use nature, the IPCC report said that that accounted to up to 38% of the solutions, the nature-based solutions. And the ocean is part of the solution because it's a carbon sink. Yes, you said that carbon sequestration can be done at the bottom of the sea. If we move the floor of the ocean, what will happen? Well, that's the difference between an extractive economy and a generative economy. If we have an extractive economy, we explore the bottom of the seas to find minerals, gas, etc. A regenerative economy is to protect this blue carbon and allow mangroves, marine herbals to develop, to sequestrate the carbon. And that's how we protect the climate. We have a Hemisphere with us. That's how we call the Rimouski inhabitants. Thank you, Mr. Caron, for coming from Quebec. Everybody knows this town along the St. Lawrence River. And here we understand the challenges, but you are very enthusiastic. You told me that a small town can have an important role to explore this blue economy. I'm happy that Rimouski is very well known. There's 50,000 inhabitants, far from Quebec or Montreal. We've been doing research since the 30s to study water and the ecosystems. But this research was done for Montreal or Quebec. Starting in the 70s, we developed a research infrastructure. Thanks to the Quebec government, we created a university, a Ocean Science Center, and Montreal and Quebec were jealous of those infrastructures, which led us to want more. And what's good in Rimouski is that we're just 50,000. We're not a metropole. We're not very urbanized. So we're very close to the nature, which helps us understand the importance between humans and nature. And the result of this is that after 5 years, the book was published in 1994, Rimouski went further and created the Quebec Maritime Technopole. And this Technopole's objective was to relate everything that was done at institutional level and to apply it to business. When it comes to research, we started developing research on the use of seaweed for food, for the industry, and we started developing applications thanks to this relationship with the private sector, and startups started emerging in Rimouski. And I don't think this could have been done so efficiently in Montreal without this vision of the relationship between human and nature. I'm happy that I get to share this experience, and we continue to go further by exploring innovations with the Novarium. I'm sure we'll talk about this. Yes, absolutely. You're saying that there's only 50,000 inhabitants. I don't know if they're all researchers, but I heard that there was at least 600 researchers in the Novarium around ocean science, engineering, and Quebec is helping too. You believe in this potential to create value from the blue economy and to create jobs too? Well, I think that over the past 20 or 30 years that Rimouski has know-how, and the Novarium was a way to consolidate everything that's done at institutional level and in startups. So we really understand how important to create those synergies around the blue economy, which couldn't have been done with companies or startups that are scattered around the city. So the Novarium is a way for us to concentrate those strengths when it comes to research, to incubate startups and to accelerate them. And the Quebec government recognizes this because we are in a good position, and after the elections next week, we hope to be designated as an innovation area for the blue economy. So we'll be number one in Canada because we're an entry point for Europe, Argentina, South America. So what will it give you access to? More subsidies? It will give us access to a research network. It will give us an opportunity to get more capital from the private sector. And that's why we're here in France, to create those relationships. And it will also help external companies to understand how we can develop in harmony with nature. We really like your accent. I'm sure the audience is already considering going on holiday in Canada. Nathalie, you're studying ecotourism in the IPCC report, and we can improve, right? Yes, coastal tourism is very significant. In the Monaco Center, we work on corals and tourism around the corals. On the one hand, divers go to those areas because there are coral reefs, but it also damages them, and they're damaged due to climate change, and divers can also damage it. How about cruising ships? Their fuel, are there good options?
Je pense qu'il y a des bonnes pistes au niveau de l'hydrogène, du biofuel,
with hydrogen. Ecofuels, we talked about seaweed.
Des partisans des algues.
So I'm now going to turn to the seaweed supporters. There's many of them. Vincent Doumézel, you're the author of the Seaweed Revolution, and you're telling us that it can be used in many ways. Could you tell us about the properties of seaweed? It's always strange to talk about seaweeds because
les algues, il y en a 12 000,
there's 12,000 types of seaweeds.
Et pour vous donner une idée de la diversité
and just to give you an idea of the diversity of seaweeds, there's 3 types of macro seaweeds that have been existing for several billions of years. And just recently, green seaweeds came to the earth and created the plants that we know today.
We
all descend from micro seaweeds. And it's important because the green seaweeds look more like a baobab, a rose, or a raspberry than a red seaweed. And the difference between a red one and a black one is bigger than the difference between an elephant and a mushroom. So this diversity in the oceans offers a huge range of applications. In people's culture, there's a myth of a hunter, of a gatherer, but that's not true for you. The tradition was to use the seaweeds to feed the planet.
En fait, notre histoire, elle est façonnée, elle est dessinée par le monde sous-marin, de l'océan,
the submarine world. We all come from the ocean, and during millions of years, we mainly used seaweed as food. It's very nutrient, which helped our brains to develop.
Donc ces acides gras polyinsaturés ne sont présents que dans les algues et les poissons gras. Donc
only available in seaweeds and
ce qu'on est. Donc ça remet en effet un peu ça rebat un peu l'écart pour l'image du chasseur-cueilleur.
In a way, it questions the image of the hunters and gatherers who became sapiens because they used to hunt mammoths. But the reality is completely different. Everybody used to cultivate seaweeds, and we've lost this relationship with the seaweed 12,000 years when we created the agriculture. We had that green revolution. We went from hunter and gatherer to farmers, and we haven't done this revolution with the ocean. So we are still in
qu'on apprenne à cultiver les océans pour après nourrir les poissons carnivores, comme le dit très bien Günther. On a commencé là, c'est comme si on avait commencé l'agriculture il y a 2000 ans par élever des vaches sans savoir comment on cultive des céréales.
Raising beef without knowing how to plant cereals. So we need to take it step by step and use all the potential of seaweed. We don't have that many natural solutions to the issues we're facing. The food and demographic crisis,
la crise climatique, les algues,
biodiversity loss, the climate change crisis. Seaweeds can be a solution to all this crisis. We forgot about them for 12,000 years. We are coming to the end of the life of our land. And just give you an example, we have 1 billion people that are hungry. That's a reality. We have 300,000 more people every day to feed. We know that if we want to feed the planet, we'll need to produce more food. 70% of the planet is covered with oceans that contribute to less than 2% of our food. So the future is clear. And if we want to find solutions, they're in the ocean. And if we want to stop destroying ocean ecosystems and try to restore them, then the seaweeds are our best allies. Yeah, I think everybody remembers there's a research center in Nice where they investigate the brown seaweeds that are in danger. I have a question. Seaweeds taste good? I don't know if you have them for breakfast, but I actually think you brought some in your bag. I'm not sure it's good for aperitif
C'est sans doute très bon en fait. Alors c'est bon à plusieurs égards.
Déjà que
Hippocrate disait que ton alimentation soit ta première médecine. C'est le cas. Les algues ont des bienfaits santé absolument avérés. Elles sont antivirales, anti-inflammatoires, antibactériennes,
antiviral, antibacteria,
au monde.
They're actually the most powerful antibacteria products. And the Japanese eat a lot of seaweeds, and they have the longest life expectancy and the lowest rates of cancer and other disease. So let's remember this. It's good. Is it tasty? I don't know. I'm sure some of you tasted some at the beach. They were not great, but if you try a raw potato, it might not be good. If you make mash or fried potatoes, it's nice. Here we have a restaurant called Mirazur. It's a 3-star Michelin restaurant. They offer 3 types of seaweeds, and I'm sure, given the price, it's tasty. Thank you very much. Günther Paoli, you talked about the destruction of seaweed. Can we regenerate those forests? The great benefit of seaweed is that they don't have to fight gravity. This is why they're much more efficient. They grow faster than bamboo, because there's there's no gravity underwater, so that's a great benefit. Secondly, we have a lot of nutriments in the seawater that is no longer recycled or absorbed. This is why there's also a pH change in the oceans, because it's turning into methane. So we have a great opportunity to use nutriments that come from all the coasts in the world to regenerate the forest. And what's good is that you can regenerate a seaweed forest within 3 years.
Avec les forêts amazoniques, c'est pas possible.
And in the Amazonian forest, it's
impossible. De start-up, tout
we talked about investments, about startups. This is very interesting, but let's talk about GDP.
Le PIB de la France est inférieur à celui de Tahiti.
French GDP
Alors, si on tenait compte des ressources maritimes,
lower
ça
than
donnerait quoi?
Tahiti's. So if we take into account maritime resources, would Tahiti be richer than France? I remember then when I met the president in 2008, because at the time I used to work with Raymond Barre. He got me an appointment with the president at the time. You'll remember who it was in 2008. And he told me, I'm welcoming you because Raymond Barre is a personality, but fish don't vote.
En fait, la France a un potentiel absolument unique.
France has a unique potential with its overseas territories. And I think that had we stopped our colonial policy with those territories, which is still relevant today,
La France serait le champion
France
du monde
would be a world champion in blue innovation. When you look at a country like Tahiti,
si on commençait à utiliser à leur juste niveau les lagons
using the lagoons
des algues,
by rolling out seaweeds, by improving the energy transition, overseas territories would be energy self-sufficient. For example, they have 22 million tons of sargass, which are unused. The government only collects the seaweeds from the beach. I'm currently investing in a technology to transform seaweed into biogas. But every time we face the French regulation, we're stuck. Thankfully, I'm also Canadian, and we saw how possible it was to launch projects there. And my friend Martin, who's in the room, is one of those catalyzers. So if we look at the island's potential compared to mainland France, it's demultiplied. But we need a political will to say that we expect from those territories to showcase those technologies, and we're here to support them and not to strangle them because of subsidies that prevent
Mais c'est la même chose partout dans le monde. Quand vous regardez les Caraïbes, le PIB des Caraïbes,
and it's the same in the Caribbean. If you take into account the CLA, LCA, which is the life cycle
à ce moment-là, on va pouvoir valoriser.
Then we can valorize. We talked about carbon sinks, carbon, but we could valorize this in a very smart manner. We're talking about plastics, nanoplastics, seaweed biopolymer.
Parce que à l'heure actuelle, on ne sait pas valoriser.
Is not something we can valorize because we're not valorizing Scope 3 and Scope 4 emissions that can help produce alternative plastic at a lower price than carbon plastic. So it's all about investment and about understanding the market. And when we take a step back, sometimes we don't see the reality, but there is a true potential.
À la fin de ce cycle 6 du rapport du GIEC, c'est énorme, et vous vous consacrez à ces sujets qui sont désormais essentiels pour tout le monde. Et dans ces études, vous dites que vous aussi,
and in the study, you're saying that you also notice that some very poor countries could become rich if we changed our perception. Yes, if we change the way we assess wealth, if we used a different standard than GDP, and if we take into account this natural capital, which includes blue carbon, because it helps absorb carbon, just open the sink, as I said, to empty the bathtub. And this has a value, and certain countries are very rich with this natural capital. These are the small developed
developing island states which could be valorized much better. This is what we call the nature dip swap, which helps repay the debt thanks to nature. And quite recently, the director of the IMF announced it. This was said in The Guardian, saying you can repay your debt with the nature, with the blue carbon. Which countries would that be? Fiji? I talked about the Bahamas. Effectivement, l'océan est soumis à plusieurs pressions.
Yes, the ocean is under pressure. 4 types of pressure. Fishing, which led
de poissons dans l'Atlantique Nord. Il y a la pollution, le réchauffement de l'eau, et puis l'acidification
of the seas, acidification of the seas, the North Atlantic. With those challenges, is there still potential? The IPCC is a whistleblower. But can we still act? Yes, of course. The IPCC is not here just to send an alert. It also offers solutions. Without any solution, we couldn't act. And I think that investing in nature is one of the solutions, actually. What is your vision on what's happening in Europe? In Quebec, you look very much in advance. France is the second maritime facade in the world. Are there any good ideas in France? Yes. We saw the Atlantic Brittany sea pole. There's one in Marseille-Provence. The Mediterranean, sorry. And I think it's very interesting to see this type of synergy. However, the main difference I saw, I talked about Montreal and Quebec. We are developing, and it's important because sustainable development is also about the stability of communities. And we need to do it in Rimouski. But we're not just working directly with Montreal. Of course, it's the capital, so it's easier, but we also work amongst us. In Rimouski, we have the blue economy, and there's a whole green economy department that is developing. So we work with them without working with Montreal or Quebec to see the projects we can work on, because the two topics are very intertwined. Here, I see that everything happens in Paris. You need to go to Paris for capital, for initiatives. So if there is a difference that I observed when I came to France, is that it's much more centralized here. And the decentralization that we have in Quebec really helps us go faster, I'd say, because there's less obstacles.
You were saying that France is well equipped in terms of seaweed and algae, and you're working on the properties. We've talked about cuisine, but it also an advantage in the fight against cancer and inflammation. In the fight against plastics, are seaweeds a good solution? Yes, they're a multifaceted solution. We've talked about food, direct food, but we've talked about indirect food as well, because algae could be used to feed animals with a much more local production that will increase their immune system and reduce the need for antibiotics. We can also use algae to replace fertilizers, because it's going to become a problem very soon. So they are natural biostimulants that allow plants to better regulate the amount of salt and to be resilient to the climate. And they can also replace plastics, which is interesting both in terms of pollution and energy and environmental transitions. Plastics is made up of oil, which oil is actually seaweed that's been dead for millennia. We've based all of our current economy on dead seaweed. So couldn't we base it on live seaweed? There are 3 startups throughout the world that use seaweed to produce plastics throughout the world. We could also have much more sustainable cotton. We could repair nature. We could provide income to the coastal populations where the income from fishing is going to soon be lost. Azolla is a small seaweed that existed millions of years ago that proliferated and created the carbon at the bottom of the ocean, and it reduced the temperature of the Earth by 20 degrees. So there are solutions, and our part as parents or as grown-ups
is to find solutions. We're only generating fear and despair for these generations, and our role is exactly the opposite. And to get back to what Pierre was saying, fish don't vote, but we do. We vote every day. We are environmental activists. Every time we eat, every time we drink, every time we buy something, we vote and we decide the future we want, the world we want tomorrow. We need to learn to cook seaweeds. We need to learn how delicious they are, to understand how important it is to protect these forests so that we can be remembered as the first generation of the world that feeds its entire population, all the while repairing the climate, repairing the world, and limiting social injustice. So if I thought of Neptune, I would think of our friend Günter Pauli. You can conclude this debate for us, Günter Pauli. In order to prepare for this challenge, for this transition, we need to bear two things in mind. The first one is that we need to act, to do. Let's stop thinking about everything like bankers who are trying to limit risks. Let's take risks. Let's face these risks and go. Secondly, we need to tell thousands of beautiful stories and lullabies to our children, give them inspiration, give them a vision of everything that is so remarkable in our ecosystem. And when we inspire kids, we give them a dignified future that is up to all of the opportunities that we see in this world. To close this beautiful day of roundtables, I will now give the floor to our next speaker. We've had very interesting speeches on the blue economy, to our minister who will have strong answers to these fundamental challenges. And also Philippe Mabille, who our minister for the environmental transition. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
à toutes et à tous. Nous sommes très heureux de vous retrouver.
Good evening,
pour
everyone. We're delighted
cette clôture.
to join you again
Déjà une
for
bonne nouvelle à
the
vous
closure
partager.
of the session.
Ça
One
sera un
good
record de
news for you.
fréquentation déjà par rapport à l'année
It's a
dernière.
record
Ça montre
in
que le
terms
temps de
of participants
l'accélération
compared to
avec
last year.
la
This
métropole de
means
Nice,
that
transition
we've
forum et la
accelerated
tribune. On voit bien qu'aujourd'hui,
this
les
forum.
acteurs,
We see that
les citoyens, le
stakeholders,
monde
participants,
associatif, les
citizens,
industries
associations,
qui sont
industrials
présents, se sont
here
donné
around the
rendez-vous
table
ici à Nice
are
au Transition
joining
Forum.
hands here
Et pour
in
clôturer,
Nice.
il y a eu une journée
But to finish,
qui
we've
était très
had
orientée
a
sur le territoire
very
de la
rich
métropole,
day
sur la sobriété
that was
énergétique.
concerned,
Et donc, je
that
vais
was focusing
appeler
on
le maire de Nice et président de la métropole,
energy
Christian
and
Estrosi.
on the region here around Nice. So I would like to invite the mayor of Nice, Christian Estrosi.
Merci, cher Jean-Christophe Tortora.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe Tortora. Thank you, Lionel Lemeau.
Ce matin,
we opened this session this morning. I would like to thank all of our participants today, high-level participants from the industry, from science, all of our public officials here. I think one of my colleagues, the mayor of a beautiful city in Quebec, is here and took part in the previous roundtable. And of course, all of the great stakeholders, our neighbors from Monaco. And of course, I would like to
qu'elle ne se livre à un certain nombre de jeux de questions et réponses.
Welcome our next speaker before we have a Q&A session, our Minister for the Energy, Agnès Pannier-Runacher, who is honoring us with her presence here. And of course, it is only normal that she should close the session. I'd like to thank her for allowing us this time, at a time when, of course, we're all trying to reduce our energy consumption. In many minds, it might seem as an immediate matter, but our minister, dear Agnes, you and I, we've had a much more long-term vision of this. We know that there are disruptions, that abundance
peuvent être légèrement ou plus massivement remis en cause
questioned, slightly questioned or massively questioned in the current time, but this should not change anything. It should be used as a booster for the goals that France set, that the President of the Republic set, because several regions, such as that of Nice, Côte d'Azur, set goals for itself to reach this aim, which is unavoidable, because we know that the IPCC might actually be conservative. In 60 years' time, it will be even starker, a challenge required. Of course, there will be climate consequences, health consequences, social consequences on the unity of our great democracy. Nonetheless, we can find solutions. This is the goal of this transition forum, which is organized for the second year in a row by Nice. So we spent part of this afternoon trying to look at topics that we've been working on for 10 years. Our heat grid with geothermy, how to value waste, waste treatment, mobility, all of the topics which in the solar field, in the field of maritime transport, the biomass, on a region where we've had hydroelectric since the summit of the Mercantor at 3,000 meters high, up to, down to this metropolitan area, has given us an edge. Not so much of an edge, but we're at in the right place at the right time to reach this goal of reducing CO2 emissions coming from NOx, from sulfur, of course, between trains, planes, tramways, TCSBs, cycling lanes, railways, and all of the possible connections. So thank you, Madam Minister, for being here.
l'isolation thermique est un
Of
sujet
course,
majeur et où l'État nous
thermal
accompagne
insulation is a major topic, and we get a lot of support from the state, including for all of our universities that were built in the 1960s and 70s, and thus absolutely not abiding by the standards, the current standards. We need to consume less, but on the other hand, we need to produce better. And of course, your government is fully committed with our region via a contract, because we want to be an exemplary partner. It also shows that our governments need to have more sovereignty and autonomy. So I would like to thank you.
De partager ces échanges pendant ce temps de clôture de cette première journée.
I give you the floor for the closing of this day that has been extremely dense, and it's been very rich. And then I will join you after our minister's intervention tomorrow morning. We're going to continue our debates, including with the visit of Christophe Lebéchu, who will conclude
nos thématiques.
Our forum.
Le problème énergétique aujourd'hui avec Agnès Pannier-Runacher.
And we will have talked about the energy with Agnès Pannier-Runacher today, and tomorrow we will talk about greening and what this can, how this can be used to cool our buildings in great urban areas like ours, and with renaturing with soils and so many topics that you cover in your partnership with local authorities. Madam Minister, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le maire, Monsieur Christian Estrosi, bonjour.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor. Good afternoon, Madam Minister for the Energy Transition. And I was going to say for low energy and maybe for the end of abundance. Good evening. Good evening. First question, I think you don't have much time. I think you have a plane ticket. I need to leave at 7:10 exactly. So we have two questions for you. The first one is low energy. The situation is very severe for the winter to come, for the years to come, a lot of uncertainty. And the question of, well, we have enough energy to produce, to heat our homes, to live. What can you tell us about the situation of companies that have sobriety plans? You probably know them, so without delving into too much detail, how are we going to weather the storm this winter? What can I tell you is that I am much more confident than I am now than 4 months ago, for several reasons. First of all, as for gas, all of the measures that we have implemented since February, with the strategic storage, with the increase in our capacity to process gas in our terminals, the increase of gas deliveries from Norway, interconnections with Spain, all of this means that today we are starting the winter with the best level of preparation, not only in France, but also at European level. And Germany, which was saying before the summer that they were not sure that they would make it, they now have 80% of the gas reserves they need. Does it mean we're going to have to wear sweaters and turtlenecks? So on gas, we will weather the storm. As for electricity, we're also in a difficult situation because of the hydroelectric production and nuclear production because of the drought. But on paper, we have huge nuclear capacities, but we have a significant number of our nuclear power plants that are being maintained or that have technical issues and that are thus closed. We are working on on RTE's scenario, saying, well, if we use a conservative scenario for electricity consumption, we can say that there are no tensions in the winter, just like last year. There are a few days of tension in the winter if it's a cold winter, and a few more if it's a very cold winter. So we took the coldest winter of the past 30 years, and we made the scenario, or if I have interconnection issues with Germany. So what does it mean having tensions? It means having a problem of balance between demand and offer of electricity, and we have a crisis plan to manage this with lower tension, calling on our neighboring countries for help. Germany took a major decision, historical one, a few days ago, which is to continue to use their nuclear power plants to make it easier for the French nuclear power plants network. It's quite paradoxical for Germany, which stopped all nuclear energy a few years ago, to start again for us. It's true, but I think that in times of crisis, things take a good turn, which is the sense of reason, common sense, and decarbonization. I know that we're lacking time. For the sobriety plans of companies, have they played ball? They're very concerned. You know that some industries already have problems of unemployment. So how is it going to work this winter and during the spring? So there are two matches here. There's the matter of access to electricity and gas, where I'm telling you there can be tensions for a matter of 2 hours, and it's something that gives us sufficient prior notice to companies. And then there's the matter of price. And our job here is to act at European level, and I'm constantly in touch with my European counterparts, and we have a Council of Energy to act in order to reduce the price of gas, of electricity, and not to end up in a situation where blackouts are dictated by the price of electricity and gas. And on the other hand, we work on chosen sobriety. Mr. Estrosi was just saying that it's sobriety with the goal of decarbonizing our economy, and companies are playing ball. It's not about reducing their production capacity here. It's about better steering, better managing heating, aircon. So we have steps where we work only for 3 days, where we don't have to turn on and turn off furnaces every day. These are the types of savings that we're trying to look at. All companies are not at the same level, but on the 6th of October, with our Prime Minister, we will have commitments from companies, from the distribution sector, from retailers, from the sports sector, culture, housing sectors, and of course we will have a sobriety plan for the state first, because we will be exemplary in this field. So everyone needs to make efforts. This morning, our president was telling, the president of ETCA was telling us that 90 degrees is not going to work at all. So being at home at 90 degrees or at work at 90 degrees is working from home, something that could be considered a bit like we had during the pandemic. I think we should run trials. During the weekend of the 1st of November, we can have 4 days of closing of offices. Maybe we can try to close a few sites in the Ministry of the Energy Transition. We have a tower at the Defense. We have part of the Arch of Defense. We have very old offices that are not very efficient in terms of energy in the center of Paris, to see how much we save if we close these buildings, and what's the feedback we get from our agents who will be home, not on holidays, of course, because otherwise it will not be relevant. And those who are working from home to say, well, I'm actually using a lot more electricity, or it's just a little bit more lighting, but it's not that much. And to also hear for them in terms of comfort and working conditions. Working from home, in our point of view, is not a silver bullet. It only works if it's several days in a row closing a building and no more heating whatsoever. And this also means that it's the worker who's going to have to pay for energy. So how do companies consider supporting them? There's compensation planned for this, but a small or medium company doesn't have the means to heat the homes of their workers well if they are themselves saving money. Right now, compensation is of 2.5 euros at the moment for each employee on a site, and the goal is, of course, to make it a win-win. We're not going to send people home so that we end up consuming more energy. It only makes sense if the savings on the bill are real and massive.
On peut aller. S'il n'y a aucun intérêt à faire du télétravail, je ne vois pas pourquoi on le prend
Pour rester sur cette question-là, là, on est sur du court terme. Espérons qu'il fasse beau dans Toussaint ou cet hiver.
Let's hope that we have beautiful weather in the spring. You've seen that we have a pipeline that's been probably sabotaged. So we're not sure that we will have Russian gas. We have to reorganize. So these sobriety plans that are linked to the transition are crucial. It's 10% of savings over 2 years, but up until 2050, it's 40% of savings. So in the message that we send the government to fight against waste, to wear sweaters rather than heat our homes, isn't there a
pour quelques mois que c'est pour assez longtemps qu'il va falloir
miscommunication? We're going to have to change this for the long run, not only for this year. It's why with big
sont à l'origine de la
businesses and big
majorité des
institutions
déplacements, les déplacements domicile-travail et les déplacements au sein
require the
de nos
most commuting
activités,
and for our activities, be it for public services or companies. We need to change this, and this is why we also mobilize the sobriety lever, because these are
ce ne sont pas des démarches imposées. C'est un travail qui part du terrain et qui est adapté.
Ça peut être imposé par le prix de l'énergie d'une certaine façon. C'est là où il y a
be imposed by the price of energy in a way.
Vous êtes justement sur la contrainte. Nous, ce que nous voulons, c'est une sobriété choisie. Chauffer à 19 degrés dans les locaux, ça a un intérêt au regard du changement climatique. Ça a un intérêt au regard de la consommation d'énergie que vous faites, et ça vous épargne d'utiliser de l'énergie fossile. Je vais revenir sur ce point, parce que aujourd'hui, 2 tiers de l'énergie que nous utilisons, elle est d'origine fossile. Cela nous impose à la fois un impact en termes de pouvoir d'achat et compétitivité des entreprises. C'est une dépendance géopolitique qui pose un problème, et vous mentionniez ce qui s'est passé sur Nord Stream et la situation très tendue avec la Russie. C'est quand même une attaque contre le modèle européen et contre nos valeurs démocratiques.
Poutine vient de déclarer que l'Occident est en train de s'effondrer.
values. Putin just said the European model is collapsing. We can tell that he would like that to happen, which requires us to stand in solidarity against this. And it requires a huge amount of solidarity, but it's a fight for climate change.
C'est un enjeu qui est effectivement à vocation à durer et qui est dans le discours du président de la République avant même la guerre en Ukraine. En revanche,
and we talked about this, the President of the Republic talked about this before the war in Ukraine, but there's something else, which is efficiency. When you are renovating a university, and you decrease its energy consumption tenfold.
En matière de consommation d'énergie.
This is a giant leap in terms of energy consumption. The way that we heat our homes, our buildings, the way that we
et de recours à des énergies renouvelables qui nous permettront aussi de sortir de cette dépendance aux énergies fossiles.
La population est en train de se changer. Our population perceives this change. Devoir fermer ont déjà commencé à fermer. On peut penser à la saison de ski d'hiver, certaines stations ne vont pas pouvoir. En tout cas, il y a un vrai enjeu sur la collectivité locale. Peut-être pas à Nice, mais à Nice c'est particulier les climats. Sur les stations de sport d'hiver, il y a une inquiétude. Vous connaissez bien le sujet parce que vous avez dirigé.
Est-ce
qu'il n'y a pas quand même un moment de bascule aussi dans le comportement des gens, la façon dont cette société d'abondance, est-ce que c'est pas quelque chose que les gens vont pas
something that people are not going to appreciate, the fact that we're going to have to explain them that it's going to be a long-term
Je pense qu'il faut aussi
change.
mettre en avant les
I think we also need
co-bénéfices de
to
cette
talk about
sobriété. Sobriété, le
co-benefits
terme
of this
peut faire
sobriety.
peur quand on
This
parle
term,
de
sobriety, can be a little bit
quand on parle de chasse au
scary,
gaspille,
but when we talk
quand
about
on parle d'économie et de mesures de bon
hunt
sens,
for waste, when we
je pense
talk
que tout le
about
monde
common
comprend et tout
sense
le monde est d'accord avec
measures,
ça.
I think everyone agrees with this. Everyone understands that. And co-benefits are extremely
il y a un certain nombre de médecins, par exemple, qui se mobilisent en disant
common as well. Many
sobriété,
doctors say that at the end of the day, 19 degrees in houses, this is
qui devrait être
the
naturellement
temperature
dans les
that
logements
should
pour les
naturally
enfants.
be in homes for
La
children.
nuit, d'ailleurs, ça devrait être plus
At
froid.
night, it
Alors,
should be
je
even
dis pas qu'on
colder.
va me demander aux gens d'être plus
I'm
froid.
not saying to ask people to do that.
C'est toute une rééducation d'une certaine façon.
C'est juste de se déshabituer
Educating and changing behaviors, right?
à certains
Un certain
comportements.
confort d'une certaine façon.
Adapting.
Oui, peut-être pas de certains conforts, à certains comportements qui nous ont amenés à faire des choses qui ne
Changing
sont pas
some behaviors
forcément
that have led us
dans
to
notre
doing things
intérêt
that are not
collectif
really in
et dans
our
notre
collective
intérêt
interest
individuel.
and in our individual
C'est un peu
interest
comme manger
either.
gras, salé, sucré,
Bit like
c'est pas
eating,
forcément votre intérêt.
On dort
very
mieux quand
greasy
la température n'est
with
pas
a lot
trop
of salt and sugar.
chaude, effectivement, dans la chambre.
We
Il nous reste
can
13
sleep
minutes
better
pour passer à
when
la
our
deuxième partie
bedroom
de
is
ce
not
que
so
je
hot
voulais
either.
vous demander.
Now
C'est la partie
we have a few
production. Donc,
minutes
vous venez de
left for
présenter la première loi
talking
sur
about
l'accélération de la production d'énergie renouvelable.
We're
Il y en a
talking
une
about
également
the
sur
increase
le
of the
nucléaire,
production of renewable energies
président
and
de la
also
République
nuclear
sur
energy.
vos EPR.
For the new
Quelles sont
reactors
finalement les
that our
grandes
president
contraintes que vous allez
announced? What are
rencontrer,
the
que vous voulez
great
lever pour qu'on accélère,
stumbling
qu'on
blocks
produise
that
plus
you
et
will
mieux
be faced
d'électricité?
with in order to produce
Aujourd'hui, ce qu'on
better
constate sur les
electricity?
énergies renouvelables, c'est
What
qu'on met
we've
2 fois plus de
observed
temps
on renewable
que
energies
les
is
autres
that
pays
it takes
européens.
twice
On a à
as
peu près le
long
même nombre de projets.
as other
C'est pas une
European
question de projet,
countries.
c'est
We
pas une
have the
question
same
de
number of
détermination
projects, not a
politique,
matter of projects,
c'est une
not a matter
question
of
de
political
durée des
willpower.
projets.
11 ans pour
It's the
Saint-Nazaire,
length
les
of
éoliennes en
projects.
mer.
11 ans pour
11
Saint-Nazaire,
years
là
for
où nos voisins
Saint-Nazaire,
font 5 ans. Et
where
sincèrement,
others
on peut
do 5
difficilement
years.
dire que les pays de la
And
Baltique
it's
n'ont pas
hard to say
d'exigence
that the Baltic
environnementale.
states
Ce serait
don't
faux de le
have
dire.
environmental
L'enjeu, c'est de regarder tous les grains de
expectations.
sable qui, en France,
That is not
bloquent
true.
ces
So we need to
projets
look at all of
d'énergie
the little
renouvelable,
stumbling
ou
blocks
le
in
cas
France
échéant d'ailleurs de
for
nucléaire,
these
parce que le
projects
projet de
or
loi
for
que
nuclear projects as
je
well,
vais
because
présenter
the
prochainement
draft
au
law
Conseil
that
des
I will
ministres
present
sur le
at the
nucléaire
Council
vise
of
aussi
Ministers
à
on
faciliter,
nuclear
à simplifier
also
les
aims
procédures
at making
administratives. Ces grains de sable
processes
sont de
easier.
différents ordres. C'est d'abord la
These stumbling
mobilisation
blocks
de nos services de l'État sur
are
le terrain,
the mobilization
en
of
faire une
our
priorité. C'est le
state
renforcement
services
des
in the
effectifs.
field.
C'est
It's
vrai qu'à
about having
certains
more
moments, ces
manpower.
effectifs ont pu
At times it's true that
manquer. C'est
we
également
were lacking
soudeurs chez
human
EDF,
resources.
par
We're thinking
non, alors le
about
renforcement des
wielders,
effectifs, là je
for
suis plutôt
instance.
sur
No,
les
here I'm
constructions
thinking about
des projets
the
d'énergie
training
renouvelable.
teams
Ça va être encore
for renewable projects.
le fait d'anticiper
It's
avec les
also the fact
collectivités
that we
locales
need
et de
to
mieux
anticipate
planifier
with
ces
local
installations
authorities
parce que
and to
lorsqu'elles
better plan
apparaissent du jour au lendemain,
these,
elles peuvent générer un manque d'acceptation sociale. On
these
voit
projects,
d'ailleurs
because
sur ce
sometimes there's a
territoire
lack of acceptance
pourquoi ça
locally.
marche.
We see
C'est
why
parce
on these
qu'il y a
territories
aussi
it
un
works
travail
because
qui est fait
there's a lot of work that
sur
is being done
l'acceptabilité sociale et que tout le
on
monde
social
est embarqué dans les
acceptance and
projets et que vous
everyone
n'avez pas de projet
is
qui
on
arrive
board
de
with these
manière
projects and we don't have projects that arrive overnight.
Rend pas l'acceptation sociale meilleure.
Increase in
Ça va
prices doesn't
certainement
make
aider.
it
Et quand on
more
sait qu'aujourd'hui
acceptable
les énergies renouvelables
to
contribuent
populations, when
à
we know that
hauteur de
renewables
plus de 20
contribute
milliards d'euros à
to
notre
the tune
prochain
of
budget,
20 billion
et
euros
c'est
to
grâce à
our
ça
next budget, and
aussi
it is also
qu'on
thanks
finance
to
le
that
bouclier
we will
énergétique.
fund
Je crois
the
que tout le monde voit que les
cap
énergies
on
renouvelables
prices. Everyone sees
entre
that
faire payer un peu plus cher pour faire prendre conscience qu'il faut changer nos
it's
comportements.
interesting, but paying a little bit more so that we change our behaviors or accepting methanizers and wind turbines, but not so many. We need to strike the right balance for social justice in this transition as well. Isn't it difficult for government to manage this
On a eu les gilets jaunes.
change? We've had the yellow jackets that
Et c'est pour
mobilized
ça
a
qu'on
few
a des
years ago.
mesures qui à court terme protègent ceux des Français qui
That's
sont
why
prisonniers des
we
énergies
need measures
fossiles, qui
to
peuvent pas
both
changer du jour au
protect
lendemain leur
French
voiture
people
ou
who
leur
rely
logement et qui
on
habitent
fossil
dans des
fuels, who
zones où
cannot
ils
change
sont
their
obligés
car
d'utiliser leur
or their
voiture.
house,
Donc,
and
c'est les remises
who
carburant que
live
nous avons mis en
in
place.
areas where
C'est
they need
bouclier,
their
gaz
car.
et
That's why we have
électricité qui
the
fait que la
discount
France
on
est le pays le
oil.
mieux protégé au
That's why
monde,
we have the cap
s'agissant du
on
coût de
energy
l'électricité
prices which makes France the most protected country against the rise in an increase of price in energies, and we accelerate the energy transition, meaning solutions to exit fossil fuels, and we have to have this double approach, this en même temps famous at the same time. And since we're helping people in the short term and think how in the midterm we continue on our path to fight climate change. So what's interesting in the bill, which I looked at on renewable energy, is where we will locate. In France, we used to say we don't have oil, but we have good ideas. There are places where we could have more renewable energy. Let me mention a few: car parks, service stations on highways. So we will get more wind turbines in those areas. We realize that it's impossible to have solar panels by the highways. Why? Because there's a rule that prohibits it.
Donc il faut changer la règle.
So we need to change the rule. We need to change the rule because we have a huge potential on unused roads, by rail tracks, large car parks, of course, old landfills by the coast. We get rid of the landfill, and since we cannot build anything else than renewable energy plants, we put in renewable energy plants. So we use the land that has little environmental interest where we can accelerate. So you need to go. But one final question before you go.
La question du partage de la valeur avec les collectivités locales.
The issue of sharing value between local governments and the population. It's part of the bill. One way to change some reluctancy is maybe sharing this value, giving a cheaper price of electricity to those who agree to having a methanizer or a wind farm. Yes, absolutely. We talk about sharing value, and it's also an opportunity to work for MPs. We need renewable energies to be perceived as a chance for the regions, and there must be direct compensation for the citizens and the regional governments. There's several ways to do this. For onshore wind, there is a specific tax regime, but it's not the case for all renewable energy. We want to discuss this. And for now, there has been no direct return for citizens, and we think it would be interesting to make this different types of renewable energy belong to the local citizens, so that they think that thanks to the new project, they are getting benefits. Same for heat networks. When you have a heat network next to your house, you benefit from that heating. And it's the same approach, but with different projects such as solar, onshore wind, or biogas.
On a enfin un président d'EDF, Luc Rémond, un ancien
CEO for EDF. He was appointed today.
Puisque vous êtes là, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez
dire sur so what can you tell us about his mission, which is a difficult mission because he will both have to renationalize this company and
qu'est-ce que vous avez
make it work again. So, what would you like to tell us or tell him? I would tell Luc Rémond, who's a great professional. I've known him for many years. I was lucky enough to work with him several times, and I already told him actually the challenge is to be industrially excellent in the short term, to manage the nuclear park, and you know that Barbara Pompili requested an audit on maintenance works done by nuclear professionals, but also professionals from other industries. Many proposals are being implemented by EDF, so the implementation of this operational excellence program can help us gain within 3 to 5 years, 3 to 4 weeks when it comes to halting the farms. We need to extend the life of those nuclear plants. They were built in the 70s or 80s for 40 years. We extend them for another 10 years, but when we'll have to extend them to 60 years, we don't know if they can all be extended safely, so we need to anticipate. And of course, there's also the new nuclear program, which he will have to implement. But there's not just nuclear, there's also hydro, RT, and Enedis networks. We're investing significantly to anticipate global warming. A network does not work as well at 40 degrees than at 20. So I hope that he can implement all this with his teams. There's a lot of skills at EDF. We actually have an upskilling and recruitment plan ongoing, and we need the state
à
to
l'heure.
support.
C'est pas une question
You talked
tout à
about
fait
welders
Tout à
earlier,
fait, d'après ce
and
que disait
it's
l'ancien
quite
président, en tout cas,
significant.
de
Tout à fait.
Yes,
Madame
based
la
from
ministre,
what
merci
the
d'être
former
venue au
CEO said.
Transition Forum. Avant de
Mrs.
l'applaudir,
Minister, thank you so much
déjà,
for
je prends
coming to the
l'initiative. S'il n'y a
Transition
pas de
Forum.
dissolution, on en
Before
arrive à la
we
retraite,
give
qui est
her
un
a
autre
round
sujet,
of
et
applause,
c'est apparemment l'autre
if there's
actualité du
no
jour,
dissolution
peut-être on
of the
pourrait
Parliament,
refaire le bilan,
we
parce
might
qu'on a passé
get a
bien
chance to
l'hiver,
invite
pour
you
l'année prochaine,
again
pour voir où est-ce qu'on en est.
and look at how
Merci
the
à vous.
winter went. Why not? Thank you.